The chapter on Shuashu is purely a matter of setting, and the writing has proven to be quite exhausting. My affairs, of course, I shall manage myself. However, why is it said that I am the one suffering the greatest loss? The god of justice directed his gaze towards the foremost seat, where the mightiest deity of the light order resided. What is the nature of that abomination? How is it that both the healing arts of the light and dark orders can have an effect? Destructive magic and divine arts, whether light or dark, operate in a similar manner. They primarily involve slashing, bludgeoning, drowning, freezing, incinerating, or corroding with toxic gases, as well as directly assaulting the soul. Yet, healing divine arts are fundamentally different, especially when applied to races with significantly disparate bodily structures, such as the undead and humans. Healing magic and divine arts cannot be interchanged. For instance, the dark divine art involving the flowing of purulent wounds, which was once used on himself by the abomination, could very well prove fatal if employed on a human. Conversely, the healing spells of the light order, ranging from minor restoration to divine solace, would become exceedingly damaging when directed at the undead. This is quite comprehensible, is it not? Thus, the abomination employs healing arts from both systems simultaneously, yet without any apparent conflict and with discernible results. This presents a perplexing quandary, unless, of course, the essence of this abomination is rooted in some undead entity or a similar existence. For deities, coupling with monsters is not an extraordinary affair, it is a common indulgence. Moreover, some of these monsters possess an allure that even mortals find hard to resist, often leading them to foolishly gamble their lives for ephemeral pleasures. However, to engage with the undead and produce offspring seems rather excessive, does it not? Is this merely a pursuit of amusement or a form of self-torment? Naturally, the deities of the new land remain somewhat naive, unaware that on Blue Star there exists such a thing as Hans films. Conversely, perhaps Hans is the more depraved of the two? Let us rein in our wandering thoughts and refocus on the three deities at hand. In truth, the god of justice harbors doubts that the abomination is a progeny deliberately preserved by the god of light. Despite its outward appearance of loathing all living beings, that entity is remarkably vigorous, a stark contrast to the other abominations that have languished sealed for centuries, deprived of adequate power. This implies that the god of light intends to utilize this abomination for some purpose, to put it plainly, a divine conspiracy. Thus, it has been nurturing this abomination with divine power and soul energy. Yet now, with the demise of the abomination, the plans of the god of light must be in disarray. From this perspective, it is not the god of justice who suffers the greatest loss, but rather the god of light. Of course, these are merely speculations by the god of justice. The god of light steadfastly denies that the abomination is one it has nurtured, and none can compel it to divulge its schemes. After all, the god of light is the most powerful among the deities of the light order. However, from this point forward, justice and fantasy must remain vigilant. The schemes that have been in preparation for centuries, leveraging the abomination, can only be aimed at other deities. No one can guarantee that when the truth is finally revealed, the unfortunate revelation will not implicate oneself. Even among the deities of the light order, this holds true. Did not darkness and reality also partake in the assault against evil? Deities are fundamentally alike, at least upon introspection. If given the opportunity to partake in the divine power of light, justice and fantasy would not easily let it slip away. In the battle at the underground auction house, the greatest gain for the flower planter was a divine gemstone, and undeniably, the town of Chidian has become the sphere of influence for the flower planter. An unexpected outcome was that the human king, upon learning of the events, has subtly begun to tread further down the path of betrayal against light. Like Octavia, having betrayed the local deity, he can only opt for comprehensive cooperation with the flower planter in hopes of securing a more reliable backing to avoid retribution from the deities. However, this is all a distant concern for Zhang Chung himself. This battle was a complete lost land belonging to the nation, which leaves no room for dissent. That divine gemstone is currently the only one in the possession of the flower planter. No, it is the sole one in the hands of mortals, with immense research value, which Zhang Cheng naturally cannot sully. Thus, when all is said and done, Zhang Cheng risked his life yet gained nothing in the end. For one who believes that failing to gain significantly from a mission equates to a great loss, this is indeed quite disheartening. Did you not gain 2 new companions? The instructor attempted to console Zhang Cheng. Companions? That is not the case, we are merely allies. Zhang Cheng shook his head, exclaiming helplessly, if we are to speak of trust, they certainly have more faith in me than in you. After all, we have struggled together on the brink of life and death, yet the term companions feels inappropriate. One a paladin, the other a demon lord, one a pseudo-platinum, the other true platinum. How could one consider such a person a friend while harboring ulterior motives? Ha! I thought that you young people of the new era would make swifter progress in this regard. Instructor, do you harbor some misconceptions about the youth? Fine, it is merely a matter of trust. However, trust is sufficient. You four alongside Miss Tydinia and Miss Sifluer all quite capable. The instructor chuckled and continued. So, have you considered what you should do next? What do you mean? Zhang Cheng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. It means that the exploration mission in the Shadow Realm has been postponed. Huh? Why? Personnel losses have been substantial. The instructor continued to smile, albeit with a bitter twist, clearly forcing a grin. All of them were good children born of good parents, sacrificed in this unfamiliar land, with not even their remains to be found. I and old Chi must return home for a while. It is a grim task to inform their parents. I can scarcely imagine the grief etched on the faces of the martyrs' fathers and mothers upon seeing their sons' empty urns. Yet, we must shoulder this responsibility. In any case, the higher-ups have approved a delay for our mission approximately 2 to 3 months. Once we return and new team members are in place, we shall proceed. After all, we control the entrance. Whether we act sooner or later makes little difference. So we will not resume operations until 3 months later? Zhang Cheng murmured in dismay. This was not favorable news for him. But what more could he say regarding the return of martyrs? May you have a safe journey and return swiftly. This time you fought valiantly, yet garnered no spoils. We feel quite embarrassed. The instructor added, though this is unavoidable, the nation indeed requires these resources more than we do as individuals. However, it seems unkind to have you follow us continually, as you would likely gain nothing over the next 3 months. Thus, I intend to grant you a 3-month leave during this time. You may pursue whatever endeavors you wish, provided they are lawful. Return to us after 3 months, and we shall resume our actions. Is this the reason for your lack of enthusiasm? In the temporary camp, Tydinia embraced Zhang Cheng from behind, gently stating, then make the most of these 3 months to earn some compensation. Indeed, did not the instructor mention we could take a helicopter back? Siflu also considered this a viable idea, at least to recoup some losses. However, with only 3 months, what worthwhile task can we find? Zhang Cheng still lacked any motivation after the destruction of the Demon Lord's main forces. Shabak had only 2 tasks left: hunting rock sharks or providing armed training services to local villages. Rock sharks are elusive, requiring immense patience. One might not even find a trace of them in 3 months, let alone return in time. As for training in the villages, while state subsidies ensure income, it feels more like a job. One must remain in the village daily, overseeing the villagers' practice and preparing them against monsters. If one quits after 3 months of work, who would employ them thereafter? I see. So there are no suitable jobs upon our return? Isn't it rather awkward? Are we to take a 3-month vacation upon our return? If I were you, Octavia, leaning against the wall, suddenly interjected, if there are no jobs in the homeland, then seek employment in fresh territories. Were there any new territories? The witch gestured towards a not-so-distant entrance to the Shadow Realm. Speaking nonchalantly, there lies one. You mean the Shadow Realm? Zhang Cheng exclaimed in surprise, but we will only. It is 3 months hence that your main force will set out. There is no prohibition against us venturing in first to scout the way. Octavia shrugged casually. We can return after 3 months. To be candid, after a hearty meal, I am a warrior of low-tier platinum and a mid-tier golden mage. With that formidable alchemical weapon added, you might reach the upper tier of silver paired with dragon scale armor. one might consider you low-tier golden. Your two little lovers, when unarmed, are like silver when equipped with weapons. They transform into gold at both mid and lower tiers. If we were to enlist that dull paladin, we would stand as 4 gold and 1 platinum, capable of navigating even the darkest depths of the abyss, provided we do not encounter divine beings akin to the godly scourge. Our safety would be assured. The only remaining question would be how much we could earn. Are you certain the paladin will join our endeavor? Doesn't she have to report back to her superiors? Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled the instructor's earlier remark. We are all good children born of our parents. She has lost 2 companions. Does she not need to return to inform the families of Xiong and Riki? Receiving the gaze of 3 beautiful women should be a delightful experience. However, if their scrutiny implies a judgment of your ignorance, it becomes rather less enjoyable. The paladin has no parents. They are all orphans raised by the sanctuary, praying and training from a young age, and once grown, they fight for the sanctuary. Thus, Mr. Xiong and young Riki have no relatives to notify. The dark elf, mindful of Zhang Cheng's presence, refrained from saying more, but Octavia, unencumbered by such reservations, explained to Zhang Cheng. As for Kreia herself, how could she return now? Make no mistake, the god of justice has undoubtedly decreed that she is a traitor. Returning to the sanctuary would be tantamount to suicide. That deity truly lacks wisdom. They do not comprehend the saying, to use merit is better than to use faults, effectively compelling their followers to lose faith. One cannot say that entirely. Kreia herself no longer believes in her god. The existence of that divine scourge has fundamentally altered her worldview. Octavia shook her head and remarked, I believe you should speak with her after all. She is one of us. Very well. You are all warriors, far superior to me. I shall take on the role of caregiver. The temperature difference in the desolate desert is quite pronounced, necessitating the lighting of fires for warmth during the night. The nights in Starting Town are particularly frigid, perhaps due to its proximity to the entrance of the abyssal realm, with the cold of the underground city seeping through. Here, neglecting to keep warm at night can lead to dire consequences. Dozens of naive newcomers perish each year in Starting Town due to misconceptions about the desolate desert. Of course, there are those who remain entirely unperturbed by this biting cold, such as Miss Paladin Kreia. When Zhang Cheng beheld her, this paladin, who perpetually wore an icy demeanor as if everyone around her were impure, stood beside a well, pouring bucket after bucket of water over her own head. With each bucket poured, the female paladin would face the east, her hands clasped in prayer, seemingly seeking divine counsel. Yet, as soon as her eyes closed, Kreia would envision Riki sprawled on the ground, bloodied, and Xiong standing resolutely at the cave's entrance. And, of course, that divine scourge who had used holy magic to heal himself. Thus, she would abandon her prayers, bending down to draw another bucket of water from the well, dousing herself once more. This repetitive ritual continued. Women are made of water, Zhang Cheng mused, yet this one has been frozen into ice. As Kreia bent down to fetch water once again, Zhang Cheng could no longer contain himself and interrupted her futile endeavor. I do not believe this is an opportune moment for an ice bucket challenge. Additionally, water sources in the desert are precious. Do not waste it so carelessly. Mr. Zhang Cheng. Kreia lifted her head, gazing blankly at the newcomer. Her once resplendent golden locks now hung, dampened by the cold water, clinging to her form, rendering her appearance rather disheveled and despondent. Zhang Cheng approached her, draping a stack of towels over Kalia's head and vigorously rubbing them. Personally, I harbor no objections to your actions, for after your garments were drenched, I discovered your figure to be quite pleasing to the eye. Mr. Zhang Cheng, Kalia's voice bore a hint of indignation mixed with embarrassment. However, obscured by the towels, her facial expressions were hidden, and thus Zhang Cheng naturally disregarded her protests. What S in a name? There's a saying among us flower cultivators. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. I simply revel in the sight of beautiful women and have never concealed this penchant of mine. It is rather candid, is it not? While he continued to wipe away the water, he prattled on with his flawed reasoning. You young ladies ought to exercise caution towards those who appear virtuous on the surface yet indulge in debauchery behind closed doors. Mr. Zhang, I believe both true villains and false gentlemen warrant vigilance. Beneath the towel, Kalia's voice sounded muffled, tinged with a hint of tears. Perhaps the buckets of cold water earlier served to mask her emotions. You are perceptive, my dear. Yet if you do not intend to offer me any favors as a companion, I believe you should cease this self-punishing behavior. I am not self-punishing, Mr. Zhang. I just did not know which path to take next. Do I? The voice from beneath the towel remained muffled, evoking a sense of pity that I can understand this. You have been steadfast in your beliefs for 17 years, only to suddenly realize that the path you tread diverges from what you envisioned. Feeling lost is entirely natural, Mr. Zhang. What should I do? Perhaps this is the cry of a wayward child. What to do? That hinges on whether you seek a deity or genuine justice. Zhang Cheng ceased his affectionate patting and turned to sit at the edge of the well. Adopting the role of a caring older brother on a late-night radio advice show, why does that feel reminiscent of Zhang Shaoxian? If all you desire is a deity, then I advise you to promptly return and confess your transgressions to your God, adding a lengthy repentance in your future prayers, assuring that you shall never err again, and seek forgiveness from that hypocritical deity. I will not do that. Her voice was tinged with urgency, yet it carried a newfound determination. Then you have chosen the second path? Zhang Cheng patted the well's edge beside him. Sit down. This path is fraught with challenges, and you need to rest and contemplate. I do not need to contemplate. Kalia yanked off the towel, covering her head, shouting with fervor. I merely wish to know what I should do moving forward. What else can you do? Uphold the justice within your heart. Zhang Cheng shrugged, adopting a tone of matter-of-factness. Continue to punish the wicked and promote the good, wielding your sword to aid the weak in vanquishing the powerful evildoers. However, from now on, you must also include hypocrites on your list of adversaries. But how do I discern evil? Kalia inquired helplessly, sitting beside Zhang Cheng. I fear no monsters, no wicked followers, nor any genuine evil. Even if my opponent were a divine aberration, I would dare to battle them. However, the Holy Knight hesitated noticeably, and Zhang Cheng patiently awaited her continuation. But how do I distinguish those who masquerade as justice yet are truly evil? I have been deceived for 17 years. You ask me, are you not afraid that I might deceive you? Mr. Zhang is a good person. Kalia shook her head, akin to a dog shaking off water. The effect was similar as droplets splashed on his Zhang Cheng's face, chilling him that I am not a good person. I have stated before that I am a true villain. Zhang Cheng seized the towel from Kalia's grasp, drying his face as he spoke. Of course, I am not a bad person either. Thus I shall share my thoughts with you that I cannot definitively declare who is good and who is evil, for my standards do not entirely align with yours. Moreover, I harbor selfish motives towards a malevolent individual who treats me well. How should I evaluate him? He has not violated our laws and is exceedingly kind to us, yet he is ferocious towards you. How should I regard him? I possess the answers within, yet I believe you cannot confront the same dilemma. If I am benevolent to all and everyone praises me as a good person, yet I am only cruel to you, would you say I am good or bad? Kalia bowed her head, silent. You see, you lack an answer, do you not? Zhang Cheng continued. In my country, there's a profound saying, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. My advice is for you to explore. Observe more, heed less of others' deceptions, learn beneficial perspectives from others, and recognize harmful flaws to steer clear of them. Through earnest and diligent practice and study, establish your own sense of right and wrong. As long as you do not contravene the most fundamental principles of justice, you will eventually find your own path to righteousness. When you truly walk upon the correct path of justice, you will naturally learn to discern genuine good from evil. Indeed, Kalia fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering Zhang Cheng's words. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. This is indeed accurate. Only that which withstands the scrutiny of practice is truth. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Kalia rose and deeply bowed to Zhang Cheng. I am immensely grateful for your guidance. I have benefited greatly. Ah, no need for such formality. We are companions, are we not? Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. By the way, we plan a venture into the dark region. Would you care to join us? The dark region? Indeed, the place rumored to be teeming with monsters. However, I believe that in such a novel and unfamiliar environment, you will undoubtedly acquire new knowledge, which will be beneficial for your future growth. Seek traces of goodness amidst malevolence. Very well, I shall go. Kalia nodded emphatically, appearing much more lively than before. Yet, my dear girl, you are still too naive. I do not genuinely wish for you to seek some illusory goodness amidst evil. I simply do not wish to relinquish you as a free gold medal enforcer. While he harbored such thoughts, Zhangcheng maintained a benevolent and gentle smile, reminiscent of a kind elder, studied diligently. As the saying goes, in a group of three, there is always a teacher for me. You will surely learn something new. That Justice's expression was exceedingly grim. His cherished subordinate had completely fled, never to return. This was no ordinary loss. That little one had the potential to evolve into true gold, platinum, or even ascend to become an angel. A being by his side, Tio thinks she escaped so easily. All due to a gardener's nonsensical ramblings. The god of justice suddenly felt as if his prize cabbage had been uprooted by a wild boar. How utterly infuriating. Was it not merely a matter of teaching her a lesson? Is it not normal? Which pet does not require a stern education to ensure obedience? Who could have anticipated that she would flee just like that, displaying no sense of responsibility as a pet? All because of a gardener? No, one could argue that it was primarily because the pets now have new places to take refuge. They are no longer in a situation where leaving the god of justice means being utterly lost. Take Kalia before me, for instance, or the one who has already been abducted yet pretends to maintain control over the sword Sane of the Water City, and that foolish human king. This cannot continue. The recent loss of high-quality souls has been far too great. It is imperative to employ drastic measures to halt this trend. However, the Dark Region is unlike any other. It is challenging to extend my influence there. Thus, I must dispatch a true powerhouse to handle this matter. Precisely, a true powerhouse. That it is she, an existence more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Go, venture into the Dark Region. Bring back the heads and souls of those scoundrels. Are you truly going to the Dark Region? The instructor expressed concern. It is quite dangerous, is it not? I still believe you should wait for US. That IT is indeed somewhat perilous, yet the greatest opportunities lie within danger. With a resolute response, Zhang Cheng recounted. 5 years ago, Old Chun and his companions chartered an old cargo ship to Azeroth, and with fewer than 50 individuals, they launched an assault on the Scorpion Sand Thieves. Now, each of them is a billionaire. Thus, upon hearing of your arrival, they have lost the adventurous spirit and are contemplating a comfortable retirement, with some even considering a return to the east or their homeland. As for me, I am not yet in that position. I have yet to achieve financial freedom and must seize every opportunity to strive earnestly. Should this endeavor succeed, I believe I will refrain from venturing into new perilous territories in the future. However, for now, I must toil relentlessly to secure a stable future. Enough of that. I shall not persuade you further. But what about the supply issue? The instructor raised a new concern. Our supply truck has been destroyed, and all provisions have been contaminated by the divine aberration. For the time being, we can only rely on the reserves in Starting Town. You will be in the Dark Region for 3 months. The ammunition issue can be easily resolved. I can allocate some from the soldiers. However, regarding food and water, Zhang Cheng has contemplated this as well, yet Tidnia and Sifla have both asserted that there is no significant problem. There is indeed food and water in the Dark Region, and this route is a smuggling passage for merchants, making it relatively uncomplicated to procure supplies beyond ammunition. That IT seems you are resolute and prepared. Naturally, I shall not elaborate further. Very well. Let me remind you one last time. Do not forget to maintain communication. That if necessary, we will provide you with as much support as we can. Aha. Certainly, in truth, Octavia is mistaken. When accounting for external forces such as weaponry, I am not merely at the golden level, but rather at the platinum or even divine tier. Zhang Cheng laughed heartily, saying, my greatest strength is, in fact, summoning all of you. Zhang Cheng had once envied the harem team of the popular figure Shinshur, comprising 1 robust man and 4 delicate beauties. Was it not splendid? Now, he too possesses such a team. A demon lord beauty, a paladin beauty, and a pair of dark elf sister beauties. As for aesthetics, their utility far surpasses that of Shunshur's harem team. Yet, two among them cannot truly be counted as part of Zhang Cheng's harem. Before their departure, Kelia had transformed her magnificent long golden locks into a chic bob, perhaps as a testament to her determination to sever ties with her previous life. However, Zhang Cheng found it rather unfortunate. Although Kelia appeared quite spirited with her short hair, the supply that Octavia prioritized most was a dozen new outfits. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of frustration, recalling the first time he encountered her in a state of insufficient water. How could she possibly wish to face such circumstances again? Yet, the witch's reasoning was sound. Once she fully transformed, all clothing would be rendered torn. Unless she maintained her transformed state for 3 months or chose to forego clothing altogether, garments were essential supplies for her, equally as important as food and water. You might as well maintain your rider state. Zhang Cheng suggested indignantly. This way, you could serve as a pack horse, allowing us to carry more supplies. That remark was rather excessive. Octavia squinted and threatened. I warn you, a man lacking in chivalry will find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Cheng's preparations for departure, in the Blue Star, America, at the Argonne National Laboratory, a tremendous ovation erupted within a clandestine underground laboratory. Countless scientists donned heavy protective gear, gathered behind thick protective glass. Surrounding a silver spherical machine, raising their arms in jubilation, we have finally succeeded. Outside the laboratory, a young assistant dashed into an adjacent office building. Inside, Scott MacDonald sat in a well-lit office, casually crossing his legs while reading a newspaper. In an age where electronic devices have become ubiquitous, few retain the habit of reading physical media. Mr. MacDonald, the assistant exclaimed breathlessly. We have succeeded. Scott remained indifferent, extending his hand to offer the assistant a cup of coffee without lifting his gaze from the newspaper. In truth, he had known for quite some time. Due to his name and his status as a spokesperson for top-tier capitalists, many scientists with a disparity in emotional and intellectual intelligence had dubbed him Old Duck MacDonald. Yet few dared to call him that to his face. In fact, Scott rather enjoyed the moniker. The wealthiest figure in the anime world, losing $10 billion per minute, a super-rich individual destined for bankruptcy in 600 years. If he truly were that duck, it would perhaps be preferable that Mr. MacDonald? The assistant queried, puzzled, interrupting Scott's meandering thoughts. You don't seem particularly pleased? I am very pleased, sir. Scott sighed, neatly folding the newspaper and placing it on the desk. I am indeed very pleased. However, but it doesn't feel that way, does it? Scott rose, patting the assistant's shoulder. Because we are lagging behind, significantly. Look at those scientists. Listen to what they are celebrating, breaking the technological blockade imposed by the Flower Nation. Filling domestic gaps, allowing our country to once again reach the forefront of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Is that not correct? Of course it is correct. Absolutely correct. Scott donned his coat, striding out while coldly stating. But when did we have to cheer just to catch up to the Flower Nation? And temporarily at that. No matter how conflicted Scott felt, he still had obligations to fulfill. For instance, as a representative of the true controllers of America, Scott must attend and successfully convey his congratulations to the laboratory staff and scientists. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that these technologies remained firmly in the hands of a few major conglomerates, preventing 99% from getting involved. To this end, Scott prepared a substantial investment intention that would be enough to stir even the divine. While the laboratory must temporarily keep the information confidential from the public until the conglomerates secured a sufficient share of the new territory. The Flower Nation is united, collectively expanding in the new land. Scott pondered as he walked. Moreover, they have already outpaced us by 5 years. Meanwhile, we are still deliberating who gets to eat first. We have finally encountered an opening, yet we are still fixated on secrecy. It's simply absurd. Where have the spirits of Magellan, Columbus, and de Gama gone? At such a time, should we not invest wholeheartedly, taking advantage of the Flower Nation not having occupied all the prime locations, and striving to expand our influence in the new land before Europe and the Russians? The only silver lining is that we finally have our own door. Scott sighed, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, we must act swiftly. According to the sacred text of the God of Justice, the divine descends every 1,000 years to dispense judgment upon humanity as it gradually veers off course. Generally, divine retribution manifests as a great flood, so immense and swift that even mountains may crumble. In such calamities, all living beings are annihilated, with only those who devoutly worship light and justice, wholly dedicating themselves. Receiving divine salvation and the opportunity for humanity's continuation. It is a classic religious apocalyptic myth, primarily intended to instill fear in the uneducated, ignorant masses. Nothing particularly extraordinary. However, this wretched sacred text is not without merit. For instance, it allows one to deduce how the Dark Region came into existence. Currently, geologists from the Flower Nation believe that the Great Flood was indeed a reality, although not as exaggerated as depicted in the scriptures. The frequency and devastation caused by such events far surpass the cataclysmic deluge of ancient times. The flood swept up immense quantities of silt and sand, covering towns that had once thrived in the low-lying areas surrounding the great river. Yet instead of being entirely buried, these towns transformed into cavernous spaces resembling subterranean grottos. Over millennia, as development progressed, various beings ventured into this underground realm, utilizing the pre-existing spaces and naturally formed caverns, leading to the expansion that resulted in the present-day shadowy expanse. Of course, this remains a conjecture. No one dares to ascertain its veracity until geologists, scientists, and archaeologists can extensively explore and study the region, which may take decades or even centuries to unveil the true origins and formation of this enigmatic domain. For Zhang Cheng, however, the genuine origins of the shadowy expanse were of little concern. He only needed to recognize that this was a paradise for adventurers, teeming with countless unimaginable treasures, yet equally fraught with peril capable of claiming the lives of even the mightiest. Some speak of the deepest layers of this realm being akin to hell, inhabited by malevolent deities and demon lords, Tidania explained as she walked. However, no one has ever ventured there. The most formidable adventurer known to have descended to the 11th level vanished without a trace thereafter. Thus, the 10th level stands as the known boundary of the shadowy realm that I dare not speculate further. But it is certain that malevolent deities and demon lords would not reside in such a place. Octavia chimed in, humming softly. In truth, the abodes of malevolent deities are quite picturesque, not unlike the paradises of benevolent gods. After all, who among the exalted would not wish to dwell in a garden perpetually in bloom? There is little disparity in the appreciation of life's aesthetic. Indeed, you are the demon lord. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that you possess the most authority to speak on the lifestyle of a demon lord. Indulgence in pleasure is ill-advised, Kelia murmured softly. How could that be? I believe that the pursuit of pleasure is a commendable endeavor, Zhang Cheng replied. However, indulgence must be founded upon one's own efforts. For instance, I am fond of wealth, yet every coin I spend is honestly acquired. I have never strayed down a nefarious path for monetary gain. Therefore, I enjoy my expenditures with a clear conscience. Those who serve me, taking their fees for my generosity, or exchanging my coins for fine cuisine, exquisite wine, elegant garments, and other luxuries or even weapons, utilize my wealth to sustain their families and provide for their children's education. This is the essence of circulation. Everyone benefits, which is indeed a positive outcome, that if everyone were to live as ascetics, with no one purchasing the products of farmers and laborers, currency would merely be metal languishing in a cellar, and society would stagnate. Is that truly the case? Kelia was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, do not fear indulgence. Rather, be wary of the complacency it may engender, and never stray into wickedness for the sake of pleasure. If you can remain steadfast in your principles, diligently striving to attain a high-quality life through legitimate means, that is praiseworthy. If everyone could enjoy life through rightful endeavors, I believe this world would be a communal paradise, nay, a true heaven. As for the so-called heavens of those deities, they thrive on the exploitation of their followers for their indulgences. What difference is there from hell? Merely a distinction in nomenclature. Thank you very much. Mr. Zhang, Kelia deeply bowed to Zhang Cheng, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. You are truly my life's mentor. No need for such formality. Let us learn and progress together. I must say, the impact of motivational discourse on the locals is indeed profound, particularly on the naive paladins of society. Well then, life mentor, please refrain from lecturing for the moment, Sifula said, pointing ahead with a gentle tone. There lies the adventurer's way station, where we shall take our respite. The paths leading to the shadowy realm vary in length, with larger caverns serving as way stations, typically established as small settlements. Adventurers seeking refuge from pursuers or hoping for fortune often rest in these small towns. The cavern leading to the first layer is colloquially referred to as the Gate by underground adventurers, with the wider passage being the Great Gate and the narrower ones dubbed Small Gates. A nomenclature that is quite straightforward. The Small Gate town has a permanent population of just over 100, comprising several Adventurers Guild representatives, a few recyclers of discarded goods, members of gangs selling food and water, and the remainder consists of women engaged in the flesh trade. In contrast, the transient population is significantly larger. Upon the arrival of Zhang Cheng's party, the town bustled with nearly 1,000 individuals. Why are there so many people? Zhang Cheng inquired. Not an unusual number, Tydania replied. This includes fugitives from the surface entering the shadowy realm, illicit traders, adventurers, and those escaping from the depths to the surface. The Great Gate town often sees gatherings of 20,000 to 30,000 people. The Tydania sisters had once been fugitives fleeing from the shadowy realm, so they were quite familiar with the dynamics at play. It is estimated that about half of those present will never reach the first layer of the shadowy realm. Sifyalu continued. Among the remaining individuals, half cannot embark on their return journey. And of those who achieve their objectives but do not return, perhaps only 1 in 10 will manage to make it back. What an exaggerated loss rate, Octavia remarked nonchalantly. However, there is an upside. Those fools may slay some low-level monsters, thereby satiating the appetite of higher-level ones, making our venture a bit safer. Crossing the Small Gate town marks the entrance to the shadowy realm. Conversely, returning here signifies an exit from it. Consequently, this place is a confluence of weary adventurers. As Zhang Cheng passed by, he noted that many of them were rather unremarkable, likely around levels 7 or 8, comparable to himself with similar equipment. A noteworthy number were merely novices at levels 9 or 10, or entirely unranked. Some squatted in corners, weeping despondently, while others gazed vacantly, as though life had drained of all vibrancy, presenting a rather pitiable sight. What is the matter with these novices? Zhang Cheng asked. Didn't we hear that the survival rate is only in the teens? How did they return at such levels? Don't inquire. They likely turned back in fear after not venturing far. Sifyalu explained. Moreover, when I mentioned achieving objectives, I meant that only 1 in 10 returned alive, not that the survival rate is merely 10%. Among those who do not reach the first layer, half turned back midway. Of those who achieved their goals yet did not return, half are unwilling or afraid to come back. I thought so. If the shadowy realm were truly that perilous, why would so many novices rush in? Before he could finish his thought, a group of novices, supporting each other, hurried past Zhang Cheng, pursued by a monster. What on earth? In a place swarming with adventurers, a monster appears in broad daylight, although it was merely a low-level creature. Zhang Cheng was nonetheless startled. Tydania and Kelia reacted swiftly. While Zhang Cheng was still in shock, they each drew their swords and dispatched the suddenly appearing monster within 10 seconds. Octavia and Sifyalu refrained from intervening. Chuckling at Zhang Cheng's bewilderment, there is no distinction between day and night here. Moreover, even the relatively safe Small Gate town is still fundamentally part of the shadowy realm. Sifula chimed in cheerfully. The hallmark of the shadowy realm is the ever-present threat of monsters. The closer one gets to the lower layers, the more formidable the creatures become. Octavia kicked the monster that had been cleaved into quarters and remarked indifferently. This is a hunting fungus of the plant type, known to thrive in dark, damp locales, primarily preying on small creatures in the vicinity. This one grew unusually large, emboldening it to pursue humans. Tydania sheathed her sword and gently explained. In truth, hunting fungi do not typically attack such large creatures unless provoked. However, when stationary, they appear quite delectable, leading hungry adventurers to mistakenly identify them as harmless mushrooms, thus inciting conflict. Plant-based monsters lack rationality. When provoked, they retaliate without realizing the peril they face, even if they can defeat a few novices. They themselves may fall prey to others in places where shallow waters teem with life. The hunter mushroom is the most perilous creature that can launch an attack on unsuspecting individuals. Indeed, this is now understood. Zhang Cheng extracted his phone, capturing several photographs from varied angles with a series of clicks, before meticulously noting down the remarks from several individuals. With a click of the send button, it was flawless. Exploring the geography and ecological environment of the dark regions is also one of the primary tasks at hand in due course. He could directly sell the intelligence to the state, charging by the piece, which would amount to a substantial income. Earlier, it was mentioned that this particular item appeared quite delectable. With the documentation complete, Zhang Qing quietly inquired of Titania. In reality, in truth, it is quite satisfactory. Can you imagine the gentlest member of a squad being none other than a dark elf? Titania replied with a smile. This is one of the commonly found food sources in the dark regions. Would you like to taste it? Naturally, otherwise, how could one claim to be part of the gluttonous empire? In fact, investigating what is edible in the dark regions is also one of Zhang Cheng's major tasks. Commissioned by Bosley, that he seems keen to utilize the ingredients from the dark regions to open a specialty eatery. Speaking of which, isn't Bosley from the Guangdong province? More importantly, the food supplies they carried were primarily remnants of military rations and self-heating meals. While nutritious, their taste, well, best left unmentioned in any case. This descent into the dark regions necessitates sourcing ingredients locally to diversify their food options. With that in mind, let us commence with the hunter mushroom. Among mushroom-based dishes, it is indeed best prepared as a soup. Being a magical creature, the hunter mushroom also possesses magical crystals, albeit small and murky in quality. In the major cities above ground, these crystals fetch a mere 5 gold coins, while in Littlegate Town, they hold equivalent purchasing power to a single gold coin. First, we shall extract this gold coin, then trim away the head and tail of the hunter mushroom. Discarding the inedible organs and reserving the central body, slicing it into smaller segments for later use. Kreia is tasked with gathering firewood, Octavia with fetching water to avoid getting lost while foraging, and Zhang Cheng is responsible for preparing the soup. The female paladin has never cooked for herself, as their former demon lord had a dedicated chef. Since their flight began, they have been subsisting on raw food. The dark elves, skilled only in roasting, find themselves in a predominantly female squad, with the sole male proving to be the most adept at cooking. Titania and the Syphila sisters are in charge of searching for additional ingredients. As consuming only soup would be dreadfully monotonous, before long, all preparations were complete. Titania returned with a fully grown desert scorpion, while Syphilu collected some wild vegetables and a few unidentified eggs. Isn't the efficiency remarkable? Zhang Cheng remarked with admiration. Desert scorpions, I've tasted them before, and they were rather unpalatable. Octavia lamented. On the day she first encountered flower gatherers, she recalled scouring for desert scorpions to survive, and her only impression of them was their unappetizing flavor. Those small scorpions on the surface are not particularly large, yet this one Titania held was nearly the size of a rooster, causing the demon lord to frown. Must we consume such an unappetizing creature in such quantity? In reality, they are tolerable, though they do carry a strong, earthy flavor, Titania advised. However, this is the dark region. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Earthy flavor? Why is that? Where do they reside? And what do they consume? Zhang Cheng inquired with curiosity. They inhabit shadowy places. Though the surface scorpions are small, the environment of the dark region suits them perfectly, resulting in their larger size, Titania explained. These creatures are omnivorous, primarily consuming plants, but they will seize the opportunity to eat decaying animals or magical creatures' carcasses that, of course, they sometimes create corpses of their own. Omnivorous and scavenging, much like crayfish, since they resemble crayfish. Shall we attempt to prepare them in the same manner? Certainly, though given their size and venomous stingers, they require careful handling. The tail tip and venom glands of the scorpion are, of course, inedible. However, it is said that these components serve as excellent magical materials and can be used in potions, making them suitable for sale to the scrap merchants in Littlegate Town, where they both buy and sell. They proceeded to gather the venom glands and magical crystals, separating the head and innards for disposal. The remaining body, with its succulent flesh, resembled not so much crayfish, but rather true lobster. Does anyone here dislike spicy food? Zhang Qing asked while processing the ingredients. Kreia shook her head. I have no issues with it. What is spicy? Octavia inquired curiously. Then we have no problems, Zhang Qing replied. Hey, I haven't declared whether I like it or not, Octavia protested, but Zhang Qing ignored her. The demon lord had once consumed an entire scorpion, venom glands included, so he certainly had no dietary restrictions, as for Titania and Sifulu. Having lived together for almost a year, Zhang Qing was not foolish enough to be unaware of what they would or would not eat. The edible parts of a scorpion were first placed into boiling water. After all, a magical creature remains a magical creature, and even if it is edible, cleanliness is paramount. Point 1 cannot employ the same methods as one would for farmed crayfish. After boiling thoroughly, the scorpion meat began to separate. He carefully peeled it from the shell, setting it aside. Next, he heated oil in a pan, adding dried chili peppers and Sichuan pepper for flavor before incorporating the wild onions for fragrance. Finally, he tossed the peeled scorpion meat into the pan along with salt, wine, and soy sauce, adding an appropriate amount of water, and stir-frying for 15 minutes, resulting in a fragrant, spicy, rather, a mouth-watering dish of scorpion. It smells divine, Octavia, momentarily forgetting her annoyance at Zhang Qing for ignoring her, reached out eagerly with her dirty claws, only to be met with Zhang Qing's firm hand. Wash your hands, he admonished with a fierce glare. Water is a precious resource. You use it to wash your hands? The demon lord exclaimed, glaring back. Unfortunately, her current appearance lacked any real intimidation. You cannot eat my cooking without washing your hands. Moreover, I have yet to prepare the soup, and the dishes are not complete. Remember, disrespecting the food prepared by a connoisseur will bring about retribution. All right, do not quarrel with him. Go wash your hands. Titania gently guided Octavia, playing the role of a nurturing elder sister. Following behind was Kreia, who appeared somewhat intimidated by Zhang Qing. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Sifulu playfully approached, her hand slipping beneath the hem of Zhang Qing's shirt, tracing gentle circles on his chest. You should also wash your hands. Sifula froze. Go wash your hands, you blockhead. The dark elf huffed as she walked away in a huff. Tsich, who is the real blockhead here? Everyone acts like children, Zhang Qing muttered to himself while stirring the soup. It's as if I'm leading a kindergarten class. Yet, Arnia is always the most obedient and delightful. Compared to the main course, preparing mushroom soup was significantly simpler. He simply added a small amount of oil to the pot. Sautéed the sliced hunter mushroom segments with salt for a minute, then poured in water. Once it boiled, he added a mixture, whatever they were calling it these days, and stirred it for a mere 10 seconds before serving. The mushroom egg drop soup, remarkably fresh and appetizing, was a delight. The hunter mushroom, with its rich texture, retained the crispness of a vegetable while imparting a hint of meatiness, rendering it a delicacy. Incredible! Wow, I never expected you to be such a skilled cook. Octavia exclaimed, her nose twitching as if drawn by the aroma. The demon lord's previous chef was human, yet he had never produced such delectable fare. Haha, it's nothing extraordinary, just simple home cooking. Come now, eat up. After we fill our bellies, we shall rest here before officially entering the dark region tomorrow past Little Gate Town. Zhang Qing modestly downplayed his culinary skills, though in the gluttonous empire, his cooking level could only be considered mediocre. Regardless, he had lived independently for quite some time as a flower gatherer, and he was certainly proficient enough in fundamental cooking techniques. He was undoubtedly superior to the locals, who only knew how to roast or boil. Each person was served a generous bowl of soup, and there was ample meat from the spicy scorpion to satisfy their hunger, although the military rations looked somewhat disheartening. This meal was considered highly satisfactory for an adventure in the underground city. There's nothing to complain about. Perhaps, Zhang Qing cast a glance at the female paladin seated beside him. He noticed that Kreia seemed less than pleased. After distributing the soup, she began to stare blankly into her bowl, lost in thought. What's wrong? Do you have reservations about eating magical creatures? Zhang Qing curiously inquired. No, not at all. It's just Kreia hesitated for a moment, as if she had made a firm resolution, and then slowly spoke. Teacher Zhang, during my time in the Order of the Holy Knights, we used to pray to the God of Justice before our meals. Ah, habits are hard to change, aren't they? Zhang Cheng suddenly realized. Well, that's simple. Just continue to pray. However, I am no longer a follower of the God of Justice. What does that matter? We can simply pray to the true entity that provides us with sustenance. Zhang Cheng said as he placed the bowl on the ground, sat cross-legged, and, with hands clasped and eyes slightly closed, began to recite in a mock-serious manner. Thank you, Shiflu, for capturing the scorpion. Thank you, Tidania, for obtaining the hunting mushrooms. Thank you, Clea, for gathering firewood. Thank you, Octavia, for fetching water. Thank you to myself for preparing such a delicious meal. And thank you to our diligent hands for bringing us food. Ah, why are you pinching me? Zhang Cheng complained, rubbing his soft waist. Addressing Shiflu, do not treat matters of faith so lightly. Shiflu whispered, you really have no gods. Won't they be angry if they hear? Our gods? They are our ancestors, our heroes, our sages. Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. They are our banner, guiding us towards a brighter future with their virtues. In this situation, they would prefer us to express gratitude towards the hard-working farmers rather than concern ourselves with them. So, let us enjoy our meal. Those who do not labor shall not eat. We have toiled, we have prepared this meal ourselves, so we must certainly be thankful to ourselves. The group exchanged silent glances. Zhang Cheng's words giving them a clearer understanding of the flower planters. Perhaps it was true that the flower planters truly had no gods. Well, maybe this is indeed what a true deity should resemble. Having eaten to their heart's content always brings a sense of happiness. The edible portions of the giant scorpion weighed over a pound. The hunting mushrooms exceeded 3 kilograms, and combined with the compressed biscuits and eggs. The 5 of them feasted heartily. After the meal, Zhang Cheng and the others rested against the cave walls in a corner, while only Octavia, with an insatiable look, kept peering into the pot. Unfortunately, there was not even any soup left. If you still have the energy, why not wash the pot? Zhang Cheng suggested. Why do you enjoy picking on me so much? Octavia said dejectedly, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Is it gratifying to bully the former demon king? Ah, I hadn't thought of that, but now that you mention it, it does sound rather amusing. I must make it a point to tease you more in the future. This was merely a jest. But under Zhang Cheng's insistence, the members of the team agreed to take turns washing the dishes, which was of great importance if everyone wished to continue enjoying Zhang Cheng's cooking. Today just happened to be the turn of the former demon king. All right, fine, I'll go wash. The water source isn't far, I shouldn't get lost. The small town of Xiaomen had a water source from an underground river, which even had the capacity to supply fresh water to the desolate surface desert. This river was controlled by a violent gang that profited immensely from it. However, no matter how exorbitant the water prices were, 2 low-level monster crystals would suffice. Zhang Cheng had no intention of carrying too much water away from Tidania, assuring that once they entered the dark region, water would not pose a problem. Yet, Zhang Cheng did not anticipate that it was precisely due to Octavia being responsible for housekeeping today that a rather significant conflict would arise. While it was not a major issue for Zhang Cheng's team, it certainly was for others. The incident occurred when Octavia had just returned to the temporary campsite after washing the pot. Shiflu, who was preparing to rest, stared blankly at the back of the witch, and after a moment, rubbed her eyes and looked closely again. Indeed, Octavia was being followed. There were not a few of them, but their skills were subpar. Collectively, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger of the witch. What is going on? Tidania asked in a hushed voice. Such low-level individuals could not hide their movements from the team, especially from the silver and gold ranks, so everyone was aware. I don't know. They don't seem like divine followers here to take my head. Their skills are too lacking, more akin to common thugs. Octavia admitted, somewhat perplexed. Under normal circumstances, in a place like the Dark Region, it was quite common for thugs to lurk around beautiful maidens. What was unusual was that Zhang Cheng's team included a flower planter and 2 dark elves. Even if they couldn't discern the power of the former demon king and the former paladin, the thugs should not have sought trouble with such a team. One must consider the costs of wrongdoing. Could it be that they were deceived into coming here to meet their demise? Shiflu speculated. Are they intending to draw our attention while the real threat emerges? That is a possibility if a fight breaks out. Let me handle it, Octavia said. You all stay vigilant of your surroundings. Let us not jump to conclusions. Zhang Cheng interrupted the women's speculation, pointing ahead. Their leader is coming. If there are any questions, we can simply ask. Approaching were at least 15 individuals, led by a half-elf. More accurately, a half-dark elf with a shaved head. Regardless of whether his skin was white or black, a bald head was quite rare among elves. He donned a black leather outfit, his physique lean yet tall, with long limbs and a row of blades hanging at his waist, resembling a formidable thief or assassin. What was most unsettling, however, was his gaze. The left eye was covered by a black eye patch, while the remaining right eye radiated a cold, cruel light, akin to a blade, scraping over Octavia and Clea, who were busy organizing their belongings. The little mare was unfazed by this scrutiny, having encountered far fiercer gazes from the former leaders of the demon army. Conversely, Clea instinctively reached for her sword, only to realize, upon touching her waist, that she had not brought her weapon during mealtime. "I've been somewhat negligent lately," she thought. "Excuse me, good sir, what brings you here?" As the captain of the team, Zhang Cheng stepped forward to confront the unfriendly group. Flu had just discreetly informed him that the leader was of silver rank, while the others ranged from levels 5 to 7, likely local thugs of Xiaomen. "Are you the captain of this team?" The half-dark elf said coldly, "I have not seen you before." "What is your name?" "I am the captain, and I have not seen you either." "What is your name?" Since the newcomers bore ill intentions, Zhang Cheng would not extend any courtesy. The half-dark elf's gaze sharpened, and his group of thugs drew their swords, forming a tight encirclement around Zhang Cheng, gradually closing in. The surrounding novice members sensed something was amiss and quickly fled to a distance, leaving ample space, wide enough for 20 or 30 individuals to engage in a vigorous brawl. "I'm the boss here, Cast." The half-dark elf raised a hand. Halting his subordinates' threatening movements, he proclaimed with a sense of smugness, "Do not be afraid, my friends. I am here to propose a business deal." Afraid? Zhang Cheng suddenly felt somewhat speechless. What was this? Wasn't this a Glitch D scenario straight out of a beginner's novel? And such a trite one at that. A small-time thug daring to provoke a formidable opponent. In the past, while reading online, Zhang Cheng had often doubted why these evidently weak thugs would dare to challenge protagonists who exuded strength. It seemed utterly unreasonable and abnormal. Whenever encountering such scenarios, Zhang Cheng would dismiss them as mindless, glitch antics in a novice narrative, ultimately abandoning the book. Little did he expect to find himself in such a situation in reality. If this were a novel, seasoned readers would likely abandon it here. "Sell me that witch." Cast, the boss of Xiaomen, pointed at the witch and proclaimed loudly, "I will give you 100 gold coins, along with 30 days' worth of food and water." How does that sound? Quite a fair price, wouldn't you agree? Witch? Octavia stared blankly for a long moment before realizing that the foolish half-dark elf was referring to her. She glanced down at herself, puzzled, and asked, "What about me resembles a witch?" In truth, the aspect in which she resembles Inin the most is her dress. After all, in the dimly lit regions where one might encounter monstrous beings at any moment, a woman clad in a cumbersome skirt, ill-suited for swift movement, could only be a powerless slave, one who is not meant to engage in battle. Moreover, today it is Octavia's turn to wash the pots, which in Castor's eyes sufficiently demonstrates that the warrior before him, identified as N, would never stoop to such menial chores. The price offered within would undoubtedly not exceed mine. With a smirk, Castor remarked, "Even if you safely escort this slave to the underground city, the expenses of the round trip would consume half your profits. Why not sell the slave to me here and save on the travel costs?" In the eyes of the rogue Castor, the group led by Zhang Cheng appeared to be a band of flower men and a small family of dark elves from the Underdark engaged in the slave trade. The two factions collaborated on the surface to hunt down slaves that could fetch a high price, transporting them to the Underdark for profit. Octavia and Crea were likely their trophies. However, Crea emanated a faint aura of light, which made Castor wary. Perhaps she was a maid who had stolen away from the sanctuary? The rogue did not wish to provoke the sanctuary over a mere slave. Thus he resolved to purchase only Octavia from this slave trading group. "Look at that skin, that figure, that face." Castor swallowed hard. A beauty of such caliber was exceedingly rare, and oh wonder this flower man was in such a hurry to dash to the Underdark with only 2 slaves. Although he could not fathom why he did not keep her for himself, perhaps due to her noble lineage, he dared not retain her. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity for Castor to acquire this NN, enjoy her for a few months, and then force her to sell her body in Littlegate Town, ensuring he would swiftly recoup his costs. It was a perfect business proposition, yet the rogue leader had not considered what would transpire if this woman were not a slave. Zhang Cheng regarded the fool before him, a loss for words. According to the typical narrative of a novice, he ought to deliver some dashing line and effortlessly subdue the rogue, drawing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers and in beside him. Now, with the foolish target ready to be struck, and a crowd of spectators present, including a highly skilled in behind him, he found himself utterly bereft of words that might convey an air of bravado. After much contemplation, Zhang Qing finally blurted out, "The one who summoned you, is he from Origin Point?" Zhang Qing's intention was to imply that the individual or deity who sent him to trouble Zhang Cheng was likely the type to write cliché narratives. However, the rogue misinterpreted this statement that, "It seems you know me. You're not a newcomer then," which makes things much easier. Castor nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, I am from the Poison Blade Society of Origin Town. What say you? Shall we strike a deal?" Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled that the surface entrance corresponding to Littlegate Town was indeed named Origin Town, the AS for the Poison Blade Society. It seemed to be the most notorious violent organization prior to the fall of Origin Town. During the conflict against the Divine Calamity, their main cadre had been decapitated by Octavia. It appeared that this individual, having lingered underground for an extended period, remained oblivious to the events above and still believed that the now-defunct organization held considerable influence. Upon realizing this, Zhang Cheng quickly lost interest in continuing discussions with this buffoon, especially after Siflu whispered in his ear, "There are no ambushes." Siflu possessed the strongest perception within their party, and her assertion indicated that unless the opponent was a deity of a rank surpassing platinum, undetectable even to her, there were no hidden threats. Therefore, the remaining matters would be much simpler. "Nia," Zhang Cheng turned to instruct his woman. "What is it? You and Siflu secure the downward path, without my command. No one is permitted to enter or exit." "Huh. What are you planning?" "I intend to take this town." "What did you just say?" Castor realized the situation had turned dire, glaring menacingly at Zhang Cheng. "Do not squander the rare goodwill of Lord Castor. Pay AI. Silence this pesky fly," Zhang Cheng commanded Octavia. The sorceress's elegant hands suddenly transformed, her 10 fingers thrusting forth like sharp spears, with her left index finger piercing the rogue's forehead and emerging from the back of his head. Then penetrating the skull of the thug standing behind him, Castor's eyes widened, mouth agape, yet he could only emit a series of stuttering sounds akin to an old bellows. The demon lord's 10 fingers strung together the heads of all the thugs present like beads on a skewer. In reality, had both parties approached the confrontation openly and directly, a silver-tier warrior supported by over 20 thugs would not have been so easily dispatched by Octavia. However, Castor had not anticipated that the seemingly harmless opponent would suddenly turn hostile. He assumed that mobilizing over 20 men for intimidation, while invoking the name of Origin Town's headquarters, would ensure a smooth transaction. A rogue known for his agility, being ambushed by an enemy he presumed to be entirely non-threatening, led to such an outcome not being entirely unexpected. Zhang Cheng had barely raised his weapon when he realized his intervention was no longer necessary. "Wow, a complete map clear!" Zhang Cheng exclaimed. "I have long wanted to ask, what does pay AI mean?" As the transformed fingers returned to normal, the thugs collapsed in a heap. The golden roots shine brightly. The dragon steed soars high, and pay AI, more confusing than ever. Just interpret it as a fine steed or a beautiful horse. "Beautiful? Are you complimenting my appearance after transformation? The flower man's taste is quite peculiar. I believe you are mistaken. Can we refrain from flirtation for now?" Siflu interjected, dissatisfied. "How should we handle the current situation?" Even in the Underdark, where law enforcement is virtually non-existent, the mass execution of over 20 ranked warriors, including a silver tier, was a matter that could incite significant uproar. This typically signified either a war or a coup. The surrounding adventurers had not anticipated such a swift and decisive slaughter. It was not until over a minute after Castor had breathed his last that anyone began to react. The more seasoned veterans. without uttering a word, swiftly sought a route of escape, needing to regroup with their allies before determining their next course of action. As for the greenhorns, no matter where they were universally predictable when faced with such a situation. They could only scream and scatter in panic that a few lower-ranked female adventurers even burst into tears. The scene devolved into utter chaos. And no wonder the casualty rate was so high. Zhang Cheng raised his firearm and discharged half a magazine into the air. "Silence!" he bellowed. "Zhang Cheng, the new lord of Little Gate Town, commands you to be quiet." The gunfire instilled a measure of fear, causing the adventurers to quiet down slightly. "Zhang Laoshe, what are you planning?" Kreia asked. Astonished that "I am conducting an experiment, attempting to transform this little town of the Underdark into a bastion of justice." While his words sounded noble, the true aim was, in fact, monetary gain, since the ruler of Little Gate Town had so conveniently delivered himself to his demise. It would be prudent to take control of the area. Land is always a highly valued commodity, especially here, which could be considered a vital thoroughfare. The future economic value would rise with the grand development of the Underdark. And as the first flower man to seize control here, Zhang Cheng would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Tai Nia and Siflu were tasked with sealing off the entrance from Little Gate Town to the Underdark, while Octavia was responsible for suppressing and eliminating all those who defied Zhang Cheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng, accompanied by Kreia, headed straight for the lair of the former leader, Castor, a 3-story building nestled against the cave wall. Castor still had a dozen or so henchmen remaining, their usual tasks involving overseeing various enterprises managed by their boss within the town: prostitution, water supply, collecting protection fees, and trading in goods acquired by adventurers in the Underdark. In a sense, these remaining thugs were akin to civil servants, possessing weak combat capabilities, with some having never laid hands on a weapon to kill. However, this did not diminish their status as thugs. Or rather, they were even more cunning than those muscle-bound ruffians. When Zhang Cheng arrived, the administrative thugs had already learned of Castor's demise and were gathered at the windows, able to witness the unfolding chaos in the town. However, they did not exhibit the same frantic demeanor as the novices outside. Rather, they leisurely brewed a fine cup of tea imported from the flower-growing regions, calmly awaiting the arrival of the new leader. In truth, such coups had become a recurring phenomenon in Xiaomen Town. Even Castor himself had secured control of the town only a few years ago through a bloody conflict. The overlords of the Surface Poison Sword Association remained indifferent to personnel changes. Once Castor pledged his allegiance and increased his monthly tribute by 10%, they nonchalantly acknowledged the new leader. Thus, from the perspective of these bureaucrats, the situation was akin to eliminating the old leader, ascending to the role of the new leader, and then swearing loyalty to the true power above, all while ruthlessly extracting resources from adventurers to recoup losses to extract sufficient profit in this environment. The new leader must rely on the local snakes who are intimately familiar with Xiaomen Town. Therefore, nothing would truly change, whether the leader was a half-dark elf or a flower cultivator. The outcome remained the same. It was identical. Bang, 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 bang. As Zhang Cheng entered, without uttering a word, he raised his gun and unleashed a hail of bullets, showering all the impeccably dressed scoundrels, who resembled civilized individuals, in a rain of gunfire. Afterward, he even changed the magazine and continued firing until no one besides him and Kalia could stand. "Zhang, Teacher Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" Kalia had always assumed that Zhang Cheng would first distinguish between these individuals. After all, these bureaucrats were not the sort of villains with bloodied hands. Moreover, Zhang Cheng was not the type to resort to violence without cause. Otherwise, he would have allied with Octavia a few days prior. In reality, Zhang Cheng was not killing them because of their presence. His sole purpose was to clear the space for his guests. In a town with a permanent population of just over 100, half of whom were entertainers, a quarter were villains, and the remaining quarter were workers serving the villains. Retaining so many bureaucratic scoundrels was, in fact, unnecessary. Their vices could even bring trouble upon themselves. That I wish to conduct a small social experiment here, Zhang Cheng explained to Kalia. In the new Xiaomen Town, there should be no remnants of the old elite. They will only serve as obstacles to me. A social experiment. What is that? You will understand in due time. For now, let us proceed one step at a time. Zhang Cheng replied, "First, we need to understand those unfortunate souls under the control of the villains." Qi Mingnan sat in the back seat of the car, his spine straight and gaze fixed ahead, resolutely avoiding any glance outside the car windows, embodying a model of unwavering focus. Beside him sat Major Wu Rendi, mirroring his posture precisely. Their slightly tense demeanor was understandable, as their vehicle sped through a secret base. This was a genuine secret base, located in an artificially created cavern several dozen meters underground, wide enough to accommodate 4 armored transport vehicles side by side. The cavern's ceiling and walls were illuminated by a monotonous red light, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. The atmosphere here suggested that the cavern was either a site for researching some apocalyptic sci-fi weapon or simply a backup base for human civilization in preparation for a reboot of Blue Star. The driver in front was a second lieutenant, with a lieutenant accompanying him in the passenger seat. Under the imposing presence of a major and a sergeant major, these 2 officers could hardly assert themselves. However, the environment influenced their demeanor. They drove straight into the cavern without undergoing any particularly stringent checks, indicating that their identities were likely quite sensitive as well. That in summary, as seasoned veterans, both knew that here, one must speak less, observe less, inquire less, or simply refrain from speaking, looking, or asking altogether, and instead listen attentively. After more than 50 minutes in the cavern without disembarking, the car finally came to a halt after navigating 2 elevators and a conveyor belt, suggesting they had reached their destination. The second lieutenant remained seated, resembling a robot programmed to follow a set routine. The lieutenant in the passenger seat exited the vehicle and personally opened the door for the 2 veterans. "Comrades, we have arrived." He did not address them as sir, which was quite uncommon in the military. This indicated that the rank of major held little sway here. After disembarking, the trio walked toward the small door not far ahead. Upon the lieutenant scanning his iris to unlock the door, Wu Rendi and Qi Mingnan simultaneously heard a cacophony of mechanical clanking, interspersed with the sizzling sounds of welding, as if they had entered a factory. Upon entering, a vast expanse revealed itself. To Qi Mingnan, who had a keen sense of distance, this building was at least 30 meters high, over 150 meters wide, and no less than 700 meters long, nearly twice the size of a Ford-class aircraft carrier's flight deck. The walls of the space had been transformed into laboratories or rooms, making it feel less like a cavern and more like a space enclosed by 4 buildings. They found themselves on a middle floor approximately 5 or 6 stories high. Standing there, the 2 veterans could directly gaze at the machine stationed on the ground level. Indeed, they could make eye contact. Towering 5 or 6 stories high, the robots possessed heads, limbs, and chests with small doors that resembled cockpits. Gundam, Wu Rendi could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What purpose does constructing such rubbish serve?" The giant humanoid weapons depicted in films or animations were undeniably impressive, but in reality, giant robots were of no practical use on the battlefield, aside from serving as targets. This should be common knowledge. Why construct such toys in a place of such high secrecy? Common knowledge. Upon entering, we discovered that our common knowledge no longer applied. The lieutenant replied, especially with the influx of new intel regarding the divine. "Well then, comrades, we did not summon you here for such grandiose constructs. Follow me." Approaching the elevator with transparent glass, the major and sergeant major soon realized that there was not merely one of these Gundam-like machines in the space. The one they had just seen stood at an impressive 15 meters tall, surpassing even the dimensions presented in anime. As the elevator descended, their view expanded, revealing the entirety of the space before the 2 frontline officers. Next to the 15-meter mecha stood a 12-meter-tall unit, a 10-meter-tall one, 3 6-meter-tall units, and a line of dozens of 3-meter-tall smaller mechs, in Major Wu size. The smallest of these was the most appealing. At least it resembled a weapon rather than an oversized toy model. Upon reaching the ground level, they were approached by 2 researchers in white lab coats, who exchanged salutes with the lieutenant, indicating that they too were part of the military. Wu Rendi and Qi Mingnan quickly returned the salute, and the 2 researchers replied, "Major Wu, Sergeant Qi, right? Please follow us," without unnecessary pleasantries. The two veterans could surmise that the organization had summoned them for the purpose of involving frontline officers in testing certain weapons that were either completely useless before activation or suddenly became crucial afterward. Continuing onward, the lieutenant did not follow. His role concluded here. Major, Sergeant, what are your thoughts on all these creations? One researcher casually inquired. None, came the curt response. Do not be so restrained. Feel free to share your impressions. This is nothing serious. The researcher laughed heartily. Although these are currently under confidentiality, you will soon rely on them to face opponents previously deemed unimaginable it would be beneficial for you to loosen up a bit. Moreover, you must have guessed, right? Your mission in being here is to assist us in conducting some tests. It is impossible to complete the tasks assigned by higher-ups without saying anything. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Rendi and Qi Mingnan exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth in that statement. My first impression is that it would be best to discard anything exceeding this height. The Wu Rendi pointed at the 3-meter-tall mechs and earnestly suggested. I believe anything taller than this is merely a live target. That makes sense. However, Major, you must understand that we currently lack the capability to shrink nuclear power sources to fit within these constructs. The man in the white coat smiled and explained, in reality, a 10-meter scale is currently the limit. You are utilizing a nuclear fusion device for power. Indeed, what else could we possibly use? Major Wu suddenly felt a pang of fear. After all, he was surrounded by a circle of immature nuclear bombs. If the nuclear fusion device could only be applied to 10-meter scale robots, then what was the purpose of so many 3-meter units? Qi Mingnan inquired, are we following the example of the Indians constructing nuclear submarines without installing reactors? Certainly not. He replied, we are experimenting with a new type of engine, which is essentially sensitive information, I presume. Let's not discuss it. Qi Mingnan abruptly interrupted. Do not fret. Ever since your arrival at this base, the confidentiality level has already been sufficient. It is permissible to share this with you, the man in the white coat remarked with a smile. Rather, it is imperative that you comprehend the principles behind these new weapons before you can offer suggestions for improvement. According to the man in the white coat, the development of miniaturized devices have been ongoing ever since the moment the controllable nuclear fusion device was officially put into operation. 6 months ago, progress on this project had been rather slow until the secrets of new magical techniques, such as magical circles and soul energy, began to unfold one by one. Then, someone proposed a bold and audacious design plan that directly scaled down the nuclear fusion device. This was, of course, entirely impractical from an engineering perspective. However, when combined with magical theory, the situation changed. Components that lacked strength due to direct miniaturization could be strengthened using magical circles, and there was no conflict between magic and science itself, thus eliminating the need for a separate control system. It was merely necessary to design the engine so that upon each activation, the magical circle would initiate alongside it, continuously outputting enhancement magic. Other scientific issues arising from the direct miniaturization of the nuclear fusion engine were resolved through this unreasonable mystical approach. As a result, within a mere 6 months, the engine had indeed shrunk to a size that could fit within a 3-meter exoskeleton. And astonishingly, it was operational. Naturally, there were challenges. Once the engine was activated, it was akin to having dozens of magical circles simultaneously unleashing spells, demanding a substantial amount of magical energy at all times. The advantage was that the issue of magical energy could be addressed using soul stones or magic crystals, which provided pure magical energy, with the abundant production of magic crystals at Boss Lee's ranch. The continuous supply of magical energy was no longer a concern. Admittedly, the costs were somewhat elevated. However, problems that can be solved with money are not problems, are they? Thus, we have developed this new weapon. The tone of the man in the white coat carried a hint of resignation. An engineering product crafted through the utilization of mysticism. In summary, I believe you have already surmised that the purpose of your summons here is to test the application of this new weapon in actual combat. Another man in a white coat opened the door to an empty office on the lower level. The two Ps entered and discovered that several individuals were already present, at least 50 or 60 people, distinctly divided into 2 groups on either side of the room, seemingly without any interaction. Qi Mingnan, with the discernment of an exceptional sniper, quickly identified the identities of these individuals. a skill often employed to arrange shooting sequences. Crucial for snipers. The row standing straight on the left was undoubtedly composed of frontline warriors like himself, with personnel from the Army, Navy, and Air Force, including several familiar faces from previous military skills competitions. His old rivals. The group on the right exhibited significantly less discipline, comprising both men and women ranging in age from their 20s to 40s, including a bearded older gentleman in the corner who was sipping from a gourd. The unifying characteristic of this group was their striking appearance. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. Even the drunken old man exuded a sense of carefree nonchalance. Chi Ming-nan exchanged a glance with Wu Rendi, nodded slightly, and then positioned himself at the end of the line of his comrades on the left, standing at attention to listen, all present. The man in the white coat remarked into the earpiece attached to his collar. Some say that the humanities are a pseudoscience. Zhang Cheng was uncertain of the accuracy of this claim, but there was no doubt that the humanities could be particularly useful at times. The new leader of Xiaoming Town, Zhang Cheng, along with his team, conducted a brief survey of the long-term residents within his territory. It was indeed merely a small survey, considering that nearly half of the meager population of just over 100 had already fallen victim to this new leadership. Among the remaining 60 or so individuals, the demographic was remarkably simple. 48 were women of ill repute, while the other 15 unfortunate men served as slaves to the now-deceased villains. Among the women of ill repute, over 20 had been abducted by thugs from the surface through various means, destined for sale in the dark regions as slaves. They had been taken by the former leader, caste, or one of his significant subordinates, to serve as both mistresses and commodities. The remaining men and women were former adventurers who, after failing in their explorations of the dark regions and exhausting all supplies and funds, found themselves in a position where they had no choice but to borrow money from the villains in Xiaoming Town, ultimately falling into a debt trap from which they could not escape, forced to sell themselves to repay their debts. These Na'vi fools had low levels, the strongest among them barely reaching the steel rank. Perhaps that was why caste dared to impose his will upon them. According to Zhang Cheng's investigation, the thief would not excessively oppress anyone above the steel rank or adventurers with higher-level acquaintances. As long as they could produce exorbitant interest, they could walk free. That if they truly could not afford the interest, they could survive by serving as caste henchmen. However, low-level adventurers who were all alone would not enjoy such fortune. Even if they could repay their debts, caste would find reasons to sell them into slavery at 80 times. He would even bother with a reason and would resort to outright abduction. The presence of such local tyrants likely contributed significantly to the high casualty rates among adventurers in the dark regions. The lives of the slaves were utterly abysmal, rendering it difficult to read about. In truth, aside from not consuming human flesh, caste treatment of these slaves was scarcely better than that of goblins. Kalia was incensed by the series of heinous acts. Judging by her demeanor, if the villains were still alive, Zhang Cheng suspected she would personally butcher caste and all his subordinates. Not merely focus on your anger. You ought to consider why caste is so wicked, so malicious, and why so many low-level adventurers continue to rush in. Zhang Cheng pointed towards the entrance to the dark regions, saying, "That place is even more perilous. A veritable grave for newcomers. Coupled with this hellhole of Xiaoming Town, why would low-level adventurers come here?" He then turned to the other team members. "Speak up. I wish to hear your thoughts." After dealing with caste remnants, he summoned Tidania and Ziflu, and the team members regrouped near the water source to discuss subsequent matters. What other reason could there be, if not that they could no longer survive on the surface? And the dark regions represented their sole opportunity. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's question, Ziflu replied without hesitation, "It's akin to our previous situation, only the destinations are reversed. They venture into the dark regions seeking opportunities, while we are on the surface searching for a way to survive." Tidania remained silent, but her expression revealed that she shared the same sentiment. As for Octavia, her original intent had been to escape to the dark regions to evade the pursuit of the divine, naturally resonating with the plight of these unfortunate souls. However, the war had now concluded. Only Kalia remained perplexed. The demon army. She glanced at Octavia, then continued. The main force of the demon army has already collapsed. What remains of their strength has retreated to the primitive jungles in the southernmost continent. They cannot threaten human life as they regroup. to forge a new demon king and assemble a new army. Without the demon army, how could life on the surface be so unbearable that these low-level warriors are compelled to seek opportunities in the dark regions? After my forces collapsed, did you reduce taxes? Octavia inquired. Reduce taxes? Kalia appeared distinctly bewildered by the term. Alas, a pure soul who had never lived independently, lacking any concept of money. Zhang Cheng sighed, and in a subdued tone, recounted a series of figures. To speak of serfs is one matter. Taking free citizens as an example, the substantial taxes they must pay annually include the king's tithe of 1/10, the temple's tithe of 1/10, and the lord's tithe of 3/10, which collectively amount to the primary taxes. Additionally, there are livestock taxes, chimney taxes, head taxes, the detestable first night tax, window and door taxes, mill taxes, firewood taxes, stove taxes, and a whole array of minor tax categories. Then, in the war tax against the demonic army, every 25 to 30 free citizens are required to provide everything necessary for a night on the battlefield, including war horses, pack animals, attendants, weapons, armor, food, meat, beverages, clothing, banners, cloaks, and so forth. Furthermore, these farmers should also furnish 5 to 7 accompanying militia members along with their equipment. This means that even if nothing else remains, the toil of the free citizens throughout the year yields little more than a meager harvest, leaving them in dire straits regarding basic sustenance. Moreover, should their village fall prey to goblins or other monstrous attacks, the villagers cannot expect assistance from the sanctuaries, lords, or knights for whom they pay taxes. They can only scrape together funds to hire adventurers. If they cannot even afford to hire adventurers, the village collapses entirely, leaving survivors to become serfs, lowly adventurers, or entertainers. The regulations do not enumerate all the data. In reality, even without goblin or monster incursions, the heavy taxation and minor disturbances, such as a sick plow ox, are sufficient to crush the free citizens, compelling them to borrow from the wealthy. They quickly fall into a debt trap from which they can never escape. In such a repressive societal environment, the best avenue for the local lower-class farmers is to scrape together some money to purchase a shabby sword from a second-hand dealer and venture into the barren lands in search of adventure. They might return, perhaps by sheer luck, to sell some scrap metal of unknown origin to the dealer, and then with newfound excitement, continue their adventures once more. In time, another group of fortunate souls may arrive to sell some wares, perhaps the belongings of the previous group, and buy others, which may also have been sold by the prior group. This is the life of an adventurer, seemingly vibrant, yet utterly devoid of prospects. What was that saying? Like a fly on glass, the future is bright, yet the path is non-existent, but as a fly. If you do not rest upon the glass, where else can you go? How do you know this so well? Octavia inquired curiously. We have also investigated the economic conditions of the enemy, the human kingdom, but the results have been rather disheartening. If I had known earlier about the plight of the lower classes in the human kingdom, perhaps I could have destroyed it without the need for a grand army. What is strange about knowing all this? Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Our nation has thrived on the investigation of such matters. With such a heavy tax burden, do the farmers have any food left at all? Clea asked. If that is the case, why does the lower society of the kingdom manage to persist rather than collapse entirely? This was also a question Zhang Cheng had pondered upon first encountering this set of data. As a history enthusiast, Zhang Cheng recalled that during the exceedingly harsh era of the Fusang Warring States, the highest tax ratio for farmers was only 70 to 30, and even that was a short-lived condition that soon relaxed to 60 to 40. Yet here, according to the National Survey data, it is rather impressive if a citizen can manage to retain even 10 of their harvest for themselves. Under such circumstances, it is astonishing that the human kingdom on the southern continent has not collapsed. However, upon a deeper understanding of the economic operations of the human kingdom, such doubts dissipate. For this kingdom is fundamentally a monstrosity. That's the front line of human expansion from the western continent into the southern continent. Amidst the war against monsters, the nations of the western continent had previously dispatched vast resources to support the kingdoms of the southern continent. This economic support from allied nations is the very foundation of the kingdom's financial stability. Those who cannot survive either enlist as soldiers or become adventurers. There will always be places that consume their lives legally and reasonably. Those who perish find peace, while those who live have the opportunity to earn an income from adventurer guilds or the kingdom. If they survive long enough, they might even ascend to the ranks of copper or silver level warriors, thus becoming a reserve force for the kingdom's regular army, entitled to state allowances and obliged to volunteer for battle in times of crisis. This explains why, prior to the arrival of the flower cultivators, the villages across the kingdom were frequently overrun by goblins. Young, able-bodied men either served as militiamen for noble lords or ventured into the world of adventuring, often leaving a village unable to muster even 20 or 30 strong men. Given that the kingdom's operations do not depend on these villages' farmlands, it is little wonder that no regular army comes to their aid. Therefore, the goblin attacks on villages are hardly surprising. The war is merely a reprieve, not an end. Zhang Cheng continued to elucidate. The monsters may be lurking in the southern jungles, but that does not mean they will not return to wreak havoc. Thus, the war tax must continue. The main forces must be preserved, and the lives of the lower classes are unlikely to improve. Consequently, there will always be waves of novice adventurers recklessly plunging into the perils of the shadowy realms, wagering their only possession, their lives, on a fleeting chance. Clea bowed her head, her golden hair cascading over her face, obscuring her thoughts from view. However, the slight tremor in her form suggested that Zhang Cheng's words had struck her profoundly. The former paladin realized that if what Zhang Cheng said was true, it meant that for the lower classes, the actions of the human kingdom and the sanctuaries bear little distinction from those of the monsters. Is what Zhang Cheng saying true? Certainly, it is. The paladin is merely inexperienced in societal matters, not foolish. When presented with hard data, disbelief becomes untenable. Moreover, she had yet to acquire the skill of rolling on the ground in disdain, even in the face of substantive evidence. As one might on the Blue Star's internet. "This is not the justice I desire," Clea murmured, her voice audible to all present. "This is not justice," Zhang Cheng responded. "Hence, I propose a small social experiment. Starting with this little town, that I hope to transform this town into a model, to end, or at the very least, significantly improve the precarious lives of the lower classes. Will you assist me?" Zhang Cheng feigned a profound tone, evoking a sense of trustworthiness. "Though this charade would only fool the inexperienced Clea, I know you flower cultivators are formidable, wealthy, and capable." Octavia questioned with curiosity. "You aren't planning to finance the upkeep of this town yourself, are you?" "I don't perceive you to be that kind of saint." "He's indeed not." Sifla shook her head. "I suspect you might save all the young, beautiful maidens here. As for the others, how would he save them?" Zhang Cheng softly hummed a tune. "There has never been a savior, nor any divine emperor to create human happiness. We must rely on ourselves." He approached Siflu, wrapping his arm around her alluring waist, whispering gently into the ear of the dark elf. "Do not speak of salvation. The only ones who can save them are themselves. That I merely wish to help them find a new path." This tender gesture caused Siflu's cheeks to flush with rare warmth. She began to question why she had doubted her man, who had consistently demonstrated his worth. "Teacher Zhang, what should we do?" Clea inquired. "Yes, just tell me what to do," Tidania added. "I trust you that I do not believe you can achieve it." Octavia shook her head, but it wouldn't hurt to try. "Well then, since you all agree, I shall outline my plan." Zhang Cheng's plan is quite simple. First, maximize productivity and establish some unique poverty alleviation. For this small town, exploiting the water source and the bodies of desperate women to extract money is exceedingly unwise and unsustainable. It is destined to collapse within 3 months. Engaging in such activities here would likely result in a hefty thrashing from the commander of the militia, followed by a rendezvous with the local authorities. Yet this place possesses numerous valuable local specialties. For instance, the monsters. In Zhang Cheng's view, the giant scorpion is a treasure trove. Its body contains crystals and venom glands that could fetch thousands of currency when sold outside. Furthermore, aside from the head and shell, the remainder is edible, boasting protein content superior to that of beef. Well, perhaps the nutritional value is still uncertain. I cannot make false claims, but it certainly tastes much better than chicken. There are also tracking mushrooms. After removing the heads and tails, the crystals can be extracted, leaving the rest edible, making for an exquisite soup. I imagine roasting or frying would also yield delightful results. Numerous monsters await Zhang Cheng's exploration, where a veritable empire of culinary delights lies behind. As long as it is consumable and delicious, is there any fear of it not selling? Zhang Cheng even suspects that once the flower cultivators experience these novel flavors, monsters may soon find themselves relegated to the confines of breeding farms. You, flower cultivators, will import large quantities of monster meat. Octavia's eyes widened in disbelief that, of course, as long as it is genuinely delectable. It would be even better if it possessed medicinal properties, such as enhancing strength. Ahem, regardless, the economy of Xiaomen Town could soon see improvement, and only with such enhancement might the moral standards of its people be elevated. So, shall we embark on a significant hunt for low-level magical creatures? Clea's tone brimmed with eagerness. No, let's not be mistaken. I have previously stated that one should rely on oneself. It is not we who should slay the low-level magical beings, but rather the adventurers here who should undertake that task. The Goblin Butcher dons his mechanized suit. No exoskeleton. Combat suit? Whatever it is called. After equipping such an apparatus, the individual infantryman's combat capability indeed reaches an unprecedented height. Take Wu Rendi as an example. Clad in a 3-meter tall combat suit, with an actual height of 301 centimeters, weighing 707 kilograms, and generating an engine output of 5,500 horsepower. He could effortlessly wield a 23mm naval cannon-modified automatic rifle with steadiness. After adapting to the suit's strength, Wu Rendi could lift a Type 59 tank and hurl it as if it were a mere stone. Given a solid iron ball, he could unleash the force equivalent to a 32-pound smoothbore cannon that in a sense. If he were to don this suit and traverse into the world of One Piece, he might stand a chance against Carp. Perhaps he could even gain a slight advantage. It feels akin to Iron Man, though that is not entirely accurate. This suit cannot fly, let alone reach supersonic speeds, and lacks that dazzling laser. However, in terms of raw melee power data, it could indeed rival that of the Golden Cans might. As Wu Rendi removed the suit with the assistance of the staff, he was already drenched in sweat. This contraption was stifling and shockingly lacked air conditioning, a suggestion he would need to make shortly. Major, how does it feel? The doctor in the white coat asked with a hint of pride. A rather impressive toy. Toy? The pitch of the voice rose sharply, seemingly displeased with the assessment. Indeed, a toy, Wu Rendi affirmed. The engine's output is astonishing, and it merely requires soul gems for fuel, making it appear flawless. Yet I was pondering, if we were to install this engine in a main battle tank, what would we achieve? With soldiers donning this, would we not primarily rely on 11th route mobility, without modifying the infantry fighting vehicle to accommodate this contraption? It would be far too large to fit inside, and altering it to suit such a tool would likely yield an oversized target. Furthermore, regarding helicopters, how many of these soldiers could AZ-20 transport? Perhaps even a Y-20 could barely manage a few? Moreover, while their protection is commendable, if these super soldiers charge forward wielding 23mm rifles, a single artillery barrage could easily obliterate these troops lacking heavy weaponry. And for snipers like Chi Ming-nan, donning this suit would severely limit their concealed firing positions, at least an 80 reduction. The doctor adjusted his glasses to mask his awkward expression. This equipment is ill-suited for our adversaries on Blue Star. It should never be employed against foes like the United States, unless you manage to further reduce its size to below 2 meters and lighten its weight. Wu Rendi concluded. However, I believe this apparatus would serve well in new land. Do elaborate. Sergeant Chi Ming-nan, who accompanied me, engaged in a fierce battle with a new adversary in new land before our return, ultimately resolving the situation with a cruise missile. A divine aberration. Is it? The doctor activated his wrist display, revealing a 3-dimensional image of such a being between them. Yes, precisely this kind of entity, the Major nodded. The .50 caliber machine gun proved nearly ineffective, and the anti-tank missiles only managed to inflict minor damage. Undoubtedly, we will encounter many such foes in new land. Equipping small squad-level units with this combat suit could prove advantageous. Wu Rendi gazed earnestly at the doctor, stating, "You must be making similar preparations, correct? On the day of our arrival, I encountered some peculiar individuals. Indeed, those are the testers from new land," the doctor readily admitted. All renowned experts, with several possessing immortal combat capabilities, their abilities are quite fantastical. Immortals? Not immortals, but rather Siens. Their individual combat prowess is astonishing, akin to the superheroes depicted in American films so you are attempting to mass-produce Iron Man. Would you like to witness their prowess? This was a clandestine underground shooting range within the base. From Wu Rendi's perspective, a row of Type 59 tanks stood at the front, interspersed with several 3-meter and 5-meter combat suits, arranged in a formation suggesting infantry charging alongside tanks. Naturally, the 3-meter infantry towered over the accompanying tanks, while the 5-meter suits appeared even more incongruous beside them. Those tanks could hardly shield the combat suits. 20 meters in front of the assault force stood a man clad in a blue robe, hair tied back, one hand gripping a wine gourd and the other clutching a longsword. Wu Rendi recognized him as the uncle who had secluded himself in a corner, drinking alone on the first day of their arrival. Situ Zhong, known as the Wine Sword Immortal, a famed Xian-level expert from the eastern continent, but in the New Land's western context, he could perhaps be likened to a platinum level, possibly even higher. Before his words could fully escape, the inebriated Wine Sword Immortal suddenly executed a sword technique, causing his longsword to emit a radiant glow that surged forth like a laser, striking a Type 59 tank directly. Wu Rendi watched in astonishment as smoke began to emanate from the point where the sword light had struck the tank's front armor. Mere seconds later, the entire tank was engulfed in flames. It penetrated, indeed, it had penetrated. The doctor remarked, according to him, this technique is known as sword control, utilizing sword energy to inflict harm. Although it can target only one entity at a time, its power is substantial. In our previous experiments, it was equivalent to penetrating a thickness of 550 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Impressive. That equates to the export version of APFSDS. Indeed, quite remarkable that if we could analyze this technique and manufacture it into a weapon, each infantryman would possess firepower equivalent to a 125 smoothbore cannon, thus alleviating the concerns regarding firepower you mentioned. Major. This defies scientific understanding that no, for us, as long as it truly exists, there must be a scientific method to analyze it. That is the essence of scientific inquiry. The doctor smiled, stating to close one's eyes and cover one's ears while exclaiming, "I do not believe. This is unscientific," is the most unscientific attitude of all. During their conversation, the Wine Sword Immortal executed a second maneuver. This time he employed a wide area coverage spell, sword technique, with the sword energy flying out approximately half a meter before suddenly splitting into dozens of fine beams, each targeting all objectives ahead. A total of 5 tanks and more than 10 exoskeleton combat suits were struck, with smoke billowing from all targets. Moments later, the results of the strikes emerged. The 3-meter combat suits were penetrated. Although unoccupied, the damage indicated the pilots were deemed deceased. The 5-meter suits had a penetration rate of 55, suggesting a roughly equal probability of loss. The tanks, however, remained intact, merely displaying noticeable dents on their frontal armor. 10,000 sword technique, the doctor explained, while dispersing the attack area significantly reduces power, achieving an equivalent penetration level of 80 millimeters homogeneous steel. Insufficient power? Wu Rendi pointed above, suggesting, next time, find an uncovered test range and allow this immortal to attempt an overhead attack. If frontal armor proves impenetrable, let us avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Generally, lateral defense is lower than frontal defense. That is nearly common knowledge. Haha, I shall relay your suggestion to him. Are there any other techniques? Certainly, their ARS, the Wine Sword Immortal, lifted the gourd and took a hearty swig of strong liquor. A thunderous shout erupted from him, startling Wu Rendi, who beheld a towering specter materializing behind the Wine Sword Immortal. This apparition loomed with the authority of a war god, unleashing a colossal wave-like light ring towards the target range. The speed of the ring was astonishing, sweeping from the front of the target cluster to the rear in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Wu Rendi counted clearly, noting that 5 tanks and 11 5-meter class exoskeleton combat suits ignited simultaneously. Moreover, all 3-meter class combat suits caught in the wake were severed cleanly in half. How extraordinary! Could it be the Turtle School's Kamehameha? Wu Rendi marveled. This must exceed platinum standards. By the criteria of the new Western lands, it must be at the demigod level. No, that's called the Wine God's Curse, explained the white-coated figure, They asked for how he came to be here. Given the current situation in the East, who else could they assist if not us? The court wields a unique influence over the martial artists of the new Eastern lands. Even a free-spirited top-tier expert like the wine-sword immortal used to have limits, merely opposing corrupt officials without challenging the emperor. Furthermore, with the flower-sowing soft-sister republic supplanting the former Central Plains dynasty and ushering in a new era for the East, many experts there perceive this as a revival of the 3 generations of prosperity. After all, even the most avaricious official, the Grand Commander Gao, has turned to cultivate wealth through his own merits, a feat of moral education unseen in epics. The confluence of these viewpoints makes it hardly surprising that reclusive masters are emerging to contribute to the construction of a new East imbued with the essence of flower sowing. The wine sword immortal is merely one among them. After executing his final technique, it seemed he had fulfilled today's experimental requirements. He swayed out of the shooting range, and as he passed by the 2 men, the elder suddenly declared, "I vow to savor the finest wines across the world and vanquish all manner of demons. Yet I have discovered that although you have never encountered demons, your methods of dealing with them are far more effective than mine. Thus, I am willing to lend you a hand, merely to see if it will suffice." Upon finishing his words, he tilted his head back and drained the gourd's contents, exclaiming, "Ah, exquisite liquor. Your brew is quite impressive as well." Surely that counts as a justification. Did he actually hear that? Of course, replied the white-coated figure. Such an expert possesses exceptionally keen senses that as for the liquor, he just claimed to slay all demons. Indeed, what of it? In this regard, we surpass him, Wu Rendi asserted. However, I have encountered a monster at the base. Long ears, a fluffy tail, quite charming. I believe it was a fox spirit, yes? Ah, you mean them, the white-coated figure chuckled. The ones from Tushan are indeed fox spirits. And there are even 2 with 9 tails. You have yet to witness their prowess, have you? To be frank, they are formidable humanoid killing machines, not inferior to this wine sword immortal. Are they not considered demons? They are demons, yet not malevolent ones. The white-coated figure elucidated. We once convened several negotiation meetings with representatives from the Eastern Realm's martial artists and the demon world, reaching numerous consensus. Essentially, humans should not hastily eradicate those merely because they are demons, while demons must not harm the lawful rights of humans with their powers. Everything must adhere to legal protocols. If a demon can abide by this, it is merely a demon and not a malicious entity, deserving equal treatment with humans. If not, we shall join righteous individuals in upholding justice. Govern demons by law is far more efficient than indiscriminate violence. Wu Rendi nodded in agreement. That is indeed a sound strategy, and one well suited to the flower sowers. Could there be cultural conflicts? For those who can reach an agreement, these matters are easily settled. As long as it does not disturb others, mutual non-interference is all that is required. However, those fox spirits have a penchant for playing matchmaker, always covertly attempting to connect people. Since arriving at the base, they have already hosted 2 matchmaking events. One wonders what they are after. Perhaps it is part of their cultural identity? Indeed, perhaps. The Tourism Bureau is currently deliberating on whether to develop tourism resources in Tushan. It is quite unique, wouldn't you agree? Will they consent? Among the 2 nine-tailed foxes, the one named Tushan, you seemed rather reluctant. However, the one called Tushan Rong appeared quite interested, especially upon learning of the projected revenues. Even fox spirits can be avaricious. Indeed, after all, demons also require funds to sustain their livelihoods. Is it permissible for you to share so much with me? Some of it seems classified, he inquired. Upon hearing this, the white-coated figure glanced at his watch. 19. 55 IT is no longer classified. Comprehensive cooperation between the homeland and the newly established provinces in the East is about to commence. Coastal provinces will provide one-on-one assistance to enhance legal awareness, boost the economy, and strengthen infrastructure. Today's news broadcast should have reported this. Was it officially announced today? Major Wu Rendi suddenly halted, asking with gravity. What is the intention behind the higher-ups conveying this to me? What is my mission? Do not be so serious, Major, the white-coated figure smiled. I mention this merely to prepare you mentally. You are to be promoted directly to Colonel. Your future assignment will be as the commander of a Special Forces unit directly under the General Staff. Special Forces? Have you seen the Avengers? It is that sort of official super soldier organization. However, you will first need to assist us in resolving the issues with the exoskeleton combat suits. Rather than forming such a unit, it would be more prudent to enhance the foundational education regarding special abilities in schools. Major Wu asserted. Whether it be celestial arts or magic, the flower sowers could indeed learn them. If this were integrated into compulsory education in 1 or 2 decades, we could cultivate a plethora of individuals with abilities. Even a society of empowered individuals would not be out of reach. Ha ha ha. Quite the ambition, Major. Rest assured, we will accomplish this. All of it is within our capabilities. The white-coated figure laughed heartily. However, this does not contradict the formation of special forces. You will need to aid us in analyzing these peculiar abilities, breaking them down to the most fundamental level, so that children can better engage with and absorb this knowledge, that we aim to introduce at least one additional core subject for future generations. And we hope not to face criticism when the time comes. You are dreaming if you think you won't face any complaints from students, he quipped. The Goblin Butcher, the new boss of Xiaomen Town, has summoned everyone for a meeting by the water source today. Adventurers, whether seasoned or newcomers, are rather perplexed about the purpose of this assembly. They have never heard of a new boss calling for a meeting after usurping power. Who could have such a mundane hobby? The atmosphere feels decidedly off. Naturally, the new boss is not to be trifled with, as evidenced by the corpses of the former boss, the half-dark elf caste, and his subordinates. Furthermore, rumors have circulated that the leadership of Qidian Town has also changed. This implies that not only caste, but even his backing has been eradicated, all at the hands of the flower sowers. If this is indeed accurate, the situation becomes clear. The flower sowers are fully taking over here. Adventurers who previously dared not provoke caste are now even more hesitant to challenge the new boss. Given this, if the new boss enjoys holding meetings, so be it. Captain, why is he holding a meeting? A novice inquired of the experienced captain. What else could it be? It's obviously about money, the captain replied with disdain. This is quite predictable. It merely means that water prices will rise in the future, and those who return alive will need to increase their contribution ratio. IT is nothing more than exploitation. While it is difficult to endure, it is nonetheless reasonable. The new boss of the Flower Sowers has just eliminated so many talents to seize control of the town. Failing to squeeze every last copper coin would be the true anomaly. The captain asserted confidently, "We are in for trouble from now on. Are most of the people here already present?" Standing by the underground river, Zhang Cheng addressed the assembly from a makeshift podium. A small table in front of him, holding a tin megaphone as he called out, "Silence, everyone. We're about to commence the meeting. First and foremost, I must announce that starting today, the water fee in Xiaomen Town will be reduced from 1 gold coin per barrel to 20 soft sister coins per barrel." Wow! As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire town of Xiaomen was engulfed in a cacophony of chatter, as adventurers buzzed with disbelief, exchanging whispers among themselves. Those who emerge from the Despair Desert into the Shadow Realm may still possess some coin, but certainly not a drop of water. For those returning from the Shadow Realm, Xiaomen and Qidian Town represented their final opportunity to replenish their water supplies before embarking on the arduous journey across the Despair Desert back home. Thus, water had become a highly coveted commodity, akin to hard currency, with control over its sources serving as the primary means for nefarious individuals to amass wealth that in the bygone caste era, a barrel of water was valued at 1 gold coin, which could be exchanged for 350 soft currency. Now, with this significant price reduction, it equated to a staggering drop of over 90. Such a drastic concession was indeed astonishing. "Captain, did you not just say that water prices would rise?" queried the rookie. His captain awkwardly replied, "Well, I was merely speculating. How could I possibly know the thoughts of the flower cultivators?" Bang, bang, bang. The din grew so loud that Zhang Cheng had to pound the table forcefully. "Let me finish," he declared. "I cannot ascertain the yield of the underground water. Frankly, I do not trust your ability to conserve it. Should you carelessly draw water and contaminate the source, even punishment would come too late. Therefore, each person is permitted to purchase only 3 barrels of water per day. This is a mandatory limit." This was both necessary and understandable, as adventurers were not known for their decorum. If anyone were to waste water recklessly, it would jeopardize the survival of all. Moreover, even with the imposed limit, 3 barrels, when used judiciously, would suffice. The earlier captain even began covertly calculating how much this could save on adventure costs, perhaps with enough earnings. He could return home a few days earlier. Naturally, such a generous concession would not come without strings attached. This new leader surely had other demands. Indeed, the requirements soon followed. From this day forth, Xiaomen would be under standardized management. My rules must be adhered to, and anyone who disobeys my commands will not be welcomed in this town. Zhang Cheng, armed and flanked by the dark elves Tidania and Siflu, stood on one side, while the formidable witch Octavia, who had single-handedly vanquished the Cass gang, and Krayla stood on the other, their words laden with authority that a carrot must always be accompanied by a stick. Offering benefits without enforcing discipline typically only fosters unrealistic fantasies, leading others to believe that Zhang Cheng was beholden to them. Such scenarios were not uncommon in the flower cultivation realm, where those enjoying special privileges often harbored inexplicable animosity towards the cultivators. Zhang Cheng had no intention of repeating such a mistake. Thus, he planned to leverage the thunderous reputation earned from dismantling caste and the benefits of open water sources to regulate all adventurers in Xiaomen, compelling them to act according to his directives. For instance, Zhang Cheng decreed that all adventurer teams venturing beyond Xiaomen into the Shadow Realm must accept his guidance. Each team must consist of no fewer than 10 members, and a minimum of 3 adventurers below level 6 must be included, with the responsibility of training lower-level adventurers falling upon the teams. Furthermore, these lower-level adventurers were not mere cannon fodder. Any team suffering the loss of a lower-level adventurer during an expedition would face financial penalties if they lost more than 2 members. Unless exceptional circumstances arose, such as an encounter with insurmountable foes and substantial losses among the remaining members, any team would be permanently expelled from Xiaomen, barred from returning. Should anyone engage in acts of greed or maliciously murder lower-level adventurers, regardless of their rank, they would face the death penalty. With penalties come rewards. Zhang Cheng stipulated that if all novices returned safely, the team's taxes would be reduced by 10%, and the town would offer higher prices for their spoils. Captain, what is he trying to accomplish? The rookie was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the motives of this new leader. His captain was equally perplexed. Such demands seemed unprecedented. Was he truly aspiring to be a paragon of virtue, championing justice? Even Octavia was taken aback by Zhang Cheng's approach, seemingly bestowing benefits upon ordinary adventurers that a paragon. How could that be? I've stated before, it all depends on them. The objective of Zhang Cheng was straightforward: to foster a mentorship system that would enhance the strength of the adventurers, while simultaneously altering the previous model of teams comprising no more than 5 members, thereby minimizing the risk of rookie teams meeting their demise against even the most mundane of threats, such as goblins or hunting mushrooms. The first and most crucial step was to elevate the survival rate of adventurers. With a steady influx of adventurers passing through Xiaomen, numbering in the thousands, if they could be organized into a disciplined force, no, even a feudal-level army, most mid-tier monsters would pose no threat. Zhang Cheng could never quite grasp why local adventurers favored small teams for their assaults. Even Gobsha, who was fixated on goblins, would only seek assistance from the Adventurers Guild for the one instance during the Ranch War, when it was utterly unavoidable. All other significant tasks were tackled by teams of 5 operating independently. Zhang Cheng had shamelessly tagged along during the incident in the Water City dungeon. There were times when even 5 members could not be assembled, and he and the priestess merely ventured forth as a duo. Teams like Gobsha's, consisting of 4 silver-ranked experts, fared somewhat better, yet some adventurers, emboldened by their 5 white porcelain ranks, dared to delve deep into the fray, only to suffer catastrophic losses. Gobsha's priestess's first team had lost 4 members in one fell swoop. Had Gobsha not arrived in the nick of time, the priestess would have faced dire consequences. This pattern of behavior seemed less a case of bravery born of skill and more a reflection of the local adventurers' reckless underestimation of danger. Take, for instance, the Shadow Realm, where the casualty rate among adventurers was alarmingly high. Lower-level adventurers still clung to the practice of forming teams of 4 or 5 to plunge into danger, only to find themselves ill-equipped to handle even hunting mushrooms. Zhang Cheng observed upon entering Xiaomen that even the slightest mishap could lead to total annihilation. Thus, the question arose, in such circumstances, why had they not considered banding together for safety? If 5 could not defeat a hunting mushroom, could 10 not succeed? Furthermore, by enlisting a few skilled individuals of sapphire or emerald caliber, or even coordinating several 10-member teams, most of the commonly encountered creatures in the Shadow Realm would pose little challenge. Utilizing intellect and teamwork, survival skills instinctively learned by humans since descending from trees, these otherworldly beings seem to have chosen the opposite path. Faced with this situation, Zhang Cheng could only surmise that it stemmed from a profound influence of the gods, the sole explanation he could fathom, regardless of the thoughts of the deities or the notion that divine opposition only served to validate his actions. He resolved to establish an adventurer army based in Xiaomen, numbering no fewer than 300, to sweep through and ensure a safer route between Xiaomen and the first layer of the Shadow Realm. Of course, for Zhang Cheng, the practical benefits were manifold. With an improved survival rate for adventurers, the spoils they could bring back would undoubtedly surge, with various mid-tier and minor monsters within the Shadow Realm yielding crystals, consumables, and other profitable resources, all of which would surpass the earnings of Cass the Water Dealer and the Turtle Merchant. With the support of flower cultivation, the consumer market would present no issues. Profits would hinge solely on productivity. Esteemed Mr. Zhang Cheng, an elderly warrior, his hair as white as snow, tentatively approached him. Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for your willingness to lower water prices. This will effectively reduce our adventure costs and afford more individuals the opportunity to return home sooner for a tranquil life. However, your requirement that each team consist of no fewer than 10 members, with at least 3 adventurers of iron rank or below, is, to my knowledge, unprecedented. Moreover, it seems Xiaomen has no authority to dictate our internal management. Zhang Cheng's tone was soft, yet his words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt, as though a monarch were issuing commands to his subjects rather than engaging in discussion. I'm the leader of Xiaomen, and until a successor takes my place, my will is not to be defied. Should you insist on maintaining control over your team's internal affairs, be prepared to face my wrath. Trust me, by then, you may not have a chance to return to your homeland. That a blatant threat hung in the air as the faces of those self-proclaimed experts twitched with discomfort. In the past, although Castor was malicious, he would never have been so disrespectful. He even extended numerous concessions to these experts, while the half-dark elves only exploited those inexperienced novices who posed no threat to him. However, the regulations now demanded action against these so-called elites. Hey lad, I am aware that you flower cultivators possess great prowess, but you are about to undermine the very foundation of Little Gate Town. A sorcerer whose arrogance surpassed that of any warrior, stated with a tone dripping with irony. Adventurers are free. Do you truly believe you can purchase everyone's freedom with a mere discount on water prices? That hardly seems sufficient, does it? Do you comprehend the tremendous effort it takes to care for 3 novices? Are you aware of how much our income diminishes when the profits that previously supported 5 are divided among 10? It's simple arithmetic. Really, only a fool would fail to see that. The sorcerer regarded Zhang Cheng with a condescending gaze, infused with the distinctive haughtiness of a spellcaster. Little Gate Town is not the only route to the Underdark. Do you think we lack alternative paths to our destination? Dear sorcerer, and to all present here, should you believe there are other routes to traverse, feel free to pursue them. However, allow me to clarify. While I maintain control here, all other paths to the Underdark will undoubtedly be under the dominion of my compatriots. Zhang Cheng offered a slight smile, a hint of self-satisfaction in his demeanor. I assure you, my establishment is undoubtedly the most lenient. Other locations are directly governed by state authorities, should you wish to attempt negotiations with our government. I harbor no objections that a wave of discontent rippled through the crowd, as half of those present were fugitives from their hometowns, fleeing tax collectors or debts, while the other half were driven by darker motives. Regardless of their reasons, none were particularly noble. Engaging with government entities, their experience indicated that the more powerful the government, the less reasonable it was. They lacked the bargaining power to negotiate with the kingdom, let alone the flower cultivators in light of this, resolutions needed to be made. All right, we venture to the Underdark for profit, not for quarrels. A tall, lean figure clad in black, adorned with a row of daggers at his waist, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Boss Zhang has already relinquished a portion of the profits. essentially employing us to escort the newcomers with the funds from his water sales. Therefore, this constitutes a commission, a business transaction that I accept Boss Zhang's commission and shall safely return the newcomers. Zhang Cheng lightly applauded. A truly wise choice. You shan't regret it, my friend. With this, he declared, I intend to offer you all a further incentive. Allow me to treat you to a meal. A meal? The response was met with skepticism. Spicy great scorpion and hunt mushroom egg soup. Zhang Cheng smiled. Monsters enjoy consuming us. We can certainly partake in their flesh. Can we really consume monsters? Someone voiced concern, seemingly unaware that such creatures could be edible. Haha, I assure you, these dishes are delectable, for I have feasted upon them myself. Zhang Cheng laughed heartily. Soon, when our main forces arrive, I shall eagerly procure the meat of these low-tier monsters from you. And at favorable prices. The seasoned adventurers exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. They had never regarded low-tier monsters, such as great scorpions or hunt mushrooms, as worthy of attention, as their only value lay in their crystals, which fetched low prices, barely enough to barter for a barrel of water from Castor. However, if Zhang Cheng spoke the truth, then even low-tier monsters could yield substantial profits or serve as provisions. Such straightforward tasks could be delegated to the newly recruited novices, who were forcibly integrated into their teams that in essence, Zhang Cheng's insistence on their escorting the newcomers was not merely a display of altruism. It was an opportunity for increased income rather than a mere act of benevolence in caring for little ones. Furthermore, once the novices amass sufficient experience, they would no longer be novices. Even a modest increase in levels would significantly bolster the strength of the team. Why not embrace such an opportunity? As the initial opponent to Zhang Cheng, the old warrior contemplated before responding, as adventurers, I see no reason to refuse. Thank you all for your support, Zhang Cheng replied, smiling as he waved his hand, prompting several former thugs to laboriously haul out a large chest. Upon seeing this, many faces turned pale. This contained the receipts for loans borrowed from Castor, and I do not believe the interest set by Castor is reasonable. Zhang Cheng feigned exasperation, placing a hand on his forehead. However, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Here's the deal. As long as you strictly adhere to my commission, after 3 tasks, no matter how much you owe Castor, it will all be wiped clean. Very well. I agree, but let me clarify. I am not submitting to your will. I am adhering to tradition. As adventurers, we merely fulfill our commission tasks at this juncture. Even the sorcerer had to acquiesce, albeit with a tone that remained somewhat unfriendly. Yet for Zhang Cheng, this was more than sufficient that I relished the sight of your disdain for me while being compelled to work for my benefit. He mused. Observe, regardless of whether they are venerable warriors or self-serving rogues, even the haughty sorcerers will unite behind a common goal, compelled to act in accordance with our desires, regardless of their personal feelings. Within the villa of the former leader Castor, Zhang Cheng exultantly remarked to Clea, in such circumstances, as long as our cause is just, even rogues will engage in righteous endeavors. Of course, this assertion was contingent upon Zhang Cheng's capacity for coercion, and everyone was acutely aware of his readiness to wield force without hesitation. Mark my words, before long, the road to the first layer of the Underdark will become significantly safer as those low-tier monsters, once scorned by elite adventurers and too formidable for novices to confront, will swiftly dwindle in number. The ordinary folk, forced to abandon their homes in search of survival, will see their chances of amassing enough wealth to return home substantially increase. Upon their return, they can utilize their earnings here to purchase land, tools, and livestock, thereby leading a secure life. Those who sell land, tools, and livestock will amass considerable wealth, which they can then reinvest into the production of these goods, affording everyone the opportunity to sustain themselves through their own labor, while the desperate rogues will gradually diminish in number. By targeting the root of the issue, we shall steer society towards a just path. What could be more righteous than this? In reality, much of what Zhang Cheng proclaimed was mere bluster. Steering society towards justice was no simple feat. In Blue Star China, the emphasis on morality has persisted for over 5,000 years. Even in modern times, under the guidance of the flower cultivators Bolsheviks, crime remains prevalent, and scoundrels continue to emerge. Even within the Bolsheviks, The same holds true if Zhang Cheng's modest strategies could truly uplift society. It would be an affront to all genuine societal elites. Naturally, his clumsy tactics posed no challenge to the Nav-Ved of the Paladins. After all, the original baseline in Little Gate Town was exceedingly low. With just a slight elevation, he appeared supremely virtuous, akin to an incarnation of justice itself, perhaps even more so than the so-called deity of justice. Clea gazed at Zhang Cheng with starry-eyed admiration, resembling a fervent fan chasing after a pop idol, making it hard for unfamiliar observers to believe she had once been a formidable paladin, perhaps even more difficult for those who knew her well. Teacher Zhang, you are truly remarkable. Please guide me on the path to genuine justice. Ah, of course, have I not been doing so all along? Zhang Cheng beamed with pride. Be sure to learn diligently from me. The plight of humanity lies in the desire to teach others, especially when confronted with a captivating beauty. Yet, our tasks remain unfinished. For instance, I intend to recruit those unfortunate girls who have been forced into servitude, assigning them roles as salespersons, managing transactions, and selling water, among various other duties. Clea nodded vigorously, now perceiving every word spoken by Zhang Cheng as profound wisdom. In due course, I also plan to provide them with training in various subjects, such as literacy, enabling them to undertake clerical work. Additionally, I aim to impart knowledge of first aid, so that injured adventurers can recuperate in Little Gate Town under the care of these girls. The expression of adoration on Kelly's face greatly satisfied Zhang Cheng's desire for performance. He rambled on, laying bare his thoughts before the paladin. These women represent the lowest echelon of Xiaomen Town, but if they could also evade a life of misery and sustain themselves through diligent toil, we would truly be walking the path of justice. Well said. Even I find your words embody justice. A voice filled with sarcasm suddenly interjected. Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as the small room was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling light. A radiance that seemed alive, wrapping around both him and the equally astonished Kelia. The brilliance was blinding, yet oddly enough, it did not impair Zhang Cheng's vision. He could still clearly see everything in the room: the furniture, the bed, and Kelia, who had just recovered from the shock and drawn her great sword to shield him. Tilting his head, Zhang Cheng peered out the window. This spot, which once afforded a view over the entire town, now revealed nothing but a vast expanse of white. Long time no see, flower planter. The voice echoed again, melodious and enticing, as if one could conjure an image of the speaker's slender figure and charming visage merely by listening. She must be an enchanting beauty. Zhang Cheng's hand stealthily moved towards the gun's grip, his muscles tensed, although he understood that a handgun might be of little consequence to this uninvited guest. Amidst the brilliance, a graceful woman materialized. Compared to their last encounter, she was no longer adorned with those oversized wings or the comically golden breastplate and spear. Today, she wore somewhat gaudy yet highly practical chainmail. Draped with a robe strikingly similar to Kelly's attire, as a paladin. Of course, Zhang Cheng recognized that she was not a paladin, for they had met before in the Water City, when the Sword Saint had summoned her before the flower planter. A servant of the god of justice, an angel. You seem quite anxious, flower planter. Why is that? The angel chuckled heartily, dragging a chair over for herself, crossing her legs as she sat down, her demeanor as familiar as that of an old friend after many years apart. Perhaps due to the change in locale, the angel appeared much clearer than last time. Undeniably beautiful, no. One could even say extraordinarily alluring, though her face bore an arrogant smile, and her gaze was sharp enough to unsettle. This time, I do not possess 5,000 soul gems for you. The angel let out a light, melodic laugh. This time, it is complimentary. I have no questions for you. You are quite humorous, flower planter. Oh, you truly believe that after committing so many acts defying the divine, you would face no repercussions? The angel regarded Zhang Cheng coldly. I have come to punish your disrespect. I am not one of your followers, and thus cannot be deemed rebellious. I have never acted contrary to justice. Zhang Cheng retorted without reservation. However, just a few days ago, I did eliminate a troublesome child. Perhaps you have come to avenge them? Sharp-tongued. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng mention the divine abomination, the angel's unyielding pride momentarily cracked. though it quickly vanished. It seems you do not intend to seek the god's forgiveness? The angel rose, casually tossing the chair aside to create some space. Whether I have erred or if I am worthy of forgiveness is for the law to decide. Not you. Zhang Cheng drew his sniper rifle. Ready for anything, he was uncertain how much power this angel could wield here. But after all, she was merely a servant of the divine, not much different in standing from Octavia. He reasoned that she would not be as formidable as the divine offspring, that if he could hold out for a while with his dragon-scale armor and rifle until the Demon King and the Dark Elf sisters arrived to rescue him, he should be fine. Yet, was this angel genuinely here to fight? If so, why was she engaging in all this dialogue? And you, little Kelia, the angel shifted her focus to the equally vigilant former paladin. Are you also prepared to stray further down the wrong path? Aye, you are a paladin. Kelia opened her mouth to speak, but the angel interrupted her, admonishing, you are still a paladin, a daughter of the divine. Reflect on your identity. After 10 or 20 years of training, you too may reach the heights I now occupy and become a servant of the God of Justice. Consider how great an honor that would be. Teacher Zhang, Kelia looked to Zhang Cheng with pleading eyes, as if she were a lost child. Being a paladin, her upbringing had rendered her exceedingly fragile when faced with the messenger of the God of Justice, leaving her ill-equipped to withstand the angel's reprimands. Kelia, one must take responsibility for their choices. Zhang Cheng smiled at the young paladin. Whether you choose justice or the God of Justice, I will support you. But once you make your choice, do not regret it. You must commit to it wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, Kelia's bewildered gaze regained its firmness, and no, Zhang Cheng could even sense that she had grown more resolute than before. I choose justice. Ah, the naive little fool. The angel sighed in disappointment, fully aware that the God of Justice had lost this little pet for good. I never intended to take such a course of action. I will. A sudden reprimand from Octavia rang out from outside, as a shadow spread swiftly like ink dissipating in water. The angel retreated gracefully, the light receding with her movements. Moments later, darkness enveloped Zhang Cheng and Kelia, claiming half the room and standing defiantly against the light. The Demon King emerged, her striking visage shielding the flower planter from the angel. Lucina, the young mare snarled, this is not a sanctuary. Do you think you can triumph over us in this shadowy realm? The angel named Lucina nodded, readily conceding, with you here, alongside the flower planter and your allies, I indeed cannot prevail. However, if I wish to escape, you will not be able to stop me, will you? How can we know without trying? Octavia glanced at Zhang Cheng. You wish to experience the angel's essence. I assure you, it is no less delightful than that of your dark elves. How is it that a lady like you is more unruly than I? Zhang Cheng replied with a chuckle. Let us get serious. A battle is about to commence. The angel tilted her head slightly, locking eyes with Zhang Cheng. Remember your choices today. Never forget that you are provoking a great deity. Zhang Cheng turned away, resolutely retorting, I return your words. Go back and inform your pretentious hypocrite that you are provoking a great nation. Lucina ceased her words, crashing through the wall to escape, with Octavia swiftly following. They were on the 3rd floor, and just before touching the ground, the angel unfurled her massive, seemingly sacred wings, gently waving them as she hovered in the air. Below, the Dark Elf sisters, long ambushed, sprang into action simultaneously. Tydania lashed out with her serpent-headed whip, catching Lucina off guard as it ensnared her delicate ankle. The angel was jerked downwards by Tydania's pull, and Sifla leaped in from another side, her swift blade aimed directly at the angel's smooth forehead. Lucina deftly dodged the sword tip, but as Sifla's momentum carried her forward, they brushed past one another, and with a punch, Lucina sent the dark elf crashing back to the ground. Tydania, still gripping the angel's ankle, drew her sniper rifle and began firing at the suspended target, but Lucina's immense wings beat fiercely, whipping up a tempest that sent Tydania's weapon flying. With a soft exhale, the angel executed a neat somersault in midair, her long, white legs lifting, and Tydania felt an overwhelming force as she was flung upwards, crashing into the ceiling with a thunderous boom, debris raining down like a hailstorm. The other adventurers, drawn by curiosity, were caught beneath the falling rubble, each one sustaining injuries and crying out in agony. The two dark elf masters had only managed to stall the angel for a brief moment. However, this was more than sufficient for the pursuing mare behind. She closely followed the angel as they leaped from the window, midair, transforming into a fearsome creature towering 5 meters tall, adorned with jagged horns, its skin radiating an iron-blue luminescence, and its visage a grotesque reflection of the demonic likeness used during the war. According to her own words, this form possessed immense power, making it highly suitable for combat. The Demon King, continuing its descent, swiped at the angel with a claw, tearing away a substantial handful of white feathers. Yet, the angel did not engage. After shaking off the dark elf, she vigorously flapped her wings, gracefully tracing a character in the air like a true bird, deftly evading Octavia's subsequent assault. With a resounding boom, she soared into the depths of the cavern, leading to the shadowy realm. The force of the air current generated by the angel's wings struck Zhang Cheng, pushing him back several steps. Had it not been for the automatic activation of the defensive array on his dragon scale armor, he might have even doubted his survival from the sonic boom. In that fleeting moment of accelerated escape, Liena's speed approached that of sound itself, and being so close would surely yield dire consequences. Even the wall that had been shattered by her collision crumbled under the shockwave. Fortunately, the structure of the house, built against the cave's inner wall, essentially resembled a large kiln, with sufficient structural integrity to prevent a complete collapse. However, those adventurers watching the spectacle from the ground likely faced grim outcomes. The angel's low-altitude flight meant that those below level 5 would have little chance of surviving the sonic blast. Liena's escape was so swift that Octavia could not catch up, and the mare misjudged the direction of her retreat, realizing too late that the angel was fleeing towards the shadowy realm rather than the surface. The Demon King hastily pursued a few steps, helplessly watching as she vanished into the distant darkness. Humph! She runs incredibly fast. Octavia stomped her foot in frustration. In reality, had both parties been in their normal states, Octavia and Liena would have been nearly equal in strength. However, with Octavia having allies and Liena alone, the mare believed she had the opportunity to capture or slay the angel. Little did she expect that the adversary had resolved to flee from the outset, choosing to retreat towards the shadowy realm, ultimately allowing her to escape. Let her be for now. As long as she remains within, there will be opportunities to meet again. Zhang Cheng stood on the upper floor, waving his phone at the mare and calling out loudly, "Let us first check on Nia and Sifulu." He had already transmitted the image of the angel, akin to a wanted poster. As long as that foul creature with chicken wings desired to return home, she would inevitably encounter the flower guardian stationed at all the entrances to the shadowy realm. The brief skirmish resulted in fewer casualties than Zhang Cheng had anticipated. Tidania and Sifulu had only sustained minor injuries, which seemed rather unbelievable given the disparity in their respective capabilities. It was noteworthy that, during the encounter with the angels, Octavia, who was of comparable strength, had effortlessly incapacitated Clea and her companions in mere moments. Meanwhile, Liena's punch to Sifulu, though appearing fierce, was comparable to merely delivering a slap, inflicting more damage to dignity than actual harm. Consequently, Zhang Cheng's team had no casualties, aside from Sifulu being quite upset, while many other adventurers, drawn by curiosity, found themselves in unfortunate predicaments. Particularly, when the angel made her hasty exit, the sonic blast left 17 injured and caused several structures to collapse. Now, the question arose, what was the true purpose of her sudden appearance in this commotion? Zhang Cheng, standing amidst the partially collapsed room, curiously inquired, "Surely it cannot be merely to utter a few threatening words. If you were to ask me, I would surmise she intended to issue you a warning." Octavia replied, "The relationships among the deities of the light are not so harmonious. Liena serves the god of justice, and she bears no obligation towards the god of light or the god of illusion. Please elaborate further," Zhang Cheng urged, pulling a chair closer and eagerly listening. Tidania, Sifulu, and Clea also gazed at the witch with curiosity. It was rather amusing that they had once been devotees of the god of justice. Yet when it came to the deities of light, they found themselves less informed than Octavia, the former Demon King. In truth, there were no particularly astonishing secrets. Deities exist as independent entities, and while justice and illusion may collaborate with light, they are not compelled to obey one another's commands. The same holds true for the deities of darkness, which is precisely why the five gods of light and darkness once conspired against a common foe, leading to its downfall. Regarding the recent incident involving the angel's descent, Octavia speculated that it likely related to the divine abomination slain by the flower guardians, the robust and overgrown abandoned child, capable of wielding both light and dark divine magic simultaneously, certainly sparked the imagination as a divine abomination. At least one of its parents must have been a deity, or perhaps both were divine beings, and they surely belonged to opposing factions of light and darkness. Therefore, what was the ultimate aim of the one who had nurtured such a monstrous being in the wake of one god's demise? The remaining deities had undoubtedly become exceedingly sensitive. Those not directly connected to the abomination would speculate that it was a deliberate creation born from the union of a deity from the light and another from the darkness, crafted as a secret weapon specifically designed to combat gods. Currently, the three deities of light must be rife with suspicion towards one another, and the remaining two of the dark pantheon likely feel similarly. Octavia elucidated that I believe I comprehend your implication. Zhang Cheng listened attentively for a while before concluding. The god of justice suspects that the divine abomination is a clandestine weapon crafted from the union of a high-ranking deity from the light and another from the darkness, intended for use against other deities at an opportune moment. Therefore, if we eliminate the abomination, the one or two gods that suffered substantial losses will surely seek revenge. Tydania added, that Lena is an informant placed among us by the god of justice. She hopes to uncover who orchestrated this scheme, and to ensure we are not swiftly dispatched, she even deliberately revealed herself to heighten our vigilance. So, I ought to be grateful that she struck me. Sifulu exclaimed in discontent that I finally understand. Every god is not a benevolent entity. Clea surveyed her companions, saying nothing but letting out a soft sigh. Octavia was a witch, while Tydania and Sifulu were dark elves. Their backgrounds and surroundings had rendered them quite familiar with such conspiracies, allowing them to discern the truth with just a hint of information. What saddened this paladin was the realization that deities were engaging in schemes typically reserved for monsters and villains, and they appear to be quite adept at it as well. Clea mournfully pondered, what difference is there between this light and darkness? It was from this moment that the last vestiges of hope the former paladin had for the deities were utterly extinguished. The preparations undertaken by the god of justice would surely be mirrored by other deities. If our conjectures hold true, then the remaining gods will undoubtedly send emissaries to repeat the previous warnings. Zhang Cheng coldly remarked, among them, one or two may genuinely wish for our demise, while others likely seek to profit from the chaos. Indeed, at least there are 3 angels and 2 demon kings. Octavia inquired with a smile. Now, do you feel a sense of astonishment knowing that all the present deities are keeping a close watch on you? It appears they all regard me as a fool who is easy to bully. Zhang Cheng lamented with a shake of his head. What was originally intended to be a straightforward venture into the shadowy realm for profit had transformed into a stage for direct confrontation between himself and the deities. As well as among the deities themselves, he was not particularly afraid, for the deities exerted their powers in this world under considerable constraints. Otherwise, they would not resort to various means to deceive their followers, but would instead directly exploit and harvest. Moreover, Zhang Cheng had his own backing. The Flower Guardians would not wage a divine war solely for him. However, the current situation has rendered the conflict between the deity and the Zhuhua government increasingly irreconcilable. The deeper the local inhabitants collaborate with the Zhuhua people, the fewer souls they are able to reap. In stark contrast, for the Zhuhua government, cooperation with the locals is the most advantageous course of action. The government can no longer tolerate the locals' disregard for its policies, which objectively equates to a struggle between the Zhuhua government and the deity for followers to deprive one of their livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Faced with such substantial stakes, neither the government nor the deity will yield. War is, in fact, on the brink of eruption. The superficial peace is merely maintained by the numerous doubts and constraints both adversaries harbor against each other. Given this scenario, all deities are enemies. Upon realizing this, Zhang Cheng surveyed his surroundings and announced to his companions, "Prepare for battle." Indeed, even the realm of deities has its borders, particularly between the gods of light and those of darkness. Not only is there a clear demarcation of territory, but the borders are also heavily fortified. For instance, at this very boundary, thousands of battle angels loyal to the light sway their pristine wings. Adorned in golden armor and wielding weapons, hovering in the air, poised against the grotesque demons of darkness, each with their own terrifying forms. This scene resembles the standoff of East and West Berlin during the Cold War, or the tension along the Korean demilitarized zone. Much like the Cold War never escalated into a hot conflict, despite the palpable tension that could ignite a war with a mere spark, that spark has yet to descend. Both sides merely remain in a state of mutual confrontation. Today's circumstances show little change. It is true that the forces arrayed here are greater than usual. Yet this is simply because the leaders of both factions are convening, necessitating a display of vigilance. "Do you bring so many each time out of distrust for me?" The dark god languidly leaned against his couch, resembling a lethargic aristocrat. "Evil is merely a reflection of your excessive complacency, which allows you to seize opportunities." The god of light replied coldly from the side. Now, he scarcely has any regrets left. As if you didn't benefit from the situation yourself, the dark god roared, suddenly filled with rage. "I merely wish to play. But that is my child, my own. Naturally, I must protect my offspring." The surrounding demons, sensing their master's fury, responded with low growls, while the angels opposite formed an attacking formation, ready for combat. "That is also my child," the god of light calmly stated. "Yet we are deities, eternal and indestructible. A child. How can you still entertain such naive notions? You do not need him. After giving birth, you ought to seal him away. Once one reaches the level of a deity, gender becomes irrelevant. That a god can impregnate any woman, and should they find it amusing, they can even bear a child themselves, experiencing the agony and ecstasy of tearing their own being apart. This is entirely normal. Thus, when darkness and light initially intertwined, neither anticipated the birth of such an abomination. Even more surprising to light was that darkness had chosen to keep that offspring and nurture it to this extent. Had it not unexpectedly clashed with the Zhuhua people and exposed itself, light would still be unaware of this child's existence. Deities harbor no affection for abominations. This sentiment is not merely emotional, but also a matter of power struggle. Abominations inherently possess divinity, and, upon emerging from their progenitor, carry away a significant portion of power. In a sense, they begin at a higher point than the deities themselves. There are no familial bonds among the deities, and even less so between them. In a scenario where divinity has been thoroughly divided, an abomination wishing to ascend must find a way to usurp a deity, stripping the original of their divinity. This embodies a fundamental opposition, which is why every abomination is sealed upon birth, except for the one birthed by the dark god. In truth, the dark god had never shown leniency towards any abomination in the past. Regardless of its progenitor, the dark god would seal it away in desolate regions, allowing it to fade into oblivion. Light can probably comprehend why darkness has suddenly changed its demeanor, showing such affection towards this particular abomination. The progenitor is none other than darkness itself. Maternal love transcends divinity. It seems rather peculiar. It is indeed the truth that in the future, do not engage in such actions again. Light earnestly advised. All are suspecting you, doubting you harbor a grand conspiracy to use the abomination to overthrow them. And what of you? Do you not harbor doubts? The dark goddess tone dripped with sarcasm. Light remained silent, but at this moment, silence served as an answer. "You ought to be grateful to the Zhuhua people. They have rid you of him." The dark god tore away the facade of elegance and shouted frantically, "But I loathe them. I wish to shred them apart. I will drain their souls and feed their corpses to my pet demons." "Calm yourself. You are a deity." "I am calm, unprecedentedly calm." The dark god resumed his languid posture, coldly inquiring, "Speak plainly. Will you assist me or not? What do you intend to do? Wage war against the Zhuhua people? Is the fate of evil not enough to awaken you?" "No, I certainly will not engage in an all-out war against the Zhuhua people. I lack the confidence to prevail. The dark god took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, at least to quell his agitation. But I want those Yuhua who harmed my child, those two dark elves, the minion who fled, and your paladin. Not one shall escape. That is my bottom line. Once more, a brief silence enveloped the deities. That it was clear that darkness had made up its mind. Once a deity has resolved upon a course, it is immutable. However, light wavered slightly. The current predicament was somewhat precarious. Justice and fantasy both doubted that the abomination was not a deliberate ploy to usurp their divine authority. If light complied with darkness's demands and joined in confronting the Joie Squad, the two deities of the same system would undoubtedly solidify this notion. This presented a troublesome situation, one that could easily ignite civil strife. Yet if light chose to turn a blind eye, it would not suffice to dispel their doubts and would likely incite severe dissatisfaction from darkness. Should darkness become irate and reveal the truth, it would not be inconceivable. The deities of darkness are particularly prone to falling into such frenzied states. At that time, darkness was willing to unite with light in a female form, even going so far as to bear a child, which sufficiently illustrates this point. For mere triviality, the esteemed dark god was willing to engage in such reckless behavior. Is it so difficult to decide? Observing light's persistent silence, the dark god grew impatient, threatening, "If you do not assist me, I shall not hesitate to reveal everything. How will justice and fantasy regard you then? Will your subordinates not waver in loyalty? Light, who cares so little for his own child, how could he possibly care for his servants? The angels would surely think this. Alas, the dark deities do not care for such matters. And even if the light deities were indifferent, they could not let it be known. This constitutes the most significant distinction between the deities of light and darkness. My lord, when faced with two harmful choices, light was about to acquiesce to darkness's request when an angel suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere between the two deities, shouting as it flew towards them, "Your people are incredibly rude." Darkness exclaimed in anger. Light sighed in relief. What is it? Why this panic? A grave issue has arisen in the mortal realm. The angel knelt before the god of light, exclaiming loudly, "A force resembling the flower planters has emerged in the western continent." What? The god of light shouted in disbelief. This news was akin to informing a diligent farmer that the very rabbit that had ravaged his vegetable garden had now seemingly taken refuge in his most bountiful field. It was a calamity to the north of Azeroth, a region known to the locals as the Western Continent. Few flower planters ventured here. One reason was the entrenched power of the local lords and the church, while another was the principle of territorial allocation among major powers, which designated this land on the map to the bovine, roosters, and that ferocious bear of the Meng faction. Moreover, the rabbit had nearly devoured the entirety of the eastern continent, including the great Australia island, while the remaining portion of the southern continent was still under the control of the demonic forces. In terms of area, all of the aforementioned amounted to approximately 55 million square kilometers, with a population ranging from 200 to 300 million. Even with the rabbit's insatiable hunger for expansion, swallowing such a vast expanse was undeniably a daunting task. Thus, unless one were to incessantly extol the virtues of Greco-Roman culture or possess a peculiar affection for the medieval European feudal society, the flower planters would not easily encroach upon these lands. Regrettably, the absence of flower planters does not imply they remain immune to the influences of the blue star. The gluttonous rabbit may disregard this territory, yet it does not guarantee that the famished bald eagle, upon gaining entry, would adhere strictly to the 5 Principles Agreement. No, they would indeed observe the agreement with utmost rigor. Blongton, in theory, falls under the jurisdiction of the Holy Electorate of Saxony, specifically the territory of the Duke of Saxony, and more precisely, the domain of the Baron Blanc. If a blue star inhabitant, even as modest as a middle school student, were to swap the new Earth with the blue star and calculate the coordinates, they would easily conclude that this location is merely a river's breadth away from the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad. 15 days ago, for reasons unknown, a large contingent of fully armed goblins suddenly materialized, launching frenzied assaults on all surrounding villages. Men were slaughtered and devoured, women were abducted, and crops and livestock were ravaged. In terms of feudal relations, the independence of Baron Blanc was quite substantial, as the Duke of Saxony held no direct authority over this area. Consequently, the Duke would not dispatch his knights for the ordinary affairs of Blancton. Hence, the Goblin menace had to be dealt with by the Baron himself. The Baron harbored no grievances. On the contrary, he was rather content with the Duke's non-interference in his internal matters. Furthermore, neither the Baron nor any of the knights perceived a handful of goblins as a significant threat. Surely, they were no more formidable than a farmer wielding a hoe. Were they? Thus, the Baron summoned 3 subordinate barons, 22 knights, nearly 400 squire and servant attendants, embarking on a grand expedition to hunt goblins. The noble lords even brought along their families, allowing the ladies to witness their gallant prowess up close. It was akin to a carnival, and then they all perished. Indeed, the western continent is not akin to the southern continent, which is adjacent to the lands of monstrous creatures. Goblin settlements seldom exceed 20 individuals, and instances of larger goblins are exceedingly rare. The presence of a lowly shaman would constitute a significant gathering. Generally speaking, a single knight, accompanied by a squire, servants, and village guards, would suffice to easily handle the largest goblin settlements typically found in the western continent. However, rarity does not equate to absence, and when confronted with the reality, the Baron was astonished to discover that the vast settlement was not the anticipated 30 goblins, but rather an overwhelming horde of over 3,000. Moreover, it boasted a multitude of wolf riders, goblin shamans, and even a goblin hero. By the time they realized the extent of the monstrous presence, it was already too late. The goblins lured the hunters into their trap, ambushing them from the thickets surrounding the castle, demonstrating a unified command. The identities of hunter and prey swiftly shifted. The Baron himself was slain, his skull shattered, and he, along with his knights, squires, servants, and steeds, became fodder for the goblin horde. The goblins donned their armor and gear, committing unspeakable atrocities against the unfortunate noblewomen, who were reduced to breeding stock for the creatures. Subsequently, the already swollen goblin horde began to amass, launching a direct assault on the castle. This was a bloody battle, with the goblins' numbers overwhelming, while the castle's defenses, stripped of the Baron and most knights, were rendered feeble, inducing a sense of despair. Fortunately, everyone within the castle was acutely aware of the fate that awaited them should the fortress fall, being stark naked and bound to wooden planks as living shields, as exemplified by the Baron's wife. Thus, none dared to neglect their duty in defense, from the youngest surviving member of the Baron's family, who was too young to partake in the hunt, to the lowliest serfs. All took up arms and ascended the battlements to resist with their lives. The valiant young lady even personally dispatched her mother with an arrow, bringing an end to the Baroness's humiliation and suffering. Then, she herself raised the banner of the Baron's house, for the hunt had not been taken outside, standing at the pinnacle of the castle to rally the people to arms. Cornered, the local sanctuary joined forces with the Baron's family, proclaiming that any household that sent a member to the battlefield, be they serf or commoner, would receive a year's tax exemption if the castle was saved. Encouraged by this proclamation, the inhabitants of the castle devoted themselves wholeheartedly. They used boulders to barricade the castle gates and hurled stones and timber at the goblins outside. The pitiable engineering skills of the goblins and their short legs became the greatest reliance of the defenders. How could a goblin, needing nearly half a minute to climb the battlements, hope to match a human soldier who could scale it in mere seconds? This interval provided ample opportunity for the defenders to take aim and fire 3 times or more. As for the larger goblins and that arrogant goblin hero, the ladders could not withstand their weight. Thus, both sides remained locked in a stalemate throughout the night, and when dawn broke, the goblins began to rest, granting the humans a brief respite, not a brief one. Indeed, the goblins also indulged in their nightlife, hosting a grotesque feast right beneath the eyes of the castle's defenders, dragging dozens of women forth to torment. Their anguished cries echoing up to the battlements, inciting the defenders to rage. Bodies, both male and female, as well as goblins, were skewered on sticks and roasted over a fire, as the goblins laughed and danced around the weeping women and the spit. "Let me out of the castle. My conscience cannot bear such monstrous arrogance." The last remaining knight among the defenders could no longer endure the hellish scene below, stepping forward to request the Baron's permission to fight. At that moment, the local sanctuary conducted an exceedingly brief succession ceremony for the Baron's second heir, acknowledging her as the new Baroness of Blancton. "Sir Knight, I trust in your integrity, but now is not the time." The Baroness sharply rebuffed the knight's request. "Do not let the filthy actions of these monsters provoke you. You are the only knight in the city. You must bear this responsibility. But there are no buts." The Baroness screamed, "You must obey my command." The girl, who had been a demure lady of the court just yesterday, now resembled an enraged lioness, a clear testament to the psychological impact of the previous night's battle and the goblins' atrocities upon her. That said, who could remain unaffected under such dire circumstances? The knight sighed, bowed, and signified his compliance with the orders of his liege. "Now tell me, how fares the battle? How much longer can we hold out?" The Baroness took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury and panic within her, attempting to appear calm, just a little calmer. "The situation is still manageable. Everyone in the castle has rallied." The priest of the local sanctuary reported, "The castle gates have been breached by the goblin hero. But fortunately, we managed to block the entrance with stones, preventing those creatures from entering for now. The MY students and I have repelled the goblin hero using divine magic. It has sustained injuries, and we believe it will not reappear in the next battle. The moat has thwarted the goblins' attempts to dig tunnels. They have only one path to breach through the front, which is to our advantage." The knight responded promptly, however, given the rapid reproduction and growth rate of goblins. "If we continue to hold out, their numbers may increase. In the goblins' possession lie numerous pregnant women, not only the wives of the nobility, but also the females from various neighboring villages, and even a multitude of livestock. These expectant mothers not only provide the goblins with soldiers, but also augment their food supply. Thus, if a stalemate persists, it would be exceedingly detrimental for the castle's defenders. There any news from the reinforcements?" The frail body of the Lady Viscountess visibly swayed, yet she managed to steady herself. This was certainly not the time to falter. The Lord, she was the sole pillar of support for the garrison. And should she collapse, all would be lost. "Not yet." A knight stepped forward to respond. "With all due respect, we cannot rely on the Duke's reinforcements. Even if the Duke were to receive word now, convene his vassals, and order the gathering of troops and supplies. By the time they are dispatched, those within the castle will likely have been reduced to mere bones by the goblins. Moreover, it is certain that the Duke has yet to receive any news. Yesterday's battle was utterly unforeseen, and the Viscount's elite forces were decimated in one fell swoop. The pressure during the night was overwhelming, leaving no time to send messenger. After dawn, the knight arranged for a few individuals to stealthily exit the castle and seek aid from the Duke's domain. But given the current situation, it is uncertain whether they can reach their destination safely. The messengers are not true professionals. The genuine ones have already been devoured by the goblins alongside the old Viscount. And the monsters outside are far too numerous. Not to mention they have wolves as well. That if we cannot depend on reinforcements, are there no alternative solutions? The Viscountess inquired anxiously. Surely there must be a way for us to prevail. Can it be that our doom is inevitable? The knight and the priest exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was the priest who stood up to propose a new suggestion that a breakout. The Viscountess's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "How can we break out? There are women, children, and the injured within the castle. Please lower your voice, your grace." The priest cautiously glanced around, noting that only the three of them were present. The women and children cannot be taken. But the knights and strong men still have a chance. If we can open the castle gates and allow the wolf cavalry of the monsters to enter, we can then flee in the opposite direction. Mounted, the monsters will not be able to pursue us. "Silence!" the Viscountess shouted in anger. "Do you still consider yourself a servant of the God of justice? Do you still deem yourself a priest of the God of justice's temple? You would have the Lord abandon the children of God. Is it your wish to be captured by the goblins and become one of their pregnant mothers?" The priest retorted fiercely, showing no restraint. In his eyes, the newly appointed Viscountess held no authority. Were it not for the knight's loyalty to her and the necessity of the knight's combat prowess for a breakout, the priest would have abandoned this lord long ago. "If the goblins breach the castle, I shall take my own life." The Viscountess glared with bloodshot eyes, emphasizing each word. But I shall not forsake my subjects. Cast aside your naive notions. Do you think this is chivalry? The priest was unwilling to waste further words, turning to the knight. What are your thoughts? Will you also martyr yourself for the foolish chivalric code? Do not forget, within the castle are your wife and children. We can rescue them. You are a knight. You swore an oath of loyalty to me. The Viscountess implored the knight as well. Will you choose to live in shame? I did indeed swear an oath to remain loyal to the Blanc family. The knight replied with a sense of resignation that I, too, wish to live, and even more so, I do not wish for my wife and children to perish upon hearing this. The Viscountess's expression fell to one of disappointment. While the priest wore a smug smile that I am a knight, and I believe it is right not to abandon my subjects, the knight continued. The priest was taken aback, and after a moment, he asked with venomous intensity, What do you mean by that? Even the Viscountess felt a twinge of confusion. What did this imply? Did the knight truly sense a possibility for victory? Indeed, he believed, so did my lords, do we truly have no other options? The knight asked leisurely, Is it truly the case that our righteous subjects, in the face of monsters, possess only the choices of fleeing or awaiting death? Given the current circumstances, do you have any other alternatives? Certainly, the knight replied as he retrieved a letter from within his armor. It was a piece of exceptionally smooth and delicate paper, clearly of considerable value. I had not intended to mention this matter, as it pertains to my faith, ahem, but given the current situation, I believe it is necessary to present this letter. Who is it from? The Viscountess inquired. From the flower planters, the priest asserted confidently. Only the flower planters could produce such paper. Previously, no, it is not from the flower planters, the knight replied earnestly. This letter was penned by individuals akin to the flower planters, albeit from a different nation, the United States of America, where the bald eagle soars freely. They're even more powerful than the flower planters, and they are willing to rescue us at any moment. The United States of America? The Viscountess murmured. These words were entirely foreign to her. Truly, they are irreverent beings from the blue star. The priest exclaimed in displeasure. How can you, a knight of justice, conspire with the blue star people? No. The United States is not like the flower planters. They too worship a god and hold reverence for the divine. Just as the knight was about to explain, the priest impatiently interrupted. Even so, the deity they revere is an evil god. As a knight, do you intend to betray justice? A heavy accusation silenced the knight. However, his expression unmistakably conveyed his discontent towards the priest. How do you intend to contact the Americans? The Viscountess disregarded the priest and directly inquired of the knight. Miss Viscountess, please be cautious. Silence. The Viscountess glared at the priest, her eyes filled with fury. If you can summon angels to save us, I will not contact those Americans. But if you cannot, do not blame me for employing every means possible to protect my subjects and myself. You will regret this, my lord, the priest said coldly. If I do not act, I shall never have the chance to regret it again. How do we reach the Americans? The Viscountess pressed once more. I have a contact from America at my home. The knight replied with a triumphant smile. He assured me that should you agree, reinforcements will arrive within 20 minutes. 20 minutes? What do they want? Such speed suggests that the Americans were already prepared. Regardless of their demands, we currently have no choice, the knight reminded his lord. If their requests are excessive, once we repel the goblins, we can refuse them. In any case, it is better than falling into the goblins' clutches. Very well, the Viscountess finally resolved. Please summon them. You will surely regret this. The priest cursed once more. Upon receiving the distress signal from the castle, Scott MacDonald let out a sigh of relief. He and the mercenary forces hired by the shadowy figures had been hiding here for quite some time, and now it was finally time to reap the rewards. Let us depart, Scott instructed the mercenary captain who had been standing by. Yes, boss, with the captain's reply. The roar of helicopters erupted behind them. The United States of America may be weakened now, but this was merely in comparison to the flourishing flower planters. In terms of absolute power, America remained an unequivocal top-tier power, both in the Blue Star and the New Land. Since they claimed they would arrive at the battlefield within 20 minutes, the reinforcements would not tarry until the 21st minute. This exemplified the might of the great powers, the legacy that once allowed the Blue Star to dominate. 18 minutes after the Viscountess agreed to seek aid from the Bald Eagle, 6 armed helicopters, which had become a favorite among international mercenaries following the disintegration of the Red-Haired Empire, soared into the skies. Regardless of whether one's stance leans towards the east or the west, or if the driving force is merely monetary gain, large mercenary organizations are well equipped with numerous resources, including 22 Little Bird light armed helicopters, another favored choice among mercenaries, gracing the battlefield. At this juncture, it is still morning. For the goblins, however, it is merely the onset of night, a time to indulge in a pre-sleep revelry. Many monstrous beings continue to torment the unfortunate female captives, including the goblin hero, who clutches a petite woman, voraciously gnawing at her arm while ensnaring her in his grasp. The girl's lower half is nearly torn asunder, her life extinguished long ago, yet the monster persists in his sadistic enjoyment. The moment the thunderous roar of helicopters reverberates through the sky, the goblin hero's expression shifts instantaneously from pride and excitement to boundless terror. It appears he recalls some horrific memory, discarding the corpse he held and gazing skyward. In that chaotic moment, both the goblins and the weary defenders atop the city walls witness the arrival of the steel-winged angels. The helicopters circle the goblin settlement, a preparatory maneuver before the impending assault. As the pilots align themselves for the optimal attack trajectory, the goblin hero emits a wail of despair, turning to flee into the nearby thicket. Yet, how could the eagles of prey allow such an easy quarry to escape? The female sniper, known by the moniker Athena, fires a single shot that finds its mark in the hero's knee, causing the once arrogant goblin to scream in agony as he collapses to the ground. Subsequently, a barrage of rockets, trailing long tails of fire, hurtles towards the goblin horde, engulfing the encampment surrounding the castle in a shroud of smoke and flames. The sky resonates with the jubilant laughter of valkyries and mercenaries. As if true angels mock the world's ignorance and impotence concerning power, the Viscountess, knights, priests, and all within the castle gaze upon the scene of the steel-winged angels mercilessly ravaging the goblins. The massive helicopters hover in the air like circling crocodiles, their angular bodies poised for destruction. Each aircraft unleashes a torrent of 12 rockets upon their targets, followed by a relentless barrage from their 23mm cannons, as if diligent farmers tilling the soil, turning the goblin stronghold into a soft loam. The agile Little Bird helicopters, having expended their rockets, pair up to patrol the battlefield's periphery, their side doors outfitted with 60mm guns, raining fire upon anything still capable of movement below. Tracer rounds whip across the ground like whips, utterly obliterating everything in their path, be it goblins or other unfortunate beings. The entire onslaught unfolds within a mere 30 minutes, particularly during the latter phase of the attack. Rather than a desire to spare any monstrous entity, it appears the mercenaries are intentionally indulging in a bloodletting spectacle, deliberately showcasing their might to the spectators atop the walls. Their objectives have been achieved. On the battlements, many are so terrified they fall to their knees, trembling and whispering prayers to the deity of justice, a fear they never felt when surrounded by goblins. The Viscountess stands in stunned silence, watching as fire and steel swiftly consume the very monsters that had once filled her with despair. A wave of desolation washes over her as she recalls her father, mother, 2 brothers and sister, all perished in that nightmarish hunt. Even in her own precarious moment, the Americans appeared, trampling the enemy with an air of superiority. In such times, what do her and her family's struggles amount to? Are they mere jokes? The knight, however, is filled with unrestrained joy. He is grateful that before the former Viscount set out on this hunt, he had already made contact with the Americans. The black-skinned American liaison had warned him of the dangers inherent in this venture, advising against participation. The reality proves this warning prescient. What had begun as a leisurely hunt has culminated in him being the last remaining official knight within the castle. And now, those Americans have answered his call, rescuing the stronghold. Does this not equate to him saving all of Blaunton? The priest's thoughts stand in stark contrast to the knight's. The reasoning is straightforward. Lady Luck once graced him with her kiss, only for him to rebuff her. That is the essence of his sentiment. The ground is devoid of life. The mercenaries' display of firepower has finally reached its conclusion. The nimble little bird helicopters descend to the ground, disembarking 20 fully armed security personnel, while the heavy Mi-24 opens its side door to lower an additional 30 reinforcements. The two key subordinates of Old Dad, the Russian Big Bear and the Chinese Ghost, are tasked with leading the cleanup of any remaining goblins, should any exist, and to harvest souls, be they goblin or unfortunate victims caught in the crossfire. None shall be spared. 2 additional little birds hover directly above the walls. And the frontline executive of Dane Military Resources, Old Dad, accompanied by Athena, appears before the Viscountess. The ever-present cockroach, who has remained behind the night, smiles as he approaches. Old Dad, everything went smoothly. Not far from the castle, atop a small hill, one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of Dane Military Resources, Scott MacDonald, lights a cigarette, leaning against the side door of a helicopter, patiently awaiting developments. Before he finishes his smoke, another little bird approaches from afar. And before it has even stabilized, Boss Lee rudely flings open the door and leaps out. Old friend, quite nimble, I see. Scott smiles in greeting to his partner. The altitude at which the helicopter hovered moments ago was not one that a capitalist of Boss Lee's age could leap from without a hint of trepidation. His name is Li Mingfeng, not Long Feng. That it is evident that during his years in the new land, this unscrupulous capitalist has not simply been focused on profit and exploiting various races. Have you lost your mind? Boss Lee is furious, ready to grab Scott by the collar, but he refrains, knowing the guns of 2 mercenaries are trained on him. How many times must I say it? Goblins are monsters. 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 Boss Lee bellows in anger. I supplied you with goblin seedlings, not for you to engage in this scheme. You should have immediately severed their hands and feet, locked them in iron cages, and secured them with triple locks. You dare cultivate great goblins and goblin heroes, and even arm them. Do you wish for your own demise? Scott extinguishes the cigarette, but beneath his foot, nonchalantly responding while tapping his ears. No need to worry. My friend, haven't I already resolved the issue? Do you know how perilous your plan is? Of course I do, but the greater the risk, the greater the profit. Scott smiles as he offers a cigarette to Li Mingfeng, a gesture imbued with an air of Chinese flair, slightly alleviating the latter's fury, albeit only a fraction. Not a single goblin soul was lost. The human souls, those who were mistakenly harmed, no, those who fell victim to the goblins, are ours as well. Scott explains with great pride. More importantly, the local lord will be grateful to us. Our proposal to construct factories, roads, ports, and bases on this land will undoubtedly receive the lord's approval. This place will become my shabak. And of course, you'll have a share. Not worth it. Boss Lee coldly replies, absolutely not worth it. If the locals were to discover the truth, they won't know, at least not while they still breathe, that I assure you. You cannot guarantee that. You can't even ensure that all the goblins have been exterminated. Boss Lee continues to shake his head. You will regret this. All for a pittance. That a pittance? Haha, my friend. You misunderstand. How could it be just a pittance? Scott laughs heartily, explaining, do you know where this place is? By the coordinates of the blue star from this mountain eastward, upon reaching the foot, one enters the territory of the polar bear. Do you grasp what that implies? According to the principle of consensus among the 5 permanent members, that area is reserved for their sphere of influence. We must not trespass. Yet, we can occupy the neighboring territory, even if that bear can only access our land through its cave entrance. That's no issue. Congratulations on sealing off the bear's den. However, apart from danger, I see no additional benefits. Boss Lee remains furious, though his tone has calmed somewhat, that he feels he has begun to understand Scott's intentions. The greedy duck he represents fundamentally embodies the traditional American conglomerates seeking transformation in energy, industry, mining, and more. In a sense, maximizing the territorial range of the new land and the shares that other powers might acquire is of utmost importance to him and the titans backing him. If that is indeed his aim, engaging in today's high-stakes game is not entirely unimaginable. Capitalists, this hardly represents the most ruthless of them. The Goblin Butcher. No benefits? How could there be no benefits? I am a capitalist, not one of those patriots who toil for the state without recompense. In response to Boss Lee's skepticism, Shock erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke that he explained, Provoking polar bears has always been the game that captures the attention of Congress. Lighting a cigarette for Bosley, he continued, "Do you think that, for us, the resource-rich land is the most desirable? You are mistaken. The land that can be used to restrain the polar bears is the most valuable. Once our government steps through the door, there will be Congress members proposing the construction of military bases right beneath our feet to curb the expansion of the polar bears. I can assure you that this proposal will undoubtedly pass. But this land belongs to us, that we cannot be displaced without adequate compensation, that do you understand? The funds from the U.S. military are the easiest to secure, as Congress will always back them. Now, I see." Bosley thought he had miscalculated. He found it hard to believe that you were merely speculating on land value. Aren't you representing traditional energy and manufacturing? Does it truly matter what industry one engages in, as long as there is profit? Moreover, only by restraining the polar bears can we conveniently develop other lands. Shock affectionately draped his arm over Bosley's shoulder and whispered, "My friend, you and your peers have been swimming in capitalism for too short time. Certain matters will still bind you to your traditional beliefs, even someone like you. You oppose my use of goblins. Why? Is it truly because they're dangerous? No, it is because you deem it unethical. If you were a genuine capitalist, one of us, you would not think that way. On Blue Star, we dare to exploit those goblins. Here in New Land, we're even less concerned about utilizing real goblins. As for the innocents, what do they amount to in comparison to our profits? This is the essence of a true capitalist, as your textbooks have long stated. Do not say that goblins pose no threat to us. Even if they did, as long as they yield ample profit, we would remain indifferent. Your mentors say that for a profit of 300%, we can sell the rope that strangles us. For a profit of 10,000%, guess what we would dare to sell?" Bosley flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, brushing off Shock's arm, as if shaking off ash. "We have an old saying in our flower-growing business. Raising a tiger brings calamity. I still do not believe your actions are justified. Just like on Blue Star, you indulge the goblins, thinking you can control them. Have you truly managed to do so? Money is a double-edged sword. One must earn it with their life to spend it. You Americans have experienced too little. Why can't you broaden your horizons? Are you so blinded by immediate profits that you lose your reason? Do you wish to counsel us to bide our time?" Shock laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly jovial. Yet at that moment, Li Mingfeng felt he was merely a fool. "This is our difference, my friend. Regardless of the type of goblin, none can touch us Titans, as for the afflicted populace. Even if it affects the average American on Blue Star, what concern is it of ours?" The representative of American capitalism responded to Li Mingfeng's inquiry. "You like to call yourselves rabbits, portraying innocence. But we are the bald eagle, born to feast on flesh, goblin flesh, the flesh of locals, or even out of the 99% of Americans. Justice is not achieved overnight." I'm in Little Gate Town. Zhang Cheng led a team toward the first layer of the Shadow region. Along the way, he tirelessly instructed Kalia, now including his two lovers and Octavia in his lessons. "We must first discern who our enemies and allies are, then unite the majority to confront the true adversaries. This is a successful experience. There is no reason not to learn from ITSOUC. Octavia, she is the former Demon King, correct?" The mayor shot a fierce glance at Zhang Cheng, who ignored her and continued. "Yet in terms of lineage, she is indeed a bona fide half-elf, theoretically aligned with the light races. It is astonishing how a deity of the light can force her into becoming a demon king, isolating oneself only to amplify one's enemies. Now look at these people." Zhang Cheng spread his arms, inviting the ladies to survey their surroundings. This expedition into the Shadow region had transformed into a grand march, with a staggering 30 teams comprising over 300 adventurers. Furthermore, in Little Gate Town, additional new 10-member teams were being formed by flower growers from Shabak, whom Zhang Cheng had funded, closely following in his footsteps to join this massive adventuring force. It resembled an army. Perhaps for the first time in history, such a multitude of surface adventurers had banded together to enter the Shadow region. With so many individuals gathered, at least half could be considered villains if placed in the Hall of Justice. "Are they not?" Kalia cautiously inquired. "That of course they are," Zhang Cheng affirmed. "Regardless of the reasons, criminals are villains. However, we have an old saying in our flower-growing business. Some sins are unforgivable, yet some are understandable, if they're not the kind of heinous criminals associated with caste. Why can't we find ways to rehabilitate them, or at least encourage them to become less malevolent? Perhaps they could contribute even a little to society, humanity, and justice. At that moment, cheers erupted from the vanguard. Moments later, word spread among the adventurers, reaching the Central Army, where Zhang Cheng and his party were stationed. The adventurers had captured a large mid-level monster, a chicken snake beast. This creature resembled a gigantic chicken, but with a tail like a venomous snake. Not only was it immensely strong and agile, capable of flying a short distance, but it also wielded magic and could spit venom from its snake-like head. For adventurers of Little Gate Town, most teams had previously found that encountering such a monster meant the end of their adventure, with many losing their lives in the process, even if they managed to defeat the monster or escape from its grasp. A standard 5-member team would typically suffer the loss of 2 or 3 lives. However, this time, this unfortunate creature faced an onslaught from 5 overstrengthened teams, totaling 50 individuals. Naturally, the profits would be divided among the 50, seemingly diminishing returns at first glance. However, in terms of consumption, the cost-effectiveness ratio had drastically improved. An adult chicken snake beast could fetch around 2 million in magic crystal stones in Shabak, while its feathers served as valuable materials for crafts. And its liver and blood were rumored to be used in the creation of magical potions. That it may not be said that every part was of value, but capturing such a creature would provide enough post-tax earnings to comfortably support 50 families for a year of white-collar living. After Zhang Cheng intervened, portions that were initially to be discarded found new purposes. Look, Zhang Cheng pointed at the pile of chicken snake beast carcasses, proudly declaring, a mid-level monster has been eliminated by these villains. He resumed the discussion interrupted by the cheers. The debate on whether human nature is inherently good or evil has persisted for centuries among our flower-growing ancestors, and I suspect it will continue indefinitely. We do not possess the capacity to resolve this issue, so we must attempt to tackle more concrete problems involving individuals. More concrete. Indeed, for instance, what led to the formation of these villains? Zhang Cheng gestured toward the excited adventurers around them. Is it that they are inherently disinclined towards a stable life? Are they akin to goblins, born of malignancy, or have circumstances compelled them to forego a peaceful existence, forcing them to resort to any means, even wrongdoing, to survive? The economic structure determines the superstructure. This holds true even at the individual level. While reorganizing the adventurer teams in Little Gate Town, Zhang Cheng conducted a brief investigation into their backgrounds. Among those adventurers heading into the Shadow region, over 85% hail from the lower echelons of society, with 60% being former serfs, for a myriad of reasons, sometimes due to the unbearable plight of serfs, at other times because their village falls prey to monstrous attacks. Individuals escape from the Lord's domain. Lacking any means of sustenance, they devolve into bandits, robbers, or thieves, barely scraping by. Nevertheless, even among these brigands, there exists a hierarchy. These emaciated former serfs find themselves at the very bottom, serving as fodder when attacked by the Lord's armed forces or adventurers. Any meager harvest they manage to secure is ruthlessly exploited by various tiers of villainous leaders, leaving them with just enough to stave off starvation. If some among them can endure, or, perchance, are extraordinarily fortunate, they may evolve into seasoned bandits, gaining the opportunity to become adventurers. However, these rogues, born of thievery, cannot officially register with the semi-sanctioned adventurer guild to undertake formal quests. Thus, they congregate in perilous locales like Xiaomen Town, where their origins are overlooked, continuing to eke out an existence. The primary distinction between the members of the surface adventurer guilds and those of Xiaomen Town lies in the guild S charter, which states that its members primarily consist of freemen and dispossessed lower nobility, alongside the younger sons of knightly families that, in contrast, the adventurers of Xiaomen Town are predominantly former members of bandit and thief guilds. Should the former fail in their ventures, they too risk descending into the ranks of the latter. Conversely, if the latter amass sufficient wealth, they may not be averse to purchasing a legitimate identity, marrying, and leading a mundane life. This stark contrast between humans and goblins, those vile creatures, underscores humanity's intrinsic yearning for comfort. Put it plainly, in Azeroth, class conflict simmers like an active volcano, ever poised to erupt. The external threat posed by monsters provides a slight diversion from these tensions, while the feudal lords, bolstered by the presence of deities, have grown disproportionately powerful, rendering resistance nearly impossible. Ultimately, Xiaomen Town serves merely as a diminutive transfer station among the many routes into the Dark Territories, maintaining a staggering loss rate of over 50% among adventurers, yet still attracting novices who cannot even contend with the likes of hunting mushrooms, ensuring a transient population of no fewer than 1,000 souls. If a desperate mother must resort to thievery to keep her child alive, would you deem her a villain or a victim? Surely, she cannot be classified as evil. Octavia interjected. I even admire her. Judging by their expressions, the two dark elves and the former paladin shared a sympathetic understanding. But what if she were to steal the only loaf of bread left for another desperate mother-esque child? The girls fell silent. In due time, you may ponder this matter yourselves. If life compels these miscreants to commit wrongdoing merely to survive, then who bears the true blame? The individuals themselves, or the world that constrains them? The charter addressed the silent Corellia. As for me, unable to alter this world, I intend to effect change within a specific part of it, such as Xiaomen Town. I offer these misguided souls an opportunity to earn a living for their families. In such circumstances, I believe those striving to slay monsters and provide for their kin deserve our forgiveness. Should they continue down the path of wickedness, however, they're no different from goblins and must be eradicated. What do you think? Of course, the charter would not willingly play the role of a saint. Devoid of personal benefit, he scarcely cared to be virtuous. For him, rallying less malevolent rogues presented a clear advantage in contesting for the souls of followers with the local deities. According to Octavia, the gods had never acquired the souls of flower cultivators. Not a single one did. In fact, even the souls of those who genuinely aspired to the ideals of flower cultivation, such as Tydinia and the Syphilis sisters, would not fall into the hands of the deities upon their demise. While the mechanics of this phenomenon remained obscure, one thing was abundantly clear. The weaker the enemy's strength, the better. The less sustenance they could procure, the more advantageous. Regardless of where these souls ultimately resided, as long as they did not nourish the local gods, the adversaries would gradually weaken in the impending, or perhaps already ongoing, divine conflict. Moreover, organizing a substantial incursion of adventurers into the Dark Territories would not only enhance the adventurer's own earnings, but would also yield a tangible economic gain for the charter, as the spoils acquired by adventurers would largely be sold directly to him for efficient distribution, for instance. With a chicken snake beast, if 50 individuals were to share, it would necessitate immediate liquidation. Would they really transport it from the desert to sell it in the city of water? The charter could act as an intermediary, profiting immensely from the price differential. A well-organized band of adventurers would also possess the capability to confront monsters that previously posed insurmountable challenges. With the cooperation of the Charter-S team, they might even tackle larger monstrosities. The more they gained, the more benefits would accrue to the charter. Strength in numbers is not merely an adage. It holds true. Naturally, organizing an army necessitates a substantial provision to sustain this force. In this regard, the previously discarded remnants of monsters could prove invaluable. The case of the giant rat distinguishes my work from others. The true fault lies with the world itself. A mid-tier monster. An adult chicken snake beast stands an impressive 2.3 meters tall from claw to comb, not accounting for its serpentine head and tail, with the body measuring over a meter in length. When including the head and tail, it can reach approximately 3.5 meters. Conservatively, the body alone weighs over 200 kilograms, with the head and tail contributing an additional 20 kilograms. Mobilizing the crowd to pluck the entire chicken clean, the inedible offal could be handed to idle adventurers for fishing scorpions and hunting mushrooms, while the rest of the chicken meat would be diced, with the head and tail set aside for later use. Dozens of large pots were lined up, with oil heated over a low flame, into which chicken pieces, wild onions, soy sauce, and cooking wine were added for vigorous stir-frying. Minutes later, water was poured in to cover the chicken, and it was simmered for half an hour before adding chopped hunting mushrooms, cooking until the chicken was tender. The dish, chicken snake beast stew with hunting mushrooms, might sound like a culinary abomination, yet surprisingly, it was quite delectable. Remarkably, despite its size, the meat was tender and succulent, not at all dry. The broth was refreshing and flavorful, especially when paired with bread, making for a thoroughly enjoyable meal. However, with over 300 mouths to feed, a single chicken was hardly sufficient. Therefore, the charter generously taught everyone how to prepare snake soup. Wait, we can eat snakes too. Some female adventurers, including Crelia, the Dark Elves, and the Demon Lord were less concerned, expressed skepticism. Yet, as a member of a nation renowned for its culinary prowess, the charter possessed a certain authority in matters of food. After all, scorpions, hunting mushrooms, and chicken snake beasts were all monsters. It made no sense that one could be consumed while another could not. Right? They weren't humanoid monsters, so what was the harm? Moreover, the hemp snake had no issues, naturally leading to hemp snake soup. Cough, I digress. While I can understand your ambivalence toward consuming monsters, why would you choose to cook snake? Octavia inquired curiously. Given your financial standing as flower cultivators, is there truly a need to consider preparing such fare? We weren't always this affluent. Our people have an ingrained memory of hunger, which significantly influences our relationship with money. Many are particularly fond of hoarding. Moreover, hemp snake soup is genuinely quite tasty. Coupled with braised scorpions and hunting mushroom soup, over 300 people feasted heartily, hardly tapping into their personal supplies. Given the current circumstances, it was conceivable that the group could press onward to the first layer of the Dark Territories without requiring any additional provisions. After the meal, the charter ordered the 10 squads of the Central Army to set out first, becoming the new vanguard. 15 minutes later, the former rearguard would depart, taking on the role of the new Central Army. Squads that had previously served as vanguards could rest a bit longer, temporarily fulfilling rearguard duties. This arrangement aimed to conserve everyone's stamina while providing all squads an opportunity to hunt large monsters for profit, ensuring that both training and earnings proceeded in tandem. The charter stipulated that each squad must include no fewer than 3 novices, yet did not specify a required number of seasoned adventurers. Likewise, while he mandated a minimum of 10 individuals per squad, there was no upper limit. Some newly arrived adventurers remained highly wary of the veteran adventurers. This caution is not unfounded. Among Xiaomen Town's seasoned adventurers, truly good individuals are exceedingly rare. Upon discovering the gaps in the charter's regulations, they preferred to band together in groups of 10 or more novices for safety rather than join the ranks of the veterans. Despite the charter's firm directive to safeguard the lives of newcomers, the notion that seasoned veterans would refrain from bullying newcomers while safeguarding their own lives is far from absolute, particularly in scenarios where there is a preponderance of young women. The present team before us is composed entirely of novices, hastily assembled from various backgrounds. The temporary leader of this motley crew is a young man clad in a rare piece of breastplate armor, a rarity among newcomers. Hence his ascension to the role of captain, with a headband adorning his brow and a long sword at his waist. According to the captain himself, prior to embarking on his adventures, he was a serf on the estate of a prominent noble, an entirely typical origin. One fateful day, a goblin ambushed their village, and the soul guard, caught off guard, was struck by a crudely fashioned arrow. Though its lethality was questionable, the arrowhead was smeared with goblin excrement, rendering it both filthy and toxic. Once struck, without the aid of potions or divine intervention, even the most robust guardsmen could not endure for long, with most of the village's men deployed alongside the lord to the front lines. The small hamlet was left with merely a handful of the elderly, infirm, and feeble, as the village faced imminent destruction. The young at the time, he could even be described as juvenile. Captain seized the guard's sword and valiantly stepped forth to confront the goblins. Of course, he was unable to save the entire village. However, it was relatively easy for him to break free from the encirclement of a dozen goblins eager to wreak havoc upon women. Indeed, he managed to escape, albeit alone. Though his mother and younger siblings fell prey to the goblins, he at least preserved his own life and even managed to slay one goblin during his flight. Quite an accomplishment, wouldn't you agree? Yet, the Lord did not share this sentiment. The loss of an entire village with only one survivor could scarcely be overlooked, as someone must bear responsibility for the Lord's misfortune. The sole survivor became the ideal scapegoat. The captain was unwilling to surrender his hard-won life to the Lord's inexplicable decree. Moreover, he wielded a sword and had already proven himself a warrior by slaying a goblin. While other newcomers had to linger among thieving brigands for some time before finding their way to Xiaomen Town, This fortunate young man joined a smuggling crew, serving as a free guard while doing menial tasks, with the only remuneration being a meager meal and a bit of water, ultimately arriving in Xiaomen town alongside the caravan. Upon arrival, the smuggler himself was apprehended for colluding with the authorities, and amidst the ensuing chaos, the captain seized a piece of armor before responding to the call of the authorities and joining the expedition into the Shadowed Lands. One must admit, luck is indeed a facet of strength. This young man's fortune is quite remarkable, is it not? He now commands a party of 15 adventurers. However, all the members, including himself, are novices. For instance, there is a girl born in a brothel who learned some martial skills from her mother as patrons, and upon maturing, refused to rely on selling herself for a living. Lacking weapons, she should not have survived long in the Shadowed Lands. Then there are the few bewildered former slaves released after the death of the smuggler, one of whom astonishingly turns out to be a porcelain-grade mage, though it remains a mystery how this well-born girl was captured by slavers. As there is no immediate way for her to return home, she might as well join the team to save up for travel expenses. The other 14 members of the team share similar novice backgrounds, with the sole exception being a stunningly beautiful sister with luxurious golden curls. No one knows her origins, and she remains tight-lipped, merely asserting her confidence in her abilities to be of assistance. A weaponless beauty can only rely on her skills. Well, since the entire team comprises such individuals, her presence is hardly a detriment. Amidst a throng of over 300, the risk should not be excessively daunting. In addition, having her around is at least a visual treat, is it not? The novice captain instinctively puffed out his chest before the beautiful woman, adopting an air of maturity as he inquired, "What is your name?" "Dinessa," the beauty replied with a smile. "Just call me Dinessa." Even among the multitude of fledgling adventurers, a team as inexperienced as this is a rarity. Among the 15 members, the most formidable are the novice captain, the pugilist girl, and a lone mage, who, according to the Adventurer Guild's assessment, could barely be classified as low-tier porcelain. The rest, not to mention their adventurer status, possess physical attributes inferior even to robust farmers. They are, in fact, merely ordinary, frail men and women. Nevertheless, despite these shortcomings, they manage to achieve some success when faced with slightly larger monsters, thanks to the support of nearby allies, after indulging in a hearty chicken feast. Notably, this was the first time most members of the team had ever savored meat. The party set off once more. Approximately an hour later, they encountered their first monster since entering the Shadowed Lands. It was an adult hunter mushroom. Perhaps startled by the vast army of adventurers, it charged mindlessly towards the team, a creature. The hunter mushroom possessed strength disproportionate to its size. A direct collision could inflict damage comparable to that of a wild boar, and it indeed possessed the thick hide akin to that of a boar. Under normal circumstances, 5 ordinary, frail farmers would struggle against it. However, now the novice team boasted a full complement of 15 individuals, all driven by necessity, their morale resilient enough to confront the monster without scattering in panic and causing further trouble. Armed with makeshift clubs, they could strike at the creature's rear while it was distracted. They had often done so before, merely to strike the heads of others for a piece of black bread, so they were well practiced in this endeavor, even though most members could hardly be deemed combatants. Collectively wielding crude wooden sticks against a solitary, bumbling hunter mushroom, with the novice captain occasionally managing a thrust with his sword, was certainly not an impossible task. The novice captain, the novice pugilist, and the novice mage formed a trio to attract the hunter mushroom's attention, while the others seized the opportunity to strike its head and back with their clubs, with the most enthusiastic participant being the lovely sister who introduced herself as Dinessa. During the skirmish, she even burst into laughter several times. From her demeanor, it appeared as though they were not hunting a creature as dangerous as a wild boar, but rather engaging in a game of whack-a-mole in a field. Many seasoned adventurers from other teams, drawn by the laughter, gathered to witness the unfolding scene, and upon realizing the situation, they formed a large circle, gleefully observing the spectacle. It was as if the fledgling team was pitted against the hunter mushroom in a rather amusing contest. Indeed, this juvenile tussle was quite entertaining. The battle persisted for over half an hour, during which the novices relentlessly bludgeoned the unfortunate hunter mushroom into submission, before the captain finally delivered the finishing blow with his longsword. Ha ha ha! Well done, young novices. Ha! How delightful. It has been ages since I've witnessed such an entertaining display. Indeed, it surpassed the performances of wandering bards. The veterans clustered together, applauding the novices while vocally encouraging them. Though, in truth, the mocking tone was more pronounced. The novices' faces flushed. Few could maintain such composure in such an environment. Particularly, several of the young women in the team appeared on the verge of tears. Yet, Dinessa remained unfazed, casually producing a small knife, and, with a serene smile, began extracting the monster's crystal. The flower seller had mentioned that it could enhance the purchase price, likely amounting to around 1 guinea and 6 livres. Dinessa handed the crystal to the novice captain and took it upon herself to allocate the earnings, a total of 18 livres. Captain, you shall receive 3 livres, while the pugilist and mage, being the main contributors, shall each receive 2 livres. The rest shall receive 1 livre each. The beauty's smile possessed a remarkable charm, and despite the veterans' taunts, the novices, feeling as though they were basking in the warmth of spring, found their indignation subsiding. Moreover, as Dinessa had indicated, each would receive at least 1 silver coin, a substantial reward they would have never dared to dream of previously, in the face of her enchanting smile and the promise of silver. What did a little mockery matter? Could it possibly compare to the lash of the lord or the guard? Ahem. Indeed, I share this sentiment. The novice captain straightened his posture, feigning a cough, and with a hint of pride, easily won over, declared, each shall receive 1 livre. However, I shall forego my share. Miss Dinessa performed outstandingly in battle, so I have decided to reward you with 1 silver coin. Thus, you too shall receive 2 livres. The golden-haired beauty did not decline, maintaining her sweet smile as she replied, All right, thank you, Captain. This time, not only the novice captain, but even the 2 ladies standing behind him, the pugilist and the sorceress, were captivated by her enchanting smile. The seasoned onlookers were no exception. After all, men are not blind, especially when it comes to appreciating the allure of a charming woman with a towering figure, nearly 8 feet tall with a waist to match. Let out a disdainful chuckle and remarked with ill intent, While I concede that the combat prowess may be that of a novice, when it comes to beauty, she surely qualifies as golden class. Perhaps even platinum for those long legs. The vice captain, a lanky and unscrupulous fellow, sidled up to Dini Shah with a lewd grin. Fair maiden, I am Adamin, the vice captain of the 8-foot squad. Why not join us? Associating with these novices will surely lead to your demise sooner or later. Laughter erupted from the 8-foot crew, echoing in agreement. Adamin, with a smirk of arrogance, continued, We just hunted a magical wolf. The crystals and fur alone could fetch over 20 coins. If you spend a few nights with us, I could share a coin or 2 with you. It's far more lucrative than toiling away here. All present, whether affiliated with the 8-foot squad or not, burst into hearty laughter. You are going too far. The novice sorceress was the first to break under the pressure, perhaps due to her higher status, finding herself in this predicament purely by chance. Dini Shah is my teammate. Encouraged by the supportive gazes of the other members and the beautiful woman, the novice captain mustered his courage, puffed out his chest, and positioned himself protectively in front of Dini Shah. Stay away from her. My teammate is not that kind of person. In that moment, he truly resembled a leader of adventurers. I believe you must be mistaken, Captain Adamin said, raising both hands in mock surrender. His grin unabated. I never claimed your teammate was that kind of person. Nor do I care if she is. The rogue's expression suddenly darkened as he unexpectedly landed a vicious punch on the novice captain's face, sending the young man spinning through the air, crashing heavily into his own team. Instantly, the novice squad was thrown into chaos. We desire women. What does it matter whether they are that kind or not? You bastard! A female pugilist, sporting a ponytail that lent her a somewhat dashing air, struck Adamin squarely in the abdomen. The camaraderie forged through shared meals and battles against magical creatures, even if it was merely against a hunting fungus, naturally fostered friendship among the teammates. Between the pugilist and the captain, a hint of innocent affection had even begun to blossom. In such a situation, she could not contain herself, disregarding the disparity in strength, and struck out impulsively. However, The rogue's arrogance was indeed backed by strength. As a bronze level 4 adventurer, a punch from the feeble white porcelain girl caused him no harm whatsoever. In fact, the pervert taunted the enraged pugilist with a smirk. What a feisty little thing. Ada Min seized the pugilist's leg, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Though not quite as stunning as the last one, you still qualify as a beauty. Young man, it's a waste to have so many lovely ladies around you. The 8-foot giant stepped forward, pressing his foot onto the novice captain's head, bellowing, "Now they all belong to me." "Release him," the sorceress shouted, unleashing her only fire cone of the day. Yet her struggle was futile. The giant easily deflected the attack with a massive iron shield. "Don't fret, beauty. I'll take good care of you soon." Zhang Cheng arrived on the scene 10 minutes after the conflict erupted. With just a glance, he grasped the situation. The novice team, comprising 15 members including the captain, found 9 of the men cornered and beaten by the thugs of the 8-foot squad. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 women, including the pugilist and the sorceress, were captured by Ada Min and the others, bound together and tossed aside. The only one maintaining her freedom was the most beautiful among them, Dini Shah, who deftly maneuvered between a silver, the giant, a bronze, Ada Min, and 3 ruby-level rogue adventurers, evading their attacks with grace. Her agile movements and effortless smile resembled a swallow teasing a pack of foolish dogs. The 8-foot squad dispatched the remaining 14 members of the novice team in less than half a minute. Yet, despite their best efforts, the 5 seasoned adventurers failed to capture Dini Shah for over 10 minutes. It was baffling how they continued to chase the leaping beauty even after Zhang Cheng's arrival. Seemingly oblivious to the weapon in his hand and his darkening expression. Bang! 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 Zhang Cheng fired 3 shots into the cave ceiling. "Stop this at once." Only then did those foolish brutes surrounding Dini Shah begin to regain their senses. With Ada Min spitting in dissatisfaction, "You can't escape. Sooner or later, you will fall into my hands." "We're leaving." The 8-foot giant seethed with anger, convinced that had Zhang Cheng arrived just a moment later, they would have captured the platinum-level beauty. However, not catching her was of little consequence. As his vice-captain had remarked, this novice team could never safeguard such a beauty, and they would eventually seize her. Besides, today they had already captured 5 young women, so there would be plenty of entertainment during the evening rest. "Did I permit you to leave?" Zhang Cheng said coldly. Tidania stepped in front of the seasoned team, blocking their path, while Siflu positioned herself in front of the thugs restraining the girls. Together with Zhang Cheng, the 3 formed an implicit encirclement against the seasoned squad. "Brother Zhang, what do you mean by this?" Ada Min feigned confusion, grinning insincerely. "Release them, scum." Zhang Cheng, in the past, present, and foreseeable future, had never been one to play the role of a benevolent savior. Yet he was now exceedingly furious and made his disdain for the rogue's actions abundantly clear. Not for any other reason, but because he had just been boasting to Kelia about his path of justice. And before he could even warm to the topic, such an incident arose within the ranks he had gathered. If he did not end this with decisive force, everything he had said would become a mere joke. "Brother Zhang, are you really going to punish us for these novices?" Ada Min's face twitched as he spoke with a forced smile. "Please don't forget, we're the main force. These little rookies are of no value to you. Do you have any idea what you're talking about?" The regulations were of little concern to Zhang Cheng, who swiftly holstered his pistol and exchanged it for a rifle, preparing himself for battle. Tidnia and Kreia remained stationed at the rear, likely to provide reinforcements promptly after the gunfire erupted. However, their presence was not essential. Dealing with merely 10 fools was a task easily managed by 3. "Are you serious?" the towering man questioned incredulously. "They're just a few women. Is that what you desire? How about the most beautiful one?" "Eliminate them," Zhang Cheng retorted, choosing to respond with bullets rather than words. The conflict erupted instantaneously, destined to conclude just as swiftly. The 5 seasoned fighters clustered together were caught off guard by Zhang Cheng's relentless firepower. Their misinterpretation of his previous kindness led them to believe he was in dire need of their company, emboldening the rogues to act with impunity, exploiting the loopholes of the rules. Now, they were compelled to face the consequences. Given the close proximity, Zhang Cheng did not aim meticulously. Instead, he sprayed a torrent of bullets towards the upper torso of his targets. Amidst the deafening gunfire, the man wielding a massive iron shield bellowed. straining to deflect the incoming projectiles, while the remaining 4 quivered violently, akin to being electrocuted. After expending 30 rounds, only the shield-wielding giant remained standing. Yet his endurance was fleeting as the bullets pounded against his shield like a hammer. Numbing his hands, before he could catch his breath, Tidnia materialized like a specter behind him, her swift blade piercing through his neck, emerging from his gaping mouth and severing part of his tongue. The giant trembled violently, emitting a muffled groan of agony. Unable even to scream, as the blade withdrew, the rogue collapsed with a thud. The dark elf, Maya, calmly wiped the blood from her attire, her smile unwavering throughout the ordeal, rendering her strikingly alluring amidst the carnage. Zhang Cheng then switched to his sniper rifle, methodically delivering fatal shots to the dying rogues on the ground. He overheard Adamant, in his dying moments, murmuring, "Why?" It appeared he would depart this world, still bewildered by Zhang Cheng's ruthless resolve. Did he not perceive that his team was of greater importance? Did he dare to question the rationale? Irritated, Zhang Cheng replied, "Heaven's punishment, return my public map." This mocking retort would undoubtedly send the rogue to the afterlife laden with confusion. The rogue squad was a mixed entity. The 5 slain were original members, while the other 5 were recruits enlisted at Zhang Cheng's behest. Among them were 2 iron ranks and 3 white porcelain ranks, true white porcelain. Possessing some skill, unlike the novices who couldn't even best a white porcelain. However, their so-called prowess was trivial in the face of Siflu, who could contend with golden ranks when equipped. The 5 new recruits, fully aware of this disparity, knelt in unison, hands clasped over their heads, devoid of any intent to resist. This act of submission granted them a brief reprieve, as Siflu refrained from immediate execution. Upon concluding the battle, the onlookers remained in shock, gazing at the smoke rising from Zhang Cheng's firearm, trembling in disbelief. Previously, they shared the sentiment of the rogue squad, having assumed the conflict between Zhang Cheng's team and the angels unfolded in broad daylight, leading many self-righteous individuals to conclude that this flower cultivator was wholly aligned with one side, poised to establish a dark kingdom in the Umbral region. Thus, they believed he mustered such a force to engage the local powers of the Umbral region. Otherwise, what purpose would expanding the squad serve? Only an army benefits from sheer numbers, did it not? Therefore, the more formidable the individual, the more they garnered attention, leading to speculations that some might even ascend to become the future rulers of an underground kingdom. This was one of the reasons why seasoned adventurers of ruby, bronze, or silver rank dared to oppress novices with impunity. That it was utterly unexpected that Zhang Cheng would use the corpses of the rogue squad to illustrate their grievous miscalculations. Moreover, he exhibited no signs of leniency. Calmly, Zhang Cheng instructed Siflu, eliminate those 5 as well. He had witnessed their gleeful assault on the novice squad. Furthermore, they had been the ones overseeing the 5 captured girls while jeering and cheering during the seasoned adventurers' efforts to capture Dini Shah. Since they had exhibited such loyalty to the rogue squad, Zhang Cheng deemed it fitting for them to continue their pursuit. Wait, hold on. At this moment, the rogues realized the gravity of their predicament. Their pleas for mercy echoing. Please spare us. This is our first time doing such a thing. You never told us we couldn't. We acknowledge our mistakes. We won't dare again. Zhang Cheng gestured downward towards Siflu. The pleas transformed instantaneously into screams as the serpent-headed whip sliced through the throats of the 5, blood spraying forth. That I never informed you what was permissible and what was not, did I? Zhang Cheng turned, the backdrop of 10 corpses serving as a grim decoration, and shouted at the onlookers, "So you believe you can act with impunity? Do you think I would pardon your wicked deeds? Dream on. I am the chief. You must all heed my commands. Anything I disapprove of is strictly forbidden. I have warned them 3 times today. I assure you, this is my final display of patience towards scoundrels. Should anyone dare to transgress again tomorrow, I will personally eliminate them. These are my regulations. I remind you once more, disobedience is not welcome." The ancient sages of flower cultivation opposed punishing without imparting knowledge. Yet, Zhang Cheng believed that, in dealing with these rogues, employing a swift and thunderous approach would yield better results in the face of time constraints. While the dread of 10 lives lingered, Zhang Cheng announced the initial version of the military regulations for the Umbral region's Adventurer Corps. Here, he delineated the proportions of loot distribution among adventurers of various ranks once a squad had acquired spoils. Furthermore, he strictly prohibited the pillaging of female adventurers and those of lower ranks unless consented to. Otherwise, no engagements were allowed. The military regulations of the Adventurer Corps currently permitted only one form of punishment: execution. Undoubtedly, such an oppressive policy could hardly cultivate a formidable army. Were it not for the individual prowess of some, this force would have been obliterated in ancient times by renowned generals like Yu Fei and Qi Jiguang, employing the same number of troops. Nonetheless, this army had finally developed a semblance of discipline, a significant improvement over the initial chaos of five-member squads that operated independently, often in hostility towards one another. The troop organization was restructured, with squads led by silver or bronze rank adventurers designated as the main vanguard. Teams of relatively balanced ruby and emerald ranks served as the rear guard and reserve. Positioned at the back of the main force in the center, there were pure novice teams akin to the rookie squad to prevent further bullying. Zhang Cheng resolved to keep them close out of course. Teaching them to fish was more beneficial than merely providing the fish. Among these novices, instilling the philosophy and ethics of flower cultivation would steer them clear of the influences of local deities, whether of the light or dark alignments, in order to contend for souls. Moreover, they needed to acquire practical life skills, at the very least comprehending that striving alongside the flower cultivators was a more feasible path to a better life than praying to the deities. Thus, Zhang Cheng intended for Kreia, Tidnia, and Siflu to take turns as instructors. Imparting combat skills to these novices, he refrained from involving Octavia, as her strength was overwhelming, her martial skills too advanced, and she lacked experience in teaching others. As if summoned by fate, just as Zhang Cheng contemplated assigning a new task to Kreia, she and Octavia appeared. "Kreia, I have a task for you," Zhang Cheng began, but before he could finish, the former paladin and the former demon king rushed forth to shield him. "What has transpired?" he questioned, sensing the tension that had evidently unsettled even him. However, the two paid him no heed, as they were preoccupied with a matter of greater significance. Kreia brandished her sword defensively, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Dini Shah, what are you doing here?" The moment Kreia uttered those words, Zhang Cheng understood her apprehension. Back at Little Door Town, they had failed to capture the angel, Luzina, watching helplessly as she soared deeper into the umbral region. Since that time, the Charter has remained ever vigilant towards the minions of the deities. Moreover, they had been forewarned. As per the predetermined plan, 5 individuals were supposed to encircle the target to prevent any further escape. However, both Kelia and Octavia failed to follow the plan, and instead stood resolutely before the Charter. It felt as though the enchanting beauty, who seemed to take pleasure in toying with a band of foolish ruffians for several minutes, was some kind of terrifying monster. The last time they faced a legitimate angel, the two had not been so tense. Tidania and Siflu also sensed that something was amiss. The sisters discreetly blocked the entrance to the Dark Realm, keeping a watchful eye on Dini Shah. "Oh dear, little Kelia, you used to call me sister. How is it that after just a few days apart, you've become so unfamiliar?" Dini Shah had been smiling from the very beginning. Regardless of facing the wicked of the 8-foot squad or the Charter, her demeanor remained unchanged. It was as if the Charter's squad, comprising the Demon Lord and former Holy Knights, held no significance in her eyes. Akin to the ruffians of the 8-foot squad, of course, there was also the possibility that she did not wish to oppose the Charter. Yet, even if this were true, it was merely the strong extending kindness from their lofty heights to the weak, rather than the weak beseeching for peace. This tranquil attitude set alarm bells ringing in the Charter's mind. He gently tugged at Octavia's sleeve, whispering, "Who is she? Why are you so tense as well?" "She is Dini Shah," came the anxious reply from the Demon Lord. "When the fighting starts, you must escape first." Now this was intriguing. The former Demon Lord had never uttered such disheartening words upon encountering an angel. Back then, she had eagerly anticipated capturing the beauty named Luxina to warm the Charter's bed. Little did she expect the formidable presence of Dini Shah, the last opponent Octavia had wished to flee from. "A demigod, a divine aberration. I have dispatched a powerful warrior," the god of light stated calmly, She is the mightiest warrior and will certainly bring back those mortals who have defied us. That a powerful warrior. Just one, the god of darkness scoffed in discontent. Are you not satisfied with the losses? No, I trust her. At least I trust her abilities. Aha. You trust her abilities? A mere mortal's capabilities? The god of darkness derided. I intend to send forth an army, yet you are content to dispatch a single mortal, one you could dispose of at any moment. Dini Shah. What? I decree a divine mandate, commanding Dini Shah to venture into the dark realm and eliminate those who attempt to establish a kingdom of evil among the flower planters. The smiling Dini Shah, the god of darkness, asked incredulously, You actually sent out that smiling Dini Shah? It's not about whether she can accomplish it, but whether she will obey. This mortal, even in the eyes of the deities, is quite an extraordinary being. She had been taken in by the Holy Hall at a young age, receiving a complete education in the ways of the Holy Knights, due to her exceptional performance. The then Archbishop of the Holy Hall deemed her to have immense potential. The deities shared this sentiment. According to the standards of the light deities in utilizing mortals, such a promising little pet needed a thorough reprimanding, lest she develop a sense of disrespect towards the deities upon discovering the truth in the future. Thus, the light bestowed a divine decree, arranging a task fraught with peril during Dinish's coming-of-age trial. Yet, despite the god of darkness cooperating with the light to set a high-level monster at the final juncture of the task, the novice holy knight, Dini Shah, astonishingly completed the mission that time. The light even mocked the darkness, claiming that it had arranged for a worthless monster that even a theoretically silver-ranked holy knight would struggle against. The darkness had no retort. Although rare, such acts of divine betrayal towards their followers were not without consequences. Consequently, the deities did not develop any immediate caution, merely planning to set another trap to complete the training that had been evaded this time. During the second attempt, driven by a sense of vengeance after the previous embarrassment, the god of darkness directly arranged for a 100-armed giant troll. This was an ultra-high-level monster capable of contending with dragons. It was no longer merely a lesson, but a direct intent on Dinish's life and soul. The god of light was somewhat displeased, for the holy knights were his followers, and their souls rightfully belonged to him. The oath to sign a 100-armed giant troll was to forcibly seize what was rightfully his. However, soon enough, the light realized that it had miscalculated. In reality, the deity's surveillance of the surface was not as meticulous as it ought to be. At least, the territories controlled by the demon armies were poorly understood by the light deities. Monitoring one's domain was akin to observing through a surveillance camera that could not record. There were blind spots, and a moment in attention could cause one to miss crucial information at that time. The light believed that this little one had been ruined by the darkness, and thus no longer warranted attention. The darkness, however, took great pleasure in closely observing the entire process as Dini Shah effortlessly dispatched the 100-armed giant troll. Such individuals exist in the world, though they may emerge only once every few thousand years. Their existence defies logic. And no matter what one does, no matter how formidable the adversaries one arranges, no matter how dire the circumstances created, even when everyone desires her demise, she effortlessly overcomes all obstacles, vanquishing every foe, leaving those who conspire against her utterly helpless. Such individuals are referred to as children of destiny. Though it may sound absurd, the deities found themselves at a loss in dealing with her. Since then, the deities have continuously assigned Dini Shah seemingly impossible tasks, facing gatherings of numerous wicked individuals alone, hunting down rebellious holy knights, and confronting accepting groups of heretical followers. The fallen holy knights became demon lords, and beyond them lay another demon lord, an overwhelming multitude of various goblins, hundreds of mid to high-level monsters with strength akin to demigods, and terrifying necromancers, who were even beyond the control of the deities. All of these arrangements, capable of toppling nations and presenting challenges even the deities would find daunting, were effortlessly dismantled by Dini Shah alone. In each task, regardless of the circumstances, this woman always wore a smile, earning her the moniker among mortals. Smiling Dinesha. By the time the deities remembered this nickname, they suddenly realized that the little one they intended to reprimand was, in fact, a tiger that had grown large. This was a mortal beyond the deities' control. The light deities, whether in the form of light, justice, or even the comparatively softer fantasy, favored assigning the most arduous tasks to Dini Shah and relished in having her execute them alone. Whether facing the gambits of the dark deities, where light deliberately lost to darkness each time, or executing those whose existence even the deities found vexing, such as the fiercely independent flame dragon, Dini Shah completed her tasks with remarkable ease that it was as if no matter how many obstacles were set in her path, they bore no significance to her on occasion. Her performance led the deities to suspect that Dini Shah had already attained the power of a true deity. Typically, according to the process through which deities educate their pets, a small creature would be humiliated by the lowest tier monsters, usually goblins, occasionally heretics, and subsequently become more obedient, fearing the deity's commands and dreading another reprimand. Afterward, if they could emerge from their fear, they might ascend to roles akin to that of a holy maiden, the sword holy maiden being one such example, thus better serving the deities. Should their strength further progress, the deities would welcome them into the divine realm, transforming them into angels, serving beside the deities and formally stepping beyond the realm of mortals. The deities believe this to be the utmost honor for mortals, a pursuit worthy of a lifetime of effort. However, in Dinesh's case, even the deities themselves found it excessively perilous. Thus, even though her strength had long surpassed the highest levels achievable by angels, she had once executed a fallen angel and had single-handedly confronted a demon lord of equal rank to angels. The situation remained precarious, yet the god of light hesitated to open the grand gates, welcoming Dini Shah into the realm of the divine. Consequently, this woman became a peculiar entity. Apart from her extraordinary title, everything else about her had transcended the ordinary. Dini Shah thus emerged as the sole being capable of traversing the mortal realm unimpeded, a true extraordinary. Recently, however, the god of light discerned that such an existence in the mortal realm was indeed quite beneficial. Primarily, it was remarkably entertaining. Regardless of the low numbers cast by the dice of the light deities, or the cunning traps set forth by the dark deities, or the formidable strength of her adversaries, Dini Shah would complete her tasks without faltering. This was, by all accounts, a legitimate form of cheating, for the light had indeed entrusted Dini Shah to the darkness, and the latter was incapable of seizing her. Thus, no blame could be assigned to him. The frustrated expressions of the dark deities, yearning for what they could not obtain, consistently brought a measure of delight to the light deities. Another advantage was that all troublesome tasks could be delegated to Dini Shah. There were always high-level beings in the mortal realm, such as adult dragons, Nethways, fallen angels, or treacherous demon lords, Octavia, not to mention the flower planters. These entities, which were beyond the control of the deities and too challenging for others to confront, could all be entrusted to Dini Shah for resolution. Moreover, she never failed to meet the expectations of the deities. The question arose, could that woman truly handle it? Upon learning that the light had dispatched Dini Shah to hunt their target, the dark deity's anger subsided significantly. Curiosity began to brew within him regarding who would ultimately prevail in Dinesh's confrontation with the flower planter. Why not place a wager? The god of light produced a die. Do you not have an army at your disposal? If I win, your forces will assist Dini Shah against the flower planter. What if I emerge victorious? Inquired the dark deity with intrigue. Your army will aid the flower planter in dealing with Dini Shah, replied the god of light nonchalantly. Unfortunately, we cannot claim the soul of the flower planter, but that is of little consequence. Regardless of the outcome, you stand to gain. Should you win, you would at least acquire Dinesh's soul. Her formidable strength is comparable to that of your own divine aberration, sufficiently compensating for any losses incurred. Conversely, if I win, you will at least achieve vengeance for your offspring, while I would obtain the souls of a demon lord, a treacherous paladin, and 2 dark elves. Deal, exclaimed the dark deity with satisfaction. You may roll first. The shadowy realm lies beyond the purview of the deities. Be more precise, it exists as the greatest blind spot under their surveillance. What should be done if there is something within such a domain that particularly piques a deity's interest, necessitating clarification? Precisely, a temporary surveillance device should be deployed. Lashina's task, aside from alerting the protocols, was to act as this makeshift observer, relaying the information required by her master. For an angel, Concealing her presence before a target is hardly a challenge, even when facing beings of Dinish's or Octavia's caliber. The crux lies in harboring no ill intent toward the other party, thereby avoiding arousing suspicion, allowing her to remain hidden at an appropriate distance. Justice opted to dispatch Lashina for this mission, rather than anyone else, precisely because she excels in such endeavors. Previously, she had infiltrated the office of the protocols without being detected by the vigilant Octavia outside. This time, those engaged in a subtle standoff would similarly be oblivious to the angel concealed nearby. "It is Dini Shah," Lushina murmured to herself with a sly smirk. "That is abundantly clear. It is indeed the god of light. However, it appears there are others present." The angel's eyes transformed into a golden hue, her pupils narrowing like a cat's as she gazed toward a spot not far behind the protocols. She tilted her head slightly and sniffed the air. The angel of the god of fantasy, Cassandra, and another, Roxanne, the demon lord of the god of truth. When considering the original Octavia, belonging to the god of evil, along with myself, representing the god of justice. What a complete ensemble we have. The novice team's leader found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation. As a serf who had risen to the position of adventure team, captain purely by luck, relying solely on the tales of bards as his guiding principles, the novice leader could not comprehend why the seemingly benevolent Captain Zhang and his associates would maintain such a heightened sense of vigilance toward his team members, especially after just saving him, that he felt certain there must be some misunderstanding. He wished to explain, yet the bruises inflicted by the 8-foot squad rendered him speechless. "You all go ahead," Zhang dismissed Octavia's suggestion for him to flee first. Instead, pointing at the bewildered novices, "Stay away from here. Do not get involved." He then turned to the other clueless onlookers, commanding, "Scram! Get far away. This is not a spectacle for your enjoyment. Those who wish to avoid death should leave at once. She is my team member." Zhang's insistence for the novices to retreat stemmed from sympathy, but the novice leader seemed ungrateful, standing in front of Dini Shah and Zhang with his bruised face, adopting a defensive stance. "I cannot hand her over to you." Such was his declaration, causing Dini Shah, who had maintained a smile, to momentarily falter. This man truly daft." Zhang sighed, his head throbbing. "Not only is he lacking in skill, but his intelligence seems equally deficient. What sort of individuals have I gathered?" "Hey, you are Dini Shah, right?" Zhang raised his voice, declaring. "Have your captain step aside. We shall handle our matters ourselves." "Handle it ourselves?" Octavia's discontented laughter rang out. "You do not know my physical prowess. If you can withstand her, together we stand a greater chance of survival. If you cannot, then I have no hope of escaping to regroup above. Alone, I would surely perish. It is better to face her as a united front." Zhang gestured for Octavia to observe their surroundings. By this time, most of the adventurers present had sensed the tension, after Zhang dispatched the 8-foot squad. The atmosphere of confrontation intensified, as if a larger battle were imminent. Following Captain Zhang's orders, they naturally withdrew to a safe distance. Meanwhile, those dispatched by the deities to act as monitors stood out starkly, like rocks left behind on the beach after the tide recedes. Cassandra, Roxanne, and Lashina. Taking a glance around, Octavia remarked with resignation, "Indeed, if they all share a common purpose, with your speed, there is no chance of escape. We might as well prepare for a fight." Zhang merely pursed his lips, non-committal in response. Across from them, Dini Shah continued to converse with the novice leader, appearing exasperated by his stubborn determination to protect her. Clearly puzzled by his intentions, it was evident that his presence could only hinder her efforts. Meanwhile, the novice brawler and novice mage, uninjured, exhibited clearer minds, dragging the novice leader away from the scene. Seizing the opportunity, the Tydenia sisters ceased blocking the path and made their way to join Zhang. When it was just one individual, it was manageable. However, the opposing party had now revealed 4 individuals, though it remained uncertain whether they were allies. If each were of angelic caliber, it would be ill-advised to contemplate how to capture them. Prioritizing unity for survival was the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, the current situation appeared rather peculiar, as Dini Shah, who had initially attracted attention, had finally persuaded her captain to leave, while the others maintained a distance, seemingly observing the conflict from afar. once the novice leader was pulled away by the others. Denisha felt free to express herself, engaging in casual conversation with Krayla. Oh dear, while a bit foolish, I truly did not anticipate that there would still be good people in Little Door Town. Denisha remarked with a beaming smile, even waving goodbye to the reluctant novice leader, as if bidding farewell. Little Krayla, did you not complete your task? I saw the princess return safely. Why do you not go back? Sister Denisha, Krayla hesitated momentarily before adding a respectful honorific. I wish to seek the true path of justice. In truth, throughout the previous years, Denisha had always been Krayla's idol, not solely because she is the revered mentor on her path as a paladin, but also because Krayla harbors a profound admiration for Denise's unwavering stance against evil, where justice is always achieved by drawing her sword and striking down the foe, even after turning away from the deities of the light. This conviction has taken even deeper root in Krayla's heart. At tea times, she wonders if she possessed Denise's strength. Perhaps she could have vanquished the abomination and saved Sean and Riki. The path of justice? Have I found it? Krayla cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The angels and demon generals remained at a distance, showing no inclination to engage or assist one another. Of course, this did not imply a relaxation of vigilance. No, my companion. Krayla cast a sidelong glance at the regulations behind her and continued. Tell me, there is no preordained path of justice in this world. It is a path we must forge and uphold with our own hands. Ah, how insightful, she mused. Thus, Sister Denisa, I shall not turn back, Krayla asserted resolutely. I believe I am currently treading the rightful path, and I shall not look back until I reach the end to determine if my choices are indeed correct. Oh my, how splendid! Our little Krayla has grown, Denisa remarked with a smile. Very well, if you wish to play outside, do so for a while longer, but do not forget to come home when you tire. Denisa, I cannot return. I am already a rebel. Who said that? Denisa inquired, puzzled. Has someone labeled you a rebel? The silence was deafening. Even Krayla, who was seething with indignation, had never considered it seemed that, apart from herself, no one had ever stripped her of her identity as a paladin. To be precise, Miss Krayla no longer identifies with your path. The regulations sighed in resignation, responding in her stead. There is no need for anyone to declare it. She is already on a different path from yours. Just now, little Krayla stated that she would forge justice with her own hands. Was that not something you imparted to her? Indeed, came the reply. Justice does not require deities, nor do humans need saviors. We rely solely on ourselves. The regulations explained earnestly. Thus, I contend that your sanctuary's path is misguided. If that is the case, then rectify this error with your own hands. Denisa spoke in a calm tone, uttering words that could shock the world. Transform the sanctuary into a true bastion of justice. Is that not feasible? One cannot evade forever, can one? Upon hearing this, even the regulations were somewhat taken aback. Such a statement, tantamount to directly challenging the correctness of the deities, was not surprising when uttered by a flower cultivator. However, for Denisa, a paladin previously unconnected to the flower cultivators, the renowned demon slayer, to say such words was to completely overturn the fixed image of the divine charlatan in the regulations' mind. Can you imagine a seasoned goblin from Earth proclaiming a desire to purge the divine side? Were you not here to eradicate us? The regulations could not restrain themselves and asked directly. The divine revelation I received was to eliminate the flower cultivators who exploit villainous adventurers in an attempt to establish a kingdom of evil in the shadowy realms. Denisa replied earnestly, I have indeed located the flower cultivators, yet I have found no evidence of anyone attempting to establish such a kingdom. She gestured toward the corpses of the 8-foot squad on the ground, stating, on the contrary, I now believe that should you truly succeed in establishing a kingdom in the shadowy realms, perhaps the number of villains would diminish. Command Rosemary to launch an immediate assault. The Dark God ordered coldly. The target is everyone. Eliminate Denisa and that flower cultivator. Leave no other divine messengers alive. Several demon generals received the command and swiftly ran to convey the divine will to their mortal companions. The God of Light did not intervene. Despite believing that this battle was bound to fail, he weighed the dice in his hand, never casting them. There was no longer any necessity. The gaming table had been overturned. So why roll the dice? Aside from this traitor, do you have any other preparations? The dark god pressed. The god of light shook his head. In truth, he had made preparations, but he deemed it unwise to invest further. Given the current situation, it was evident that the more one invested, the greater the losses. The dark god snorted contemptuously. Coward. The god of light remained unfazed that Denise's strength was a mystery. She could manage well against the flower cultivators. However, should she indeed collaborate with the flower cultivators, Justice would feel. Unless either he or the dark god manifested directly, no amount of investment would suffice. Furthermore, there were numerous other high-level beings dispatched by various deities present. Their allegiances uncleared. It was time to withdraw. Otherwise, the fallen evil god would serve as a cautionary example. The god of light could not believe that justice, illusion, and reality would find an opportunity to eliminate him, yet fail to seize it. Just as he would unhesitatingly partake in the feast of divine power, should the dark god suffer severe losses in this conflict. What? Divine friendship. Spare me the jest. Who would believe that? The friendship of deities is ever self-serving. Then, are you here to assist us? Though speaking such words to an enemy felt somewhat weak, the regulations could not help but inquire. Certainly not. I have my own path of justice. Denise maintained her unwavering smile. Yet her words were perplexing. What exactly are you here to accomplish? The regulations asked, somewhat irked. Are you merely here to cause trouble, to incite conflict among those novices? You cannot blame me. Your subordinates indeed comprise many villains. And your military discipline is rife with loopholes. Is it not quite normal for the villains to exploit these gaps and prey upon the weak? Denise replied with a charming smile, clearly enjoying the conversation. As for what I am here for, I've already stated, my orders are to eliminate the flower cultivators attempting to establish a kingdom of evil. However, I have found no such targets. Therefore, I intend to accompany you until I encounter that flower cultivator seeking to establish a kingdom of evil. Until then, I simply wish to protect my little Clea. Sister Denisa. Hearing this heartfelt confession, Clea felt tears welling up. After all this, it turns out to be a Yuri situation. The regulations muttered softly. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, they believed Clea would have lunged into Denise's embrace, pouring out her heart. So, how will you deal with me? Octavia asked with unease. That I am the Demon King. Former Demon King, Denise replied, shaking her head. Do not overestimate your importance. Though her words were harsh, they were indeed the truth, akin to suggesting that she was utterly inconsequential. Thankfully, Octavia was aware of Denise's might. Otherwise, they might have been compelled to fight for the sake of pride. The regulations began to comprehend Denise's intentions. She was undeniably sent by the deities to hunt her down. However, something had evidently gone awry. Most likely, the deities themselves did not fully understand this individual, resulting in Denise seizing upon the loophole in the orders. Thus, this highly autonomous paladin resolved to circumvent the divine mandate and establish her own code of conduct. Truly remarkable. She is not here to engage me in battle. The regulations queried loudly. What about you? Are you? An awkward silence ensued. Each individual remaining here was no novice. In terms of strength, they were all on par with Octavia, the former Demon King. Yet they operated independently, often stabbing one another in the back, making it unrealistic to expect them to collaborate effectively against the regulations party. Whether to engage or to retreat, what was their true intention? Could they not be more forthright? Facing so many formidable adversaries felt exhilarating. My task is observation. Lena, who had faced off against the regulations, said with an awkward smile, I am not here to fight, so I shall take my leave. The angel unfurled her wings and soared deeper into the cave. From the direction she departed, it was evident that this woman had not yet given up. Otherwise, she ought to take flight backwards, seeking a way to escape the shadowy realm. An angel, traversing the mortal plane, requires immense energy expenditure at every moment, yet she finds no means of replenishment in the dim territory. The divine power of the righteous cannot be harnessed here, whether angel or demon general, akin to the demon lord. Representing the angels of the evil gods. For the sake of their own safety, they should diligently avoid such a situation that yields only expenses without returns. Leading the way, Luxina took charge, while the remaining two departed separately. The angel Cassandra of the god of fantasy chose to follow closely behind Luxina, retreating toward the shadowy realm. Only the demon General Roxanne of the god of truth opted for the ground direction. Zhang Cheng observed her silhouette and pulled out his phone to make a call to the town at the ground starting point. It is not so easy to come and go as one pleases. Let us first engage in a discussion about life. After all, she is a demon general belonging to the side of evil, is she not? Aren't you leaving? After everything was arranged, Zhang Cheng inquired again of Denisa. Do you wish to remain here? I have stated that I will accompany you. I shall observe your justice closely. Then you should join the vanguard. Zhang Cheng interrupted Denisa's words, commanding in a firm tone. You are responsible for the discipline of the vanguard troops. Should any fool attempt to abduct a maiden again, you are to execute them. After a moment's thought, Zhang Cheng added, but you cannot take the soul gems. Speaking of which, you can produce soul gems. Correct? Denisa's smile noticeably stiffened for a moment. I can, but I am not your subordinate. You are part of the novice team, and I am their leader, thus you naturally fall under my command. Zhang Cheng stated unreasonably, you wish to observe our justice. Is merely being a bystander not wasteful? Come join in the work. Only by immersing yourself in it can you perceive things more clearly. Denisa is quite dangerous. Watching her depart, Octavio whispered to Zhang Cheng. Even if we all teamed up, we might not be able to defeat her. Sister Denisa is a good person, Clea quietly argued. I can guess, especially since you all seemed so tense earlier, Zhang Cheng replied. Fortunately, she has her own code of conduct and is not a zealot strictly adhering to divine decrees. Otherwise, I fear we would all be in dire straits today. He did not believe that if Denisa were to engage with their side, those other predatory figures would merely stand by idly. Clea claimed she is a good person. I find her to be quite acceptable as well. Zhang Cheng gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Perhaps she could provide us with significant assistance. Whether that assistance would be substantial remained to be seen. However, minor aid arrived swiftly. After revealing her identity as a paladin, Denisa naturally garnered the animosity of a band of ruffians. A few self-proclaimed skilled fools who provoked her were dispatched to the vanguard as overseers. Following the demise of several captains of cultivation teams who believed they had uncovered Zhang Cheng's true intentions, the vanguard troops began to take on a semblance of order at this point. As new adventurers were continuously formed into teams, crossing over from Small Gate Town to pursue the group, Zhang Cheng's adventurer army had swelled to nearly 1,000 individuals. The vanguard consisted of over 400 seasoned veterans, with Denisa commanding them. Following Zhang Cheng's directives, this group was primarily tasked with clearing the path of medium to large monsters. Whenever the adventurer army could manage the situation, Denisa would refrain from intervening, only stepping in when the 400-plus individuals could not handle the threat. This, in turn, elevated Denisa's status within the vanguard, as the spoils from monsters they could defeat would belong to the soldiers within the vanguard, which Denisa would not claim, while the monsters they could not handle would have her as their safety net. It was simply perfect. Before long, the adventurers incorporated into the vanguard began to audaciously provoke previously avoided monsters. For instance, while traversing an important water source, the vanguard initiated an attack on the lake tyrant, which was, in fact, an extraordinarily large octopus. Previously, this lake tyrant had been the master of this water source, with adventurers daring not to linger nearby, let alone draw from it, unless absolutely necessary. In recent years, many adventurers had perished at the tentacles of the giant octopus. Dozens had merely been recorded as witnesses, while many more entire parties had been obliterated without a trace, amounting to possibly hundreds. This was precisely the reason why this vast, bottomless underground lake, possessing a water source richer than that of Small Gate Town, had never developed into an adventurous settlement similar to that of Small Gate Town. The vanguards had a straightforward method for dealing with this creature. They prepared a substantial amount of blood food, consisting of monsters hunted along the way, as well as some monster entrails that adventurers would not consume. They dumped this blood food into the lake that the giant octopus claimed as its territory to lure the lake tyrant to the surface, then sprinkled bait along the way to draw it into a pre-prepared trap. The trap was a cave without any forks. Once the giant octopus entered, the mages ignited the monster oils stored within the cave, filling it with flames. The octopus, undoubtedly fearful of fire, attempted to flee back to the lake through the cave's entrance, but everyone joined forces to strike it as best as they could, as expected. The lake tyrant expended all its magical abilities to fend off the flames, maintaining moisture on its surface, significantly diminishing its combat effectiveness. Heavily armored warriors stood shoulder to shoulder in its path, using shields and long swords to impede the furious giant octopus, attempting to prevent its escape. Others unleashed arrows and spells upon it, while some hurled harpoons. The harpoons, tethered by ropes, pierced the giant octopus's flesh, the barbs digging deep, with the ropes anchored to large stones, rendering the lake tyrant utterly unable to escape the onslaught. As more and more harpoons struck true, the giant octopus soon found movement exceedingly difficult, allowing humans to launch relentless attacks. Experienced fighters unleashed their most skilled techniques upon this enormous target, while novices without suitable weapons resorted to throwing torches at the lake tyrant. The battle raged on for over 5 hours. With the lake tyrant sustained injuries all over and exhausted its strength, the IT desperately wished to dive into the lake, where, as an aquatic monster, its power would be entirely different. If it could return, hundreds of adventurers would pose no threat to it. However, among the adventurers were some who had once been fishermen, possessing ample experience in dealing with aquatic monsters, and collectively, they would not allow the giant octopus to succeed. Throughout the entire process, Denisa did not intervene, merely smiling as she watched the adventurers surge forward to deliver the final blow to the lake tyrant. The once tortured giant octopus finally found release. For the adventurers, triumphing over such a formidable foe was a moment worthy of celebration. In the past, no 5-person team could ever pose a threat to a monster of this caliber, nor could even one of the most powerful factions in the shadowy realm. The Dark Elf city-state contend with such a creature. Now, having achieved such a victory, many began to feel a sense of anticipation for future expeditions, no longer merely fantasizing about constructing their own kingdoms within the shadowy realm, but rather focusing on more pragmatic motives: profit. According to Zhang Cheng's acquisition price, the magic crystal of the lake tyrant was valued at approximately 8 million soft sister coins, meaning each participant could receive an average of 20,000. Of course, adjustments would be made based on individual performance and contributions during the battle. However, even the weakest adventurers would easily receive over 10,000, which equated to about 30 sumnian, enough to purchase 20 acres of land and a cow in many places above ground. Moreover, this was a reward obtained without injury. Many began to envision that if they encountered a similar creature again, they might each be able to share in the spoils sufficient to buy a house and a wife. Aside from those truly wicked individuals and those who had offended others back in their hometowns and could not return, adventurers with even a slight yearning for a stable life began to dream of escaping this uncertain existence and returning home in glory. Half an hour later, Zhang Cheng led the novice troops of the Central Army to the lakeside. By this time, the giant octopus had already been dealt with by the adventurers, and the most valuable magic crystal was entrusted to Denisa for safekeeping. As a paladin, she had at least earned a reputation for honesty in this regard, not embezzling their funds, while the remainder was divided into countless small portions according to Zhang Cheng's preferences, awaiting preparation for cooking. Look, even tonight's dinner for the entire army is secured. Quite well done indeed. Dinesha tossed the magic crystal stone to Zhang Cheng, smiling as she praised, "These individuals, united, can indeed accomplish remarkable feats, at the very least. The path leading to the dark regions will become considerably safer from now on. Of course, with the loss of the lake tyrant's intimidation, adventurers will still need to contend with various other monsters seeking opportunities here. However, having managed to deal with the lake tyrant, confronting these opportunists should not pose too much difficulty in the future. Today, we shall indulge in takoyaki and hot pot," Zhang Cheng declared loudly. "Those with experience should venture into the lake and catch some fish and shrimp." The adventurers erupted in cheers, as this was perhaps the happiest day for the majority of them thus far in their lives. Happiness is indeed a fundamental requirement for a life free from sin. "This scene looks splendid, doesn't it?" Zhang Cheng remarked, gesturing toward the hundreds of adventurers joyfully devouring grilled octopus skewers. "Indeed, it is quite delightful," Dinesha replied. In truth, the takoyaki was not particularly appetizing, primarily due to the toughness of the ingredients, which posed a challenge for one's teeth. Furthermore, the sauce was scant, failing to bring out the best flavors of the dish. Nevertheless, for the adventurers who were simply content to have their fill, there was little to criticize about the meal. As for Dine Shah, and perhaps Kelia, their primary concern lay in the glimmers of hope for a better future reflected on the faces of some adventurers. Perhaps, after today, a portion of the wrongdoers will cease their malfeasance. Dine Shah whispered. Not just yet, Zhang Cheng replied, standing by the underground lake and scooping up a handful of its icy water. Ensure people can live well. Hunting is the least efficient method that I require stable long-term income to soothe those yearning for a tranquil life. Long-term stability. Dine Shah chuckled. Do you truly wish to cultivate the land here? Why not? Zhang Cheng retorted. This area has abundant water resources, even if sunlight does not allow for traditional farming. Cultivating shade-loving fungi is certainly feasible. Moreover, after clearing the various monsters from this lake, we could raise fish here. Are you serious? Dinesha's typically unwavering smile wavered slightly at Zhang Cheng's words. And one had ever contemplated developing traditional agriculture within the dark regions. I am, indeed, a gardener, Zhang Cheng sighed. Gazing at the barren land, he mused, if one does not wish to plant or raise anything, how can they be considered a competent gardener? Even the arid outskirts of the desolate desert have been cultivated with drought-resistant economic crops by gardeners. Your preferences are rather peculiar. Dine Shah remarked that IT is merely a trait of our race. She continued. Dine Shah shared a unique bond with Kelia, both mentor and friend, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Thus, at mealtime, Dine Shah would tirelessly traverse to the Center Army's vicinity to join Zhang Cheng and his companions. Octavia was not particularly welcoming, yet the former demon lord openly admitted that he could not contend with Dine Shah. She was a formidable ally. Even without engaging in combat, it would be unwise for the weaker party to drive away the strong, especially with angels lurking in the shadows. Zhang Cheng and his women, the Titania sisters, were indifferent to her presence. The Dark Elf sisters never minded other beautiful women approaching Zhang Cheng, as their views on marriage differed from those of gardeners. Since they could tolerate Octavia and Kelia, they naturally did not mind welcoming Dine Shah as well. Of course, Zhang Cheng harbored no romantic inclinations toward Dine Shah or the former demon lord and paladin. He was currently in greater need of assistance. However, should the three beautiful women entertain such notions, Zhang Cheng would not oppose them serving as both partners and allies, much like the Titania sisters. Unfortunately, they had no such intentions. Zhang Cheng was not inclined to take the initiative, but that did not mean others were similarly disinterested. While he was explaining to Dine Shah how to utilize local resources for precise poverty alleviation, Octavia, who typically had little interest in such discussions, tugged at Zhang Cheng's sleeve, directing his gaze with an elegant gesture towards a man approaching from the front line. He was a robust, middle-aged man, and Zhang Cheng recalled him vaguely, a ruby-ranked warrior, barely qualifying as a mid-tier strongman. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened slightly, recognizing that if he were in the front line, he was likely a formidable rogue, a type that was typically difficult to manage, as exemplified by the 8 Feet Squad. Previously, he had mandated that members of the front-line army were not prohibited from approaching the Central Army, which was filled with novices and inexperienced individuals. He wished to avoid a repeat of situations where rogues used their strength to intimidate newcomers. Dinesha's gentle smile turned somewhat perilous as she shared Zhang Cheng's thoughts. Kelia cast a glance at the man, unsheathing her great sword and preparing to advance, only to be restrained by Zhang Cheng. Let us observe what he intends to do first. Zhang Cheng advised. He found it hard to believe that, after he had decimated the 8 Feet Squad and Dine Shah had repeatedly suppressed rogues within the frontline army, anyone would still dare to err before him. The man glanced at Zhang Cheng, bowed slightly, said nothing, and proceeded directly towards the Central Army's logistics team, comprised of women. The so-called Central Army logistics team consisted of the unfortunate women who once sold their bodies in Littlegate Town. They remained in the perilous and malevolent atmosphere of the dark regions for various reasons, forced to resort to sordid means for survival while enduring the oppression and humiliation from caste and his ilk. They could be considered the lowest tier of society, even worse off than pure novices, as novices still held a glimmer of hope, however faint. Zhang Cheng personally did not harbor any disdain for this profession, as even gardening could not eradicate it. The only time this industry was entirely abolished was during the brief period of the Taizu era. He was merely a so-called boss, and he found it unthinkable to intervene in such matters. However, Zhang Cheng could not tolerate the complete humiliation and oppression of women. After all, he was accompanied by a paladin, and his own partner had once been a dark elf devoted to justice. As a gardener born in the new century, even with a low moral standard, he should be held to a higher standard than the likes of caste. Zhang Cheng's approach was straightforward. Women who wished to escape such a life could receive an opportunity to join the adventurer army in the dark regions for auxiliary roles. For those who were lazy or unwilling to leave for various reasons, Zhang Cheng allowed them to continue in this ancient profession, while also easing their tax burdens and providing a degree of personal safety. This was all Zhang Cheng could offer them, an opportunity and the bare minimum of personal rights. If one were to consider the issue from the perspective of gardening's legal standards, Zhang Cheng's actions could be deemed utterly heinous. Yet in the new land, his conduct could be likened to that of a legendary saint. After all, Zhang Cheng was the first boss in this world to strictly prohibit anyone from forcibly coercing, oppressing, or insulting these women for any reason. The middle-aged man approached a slightly damp and awkward woman. Indeed, she was a former courtesan. Zhang Cheng recalled her to be around 25 or 26 years old, still considered a fresh young woman in the realm of gardening. However, in the medieval production context of Azeroth, she was undoubtedly a middle-aged woman that I performed well today. I might earn around 30 an eye, the middle-aged man said, his tone serious, akin to a pillar of the household discussing the family's financial situation with his wife. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, the woman, who was grilling meat, responded with a face of embarrassment, having realized that all eyes were upon them. Even the novices of the Central Army were intrigued to know what this seasoned individual intended to say. If I get another opportunity like this, I could save enough money, the middle-aged man continued. So, will you marry me? Whistle. Zhang Cheng let out a loud whistle, exclaiming, after all this, it turns out to be a marriage proposal. All the young women cast furious glances at Zhang Cheng, including his romantic partner Tidnia, as well as the ever-smiling Dain Sha and the previously adoring Kreia. Women are inherently drawn to such romantic scenes. Thus they naturally despised Zhang Cheng for his thoughtless remarks that ruined the mood. Perhaps Octavia was the only exception. The former Demon King merely shot Zhang Cheng a glance before returning to her task of dealing with a hefty piece of grilled octopus leg. Zhang Cheng shrank his neck, attempting to make himself appear smaller in the eyes of the girls. Oh dear, I forgot this isn't Blue Star. They might not understand such jokes. Indeed, I've been rather arrogant lately. On the other side, the woman remained flustered, and Zhang Cheng clearly noticed her hands desperately rubbing the corner of her apron, a staff benefit he had provided, as local textiles were not inexpensive, indicating her evident anxiety. However, the man showed no signs of coercion, which was quite apparent. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have been blushing and keeping her head down in silence. This was also the primary reason Zhang Cheng's group refrained from intervening. Though he still couldn't comprehend the situation, it was evident they had known each other in the past and shared some emotional connection. The man paid no mind to the curious gazes around him, patiently waiting for the woman's response. After approximately 10 minutes, the woman finally spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I don't care. The meaning behind her words was clear to everyone, prompting the man to hastily declare, I was unable to protect you before, but now I can. I've made up my mind. Let us purchase a piece of land, plant some oats, buy a cow, and a few sheep, and we can build a house ourselves. I have enough money. I am wealthy now. When he looked up again, the woman was already in tears. How could you be so foolish? You could marry a girl from a good family. She continued, when we escaped, I vowed. The man stepped forward, tightly embracing the weeping woman, and proclaimed loudly, I only love you. Applause erupted from most of the recruits and the logistics team, including Tidnia, Siflu, Dainsha, and Kreia, who all clapped for the star-crossed lovers. Only Octavia and Zhang Cheng observed the scene with cold indifference, remaining silent. Don't you intend to say something? Dainsha inquired curiously, gazing at Zhang Cheng. Aren't you his subordinate? What do you wish me to say? Punish him for breaching military discipline by approaching the central military without orders? Zhang Cheng retorted. Given that he is not here to commit wrongdoing, how about we reduce the death penalty to a fine and penalize him 10 sumnis? He added, you are the front commander. You are responsible for ensuring he pays. Hey, that seems excessive. Upon hearing this, Tidnia, Siflu, and Kreia cast Zhang Cheng reproachful glances. What? Is my military discipline a joke? Zhang Cheng huffed. Or would you prefer to pay the fine for him? After all, it's your lax supervision that led to this. This your sense of justice. Dineshaw frowned in dissatisfaction and remarked, do you know their relationship? They have lived in the same village since childhood, vowing to be together when they grew up. Oh, childhood sweethearts, Zhang Cheng mused. Yes, but they were forced to steal to pay the tithe to the sanctuary due to famine and war, thus becoming outlaws. Later, they arrived in Little Gate Town, where the woman sold herself to cast to gather funds for the man's adventure equipment, promising to redeem her once he had enough money. Now he has come to fulfill that promise. Tish? Octavia turned her head disdainfully. A common life. There are many more tragic than this. Now it was her turn to bear the scrutiny of the girls. Dineshaw fixed her gaze on Zhang Cheng and asked flatly, you hear this story and feel nothing? Feelings? My feeling is that you are all rather malicious. Huh. Dineshaw replied incredulously, how have we become the malicious ones? Their village was struck by disaster, forcing them to steal the tithe? Zhang Cheng shrugged, wearing a look that implied she should understand. Whether in the eastern lands or during our classical era, when rural areas face calamity, the court must find ways to provide relief. The difference lies in the state being in a period of revival. The efficiency of disaster relief would be somewhat higher. While the lives of the disaster-stricken are difficult, most still have a chance to survive. However, in the twilight of a dynasty, the efficiency of disaster relief plummets, and if the victims cannot endure, they become the grave diggers of the dynasty, at least one of them. Regardless, as long as one still considers themselves a competent court. As long as the country wishes to continue, the posture of providing disaster relief is a necessity. Yet here, your village is destroyed, yet you still collect the tithe? Zhang Cheng glanced at Dineshaw. Is it your country that is trash? Or is your sanctuary the villain? Or perhaps both? That is not what I meant, Dineshaw replied, slightly irritated, a rare sight indeed, as she had seldom been without a smile these past few days. What do you wish to ask? Do you want to test me and see if I am moved by this story? Then grant them 30 sumnis so they can find a place to buy land and live a happy, stable life together. Should I also say some words of blessing as they depart? Dineshaw furrowed her brow, staring at Zhang Cheng, now viewing this rascal with disdain. Kreia and the others blushed, lowering their heads, unwilling to meet Zhang Cheng's gaze after hearing the tale of love. They genuinely wished to give the man some money so he could take the woman away. Isn't that a good thing? Dineshaw quietly asked, not that it's bad, but what significance does it hold? To save one is to save the world. Nonsense. Saving one is merely saving one. Zhang Cheng shook his head. When society as a whole is ill, and gravely so, saving a single person is utterly meaningless. Now, let us consider these two. I could certainly provide them with money. Don't say 30 sumnis. In fact, I could even afford 30,000 nis. But what would that accomplish? Their crime of becoming outlaws stemmed from stealing the tithe that belongs to the sanctuary. Kreia, you grew up in the sanctuary. Dineshaw, you're still a paladin. You should understand what kind of crime stealing the tithe is. According to the sanctuary's doctrine, stealing offerings meant for the light is akin to selling one's soul to an evil deity. If these two were to appear in a human nation on the surface, they would undoubtedly be bound to the stake by the sanctuary's enforcers, with no possibility of a peaceful life if they lived in Shabak or similar areas controlled by the flower-planting people. 60 sumnis would barely keep them above the poverty line. A father and son duo watching cars in the parking lot can earn 1 to 2,000 soft currency a month. To think they could buy land with just a few gold coins and lead a life akin to that of a rural woman is sheer folly. Outside of the flower-planting people's controlled areas, those who steal the tithe and are hunted by the sanctuary have only one fate: death. This world knows no concept of mitigating circumstances. The existence of deities has greatly increased the costs of offending divine authority. Do not presume the sanctuary has forgotten their crimes from over a decade ago when they stole the tithe. Do not expect that other sanctuaries are unaware of their transgressions, that a legitimate paladin could see at a glance what type of sins they have committed. While they may not know the specifics, the offense against the deities is unmistakable. In fact, Kreia could discern this, and Dinesha even more so. Thus, the man's notion of saving enough money to live a happy life together is undoubtedly a delusion. Zhang Cheng shook his head, calmly questioning, I can't provide him with funds. Even if he lacks the insight to understand this, Dinesha, do you not comprehend? What does that have to do with me? Dinesha's response came a bit hesitantly. Isn't it you who encouraged him? Zhang Cheng asserted that I don't believe he would dare defy you, a merciless paladin, by approaching the central military without your permission. What do you mean by saying I am merciless? Do not divert the topic. Zhang Cheng continued bluntly. I can overlook your probing of me, but let me make it clear, I will not give them money. What I offer them is an opportunity. Zhang Cheng gestured for Dinesha to observe the serene underground lake. Unless you wish to lead them in overthrowing the sanctuary's rule. Otherwise, if one desires a stable life, it is imperative to employ my methods in utilizing the lands and resources of the Underdark, enabling them to construct an economically robust society with their own hands, free from the influence of the sanctum. I am not jesting. Let me reiterate, I intend to establish aquaculture here. I will devise strategies for infrastructural investment, and I can enlist technicians for breeding techniques. However, one crucial condition must be met. Safety must be assured. It sounds as if you're not seeking profit for yourself. Dinesha could not help but mock Zhang Cheng. Yet she recognized the absurdity of such a statement, that I in the pursuit of justice. What is the significance of earning a bit of money? One cannot expect Zhang Cheng to truly become a saint. Indeed, I stand to gain significantly from this expedition into the Underdark, Zhang Cheng readily admitted. In truth, I'm the one who reaps the most rewards. However, without my involvement, they would have had no opportunity. And that is also a fact, that if you genuinely wish to see them lead a happy and secure life, then do everything possible to enhance their combat capabilities and find ways to ensure their survival in future conflicts. I must emphasize once more, there are no saviors in this world. Gods and kings are even less reliable, so do not place your hopes in me. Zhang Cheng rose, pointing at the entwined couple and commanding loudly, have him return to the vanguard. This time I may refrain from punishment, but should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Teacher Zhang, I believe you are correct. After the man left, Kreia quietly said to Zhang Cheng, the tranquility of one person does not equate to peace. We must create an environment where all can live securely. That is unattainable, at least with our current productivity, Zhang Cheng replied. Unless the goods produced can fulfill everyone's greatest desires, there will inevitably be instances where some gain more while others earn less, leading to inequality. When inequality reaches a certain threshold, it incites conflict and even war. Just like this expedition, the various treasures acquired from the Adventurers' Legion, primarily magic crystals with occasional decent magical beast hides and other supplies, were sold to Boss Lee at a markup of 130%. Boss Lee then transported them to the eastern lands or the homeland of Lan Xing, where he undoubtedly profits more than Zhang Cheng. This is also inequality. What we could do is create a roughly stable environment before the war begins. Zhang Cheng sighed and sincerely stated, do not expect me to be a saint. I am not even a good person. The reason you perceive me as a righteous individual is merely because such actions yield me the greatest benefit, and nothing more. Kreia, you should join the vanguard. If you seek justice, then strive to enact it with your own hands. Additionally, inform that foolish man that I will safeguard his wife. However, their future happiness depends on his own future efforts. Thank you for your guidance. You shall forever be my mentor in life. The paladin Kreia deeply bowed to Zhang Cheng. Alas, Dinesha sighed in confusion. They have grown up. It seems they cannot be held back any longer. In truth, my childhood was quite tragic as well. Octavia, watching Dinesha and Kreia depart, playfully exclaimed, no, my story is far more sorrowful. Then do not speak of it. I detest tragedies. Zhang Cheng's casual remark left the Demon King nearly speechless. Nia, from now on, you shall be responsible for managing the logistics team. I have already promised to protect them. Do not let me break my word, and I have no issue with that. But Titania hesitantly asked, what about your safety? At least 2 angels are lurking nearby. that if we gather together, they will never reveal themselves. Zhang Cheng replied. We are about to reach the first layer of the Underdark, and we will undoubtedly clash with the local forces residing there. If we wait until then for them to cause us trouble, it would be better to find a solution now. You intend to draw them out? Octavia asked in surprise. Are you going to use yourself as bait? Yes, there are 2 angels, and you are a demon king, on par with them. Dealing with one should not be an issue that I, along with Siflu, will handle the other. We only need to hold out for about 10 minutes. And once Dini Shah, Kreya, and Titania arrive, the problem will be resolved. Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth and said, if they still do not show themselves, then let Siflu temporarily leave as well. I refuse to believe they would pass up such an excellent opportunity. This is far too dangerous, Siflu protested. Just because we see 2 angels does not mean there are only 2. Furthermore, there is a demon lord behind us. No, that demon lord is no longer a concern. Zhang Cheng lightly waved his phone. I just received news that the demon lord fleeing towards the cave entrance has been captured in Xiaomen Town. Your strength is truly astonishing, Octavia whispered. Roxanne is a demon lord of the true god. You actually managed to capture her alive. The so-called demon lord is essentially on the same level. Those residing in the divine realm of dark deities are referred to as demon lords that are in the mortal realm. They lead the charge for the deities. The essence is the same, with the distinction lying in individual combat prowess. Speaking of which, Roxanne might actually be slightly stronger than Octavia, given her support from the true god, while Octavia has exhausted the last remnants of divine power obtained from the evil god. Similarly, the other 2 lurking divine lackeys, just as goddess Luxina and fantasy god Cassandra, are currently stronger than the little mare. Your plan has a chance of success, Octavia quietly stated, but I must declare in advance that the prerequisite is that Dini Shah is not our enemy. She must at least be neutral, otherwise we would not stand a chance against her together. Additionally, if a battle erupts, I can only restrain either Luxina or Cassandra, and that is merely a stall. I have no divine power left and must rely solely on my own strength. So do not expect me to achieve victory. Therefore, once the battle commences, your harem must arrive to support us within 20 minutes, first assisting me or you in defeating one opponent. If the time drags on, we will inevitably lose. Zhang Cheng remained silent and directly handed her a handheld device. This is a military terminal. You can keep it on at all times, and in case of issues, simply call out, and we will all be informed. Huh. Why didn't you bring out such a useful item earlier? I only brought it out now because I had no other choice. I hope to resolve the issue before the battery runs out. As time passed, the Adventurers Legion drew ever closer to the first layer of the Underdark, and the strength of the Legion increased correspondingly. The primary reason for this was the increase in numbers. During the caste era, the adventurers flowing through Xiaomen Town as a transit point maintained a steady count of 700 to 800 individuals, a significant portion of whom were fresh recruits, lured by dreams of wealth, who descended from the surface to join the ranks of adventurers in the Underdark. Only half of them had the opportunity to survive to their second mission. Therefore, it was common for an expedition into the Underdark to result in the adventurers in Xiaomen Town being halved. Now, however, it is different. The fresh recruits from the surface continue to arrive in droves. Yet, the attrition rate among adventurers has decreased from 50 to 70 during dispersed operations to less than 5, with more reinforcements and fewer losses. The troop's strength has naturally surged. As the Legion near the end of its first phase of a journey, the total strength had swelled to as many as 1,500 individuals. The second point of combat strength growth stemmed from those early members of the Legion. The veterans who, under Dini Shah's command and assistance, had each engaged in at least 5 battles against intermediate-level magical beasts, achieving victory each time. Unbeknownst to them, the veterans had all experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their own abilities. According to Sifla's observations, among the more than 500 members incorporated into the Vanguard, at least 12 were of silver rank, over 30 of bronze rank, and the number of ruby and emerald tier adventurers was estimated to be around 100 to 200. Not only the Vanguard, but even the Middle Army, which had initially been filled with numerous novices, had also seen considerable growth in strength. Previously, 5 novices facing an adult hunting mushroom would inevitably result in total annihilation. However, when 2 squads of 10 novices coordinate their efforts, The inevitable casualties will be the monstrous foes. The seasoned veterans of the Vanguard remain fixated on the mid to high-level monsters, often overlooking lower-tier threats such as the hunting mushrooms and venomous scorpions, which have become the targets for the trials of the new recruits in the middle ranks. Presently, the majority of novice squads have developed the capability to confront low-level monsters independently, should multiple squads collaborate. They might even stand a chance against mid-level beasts. The rearguard, deprived of practical combat experience, likely sees the slowest personal development among the ranks. Nonetheless, the newly inducted personnel are reorganized based on their combat prowess and integrated into the vanguard or middle ranks, effectively serving as the Army's reserve force, which is equally vital to the Adventurers' Legion. Ultimately, and in my opinion, the most pivotal aspect is the increasingly proficient cooperation among the adventurers, under the stringent discipline of the military. The various squads have set aside their prejudices, enabling figures such as Denisa or Kelia to command the entire vanguard in a concerted assault on a single target. This has genuinely evolved into a cohesive military force, rather than the previously disorganized rabble. Deploying an army of over 1,000 for hunting naturally yields impressive profits, from Little Gate Town to the first level of the Dark Region, along the way. Aside from certain paths that are simply unexploitable, all the monsters that have appeared before the adventurers on the main roads and junctions have been exterminated. This includes thousands of mid-level monsters such as chicken snake beasts, burrowing magic wolves, giant venomous frogs, and terror spiders, as well as dozens of various high-level creatures. The number of defeated low-level monsters like hunting mushrooms and venomous scorpions is simply incalculable. The adventurers have even completely cleared a path overrun by carnivorous plants, which thrive near a geothermal vein, well suited for plant growth. The sheer volume of monsters has likely resulted in sales revenue from the crystals alone amounting to 300 million soft sister coins. After taxes and costs, the remaining sum is still sufficient to fulfill his long-cherished dream of financial freedom. In other words, he could indeed choose to withdraw now, of course. He has no intention of doing so. After all, no one ever feels they have too much money, and earning a little more is hardly detrimental. More importantly, he has promised Kelia to construct a model, and it would be remiss to abandon it midway. Furthermore, there is the agreement related to the expedition into the Dark Region, which he had personally secured. Withdrawing now would be unbecoming. The sole advantage of the money earned is that he can now contemplate the question of whether to retire and return home once this expedition concludes. The communication device emitted a crackling sound, and shortly after, Denise's curious voice came through. Zhang, are you there? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. What is it? Zhang replied, Oh, you can hear me. Then hurry and speak. We have officially entered the first level of the Dark Region, Denise responded. However, there's an army blocking our path ahead, and they do not seem friendly. I believe you should come and take a look. An army. Denise's voice remained calm, devoid of any mirth. A demon army. Zhang left Siflu to command the middle ranks while he and Octavia hastened forward. Something was amiss. How could there possibly be a demon army in the Dark Region? Along the way, Octavia remarked in confusion. Could Denisa have mistaken the Dark Elf army for a demon army? The Dark deities are legitimate gods and have little means to address the Dark Region. There's no reinforcement, only attrition. Investing power here would only result in significant losses. Those deities who meticulously calculate soul energy would never engage in such a venture. Sending 1 or 2 angels to execute a task and recalling them immediately afterward is the proper course of action for the deities. Octavia was aware of this, which is why she had chosen this place as a refuge. Then, why would a demon army appear in the Dark Region? It is not enough for a group of monsters to gather and claim to be a demon army. It requires at least one demon lord or a similar high-ranking fiend to command, purposefully rallying a significant number of monsters and wicked beings that serve the dark deities. Such an assembly could be termed a demon army. A mere gathering of goblins, such as a goblin king mustering 1,000 assorted goblins, could only be referred to as a settlement. Goblin settlement, magic wolf settlement, giant spider settlement, and so forth. Such a thing could hardly be regarded as a demon army. This was an error unbecoming of a paladin of Denise's caliber. However, upon reaching the forefront and witnessing the monstrous beings blocking the plains of the first level of the Dark Region, Octavia was compelled to acknowledge that this was indeed a genuine demon army. Leading the charge were over 100 goblin big brothers, commanding approximately 1,500 ordinary goblins, interspersed with some goblin wolf cavalry and goblin shamans. At the rear stood over 500 true monsters, alongside wicked beings and a stern-looking short-haired beauty, presumably a demon general or perhaps a demon lord. "Do you recognize her?" Zhang inquired, passing his binoculars to Octavia, gesturing for her to observe the peculiar woman standing amid the goblins and wicked beings. "Rosemary," Octavia hissed through clenched teeth. "I thought as much. How could the other deities' lackeys show up? Yet, the dark god's minions are conspicuously absent. It seems they have been waiting for us all along. Very well. She is indeed a demon general." This revelation simultaneously unraveled the last of the lingering mysteries. That divine abomination was most likely the troublesome offspring of the dark and light deities, leading to the other deities sending mere observers to ascertain the situation, while also seizing the opportunity. Whereas the two of them had dispatched a top-tier assassin, Denisa, though her loose reins were a different matter, and the other had sent an entire army. Fortunately, whether by design or happenstance, Zhang currently commanded a formidable combat force. Given the overwhelming presence of goblins on the opposing side, he believed that the battle-hardened Adventurers' Legion stood a fighting chance. Naturally, the demon general and the angels likely lurking nearby posed a significant threat that needed to be addressed. The solution to the problem arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Denisa, the opposing general, the lady whom Octavia referred to as Rosemary, suddenly bellowed, "Come out, Denisa!" Her voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the battlefield, exerting immense pressure, causing the adventurers to instinctively retreat a few steps, even the demon army inadvertently clearing a space out of respect for Rosemary's commanding presence. However, at that moment, Zhang's heart soared with joy that Rosemary's words evidently indicated that she harbored a personal grudge against Denisa, eager for a one-on-one confrontation. In Zhang's calculations of combat power, Denisa could only be considered neutral, not yet an ally. That if they truly engaged in a duel, regardless of the outcome, the enemy's core would effectively be diminished. Their chances of victory would significantly increase. With a radiant smile, Denisa departed from the vanguard, stepping forth between the two armies. Rosemary, it has been a while. Her demeanor suggested a casual greeting to an old friend after a long absence. However, those who typically greeted adversaries in such a manner were often the kind of nefarious individuals who leave behind indelible pain while remaining unconcerned themselves. "I regarded you as my lifelong rival, yet you have forgotten the wounds you inflicted upon me. Such a character is excessively outrageous from any perspective." Denisa, with each furious shout, Rosemary's once captivating visage contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. Her form began to swell, her clothing tearing apart, transforming into tatters. Yet, no alluring sight was revealed. The once enchanting Ice Queen rapidly morphed into a towering 5-meter-tall monster, sporting 3 pairs of arms, 30 dagger-like claws, bat-like wings, and skin as dark as night. Denisa, Rosemary howled in madness, her previously delicate mouth stretching grotesquely to her ears, resembling a colossal serpent poised to devour its prey, filled with rows of twisted, menacing fangs. That a demon lord, an experienced adventurer, cried out in despair. The adventurers, barely held together by strict discipline, began to falter under the immense pressure of the demon lord's overwhelming aura, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet, Zhang keenly observed that the enemy situation was not considerably better. The lowest-tier goblins shrieked in terror, desperately attempting to flee from an increasingly frenzied demon lord's vicinity. However, the commanding big goblin showed no mercy, brandishing a hefty wooden club and a stone axe to smash the heads of the little green-skinned creatures one by one, even though he himself trembled in terror at his own leader. "Denisa, draw it aside and strike." Zhang Cheng communicated via the handheld device to Denisa, who was smiling and confronting the Demon King. "Do not allow it to affect my people." "Denisa!" Before Zhang Cheng could finish his sentence, Rosemary, now completely transformed into a monster, let out a piercing howl, vanishing from her spot only to reappear instantaneously behind Denisa, several hundred meters away. Hey, isn't your hatred a bit excessive?" Denisa turned around with an air of exceptional composure, delivering a kick that sent the transformed Rosemary flying 100 meters away, raising a cloud of dust, as if she had merely kicked a frail creature rather than a demon king. Is she really that detestable? Denisa, I hate you. Rosemary, having just emerged from the dust, was promptly met with another kick from Denisa, sending the demon king tumbling several 100 meters away in a most undignified manner. Is the disparity truly this vast? Zhang Qing muttered softly. Point one had already succumbed to transformation, while the other remained unperturbed. The difference in composure alone starkly illustrated the gap in strength between Denisa and Rosemary. Furthermore, she had fulfilled Zhang Qing's request by luring the Demon King away from the main battlefield. Effectively, she had kicked it away. Kreia, stop dawdling. Now is the time for you to command the vanguard to charge. Zhang Qing ordered loudly, then turned to the handheld device, instructing Nina, Siflu, bring the central and rear troops for reinforcement. Eliminate these demon forces. The soldiers' morale wavered as Denisa hesitated to respond. They may not dare to charge. What are you playing at? Acting like a saint at a time like this. Zhang Qing lamented helplessly. The goblins across the way were willing to sacrifice their soldiers to enforce military discipline. Yet the paladin was showing mercy towards the villains. After spending too much time mingling with them, had he grown sympathetic to their plight, he should have considered the gravity of the situation. In desperation, Zhang Qing found himself at the forefront of the troops. I could see this moment. Over 500 vanguard adventurers had gradually retreated to the mouth of the cave leading out of the dark territory, seemingly contemplating a hasty escape. This was utterly unacceptable. Not to mention the enemy had several hundred wolf riders. If they abandoned their resistance and turned to flee, they would undoubtedly face ruthless pursuit. It was uncertain how many would manage to escape, rendering all of Zhang Qing's prior efforts futile. However, if they charged now, the situation would improve significantly. The lower-level demons were still reeling from Rosemary's shock, attempting to regroup under the beatings and urgings of the big goblin, while the higher-level demons and evildoers, proud of their status, hesitated to charge in front of the goblins, considering the possibility of being backstabbed. In other words, the enemy was just as disorganized as they were in this scenario. It was a classic case of the brave prevail in a narrow path. Victory would lead to rewards, while defeat would leave them with no chance to escape. Of course, such sentiments could not be shared with the illiterate soldiers. Lengthy explanations would be futile as they would not comprehend the meaning. Now, charge forth. Those who hesitate will be executed. 5 quinies for each goblin slain. 10 quinies for each other demon. 10 quinies for each evildoer. No captives. Charge. Octavia stood at the entrance of the cave from which they had come, a cold smile gracing her lips, her entire form morphing into that of a haughty, demonic steed. Her arm cracking like a whip against the ground behind the adventurers. Point 1, 2, 3. Anyone still within my attack range will die without regret. Her chilling voice dripped like ice upon the soldiers' hearts, and their initial fear at the Demon King's appearance began to cool slightly. Subsequently, the bounty offered by Zhang Qing began to take effect. They had all come for the sake of riches, and how could they easily retreat in the face of such a substantial sum? Moreover, the strongest demon, unbeknownst to them that it was the Demon King, they instinctively feared Rosemary, had been subdued by Denisa, and they also had an imposing monster of their own. Now was the time for reckless courage. A group of the fiercest villains let out inhuman howls, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the demon forces several 100 meters away, followed by other bloodthirsty adventurers. Their formation was somewhat disarrayed. But at last, the group began to advance. Kreia, keep up. Zhang Qing remained rooted in place, having clearly spotted the relentless Ligiana and Cassandra re-emerging. Kreia shot Zhang Qing a complex glance, yet chose not to say anything further, merely nodding vigorously before joining the charging troops. Octavia sauntered leisurely over to Zhang Qing. Are you confident you can withstand an angel on your own during this little charge of yours? At such a moment, how could they afford to hold back? After all, there were still some high-level demons and evildoers on the opposing side, and counting on a paladin alone was not a strong strategy. Thus, the odds had narrowed to a 2-2 situation. Zhang Qing had to endure an angel's assault until reinforcements arrived. He had no path of retreat. Otherwise, if two angels attacked the adventurer army from behind, defeat was a certainty, rendering all he had preached to the girls beside him mere jokes. Once again, he fought for his beliefs. Zhang Cheng stated calmly, underestimating me would be a grave mistake that I in truth. Upholding justice was not his creed, but now that he was in too deep, he might as well act with some bravado. Oh dear, my apologies. Ligiana smiled as she approached Zhang Cheng. My initial task was merely to monitor you. But later, my God bestowed upon me a new mission to kill me. Zhang Cheng inquired. Not at all, replied Ligiana as she transformed, her form changing not merely into an angelic shape with wings, but expanding in a manner more akin to a demonic manifestation. The great God of justice wishes to invite you to the divine realm for a comparison between your dark-haired flower people and the newly arrived white-skinned flower people. White-skinned flower people? Zhang Cheng found the combination of information somewhat contradictory. If you come along obediently, I will be very gentle. How does that sound? Ligiana had morphed into a massive feline creature with 2 tails and 3 pairs of ears, aside from her snow-white fur. Her fierce appearance was akin to that of a demon king. What do you mean by gentle? Zhang Cheng asked cheekily, like a lover's tenderness. Oh, that is not out of the question, the gigantic cat, now more than 3 meters tall, winked at Zhang Cheng. In that regard, I am even stronger than your dark elf. Care to give it a try? A try's a try. Zhang Cheng ceased his banter. Raising his firearm to aim at the transformed angel, Denisa, bang, bang, bang. Denisa, bang, bang, bang. Rosemary had long since descended into madness, yet she could do nothing against her hated target. Each time she called out Denise's name, the latter would step forward and deliver a kick, sending her flying several dozen meters, crashing against stones or other obstacles before coming to a halt. This cycle repeated itself. After 7 or 8 kicks, the two had moved far from the main battlefield. Denisa, satisfied that she had fulfilled Zhang Cheng's instruction to draw Rosemary aside, finally halted, smiling at her now irrational opponent. Rosemary, have I truly committed an unforgivable act against you? Denisa inquired. I believe I only defeated you once during internal training. Is it truly necessary to harbor such hatred towards me? Denisa, Denisa, Denisa. Bang, bang, bang. Why can't you remain calm? Denisa shook her head in exasperation. I was actually quite lenient back then. Who could have anticipated that your pride was so fragile, leading you to fall to such depths? Denisa, I hate you. Rosemary stumbled to her feet from the dust, her gaze locked onto Denisa. Teeth clenched as she declared, I have paid such a heavy price. So much, I even lost my last shred of dignity. I am on the verge of becoming an angel. Very soon. You have ruined everything. Is becoming an angel truly such a splendid thing? In Dionysia's gaze towards Rosemary, an unexpected glimmer of sympathy emerged for the first time. She comprehended the trials that female paladins face before their ascension to angelhood. Betrayal, the betrayal of the divine. The deities would only grant their favor to the angels after thoroughly subduing them, ensuring that the female paladins had been stripped of any lingering resistance. 8 times, she too harbored doubts, pondering whether her failure to become an angel stemmed from her repeated defiance of the lessons imposed by the deities, failing to fulfill the role of the taught. Yet, such lessons were best avoided for a lifetime. A mere glance at Rosemary's current state made this abundantly clear. She had accepted her lesson, only to be defeated by Denaisha during an internal training session, just as she was on the brink of entering the divine realm. Consequently, the deity redirected its gaze towards the still novice Denaisha, denying Rosemary the gateway to the divine. Thus, the paladin Rosemary fell into darkness, aligning herself with the dark god. Unlike the deities of light, the dark gods did not relish in tormenting their followers. Perhaps it was because they believed that unfaithfulness among their devotees appeared more sinister, more malevolent, and more authentic. Consequently, Rosemary swiftly ascended to the rank of Demon Lord, until the rise of Octavia as the new Demon Lord rendered Rosemary's fate uncertain. It turned out she had been dispatched to the shadowy realms by the dark god. Denaisha, I loathe you. Denaisha was so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to respond in time, allowing Rosemary to seize the opportunity and pin her to the ground. That I despise you. I despise you. I despise you. Even in her frenzy, Rosemary realized this was her final chance for vengeance. the former demon lord unleashed a frenzied barrage of punches upon Denaisha, her corrupted arm striking down with the force of a battering ram. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, Rosemary created craters in the ground beneath Denaisha, dust and debris swirling in the air, propelled by the sheer force of the former demon lord's onslaught. Throughout this ordeal, Denaisha remained silent, neither retaliating nor resisting, allowing herself to be mercilessly pummeled. "Have you calmed down now?" Denaisha finally spoke after more than 10 minutes, delivering a powerful kick that sent Rosemary flying dozens of meters away. "Denaisha, oh dear, have you still not had your fill after all this time?" Denaisha rose gracefully, seemingly untouched by the furious onslaught, merely dusting off her clothes. With a smile, she remarked, "When hatred reaches such depths, it feels almost akin to love." Rosemary's furious shrieks began to subside, wavering in uncertainty, for the right arm she had used to attack Denaisha had vanished from the elbow forward. "What have you done to me?" The dismembered limb of the former demon lord lay just a short distance from Denaisha's feet, while Rosemary's left hand made a feeble, rotating gesture. "It's nothing much, just a gentle twist," came a nonchalant reply. A gentle twist? Rosemary, regaining a sliver of her sanity, felt a wave of dread wash over her. "Well, I do feel a tad guilty, but I believe it would be most fitting to grant you peace sooner rather than later." "Wait, what is that power of yours?" Rosemary exclaimed in panic. "You are not an angel. How could you possess such power?" "Ah, about power." Denaisha withdrew a mundane longsword acquired from adventurers, softly replying, "In this regard, I believe those who cultivate flowers are indeed correct. The strength obtained through one's own efforts is the true power. You have placed too much hope in divine gifts." The two figures collided in an instant, and moments later, Rosemary was left in tatters, blood splattering everywhere. Each to their own, the former demon lord's final words echoed. Denaisha smiled as radiant as ever on the main battlefield. Kreia swiftly surged to the forefront of the ranks, no longer concerned with the conflicts between angels, demon lords, and flower cultivators surrounding her. She found it absurd to delineate who represented justice and who embodied evil, especially when both sides boasted the presence of angelic paladins and demon lords. The traditional boundaries of good and evil had become utterly blurred here. Yet, Kreia was acutely aware that the enemies before her were, without a doubt, true monsters. This battle enabled Kreia to regain her focus. "Filth, prepare to receive your punishment." With a commanding shout, Kreia leaped into action, executing a graceful somersault mid-air, her toes lightly tapping the 20-meter-high ceiling before plummeting with astonishing momentum. Boom! The former paladin descended like a comet, crashing directly into the demonic army, triggering a minor earthquake. Her massive sword cleaved a seemingly important cultist in half from head to toe, the radiant holy light incinerating the cultist's blood and most of their internal organs, causing them to collapse like limp noodles without spilling a single drop of blood. This fact revealed that one's ability to execute a sacred cleave had little to do with their faith in the deities of light. On the contrary, Kreia's holy light seemed to strike even more fiercely against the cultists and monsters. The nearest low-level monsters were obliterated before they could even utter a cry, instantly reduced to dust, swept away by the powerful gust generated by her descent. The human or other sentient beings, cultists, were similarly agitated, retreating in panic as they too were scorched by the holy light, emitting wisps of smoke while howling in agony and scattering in all directions, evidently suffering severe injuries. Within a 10-meter radius around Kreia, the smaller monsters were swiftly eradicated, while the goblins, who had barely maintained their formation, were utterly disrupted, plunging the previously numerically superior demonic army into chaos. As the enemy faltered, the morale of Kreia's side surged. The remarkable display of Kreia's power seemed to beckon countless gold coins to the seasoned adventurers. Ecstatic cheers erupted from the adventurers as their recent targeted training and combat experience coalesced into a tighter formation. Heavily armored warriors, holding shields and swords, charged to the front, shoulder to shoulder, shields pressed together, lowering their bodies like a rapidly advancing iron wall, crashing into the disarrayed demonic ranks. The goblins serving as meat shields were instantly trampled, and the adventurers pressed on without pause, countless feet stomping on the goblins. Accompanied by cries of agony and the sound of splintering bones, the front line of the demonic army was breached, unable to delay the adventurers even for a few minutes. The goblins, who served as mere numbers for the demonic forces, exhibited this inherent weakness. Placing them at the back would likely result in these repugnant little green creatures backstabbing their own allies. One should not expect goblins to possess any loyalty, as the monsters themselves do not either. However, positioning them at the front rendered these creatures, with the physical prowess of a 10 to 12-year-old human child, almost useless against the advancing army. Or rather, they would only hinder their own comrades. The remaining goblins, shrieking in terror, turned to flee, while the overseer goblin furiously swung its club, smashing any goblin that strayed too close into a pulp, yet it could not halt the collapse of morale, even obstructing the view of the goblin shamans. Several shamans, panicking, attempted to cast offensive spells, with only 1 or 2 strikes finding their mark, and at least half of those were absorbed by the shields of heavily armored warriors. Ironically, the frenzied goblins were struck down by their own allies in their desperate escape. Tighten the formation, a cultist yelled desperately, attempting to command the goblins to form a more cohesive line against the adventurers. Yet, before he could finish, Krea's great sword swept through his neck, his astonished head soaring into the air. Go! Eliminate them! It was not just a single adventurer who cried out. The shield wall surged forward as the adventurers shouted in unison, crashing into the ranks of the second wave of monsters, causing the overseer goblins to tumble in confusion. In terms of physical prowess, the overseer goblins were indeed significantly stronger than ordinary adult human males. However, their formations were far too loose. In a situation where they were fighting alone, it was impossible to withstand the aggressive military ranks, especially considering that their opponents, the adventurers, were no novices, the lightly equipped adventurers. Advancing closely behind the shield wall, wielded their weapons, mercilessly striking down the fallen goblin, while the spear wielders positioned their long spears through the gaps in the shields to continue pressing forward. The swordsmen systematically severed the heads of the goblins with their long swords, while the thieves weaved through the chaos of monsters, using their long daggers to slice open their opponents' veins. The rangers notched heavy arrows, taking aim at the creatures with deadly precision, shielded by their comrades. The monster army descended into utter disarray, as the united front of 500 seasoned adventurers displayed astonishing combat prowess, while the solitary monsters found themselves utterly outmatched. Occasionally, higher-level monsters showcased their unique battle capabilities, only to attract the ire of Krea, the former paladin, who shone like a small sun, causing monsters to disintegrate like melting snow in her wake. The goblin hero swung a club as thick as a small tree, sending 5 adventurers flying with a single blow, while shields and fragments of flesh scattered like torn cotton. Subsequently, the paladin's greatsword cleaved into its waist, severing the goblin hero's grotesque grin along with its body in one fell swoop. An acolyte loudly praised the name of the dark god, unleashing a lethal death ray, causing 7 or 8 adventurers caught in its path to rapidly wither, ultimately becoming like zombies, devoid of all moisture as they collapsed to the ground, resembling parched wood that splintered with every inch. Then, the acolyte was struck by a blinding light, as if thrown into flames, with smoke billowing from his body amidst a half-hearted scream, ultimately reduced to a wisp of ash by the holy light. For the adventure battalion, the casualties inflicted by a few high-level monsters were negligible. Each of them had witnessed far graver losses, some even having experienced the complete annihilation of their teams, left to fight alone. In the current situation, with allies providing cover and the enemy gradually losing the will to resist, the occasional fall of comrades only fueled their desire for vengeance. Moreover, the seasoned adventurers were seasoned precisely because they did not crumble in the face of high-level monsters as novices would. A high-level insectoid monster, resembling an enormous rhinoceros beetle, charged into the shield wall, sending adventurers flying left and right. However, the large insect lacked the protection of comrades, recklessly advancing without regard for its flanks. Where a nimble halfling thief approached from his blind spot, the thief swiftly plunged a poisoned dagger into a joint unprotected by the chitinous shell. The creature suddenly lurched and crashed to the ground, as a dozen adventurers surrounded the immobilized monster, hacking it to pieces with wild abandon. After over 20 minutes of battle, bolstered by Krea's formidable support, the adventurers breached the formation of the monster army. The remaining cultists were the first to realize that defeat was inevitable. They began chanting incantations in piercing, foul tongues, attempting to cast short-range teleportation spells to flee the battlefield. One cultist vanished just before an adventurer's longsword could strike him, only to reappear over 200 meters away a couple of seconds later. However, as he prepared his second teleportation spell, Krea leaped the distance and beheaded him. The main battlefield descended into chaos, as every temporarily surviving monster, caught without time to escape, was besieged by 2 or 3 10-man teams. They charged left and right, yet could not break free from the adventurers' encirclement. That in such a scenario, it resembled a hunt that the adventurers had grown accustomed to, coordinating effortlessly, patiently seeking the monster's vulnerabilities, while the enemies struggled to inflict any harm upon them. And a monster indiscriminately unleashed scorching rays, but in its panic, it couldn't hit anything, allowing the adventurers to easily evade its deadly magic. Behind the eye monster, several rangers calmly loosed arrows, creating a flurry of bloodied projectiles. As soon as the high-level creature turned, the swordsmen surged forward, inflicting numerous wounds upon it. The eye monster turned again, only to be met with several long arrows from behind. And as it turned back once more, the swordsmen seized the opportunity to strike again. Ultimately, this high-level creature, which would usually pose a challenge for the pure silver team, lay sprawled on the ground, pierced by arrows like a hedgehog, barely emitting faint groans, looking rather pitiable. Thus, the adventurers united their strength, employing various weapons to end the monster's suffering. Shortly thereafter, the central forces commanded by Titania and Siflu arrived, reinforcing the adventurers with 500 fresh troops, ensuring victory was all but assured. Though the reinforcements were mainly novices, their assistance in encircling the utterly broken monsters posed no problem. In the final stages of battle, Krea remained on the periphery, allowing the adventurer battalion to handle the main battlefield, while she relentlessly hunted down escaping monsters, determined to leave no foe unpunished. The last monster was felled, as a greatsword plunged into its heart. Twisting viciously, the eye monster's tentacles twitched involuntarily, and its enormous eye, which occupied nearly half its body, fluttered desperately before finally dimming completely. Only then did Krea, lost in the exhilaration of eradicating monsters, suddenly recall that her mentor, Zhang Cheng, was struggling against an angel's assault, awaiting rescue. The female paladin quickly turned, casting her gaze towards the small battlefield between Zhang Cheng and the angel. Krea rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, she finally confirmed that she was not mistaken. Zhang Cheng, whose actual combat prowess was at most equivalent to his sapphire level 7, was actually holding his ground against an angel of platinum-level strength in one-on-one combat. What a remarkable sight! In fact, even Zhang Cheng himself had not anticipated this outcome. Lashina, enraged, screeched, and 5 razor-sharp claws lunged at Zhang Cheng with lightning speed. Instantly, magical ripples appeared before him, and 5 layers of holy shields materialized. Though the angel pierced through 3 of them in one strike, the remaining 2 defensive spells still managed to absorb the heavy blow. Zhang Cheng pressed forward rather than retreating, casting 3 acceleration spells simultaneously, his speed barely keeping pace with Lashina's movements, as the barrel of his gun nearly pressed against the large cat's forehead before firing. The last moment, the angel abruptly twisted, and the 7.62mm steel core rounds mostly missed, only hitting a couple of her long tails. The angel, transformed into a giant cat through some form of magical alteration, let out a scream of pain, her injured tail slapping against Zhang Cheng, shattering the last 2 layers of holy shields. However, 5 more layers of holy shields stood firm before him, and Lashina's attack was once again thwarted. Zhang Cheng swiftly slashed at the large tail with his dragon-tooth dagger, severing a 2-inch segment. Meow, Lashina yowled in pain, her fur bristling as she leaped away, attempting to distance herself from Zhang Cheng. Yet, the flower cultivator was relentless, since 3 acceleration spells were still barely manageable. He decided to use 5. Zhang Cheng roared forward, producing a deafening rush of sound as he surged past Lashina before she could react. He then dove headlong into the distant cave wall, which crumbled as if struck by a missile. 2 seconds later, Zhang Cheng burst forth from the dust cloud, while Lashina leaped like a true feline, attempting to evade this next attack. However, her speed was still lacking. This time, Zhang Cheng unleashed 7 acceleration spells, akin to upgrading from an AL-31 to an F-119. In the blink of an eye, he darted beneath the leaping Lashina, taking away a substantial portion of her tail. Zhang Cheng continued his thunderous charge, only managing to halt nearly 1,000 meters later. Had he not continuously cast Holy Shield upon himself, the shockwave generated by his speed would have been sufficient to tear him apart. Meow! Lashina pitifully cradled her rear, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. Big bully! Why do you always attack my tail? Because it's the longest and easiest to hit. Zhang Cheng sincerely apologized to his adversary. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Could you please refrain from hitting it? Lashina inquired hopefully. Of course not. Zhang Cheng accelerated sharply. This time he opted for a balanced approach, casting 6 acceleration spells simultaneously, which indeed proved much easier to control. Although she could not change direction mid-flight, at least she had another opportunity to strike at her target, rather than gliding past Lu Xuanna without a moment's thought. Zhang Cheng dashed over 800 meters, coming to a firm halt before beginning to change magazines. Just moments ago, in the instant he passed Lu Xuanna, he had unleashed all 11 remaining rounds from his magazine directly into the forehead of the great cat. Though the bullets failed to penetrate, it was evident that Lu Xuanna was not enjoying the experience. The bullets, striking her at such close range, felt like heavy blows raining down upon her head, leaving her dazed and unable to regain her composure for a considerable time. The enormous cat, towering over 3 meters tall while crouched on the ground, hugged her head with her hands, curling into a ball. Zhang Cheng felt a sense of accomplishment, watching the angel in a defensive posture, cradling her head. Lu Xuanna thought to herself that this might very well be the second most unfortunate day of her long life. The first being the day she was betrayed by the god of justice when she was still a human paladin, an angel with strength at the platinum mid-tier, being so thoroughly humiliated by a novice flower cultivator, who was at most of sapphire rank and perhaps only iron tier, was nothing short of farce. No, it was not just a farce. It was indeed a joke. Even Cassandra and Octavia, who were engaged in their own duel, had paused in astonishment to gaze at her. There was no doubt that from this day forth, Lu Xuanna would become an eternal joke among high-ranking beings if she were to survive today. That is, Zhang Cheng took a deep breath, his heart brimming with joy. Marvelous! The money spent on the dragon scale armor was truly worth it. What a tremendous profit! Of course it was a profit. His half-body armor comprised a total of 1,335 small dragon scales, each etched with magical arrays on both sides, and before the battle commenced, all the arrays had been fully charged. This meant that he currently possessed the equivalent of 670 spell slots, and all of them could be cast instantaneously. Even if all his spells were low-tier magic, the sheer number was astonishing. Zhang Cheng could effortlessly cast 5 holy shields to fend off even a casual strike from Lu Xuanna, or deploy 5, 6, or 7 acceleration spells just for a chance to strike her. Such a strategy had likely never been seen in the history of New Land, and Lu Xuanna was utterly unprepared for an opponent with virtually unlimited magic. No cooldowns for casting and layered skills in fact, even Octavia, who was merely observing the battle, felt that at this rate, it was not just Lu Xuanna who would falter, even if she did not intervene. Allowing Cassandra to join forces with Lu Xuanna, Zhang Cheng could still sustain himself for quite some time. If it was solely Lu Xuanna, as it was now, the question would merely be how long the angel could endure under Zhang Cheng's relentless assault, even without reinforcements. Moreover, reinforcements were unlikely to remain absent forever. I still have nearly 1,500 spells left, Zhang Cheng proclaimed with satisfaction. My lady, do you intend to continue fighting after the main forces had arrived? Tidania and Siflu allowed the novices to join in the hunt against the monsters, while they themselves approached with grim expressions, forming a subtle encirclement around the beleaguered Lu Xuanna. The great cat, panting heavily, glared at Zhang Cheng with indignation, yet she made no move to charge forward. Who would dare to claim that the two newly arrived, dark-skinned women lacked similarly shameless skills? Your tactics are truly brazen. Lu Xuanna lamented, sorrowfully observing that the two beautiful long tails she once possessed were now reduced to mere stubs. You call me shameless? Zhang Cheng retorted with a chuckle. You, a platinum-ranked being, find it disgraceful to duel a mere sapphire? I am a girl. How can a man be so petty? You are not merely a girl. You are an angel who can transform into a cat larger than a tiger. Even verbally, Zhang Cheng was unyielding. The situation had become clear. Titania and Siflu had surrounded Lu Xuanna. Octavia and Cassandra were evenly matched, while Denisa, after slaying Rosemary, smiled as she approached them. Cassandra was scarcely stronger than Rosemary and, now targeted by Denisa, dared not make a move. The main battlefield had quieted. The demon army had been utterly defeated, and Kreia was hastening towards Zhang Cheng with the evident progress of this paladin. Lu Xuanna's resistance increasingly seemed futile. Could you perhaps let me go? Lu Xuanna inquired with a pleading tone. I promise I will never trouble you again, and I will repay you one night. Perhaps that's not possible. Zhang Cheng shook his head. Capturing you means I can do as I please, whenever I please, right? You big rogue. Thank you for the compliment. If you do not surrender, shall we continue our battle? Do not waste time with such tactics, my lady. Lu Xuanna exhaled, defeated. Losing was losing, and there was no point in saying anything further. Meanwhile, Cassandra had decisively ceased her resistance, recognizing that there was no need for her to persist any longer. Yet, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Cassandra could still claim to have fought evenly with Octavia, surrendering only after Denisa had joined the fray. Yet here, she had been thoroughly bested by a sapphire. Well, regardless of how begrudgingly, failure is still failure. Lu Xuanna completely abandoned her resistance, transforming back from the fearsome great cat in her graceful form, entirely devoid of any covering. The tea leaf flower cultivators are humans. Being captured by humans is certainly preferable to being seized by goblins. Titania quickly retrieved a long coat and tossed it to Lu Xuanna. Among the adventurer army, there were no gentlemen. The rogues were plentiful, and having such a stunning beauty stand here unclothed would likely incite unnecessary disputes, even if she were an angel. Zhang Cheng maintained strict control over his soldiers regarding such matters, threatening them with capital punishment for even minor infractions, stemming from a puritanical approach to governance. Despite his own disregard, he had to consider his own reputation. Having just achieved a victory, executing a number of his subordinates for such an issue would surely dampen morale. It was better to offer no hints of such behavior from the beginning. Denisa, Kreia, you are in charge of overseeing them. Zhang Cheng instructed, isolate Miss Lu Xuanna and Miss Cassandra. Ensure they do not escape. Do you not wish to oversee me yourself? Lu Xuanna teased. If you hand me over to Denisa, she might very well chop you up. That do not jest. Am I the type who cannot control myself? Zhang Cheng replied with an awkward smile. You should just wait quietly until I take you away. I believe our government will be quite interested in you angels. This was the greatest reward of the battle. Without these two captives, Zhang Cheng would have been back to square one overnight. Zhang Cheng's tactics essentially amounted to throwing money to crush the enemy. While this approach sounded grand and felt exhilarating in practice, it would undoubtedly cause immense regret after the battle. According to Zhang Cheng's calculations, during the 20 minutes of combat with Lu Xuanna, he had utilized 1,390 spells, not counting the cost of etching the magical arrays or the depreciation of his dragon scale armor. Simply charging each magical array incurred a cost of approximately 50,000 soft coins per spell. This meant that Zhang Cheng had effectively spent 69.5 million in that 20-minute span, converted into 1 yuan coins. That would weigh around 419 tons. If he were to simply drop it, he could likely topple a few angels. Thus, when Lu Xuanna lost faith and surrendered, Zhang Cheng felt an immense relief. Every minute she resisted was akin to shoveling soft coins into a furnace. Fortunately, Lu Xuanna ultimately lost a resolve to resist. Another defeat. The god of justice frowned, helplessly lamenting, how could this happen? Not surprising, the god of fantasy responded, it seems we have never won against flower cultivators. However, the losses this time are rather excessive. Both justice and fantasy have each lost an angel, and not just any angel, but one imbued with a portion of divine power. The TO encounters such a loss, which could potentially destabilize one's standing, is undeniably heart-wrenching. Moreover, this loss could have been averted. Initially, the purpose of justice in sending down Luxina was merely to track and ascertain the origins of the divine calamity. To this end, she was even instructed to issue a warning to the flower planter. Luxina executed her task with remarkable proficiency, yet in the final moments, the god of justice was blinded by the allure of what seemed to be an easily attainable victory. Thus, he commanded his angel to engage in battle, hoping to capture a living flower planter. The result? Alas, now it appears that none among the righteous gods profited from this endeavor. Rather, all have suffered varying degrees of power loss. The most significant loss was undoubtedly borne by the god of darkness, who lost a well-concealed demon general and an entire army. The cost of cultivating such a force in the Shadow Realm must have been considerable, while also exposing the fact that the divine calamity belonged to him. Next in line were the gods of justice, fantasy, and reality, each suffering the loss of one angel or demon general, along with a portion of their divine power. Surprisingly, the god of light incurred the least damage. Although he dispatched Denisa, who is indeed formidable, she is not an angel, nor does she possess the divine power of light. In fact, Denisa neither truly betrayed the deity, despite her misinterpretation of his will, nor was she captured by the flower planter. Her loss cannot be deemed significant. This implies that aside from the righteous gods, everyone is aware of the connection between the divine calamity and both light and darkness. Therefore, in the future, vigilance must be heightened towards these two. Yet the god of light has lost nothing. Suddenly, the god of justice recalled his old adversary, evil. Was it not because of substantial losses that others found an opportunity to carve up his power? With evil as cautionary tale in mind, who would dare claim they would not meet a similar fate? As long as one suffers losses akin to evil's, or if an alliance between the god of light and the god of darkness becomes even more formidable. The implications are dire. The concerns that plague justice are certainly not beyond the realm of fantasy as contemplation. After all, if the alliance of light and darkness seeks to eliminate any deity, fantasy and reality, being the lower-tier gods, would be prime targets. Therefore, it is prudent not to lament these minor losses at this juncture. The god of fantasy gently shook his head, reminding justice. The paramount issue now is that light and darkness have transcended conceptual boundaries to form an alliance. Perhaps their ultimate goal is to reduce the ranks of the righteous gods to just the two of them, with the rest marked for elimination. This presents a decidedly perilous, yet strikingly unimaginative possibility. As the mightiest deities of their respective factions, a united front from light and darkness could stand resilient against justice, reality, and fantasy. Should any of the three deities fall, the situation would swiftly turn oppressive, leaving only two righteous gods in existence. Unless, of course, the trio of weaker deities immediately join forces. Right now, shall we? Do you not think we should cast aside our grievances and unite? Fantasy remarked, I have fallen. Your fate and realities will not fare much better. What of the believers? Justice hesitated. When the deities of light and darkness form two opposing alliances, our direct confrontation will surely raise questions among the believers, ultimately affecting their devotion. This is an opportunity for the flower planter to exploit. This is indeed a most vexing predicament. The fate of souls must be considered in light of the beliefs held by the believers during their mortal existence. For instance, a human who worships the deity of light will, upon natural death, have their soul belong to the god of light, that a goblin, upon death, naturally belongs to the god of darkness. If a human who believes in light kills a goblin, the goblin soul is effectively seized by light. Conversely, if a goblin kills a human, the god of darkness gains an additional soul. However, the flower planters are a remarkably unique exception. They do not adhere to any local deities. And regardless of whether they die a natural death or by other means, their souls do not flow into the hands of local gods. Moreover, souls of beings killed by the flower planters, be they humans loyal to justice or goblins and other nefarious entities, are also plundered and do not enter the deity's possession. Even former believers closely associated with the flower planters, such as the human king of the southern continent or the former paladin Kreia, have no discernible destination for their souls, which are evidently no longer under the control of the gods. To draw a comparison, flower planters resemble locusts. Whether in fields of light or darkness, their presence guarantees a total loss. Which poses a greater threat, an enemy intent on your destruction or a locust swarm consuming all crops? The conclusion is clear. Both must be regarded with utmost seriousness and eradicated. However, the means of extermination demands careful deliberation. After all, to date, no deity has triumphed against the flower planters. The opportunity to carve up the god of evil may be considered an exception. There is a question that I wonder if you have pondered. Noticing Justice's hesitation, Fantasy resolved to leverage his strengths to bolster Justice's confidence. What question? Are the newly emerged flower planters in the Western continent truly flower planters? Of course they are. Their actions are nearly identical. Although there are slight variations in details such as skin color, the flower planters in the Western continent are still engaged in undermining the deity's dominion in the area. And the humans who fall victim to them find their souls equally unable to be claimed by the gods. More importantly, the weaponry wielded by these flower planters shares no significant difference in destructive capability, rendering mortals utterly powerless to resist. If there are any distinctions between the two groups of flower planters, is that the white-skinned flower planters of the Western continent are more inclined towards violence, exhibiting a more ruthless modus operandi. I do not share that sentiment. The god of fantasy countered with a smile. They may differ in skin color, and the group for the Western continent indeed operates with greater ferocity. This is a well-known distinction, yet such a minor difference cannot elucidate the matter. The individuals from the Western continent arrived via a portal. Does that not constitute a difference? It certainly does. The flower planters from the southern continent came from the eastern continent, which is not under the jurisdiction of the gods, yet the righteous deities can acquire some intelligence. The flower planters suddenly appeared 5 years ago, seized control of the eastern continent, and subsequently traversed to the southern continent on massive iron ships. Rather than opting to open another portal directly in the southern continent, as deities, the god of justice is acutely aware of the staggering resources required to establish such a portal. However, the flower planters' historically extravagant behavior led him to believe that they would not be deterred by such costs, especially since they are already privy to the secret of soul gems. The expenses of opening a new portal, while still considerable, should no longer be as prohibitive as before. Thus, the god of justice shook his head, resignedly stating, "This evidence remains insufficient." The god of fantasy seemed poised to offer further commentary, but the god of justice displayed little interest, opting instead to assertively continue. "Truly, you are the god of fantasy. Your imagination is boundless. Yet have you considered that even if they are not flower planters, what difference does it make to us? They undoubtedly hail from the same origin. Their souls will not be ours to claim. And they're simultaneously desecrating our harvests." Fantasy attempted to voice an argument several times, but ultimately could not articulate his final rationale. The flower planters of the southern continent proclaimed themselves atheists. However, the newcomers from the western continent appear to possess beliefs that we cannot simply stand idly by. Gritting his teeth, the god of fantasy ultimately reached a decision. "I shall conduct an experiment to ascertain whether they are indeed flower planters." "Are you mad? Have you not suffered enough?" The god of justice reprimanded. "We cannot afford to squander our strength recklessly at this juncture. This is not a waste. After all, as deities, the resolute convictions of the god of fantasy grant him the autonomy to act without interference from justice. If they are indeed not flower planters, we might endeavor to incite conflict between them and the flower planters, thereby thwarting their continued encroachment upon our interests, even if only momentarily. There is one more point that fantasy did not openly share with the obstinate justice. Mortal believers, regardless of which deity they worship from any realm, will not remain entirely unresponsive to spiritual assaults as flower planters do. Moreover, who knows? Fantasy always harbors a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could seize the souls of those white-skinned flower planters. If they respond to spiritual attacks targeting their souls, it would confirm that their souls are indeed susceptible to plunder. This may very well become the opportunity for him, the deity of fantasy, to transcend justice, light, and darkness. Thus, Even if justice and truth refrain from taking action, and even as light and darkness loom menacingly, fantasy is resolute in its determination to test the waters. Following victory, the charter did not command everyone to advance. What he led was not a mechanized army capable of traversing hundreds of miles in a single breath, nor was it composed of individuals with iron wills. It was merely a motley group of adventurers, hastily cobbled together under immense pressure, and thus, after the great battle, a period of recuperation was essential. Moreover, in the conflict against the demon army, adventurers were not without casualties. Reports indicated that in the recently concluded battle, 81 adventurers perished and 105 were wounded. Originally, such a high number of fatalities should not have occurred. The medical standards in the shadowy realm were simply too inadequate, and many injured could not hold on. For an army with a total strength of around 1,500, such losses exceeding 10% were indeed significant to bolster morale and honor his promise to Kelia. The charter resolved to offer these erstwhile villains among the adventurers a chance at redemption. He announced that he would bestow rewards as previously proclaimed, granting a monetary bounty to each adventurer, and that every adventurer who did not falter in battle, regardless of their achievements, would receive an additional gold coin. Admittedly, he did not possess such cash on hand, but they could present the vouchers issued by the charter of the town of Xiaomen to collect their dues. There, a dozen flower merchants were responsible for purchasing the various treasures brought forth by the adventurers and assisting the charter in organizing and training new recruits, ensuring a sufficient cash reserve for those adventurers who had fallen and left no kin behind. The charter had no suitable means of compensation. However, for the wounded and those with family, he assured that the bounties would be delivered without fail. For the adventurers of the shadowy realm, such generosity from the charter was indeed astonishing. In the past, it was not uncommon for even those who had merely sustained minor injuries, rendered incapable of defending their rights, to have their wealth stripped away by their companions. After all, the shadowy realm lacked laws and an adventurer's guild. The only means of self-defense lay in the weapons at one's disposal, and the charter was the first, perhaps in the entire unfortunate shadowy realm, willing to pay the bounties owed to adventurers who had lost their combat effectiveness or had even perished. His adherence to promises fostered a certain earnest sentiment among many adventurers, an inclination to fight and die for one who understood them that I am, of course, not a good person, before Dinesha and Kelia. The charter has always directly shaken his head in denial, refusing to accept such honors. First, every action I undertake aligns with my own interests. It is merely coincidental that my interests currently coincide with those of other adventurers. The charter often explains his reasoning in this manner. Secondly, the promised rewards must be dispensed punctually and in accordance with the stipulated standards. The purpose of this is to encourage them to serve me more diligently in the future. As you have seen, had I not fortuitously possessed an army at that moment, we would surely have perished under the demon army's tactics of overwhelming numbers. Is my life not worth these few thousand gold coins? The cost of my duel with Lewin far exceeded this amount. Each time he reflects on that encounter with the angel, the charter feels a pang of regret. Truly a classic case of overnight impoverishment. Just as he attained financial freedom, within 20 minutes he found himself back to square one. In contrast, the modest bounties bestowed upon the adventurers yield a far more gratifying cost-effectiveness. Indeed, according to the charter's reward scheme, the total bounties amounted to approximately 20 million soft currency. But when one considers the various soul gems, magic crystals, and the valuable spoils from high-level magical beasts, the profits accrued by the charter nearly offset this expenditure. The principle of extracting wool from the sheep applies equally in the shadowy realm. Another advantage is that the demon army of Rosemary occupied a vast territory in the shadowy realm. Once they were annihilated, this land would naturally fall under the charter's jurisdiction. While it may not be accurate to claim it as the charter's land, it certainly would not be without compensation when the time comes to claim it. This is one of the reasons why the charter generously provides sufficient monetary compensation to the soldiers. He even granted an extra benefit to the adventurers who participated in the last battle, allowing them the choice to retire for a limited time of 3 days. Those who wish to leave the adventuring party after earning their rewards could report to the charter and embark on their journey home. After 3 days, those who remained would be considered determined to participate in the upcoming actions. At that point, Any retreat without orders would be deemed desertion. Upon hearing this decree, even Dineshaw felt a sense of intrigue. Indeed, the demon army had been vanquished, but this did not imply that the adventurers were now safe. In reality, the renowned indigenous forces of the shadowy realm, such as the dark elf city-states and the clans of gnomes, could muster armies of thousands. Their stance on the surface adventurers establishing a foothold in the shadowy realm remains uncertain. Moreover, given that there exists a demon god general in the shadowy realm, it would be inevitable for a second to emerge. Should another grand army arise, it would pose a dilemma if too many of our soldiers retired. Nevertheless, the charter was resolute in his intentions. Calculating the time, Major Wu and his team should be returning soon if the special unit arrived in time. The significance of the adventurers to the charter would diminish considerably, likely relegating them to the task of clearing out the plethora of low-level magical beasts, with hostile forces no longer posing a threat. Thus, the charter planned to wait here, refraining from any further actions until then. Ultimately, there was one matter the charter was reluctant to voice, yet he had to act upon it. He must conduct himself like a true good person while concealing any intentions of establishing an independent kingdom in the shadowy realm. Otherwise, neither Dineshaw nor anyone else would grant him any favors. Yet, he felt that upon hearing his decision, especially after witnessing the veteran adventurer who had performed a melodramatic act of desperation in front of him express boundless gratitude as he departed the adventurer's ranks with his beloved, intending to settle in Xiaomin and live out his days in peace. Dinesh's eternally formulaic smile seemed to shift slightly, losing its air of sarcasm and skepticism, becoming a touch more amiable. I am truly not a good person. The charter continued to refute this perception that if Dineshaw considered herself a villain, then every good deed he performed would be a pleasant surprise. If he were indeed a good person, then every action he took would be deemed a matter of course. A gentleman may deceive with propriety, such is the nature of the game. Furthermore, the definitions of good and evil, as well as justice and injustice, hold differing standards for the locals. Miss Dineshaw, I believe it is time for you to make a decision. The charter stated solemnly, between us flower merchants and your divine beings, how do you choose? I hope you understand that the time for revelation is approaching. There is no room for neutrality between us and them. Sir, please explain the behavior of your subordinates. The Lady Viscountess growled softly, resembling an injured wolf confronting her father. I deeply apologize, the father replied, reclining on the sofa with an air of indifference, shrugging and raising an eyebrow in a rather insincere manner. Your maid is simply too beautiful. My men could not resist. Is that all? The Lady Viscountess fought to suppress her fury, feeling on the verge of losing control. Apologies? What do you intend to do about it? What more do you want? The father scoffed, saying, You must understand, my men claim that your maid deliberately seduced them. I believe you should first manage your maid properly. Not just one. Your maid did not tell the truth. The father laughed heartily. 5 men. Your maid is quite impressive. Do you not think it utterly shameless of you to say so? The Lady Viscountess dug her nails into her palms, the sharp pain reminding her to maintain her composure, to keep her wits about her. In your eyes, is a young lady's purity something that can be so wantonly tarnished? Of course it can, the father replied, his faux smile vanishing as he adopted a cold tone. Miss Viscountess, please note that my men did not approach you directly. You should feel fortunate and express your utmost gratitude for my protection of your purity, rather than questioning why my soldiers sought your maid. Do you truly wish to know why? The old man suddenly rose with vigor, striding towards the Viscountess, his eyes, brimming with lethal intent, fixated upon her striking blue gaze. The Viscountess was seized by a chilling thought. This man might very well desire to extract her eyeballs, to fashion them into ornaments. I can assure you, it was I who sent them. I instructed them to substitute your maid for you. The Viscountess, pale with fear, retreated repeatedly, her arms clutched tightly around her shoulders, trembling uncontrollably. Now you comprehend? The old man resumed his seat on the sofa, nonchalantly drawing a dagger from his waist, leisurely trimming his fingernails. Then return to your chamber, disregard the affairs outside, and refrain from emerging if possible. My lads are brutes. If they wish to, your status will not shield you, my lady. Terrified, the Viscountess turned and fled, leaving behind the old man's boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! This is the castle of the Viscountess of Blanc. Well, I suppose I can only say it was. After the Meatside people vanquished the goblins besieging the castle, they swiftly took control of nearly the entire Blanc town. The villages and the Viscountess castle alike soon became inundated with Americans. Initially, the townsfolk of Blanc felt immense gratitude towards these saviors, for they were all too aware of the fate that befell those who fell into goblin hands. However, as time passed and interactions between both parties grew more frequent, the situation subtly began to shift. The Americans, how shall I put it? They were particularly haughty, their demeanor towards the locals evolving from initial unfamiliar politeness to outright oppression. The Viscountess and the citizens of Blanc remained oblivious to the fact that the group they encountered were, in truth, the vanguard mercenaries of a grand American conglomerate, and their homeland had effectively been deemed an occupied territory. In such circumstances, rudeness, arrogance, and even more egregious acts became the norm. It was truly remarkable if mercenaries were to display civility. Initially, the mercenaries merely seized a chicken or led a sheep for a meal, which was tolerable, as they would offer some of the most undesirable biscuits in exchange. However, as time progressed, the mercenaries began hunting draft animals for steaks, an utterly intolerable act for farmers who desperately needed livestock to resume production. The already discontented priest seized the opportunity to incite discord between the locals and the Americans, primarily by refusing to sell fresh vegetables and livestock, and no longer accepting the Americans' biscuits in trade. The old man's response to this cold confrontation was straightforward. Half a month prior, the Americans had stormed the cathedral, executing the priest and all those praying within the sacred space in broad daylight. The last vestiges of warmth and civility were thus stripped away. The Americans' actions in Blanc had since abandoned all semblance of decency. Just yesterday, several mercenaries had abducted the Viscountess's personal maid, disregarding the maid's own will, and proceeded to engage in a frenzied act of debauchery within the castle, having already been reduced to managing only her castle's domain since the Americans' arrival. The Viscountess now found herself powerless even to control affairs within her own stronghold. She suspected that in a few days, even her own bedroom might no longer be a safe haven. The Viscountess dashed back to her chamber, horrified, secured the door, and pushed a table against it as a barricade. She truly resembled a terrified young lady. Yet, once she completed these actions, the look of sheer terror that had graced her face suddenly transformed into an unsettling calm, her cold countenance resembling that of a lurking beast rather than the earlier panicked little rabbit. "Have you achieved anything in your negotiations?" The Viscountess's new maid stood by the window, quietly gazing down that a row of Humvees rested in the courtyard, their rooftops adorned with M2 machine guns, while a Black Hawk helicopter loomed nearby. Several Americans leaned casually against the helicopter's door, engaged in animated conversation, clearly in high spirits and relaxed. They are all scoundrels. The only thing that makes them slightly better than goblins is their dietary choices. The Viscountess declared coldly that I must drive them away. They must be expelled. They will not leave. The maid shook her head. They are here to enjoy everything you possess, and even abducting beautiful maidens goes unpunished. Why would they depart? Then they must be eradicated. Are you certain? The maid turned her head, smiling. They are cultivators. In the southern continent, they easily annihilated the main forces of the Demon King's army. They're not cultivators, the Viscountess replied, shaking her head. They are Americans. Regardless, it matters not. What is significant is that they are as formidable as cultivators, and no matter their strength, they are my enemies, the Viscountess asserted resolutely. If they cannot be eradicated, they will eventually eliminate me. It seems you have made up your mind? At that moment, a shaft of sunlight miraculously pierced through the narrow window, illuminating the maid's luxurious golden hair, which shimmered brilliantly. The Viscountess did not hesitate to kneel. Half kneeling before the maid like a knight, I beseech thee, great lord, grant me strength, assist thy lamb in driving away the demons from another realm. Hystelia harbored a deep aversion to this assignment, deeming it excessively perilous. In the shadowy territories, a cultivator had rallied a ragtag band, along with a few traders, and annihilated an entire demon army, while one of his companions had been captured. Now, she was to face alone a significant number, no less than 100 cultivators, an outcome that appeared inevitably fatal. Well, the Viscountess claims they are not cultivators, but rather Americans. What distinction does that make? Aside from the Americans' more audacious conduct, what difference is there? Among the angels of the fantasy gods, Cassandra had been captured and received relatively normal. Even generous treatment. She had not been subjected to insult or abuse, which could be deemed miraculous. However, Hystelia could not expect to enjoy similar fortune. The Americans had just tormented the Viscountess's maid, and that poor girl had yet to regain her footing. She was merely a plain mortal. If she were captured, one could only imagine the fate that awaited an angel. Yet, there was no alternative. The task, personally entrusted and closely monitored by the fantasy gods, left Hystelia as an angel with no grounds for dissent. She could only devise every possible means to execute it diligently. The sole advantage lay in the fact that the cultivators, well, the Americans, were entirely unaware of her true identity. Those ruffians merely regarded her as the Viscountess's newly appointed maid. This could afford her an opportunity for covert action. Hystelia exhaled deeply. I hope everything proceeds smoothly. She could ill afford the consequences of failure. Old man, why not let me have a go at that Viscountess? I think she has outlived her usefulness. Wouldn't it be more amusing for me? Silence. Cockroach. Patrol is instructed. The old man's reprimand echoed through the radio. Yet, the tone was not particularly stern, only serving to embolden the cockroach's audacity. What is there to patrol? The cockroach responded with a flippant tone. This isn't Titan, nor is it Madab Sumia. There are no IEDs on the roadside, nor will a soldier wielding an RPG suddenly appear. The locals don't even possess AKs. Our Humvees could even serve as main battle tanks. We are invincible here. That does not warrant complacency. Cockroach. There is magic here, and the locals are not without their threats. While he spoke, the old man's tone suggested he did not regard the threats with much seriousness. Boss MacDonald had, through connections with Boss Lee, allowed this band of mercenaries to witness the local magic in the southern continent, concluding that while the power was notable, the casting frequency, forewarnings, and effective range of such magic were tragically inadequate. On the battlefield, the effective range of most magic scarcely exceeded that of a bow, certainly falling within the lethal range of a rifle. Thus, it was no wonder the mercenaries felt that such routine patrols held little significance. All right, old man. I will patrol diligently, the cockroach replied with a mischievous grin. But can I have that Viscountess? I've been thinking about her for quite some time. Didn't you just play with her maid? She sought me out about it yesterday. What is entertaining about that dried-up woman? Besides, she has already broken into— I'm afraid that's not possible. The boss intends to keep that woman. Why father remains indifferent to the excesses of his subordinates in this regard. In the past, during his time in Africa, in Metabasomia and Dewechi, his men have committed far more egregious acts. This time, at least they spared the maid's life. However, the Lady Countess has another maid, one quite beautiful. You may dispose of her as you wish. All right. Thank you, father. Squeak, crack, boom, ouch, F. The headset crackled with the furious shout of Cockroach. What kind of driving is this? What happened? Nothing, father. A cow suddenly darted out onto the road. And my driver, in his foolishness, slammed on the brakes and knocked my forehead. A cow suddenly appeared. Is there no cow pen? Of course not. Had there been, I would have ensured it was slain. It certainly sounded like a significant impact. There was a hint of irritation in Cockroach's tone. How could there be no cow pen? Check it out. Cows are vital possessions for the locals, often more valuable than serfs, in an era where mercenaries slaughter cattle for meat. How could such precious livestock be allowed to roam freely? All right, I'll go check it out. Since we're adding to the meal, how about we have steak? At that moment, my father distinctly heard Cockroach muttering while opening the car door. Then came a tremendous explosion. Boom! Based on the sound of the blast, my battle-hardened father deduced that at least a 50-kilogram IED had detonated within 10 meters of Cockroach in the castle command center. My father, reclining with his legs crossed and leisurely sipping beer, sprang from his sofa as if propelled by springs, shouting, "ID! Cockroach is under attack. Big Bear, Athena, Sector 2230. Act immediately." The assailants comprised paladins from the sanctuary and professional soldiers dispatched by the Duke of Upper Saxony, including dozens of secular knights, rangers, adventurers, and mages. None among them were inept. The least among them was a sapphire-level priestess. Yet even this young priestess possessed considerable combat experience. The plan had been devised by a silver-level adventurer from the southern continent. A figure clad in cheap leather armor, lined with a coarse chainmail, seemingly never to remove his horned helmet, who excelled in defeating the strong with the weak. During his time on the southern continent, he had single-handedly vanquished numerous goblins and had collaborated with others to eliminate trolls and similar monsters. As a native of the southern continent, the sanctuary had hinted in their correspondence that this individual was not particularly strong, but had a notable knack for dealing with goblins. Should the enemy employ goblins as their minions, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Furthermore, he had extensive knowledge about flower planters. This assertion ultimately persuaded the Duke and the Western Continent Sanctuary, leading them to hire a goblin-slaying squad to journey across vast distances to assist in combating the pale-skinned flower planters. Well, given their extensive collaboration with the flower planters, it was clear that their definite enemies were indeed the Americans. However, for the goblin slayers, the presence of goblins was sufficient that, in truth, this expert, increasingly finding it challenging to locate goblins on the southern continent, upon arriving in Blongton, clearly stated that there were indeed goblins present, and in considerable numbers. The claim that the Americans were utilizing goblins for malevolent purposes was likely not unfounded. In fact, even the sanctuary could not ascertain whether the goblin calamity that resulted in the deaths of most of Blongton's nobility was indeed orchestrated by the Americans. They merely held a vague suspicion to their surprise. This expert was quite certain of the matter. Moreover, he affirmed that goblins had not been entirely eradicated. There were certainly still numerous little green-skinned creatures lurking somewhere. The entire plan was crafted by the goblin slayers, employing tactics that adhered strictly to their style, emphasizing practicality above all else. The unfortunate ox that had been sacrificed was rigged with a magical crystal, capable of triggering an explosion through a complex magical array. The objective was to destroy the enemy's lead vehicle and obstruct their retreat. Following that, elite strike teams lying in ambush on either side of the road would swiftly engage. Supported by archers, entering into close combat and resolving the confrontation with their swords. The mages were responsible for casting protective shields in front of each assault team member during their joint operations on the southern continent. The goblin slayers had conducted experiments, which they hoped would yield similar data. The results indicated that low-level shields could withstand 2 to 3 shots from a 12.7mm bullet, providing crucial seconds of protection. Approximately 50 skilled fighters rushed toward the American military contractors, who remained composed and swiftly entered combat readiness after the ambush. This was a patrol convoy consisting of 5 whom vezed at that moment. The lead vehicle had been destroyed, leaving 4 vehicles and 8 personnel. These military contractors had gained ample experience from ambushes in Metabosomia and Dewechi. Despite some initial confusion, their actions remained remarkably swift. All Humvees continued moving, and upon realizing the path was blocked, they began to turn around, preparing to break through in reverse. Meanwhile, the M2 heavy machine guns mounted on the rooftops roared to life. 2 guns fired to the left, 2 to the right, forming a lethal arc with nearly no blind spots. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the muffled gunfire, the foremost paladins fell in response, some even being cleaved in half by 50 caliber rounds. In the course of their experiments, the goblin slayers had always conducted short bursts to obtain more precise data, never engaging in rapid-fire scenarios, leading to a misconception that the fire rate of such heavy weaponry was considerably slower than other firearms. This proved to be a tragic miscalculation that in close-quarters combat, the M2's ferocious rate of fire offered the Western Continent warriors an unforgettable initiation. Within mere seconds, at least 20 soldiers were brought down, and the initially aggressive charge was easily thwarted. "What in the world? How is it so fast?" exclaimed the flat-chested elf maiden, releasing an arrow in a swift dodge. The arrow, blessed by the great forest, carved a miraculous arc, homing in on the speeding Humvee from behind, evading the protective gear and striking a machine gunner at the nape of his neck. This arrow saved the local forces, diminishing the machine gun fire by a quarter and creating a critical blind spot. Seizing the moment, the goblin slayer approached the Humvee from the side, leaping onto its roof. The driver, hearing the sound. Sensed trouble. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other brandished an AR carbine. Shooting at the roof, bullets perforated the thin metal surface, at least 5 hitting their mark. Yet the shots were deflected by the protective shield, inflicting no harm. The Goblin Slayer leaped from the gunner's position into the vehicle, delivering a powerful punch to the defiant driver. The Humvee swerved wildly, colliding with a paladin who couldn't evade in time before crashing into a large tree. Finally coming to a halt. Dazed, the Goblin Slayer recalled the earlier admonition to strictly adhere to traffic rules and refrain from disturbing the driver while driving. Not far away, several fireballs whistled through the air, 2 striking an off-guard SUV, flames rapidly engulfing the engine compartment and cabin. Within 3 seconds, the vehicle transformed into a massive torch, bullets exploding within as they ignited. A dwarf mage cast a stone shield spell on the SUV that fled the fastest, causing the Humvee to crash into the suddenly raised stone wall, the engine dying, leaving the vehicle incapacitated. The American operator of the machine gun was flung out by the tremendous force, his head colliding with the stone wall, leaving a vivid crimson abstract painting, while the driver's head struck the glass, rendering him unconscious. The final vehicle, desperately firing, found itself unable to deter the resolute advance of the enemy with only one machine gun at their disposal. The Dragonbone soldiers summoned by the Lizardman priest attempted to upend the vehicle, but were predictably shattered in the process. However, at that moment, a rogue leapt onto the roof of the vehicle from behind the machine gunner, swiftly slashing the gunner's throat with a dagger. The driver made a sharp turn, hurling both the lifeless body of the gunner and the rogue from the vehicle. Ultimately, it was the Lizardman priest who took matters into his own hands, jumping atop the vehicle and using his claws to seize the driver directly from within. The battle had finally come to an end. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 5 minutes, during which nearly 100 local fighters participated, incurring over 40 fatalities, almost half of their forces, completely decimating the American military contractors patrol team, killing 7 and capturing 3. They also seized 2 Humvee vehicles, 3 M2 heavy machine guns, 6 AR-15 carbines, alongside several handguns and grenades, incinerating all the vehicles afterward. Isha shook his head vigorously, dispelling the discomfort caused by the crash from his mind, then calmly instructed, "Their reinforcements will arrive swiftly. We must prepare at once." Based on his experience collaborating with the flower planters and calculating the distance from the castle to this battlefield, he estimated that, with vehicles at their disposal, the enemy would reach the site within 20 minutes of receiving the news. Before that, everyone needed to ready themselves for the next steps. After urging everyone to act promptly, Gusha retrieved a mobile phone from the pocket of his leather armor. Indeed, it was the transmission device he had purchased from the flower planters, and dialed the Lady Baron residing in the castle. "We have succeeded here. You must act faster." The Lady Baron responded, panic-stricken. "They are arriving by air." "Have they succeeded?" In the castle, Hysteria inquired in astonishment. "Did they eliminate all 10? "Yes, capturing 3 alive." The Lady Baron cautiously concealed her phone, her voice laced with concern, "But the speed of the Americans' reinforcements is exceedingly rapid. We have all witnessed it. They are coming by air, and I fear they may not be adequately prepared for the next phase." The devices from the flower planters are truly fascinating. We can receive such distant information in a timely manner. Hysteria chuckled. "On my return, I must find a way to acquire a batch of these devices from the flower planters." "Lady, those warriors are in grave danger," the Lady Baron reminded with some dissatisfaction. "This is not the time for such considerations. These electronic products were all procured by Gusha from the flower planters in the southern continent. As non-lethal goods, the flower planters were indifferent to selling these items to the natives. After collaborating with them, Gusha had been diligently studying the utility of these devices. In truth, this operation could not have been executed without the support of these flower planters' products." "All right, I understand, Miss Viscountess." Hysteria cheerfully responded, "Rest assured, I shall ensure the flower planters receive a deserved lesson from the Americans." The angel had good reason to be pleased. Just moments ago, she believed that those mortal warriors could not possibly inflict harm upon their adversaries. Now she realized that, with the right tactics, the Americans were not as formidable as imagined. What mortal warriors could achieve, she certainly could surpass. The angel departed the Viscountess's chamber with a smile, heading towards the location of the Americans left behind in the castle after reinforcing their father. The angel radiated an alluring glow. This was neither holy light nor the kind of sanctity mortals typically envisioned. Instead, it resembled the enticing ambience of a small room glowing pink in the depths of the night, stimulating masculine hormones and provoking an irresistible urge to venture inside. Mortals often mistakenly believe that angels must be pure and immaculate, embodying the essence of a devout maiden. This, however, was a misconception. True angels come in both male and female forms, all strikingly handsome. Yet to claim purity would be a gross overestimation. Before ascension, all who became angels had endured the divine's lessons, their dignity thoroughly trampled into dust. Particularly for female angels, the reproachful phrase from the South Continent's heretics, "Even their entrails are black. How can they be pure?" applies universally to all angels. Furthermore, upon entering the divine realm, a primary duty of angels is to serve their deity with all their being. To fulfill this task effectively, angels diligently hone their seductive skills to capture the attention of well-traveled deities. Merely being able to entice mortals is evidently insufficient. This seductive ability resembles a magical effect. Yet previously, when an angel applied it to a flower planter, it proved ineffective, specifically after the Water City Underground battle, when flower planters first encountered angels. This is also a means of mental influence, which would naturally be ineffective against the soulless flower planters. That Hysteria's application of this tactic here was not intended to yield significant results, but rather as a directive from the god of fantasies to ascertain whether this group of Americans would similarly disregard mental attacks. Thus, she decided to test it out. To her surprise, it was astonishingly effective. Indeed, even surpassing expectations. Hysteria merely feigned the role of a flustered maid, circling around the Americans, and all of the stationed American personnel followed her in a dazed manner. Their repulsive expressions evoked memories of her encounters with goblins during her mortal days, seeming to possess only the desire for procreation, entirely devoid of the traits of sentient beings. "Beautiful one, where are you going? Come play with us." Hysteria began to quicken her pace, and those Americans pursued her like wild dogs, utterly disregarding their father's earlier orders to remain alert and ready for combat. Moreover, as they chased her, they bore no weapons. Indeed, in a state clouded by lust, the hysteria in their eyes appeared merely as a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely defenseless, with no avenue for escape, every struggle seeming merely an appetizer before the grand feast. The angels swiftly darted into a small dark room within the castle that a dozen or so American military contractors shouted and followed her inside, completely unguarded. Once the Americans had all crowded into the small dark room, they abruptly realized that the seemingly roasted turkey had transformed into a bloodthirsty, man-eating lion. Hysteria brandished her great sword, exuding a sense of triumph as she addressed the unarmed contractors. "Gentlemen, I have a few questions. Whoever can answer shall be rewarded with sweets." "Ghost, what the hell are you doing?" On board the Black Hawk helicopter, their father furiously tossed aside the communicator, panting as he looked down on the ground. A convoy of 10 Humvees was aggressively barreling towards the ambush patrol team's position. This contingent represented the most formidable mobile force of Dane Military Resources Company in the Western continent. Theoretically, they could obliterate an army composed of over 10,000 locals. After all, the adversaries they needed to guard against were merely a medieval armed antiquity, utterly incapable of withstanding modern firepower. Until now, their father had always believed this. All of his subordinates believed the same, which was why they had dared to humiliate the noble's maid. This was also why their father allowed such undisciplined behavior to transpire. However, the explosion he had just heard over the radio evoked unsettling memories. Memories from the Two Rivers region, when his comrades, the military contractors for Blackwater, were attacked by local armed forces. He himself had heard the panicked voices of his comrades over the radio. IED. But why would there be IEDs in this place with a medieval technological level? Furthermore, why would the locals think to use IEDs? It was utterly illogical. Zila, inside the cabin, an electronic device that had been left on suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Their father turned sharply, spotting a foolish young man frantically attempting to shut it down. "Wait," he bellowed. What is going on? I forgot to turn it off, Sir. I said. What just happened? It's an electronic reconnaissance device, typically used to detect nearby electronic signals in the Two Rivers region. This kind of equipment can effectively detect and suppress IEDs detonated by resistors using mobile phones. It also has some effect against car bombs. Here in the new land, this device is utterly useless, which is why it had remained off until now. Unexpectedly, this careless fool momentarily forgot to turn it off and ended up picking up signals in the vicinity. There shouldn't have been any electronic signals around here other than those from the Americans. The Xiong, keep moving forward. Their father immediately grasped what had just occurred, shouting into the radio, Athena, scan all nearby buildings. There's a communication base station here. Indeed, there exists a modest farmhouse nearby, merely a few hundred meters away, where the keen-eyed Athena discerned the antenna perched atop the roof. Upon noticing the approaching convoy, the occupants realized their predicament was exposed and promptly scattered in all directions. 5 heavily armed locals mounted their steeds in the courtyard and charged at the convoy. But Athena, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly dispatched them with a flurry of strikes, leaving them in pieces. The others attempting to flee on foot were, naturally, no match for the speed of the vehicle's wheels, had it not been for Father's repeated insistence on capturing live prisoners. Athena would undoubtedly have eliminated them all. A Black Hawk helicopter hovered above the cottage, and Father descended directly into the courtyard, forcefully kicking open the wooden door. As anticipated, a rudimentary mobile base station, towering over a person, stood silently within. Huawei. Father seethed, glaring at the small plaque on the machine. For the foremost telecommunications company of Blue Star, it was an utter disgrace that there remained regions in the known world where their base stations could not extend coverage. What was even more intolerable was the fact that such areas were plentiful in the new lands, and the vast majority of them would remain without fixed base stations for the foreseeable future. This was simply beyond the pale. It is worth noting that during the peak of conflict in the Tigris-Euphrates region, even the most fanatical of system terror forces would dutifully pay for communication services and ensure the safety of base station maintenance personnel. Moreover, the locals were not devoid of the need for instant communication. At the very least, the wandering flower cultivators had an incessant demand for signal access. Consequently, the flower cultivators, led by Huawei, had turned their attention to the somewhat dubious mobile base stations. These upgraded mobile stations were compact enough to fit into a Wuling minivan, with a signal range capable of connecting to all targets within a 150-kilometer radius. Such devices were exceedingly popular among adventurers outside the new lands and the eastern and southern new continents, or rather, the southern and western continents, priced at approximately 200,000, ready for use after simple adjustments. Father's countenance darkened as he regarded the base station. How could such a device be present here? Had the local natives received support for the flower cultivators? Or had the flower cultivators taught them how to utilize such technology? The flower cultivators had a penchant for this sort of meddling. Even back on Blue Star, they delighted in aiding third-world nations. While the returns were often substantial, they never imposed political demands. Treating all parties alike, it was likely that the natives of the new lands had benefited from this consistent policy. The pressing question remained, regardless of the scenario. Father's prior arrangements appeared overly careless. 1 could only ponder why they had established a communication base station here, and with whom they intended to communicate, coupled with the earlier silence from the specters guarding the castle, who had received no response despite repeated calls. Father arrived at a chilling possibility. He turned towards the approaching Humvee. Athena, take half the men back to the castle. Why, the agile beauty, reminiscent of a leopardess, inquired curiously. The specters have not responded. I suspect the castle has come under attack. But what about Cockroach and Big Bear? I will check on them, Father replied in a somber tone. Your position may be even more perilous. Exercise caution, and if the situation becomes dire, withdraw. Ahead, Cockroach might have already perished, yet Father believed they should not face total annihilation, especially with Big Bear's team, himself, and a Black Hawk helicopter on hand to facilitate a breakout. However, the situation at the castle was far less certain. The silence from the specters indicated dire straits for the garrison. Athena could only return to investigate. If she could rescue a few, that would be splendid. But if no survivors remained, they would have to rely on the vehicle's mobility to escape quickly, awaiting Father's return for reinforcement. I'm fine. But what about these people? Athena gestured with her firearm towards the row of kneeling captives. All locals who had fled from the base station and were subsequently captured by Athena will each take a few. Inquire about the situation along the way. Father responded that, I want to know the origin of this base station, whether there were any direct flower cultivator involvements today, and the total number of enemies. And afterward, we eliminate them. Father selected 3 captives. It appeared these prisoners were all priests from the sanctuary, although devoid of magical prowess. They possessed a degree of knowledge and could operate Huawei's user-friendly base station after brief training. The steadfast faith of the old priest crumbled when one was unceremoniously dropped from the helicopter, leading to a flood of information from the others. From them, Father learned that this operation was a joint endeavor, initiated by a divine oracle involving a coalition of a dozen sanctuaries from the Western continent. The local nobility and experts from the Southern continent well-versed in the ways of the flower cultivators Tito the locals. Every participant was an elite, amounting to a staggering 300 individuals. For Father, the only silver lining was the absence of flower cultivators among them. However, some of the elite from the Southern continent had previously collaborated with the flower cultivators, hence devising a series of targeted tactics. The specifics of these tactics remained unclear to the captives. Their role was simply to manage the communication base station after brief training, ensuring the coordination of several operational units. I am quite satisfied with your answers. Father nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your cooperation. That he then drew his pistol and rewarded each captive with a bullet. The nauseating scent of blood swiftly enveloped the cabin, and the 3 Americans aboard silently observed the 2 corpses, with only the whir of the propellers and engines breaking the silence. Only the faint aroma of gunpowder from the M1911 offered a semblance of solace. With a wave of his hand, Father signaled the contractors to dispose of the bodies from the aircraft, inform Big Bear to prepare for battle, remain vigilant, and instruct him to treat this area as if it were the UN. Gosha stared intently at his phone screen, but there was no signal whatsoever. Moments later, he resignedly returned the device to the pocket of his armor. The base station has been destroyed, he stated calmly. Do they know our plans? The priestess gripped her staff with anxiety, being the lowest-ranking combatant in strike force. Nevertheless, she had risen to sapphire rank and possessed considerable experience collaborating with flower cultivators, thus serving as one of the main forces that ate tea to the very least. She was more reliable than those knights who looked down upon Blue Star inhabitants and clamored for a direct confrontation with the Americans. From the outset, she regarded the Americans as equally formidable as the flower cultivators, harboring no underestimation. Fortunately, the deity orchestrating this operation seemed equally cautious, even issuing an oracle that mandated both secular and religious knights to heed Gosha's directives without acting independently. This had significantly simplified Gosha's plans. They likely know part of it, but not the entirety, he explained, which was also the reason he had not disclosed the entire strategy to the troops. Shall we proceed with the plan? The elven maiden whispered. Those knights seem restless. Many are clamoring for a direct confrontation with the enemy. We shall continue as planned. After the previous battle, the knightly lords had suffered significant losses even with protective divine shields. Yet they remained unheeded by the lessons of defeat. Approximately half of the knights, primarily secular knights loyal to the Duke, could no longer endure hiding, feeling the shame of avoiding direct confrontation, and chose to remain and confront the swiftly approaching Americans. The sanctuary knights and mages shared this inclination but dared not defy the oracle, thus submitting to Gosha's command. The adventurers hired from the southern continent trusted Gosha's tactics and willingly followed his lead. Of the original forces, around 200 departed, leaving approximately 100 behind. Despite their 10-to-1 numerical advantage over the Americans, the situation remained fraught with uncertainty. However, in the eyes of many presences, such as the fantasy gods who closely monitor the progression of the battle, they are already as good as dead. Fortunately, they are at least able to capture the attention of some Americans, creating conditions and time for the actions of the killer. Within the castle, the excruciating screams have finally ceased. Hysteria, wiping the blood from her hands with a piece of cloth, steps out of the small dark room with a satisfied expression. Just moments ago, she had meticulously dismembered 5 Americans, each piece no larger than half a finger, all while the angel exhibited an indescribable excitement and focus. Completely indifferent to the cries and pleas of others, that it was not until the fifth American drew his last breath that she truly began to inquire about the intelligence she sought. After finishing her questions, the angel could not resist killing 2 more individuals, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of near collapse. Take the remaining 3 away. Hysteria smiled at the Lady Countess. You shouldn't linger here. When the Americans return, your fate will be dire. The Lady Countess trembled at the angel's smile, opening the door to the small dark room, only to be overwhelmed by the acrid stench of blood that made her retch repeatedly. Now, the Lady Countess began to question the correctness of her choices. The angel's demeanor appeared no better than that of the Americans. Act swiftly. Do not pity them. Hysteria's voice resounded behind the Lady Countess, her sweet breath brushing against the girl's nape, sending shivers down her spine. Did you know that the goblin disaster that led to the humiliation and death of your parents was orchestrated by these Americans? What? The Lady Countess, momentarily disregarding her nausea and fear, turned to face the angel, her expression one of shock. They established a goblin breeding farm within your territory, releasing them in large numbers at the opportune moment, causing the last goblin disaster. Hysteria said with a smile, a rather clever plan, first cornering you into a desperate situation and then rescuing you, allowing them to operate freely in your domain. Wouldn't you agree? And what of your knight? Do you not find it curious why he did not participate in the goblin hunt? Why he became your only knight? How he managed to contact the Americans? That traitor! The Lady Countess gritted her teeth. I will kill him. Take him away. I am certain we can extract even more entertaining information. The angel laughed heartily. After we are done questioning, you may do as you wish. The battle on the front lines held no suspense. The Duke's knights and mages were undeniably valiant and skilled in combat, yet utterly meaningless in the face of American automobiles, helicopters, and machine guns. That a select force of approximately 80 knights and 20 mages was entirely annihilated, with only 11 taken captive, the rest perishing in combat. The Americans suffered a loss of around 6,000 rounds of ammunition and 800 grenades, with 0 casualties. Old Father interrogated the prisoners on the spot and gained further insights. He learned of the attackers' strength and their internal support from within the castle, and that the Lady Countess had been closely observing the Americans' movements. Thus, they had chosen to follow the main force of the Dane Company, led by Boss MacDonald, leaving only minimal armed forces to launch a surprise attack. He also discovered that the attackers received reinforcements from many adventurers who had previously allied with the flower cultivators and were familiar with, at least more so than the knights of the Western continent, Blue Star's modern weaponry and various tactics, devising specialized and targeted plans accordingly. Old Father realized that the locals had staged an attack on patrols to lure the last of the local mobile forces into a trap, followed by a surprise assault on the remaining personnel within the castle. Had it not been his own predicament, he would have applauded this flawless maneuver of drawing the tiger from its lair. Alas, Old Father now only wished to utterly shred the local natives, ravage all the women, and then feed them to the goblins on the farm, including that instigator, the Lady Countess. Fortunately, it was not yet too late. Old Father was aware that approximately 300 individuals were advancing towards the castle, preparing to ambush the returning Athena squad. They would likely gather the strongest forces they could muster for a final showdown against Old Father and Big Bear, attempting to eliminate 50 seasoned American mercenaries in 4 separate engagements. A commendable plan indeed. Regrettably, they still underestimated the American soldiers. Athena, how goes your situation? Old Father connected with the returning troops that we have entered the castle and are searching for Ghost and the others. Have you found anything? No, neither Ghost nor the Viscount and her people are anywhere to be seen. The voice of Athena crackled through the walkie-talkie, filled with confusion. The large electronic devices we left behind are also missing. Gather together and establish a fortified defensive position, Old Father commanded. I suspect they will soon emerge to attack you. Why? An attacking force is advancing toward you, intending to collaborate with the natives inside the castle to ambush you. Old Father replied coldly. I will eliminate them en route. But before I arrive, the team attacking Ghost may not wait. You must hold out until I get there. Old Father, you underestimate me far too much. In the castle's secret passage, the Lady Countess, Hysteria, and approximately 100 soldiers awaited in silence. These were the temporarily mobilized armed personnel of the territory, fed up with American oppression, alongside the dozens of Templar soldiers brought by Hysteria. According to the plan, they were to launch a surprise attack from behind the enemy when the reinforcements began their assault on the castle, drawing the attention of the American defensive forces. After eliminating this small squad, all personnel would regroup for a final showdown against the last American contingent. With a numerical advantage of approximately 420, the odds were decidedly in their favor. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, it became evident that they had exceeded the agreed-upon time frame, and still, no sound of the Americans' characteristic heavy machine gun fire reached them. What had happened? Had the reinforcements been intercepted? Had the plan failed? What had that individual in the tattered leather armor said beforehand? Hysteria inquired, "What did he say we should do in such circumstances? If the reinforcements do not arrive, all subsequent combat plans will be cancelled, and we will retreat," the Lady Countess replied, fighting back tears. Learning that her parents had been killed by those she believed were her saviors was a burden of guilt and anger that few could endure. The Lady Countess managed to suppress her anguish and act according to plan, which was already quite commendable. "Then we shall retreat." After waiting a little longer, the angel abruptly decided to end the battle. Hysteria, lacking the Lady Countess's overwhelming hatred for the Americans, was already quite satisfied with her accomplishments. She had captured a few prisoners for her deity, confirming that the Americans could indeed be influenced by mental magic, at least by temptation magic. Moreover, she had stoked the conflict between mortals and Americans, which would at least strengthen the unity of the mortals around the deity, preventing them from losing believer souls like the flower cultivators had. More importantly, unbeknownst to others, Hysteria had obtained the souls of 5 Americans. This was likely the first encounter with the souls of Blue Star individuals, which would greatly benefit the future warfare, or, to use a less sharp term, competition between deities and Blue Star. The deities were finally no longer solely in a state of consumption without any gain. Hysteria believed she had exceeded her mission, and any further actions, regardless of their outcomes, would merely be icing on the cake. It was better to return home swiftly with her hard-won spoils, ensuring that these results were firmly in her grasp. What if continuing the fight led to unforeseen complications? After all, they are denizens of Blue Star, hailing from the same origins as the flower cultivators. The formidable achievements of the flower cultivators in recent years continue to cast a shadow of intimidation over Hysteria. Naturally, the angels may wish to withdraw, but that does not imply that the mortals share the same desire. The angels can retreat to the divine realm, and it is likely that the Americans will take some time to trace their path. Yet the mortals find themselves with no avenue of escape. Even if they temporarily retreat, it will not be long before they must confront the Americans' vengeance directly. Thus, it would be wiser to seize the current opportunity to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. Moreover, the local soldiers, much like the Lady Knight, are already aware of the Americans' role in orchestrating the Goblin catastrophe. Many have lost loved ones to that calamity, and recently, they have endured oppression and humiliation at the hands of the Americans. Without engaging in battle, the pent-up resentment within their hearts cannot possibly dissipate. "We shall not tarry," the Lady Knight declared resolutely. "If reinforcements do not arrive shortly, we shall take matters into our own hands." "You are mad," Hysteria retorted. "You lack the strength to contend with so many alert Americans. You are courting death. An honorable death surpasses a life of humiliation." "Foolishness," Hysteria replied sternly. "Listen, girl, in the name of the divine. You must preserve your life, but there shall be no buts. Even if you are captured by the Americans, tormented, insulted, and harmed, as long as they do not take your life, you must strive to survive, should your demise serve no purpose. Then you will have achieved nothing but allowing the enemy to reap the rewards of your downfall. How will you meet your parents in the divine realm then?" "The divine realm? My parents?" "Girl, I know your resolve, and so does the divine." The angel pointed to the heavens, as if indicating the location of the divine realm to the mortals present. "Yet, we have already secured sufficient victories. We have gathered a wealth of intelligence regarding the enemy for our great divine. In the future, we shall employ more effective means to counter the large-scale invasion of Blue Star denizens. We can vanquish the Americans, the flower cultivators, and any Blue Star denizen." Hysteria fixed her gaze upon the Lady Knight, ensnaring her in the depths of her beautiful eyes. I shall certainly return. Next time, I will bring with me a grand army of angels to fight alongside you. Only then shall it be your moment for vengeance against your kin, should you fall gloriously in battle. I promise I will greet you at the gates of the divine realm, welcoming you into the eternal abode of happiness. For now, endure a little longer, follow me, and retreat. The search for the local army was not solely the domain of the angels and the Lady Night. The increasingly impatient old man shared in this endeavor. The Black Hawk helicopters traversed the distance between the castle and the battlefield twice, circling the castle several times, yet failed to catch even a glimpse of their intended target. Furthermore, after the reunion of Deshiong and Athena, the enemy that should have been concealed within the castle remained conspicuously absent, as if they had been whisked away by magic that, of course, this was an impossibility. According to the intelligence provided by the flower cultivators, teleportation magic is both costly and intricate. IT might suffice for 1 or 2 master magicians, or a small team of 5, but such magic could never be employed on a contingent of hundreds. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. Either the local attackers had abandoned their assault for some reason, or the intelligence and assumptions of the old man were fundamentally flawed. Interrogate the captives again. The old man exploded with fury. He had lost over 30 subordinates, a significant amount of weaponry and communication equipment, and had only managed to eliminate a few hundred enemies, without even capturing a single mastermind. Such losses would constitute a major failure worthy of news headlines, even during the most tumultuous times in the Tigris-Euphrates region. Moreover, once there is a first failure, a second is sure to follow, and with a second, there will inevitably be a third. Who dares to claim this damned new land will not become a second Greater Yuezhi? Should the Americans find themselves ensnared here, the imminent bears and the rabbits that have already secured vast territories will likely take pleasure in burying the white eagle deeper into the mire. At that moment, the old man contemplated his own fate. No, such a fate might not even be necessary. The operations of Dane Corporation in this new land were clandestine, concealed from the American populace. Parliament and public, serving only a select few magnates. If we were to botch this endeavor, those magnates, seeking to vent their frustrations, would ensure his demise would be anything but pleasant. Moreover, there was also the specter of Scott MacDonald. The thought of that name sent a shiver down the spine of the cold-hearted old man. Act immediately. He bellowed, "Find them! Capture them! Annihilate them!" In the northwestern corner of the Blonnerton territory, over 50 kilometers from the Viscount's castle, stood a vast complex of reinforced concrete edifices. This stronghold, with its towering walls and deep moats, was heavily fortified. It was here that Scott MacDonald and Boss Lee had jointly established the Goblin Farm. Contrary to his outward demeanor of disdain for goblins, Scott was not a fool. While he dared to exploit goblins for certain special interests, he was not entirely heedless of the dangers they posed, as Bosley had repeatedly emphasized their peril. Even though it is said that capitalists would sell the rope to hang themselves for a 300% profit, would it not be preferable to reap the profits without selling the rope? Thus, Scott had never been stingy with investments in the farm's security to 8-meter-high reinforced concrete walls, automated machine gun watchtowers, high-voltage electric fences, barbed wire, and an electronic surveillance system were all present, alongside 50 armed personnel from Dane Corporation and over 100 local employees, to economize and leverage their magical capabilities. They formed an impenetrable defense system. It was assured that no goblin could escape this breeding ground without Scott's explicit consent. Yet this expensive fortification, seemingly impervious to assault, proved utterly ineffective against the current attackers. No matter how formidable the defenses, they would falter in the face of disunity among the ranks. Most of the local laborers were oblivious to the nature of the creatures bred within this farm. However, under the direct call of the Archbishop of the Duke's domain, the locals unhesitatingly chose to betray the Americans, who had shown them no kindness. The kitchen staff opened a small door, a backup passage intended for the delivery of food to the guards. Likely the most vulnerable point in the entire farm's defenses, disguised attackers released intoxication and other hypnotic spells in the dining hall while the Americans were dining, rendering most of the guards incapable of resisting. Then, under the guidance of insiders, the attackers began to stealthily eliminate the scattered American sentinels. These assailants were led by Gosha, who had deviated from the original plan to attack the castle. instead turning towards this location. "Are we not heading to the castle?" Long Xiang inquired, puzzled. "The Lady Knight and her people are still waiting for us to ambush the enemy. Is it acceptable to diverge from the plan? If we do not go, they will not attack," Gosha replied succinctly yet firmly. "There are goblins here." Indeed, although others remained unaware, Gosha could sense the presence of goblins in abundance. He had journeyed from the southern continent specifically to eliminate goblins, having nearly eradicated them there. Such an opportunity was rare. The strategy he devised was ultimately focused on this moment. What the Americans did was of no concern to him. The goblins here were his true target. Let us not forget, he was a goblin slayer, not an American slayer. Fortunately, there were indeed a considerable number of Americans present, so the warriors and priests of the sanctum did not voice any objections to Gosha's sudden shift in focus. Suddenly, alarm bells blared, and the attackers, who had gradually infiltrated the farm, looked up simultaneously at the shrieking loudspeaker atop the electric pole, momentarily taken aback. They were uncertain about what had gone awry. Logically speaking, most of the patrols and all the Americans dining should have been dealt with, leaving only a few stragglers who should not have been able to comprehend the situation. In truth, while the adventurers from the southern continent had collaborated with the flower cultivators on multiple occasions, they were not inhabitants of modern society and had only a rudimentary understanding of Blue Star technology, reliant solely on their own observations and inquiries. If some matters remain unasked and unseen, then naturally they shall remain unknown to them. For instance, in such a meticulously fortified location, there must certainly be a control room, utilizing the numerous cameras scattered throughout to monitor the entire ranch. Had Gusha been aware of this, he should have devised a strategy to breach this cerebral stronghold. Alas, it is now too late. "Scatter!" Gusha bellowed, swiftly pulling the dazed priestess into the shadows of a corner. In an instant, a deluge of bullets rained down, enveloping all unprepared attackers beneath a cascade of death. The air was filled with anguished cries, as the priestess's striking blue eyes reflected the contorted figures of dozens of paladins and sorcerers, like marionettes severed from their strings. Moments later, the lifeless bodies, riddled with bullet holes, collapsed to the ground. This sudden onslaught had claimed at least 50 unsuspecting warriors, were it not for the barricade, the automated weaponry stationed along the wall, primarily oriented outward, would have inflicted far graver consequences upon them. "Sorcerer," Gusha shouted urgently, "on the wall. Earth Spirit, shield us from the wind and rain. Fortify our defense. Spirit wall." The dwarven sorcerer raised his hand, casting a brick which instantaneously conjured a thick earthen barrier above Gusha's team. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns roared once more, bullets striking the earthen wall and sparking brilliantly, yet failing to penetrate. How sturdy! The brick of the gardener serves excellently as a magical conduit. Thus, since it is said that no matter how skilled one is, they fear a brick, let us observe the offensive prowess of this brick. Gravel, transform into stone. Stone projectile. Several bricks shot forth, smashing into the barricade with explosive force. Akin to grenades, diminished in power. Of course, that was sufficient. One automated weapon station was obliterated by the explosive bricks. The remaining stations promptly redirected their fire towards this side, yet the M60's insufficient might prevented it from breaching the thick brick wall. Seizing the moment, several sorcerers launched their counteroffensive. The Witch of the Long Spear squad unleashed a power arrow, shattering the barrel of a machine gun. "Advance!" The reserve female paladin stood upon the arms of the greatsword warrior, who roared and leapt, hurling her towards the wall as she gracefully ascended. The two silvers synchronized, leaping directly over the 8-meter-high barricade. The magically imbued slender sword pierced the central control system of a weapon station, as if slicing through butter. After achieving her objective, the reserve female paladin did not linger on the battlefield, but leapt back down from the barricade. An M2 and an M60 swiftly adjusted their aim, targeting her midair escape. The girl curled her body as best as she could, sheltering behind the kite shield. Holy shield! Deflect arrows! The priestess of Gusha's team and the enchanting sorceress of the Long Spear squad simultaneously cast protective magic upon her. Bullets pierced through 2 layers of magical shields, clanging against her magically imbued shield, and the reserve paladin cried out in pain as she fell into the arms of the greatsword warrior. He quickly turned and retreated into a corner impervious to gunfire. "How are you?" The greatsword warrior inquired with concern. "I am fine. Thankfully," the reserve paladin replied, drenched in cold sweat. Her arms, legs, and lower abdomen bore the marks of bullet wounds, having penetrated 3 layers of magical protection and 1 iron shield. Even the .50 caliber machine gun lacked sufficient force at this point. The girl's breastplate had thwarted the most lethal blow, although her limbs were struck. They were not life-threatening. "You are a reserve paladin?" A genuine paladin smiled nearby. "You performed admirably. Your combat skills are commendable. Are you of the lower silver rank? Upon your return, inform your chapel that I believe you should be promoted to a full paladin." "Thank you." The girl, pale from blood loss, managed a "My name is Malia. Convey this name, and they will surely agree." With that, Malia and several companions leapt on the spot, miraculously vaulting over the barricade, mirroring the earlier actions of the reserve paladin, each wielding great swords against the weapon stations atop the wall. Amidst a dazzling array of sparks, the last bastion of the defenders was extinguished. In truth, the actual guardians of the ranch now numbered less than 10, with half being non-combat personnel. After the weapon stations were entirely destroyed, they congregated within a 5-story office building, resolutely manning the control room for a final stand. What to do? What to do? A panicked civilian clutched an AR-15 rifle, weeping and exclaiming, "We are doomed! We are doomed! Silence!" A military officer berated. "What good is crying? Think of a solution. Isn't there another weapon station on the second barricade? But the fields of fire there are even narrower. Designed to fend off goblins escaping, it won't be effective against external attackers," stammered another somewhat calmer civilian. "They will be upon us soon. If they destroy the weapon station while crossing the second wall, we will be utterly exposed. Damn it," the military officer muttered under his breath. The blueprints of this goblin ranch were directly copied from Boss Lee's similar establishment in the southern continent, with identical defensive configurations. In simple terms, it was secure internally yet lax externally. However, Boss Lee's ranch was situated in the Despair Desert, surrounded by desolation for hundreds of miles and with satellite surveillance scanning the area every 24 hours. Thus, he harbored no fears of surprise attack, as no one could elude the watchful eyes of the satellite. Moreover, the nearest human settlement was the bustling city of Shabak, home to thousands of adventurers, and simultaneously Boss Lee's stronghold, where over 200 martial experts from the eastern lands served as his bodyguards. This was a force not to be trifled with, coupled with the automated weapon stations and patrols installed along the outer walls. Boss Lee's primary concern was internal issues arising from goblins escaping, far exceeding his fear of an army breaching from outside. In essence, had anyone managed to accomplish such a feat, he should have abandoned the ranch rather than stubbornly resisting. Thus, the primary defensive strength of the Goblin Ranch was, in fact, directed inward. The core breeding area boasted the highest final barricade, narrow, winding passages, and numerous automated weapon stations alongside heavily fortified metal doors akin to those of a nuclear laboratory. The outer defenses appeared somewhat careless. This defensive arrangement had never encountered issues in the Despair Desert. Yet in the Western continent, facing a coordinated internal and external assault, it became an irreparable weakness. "We are doomed. We are doomed. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." The weeping of one incited a chorus of cries, and soon all civilian personnel were wailing, akin to a gaggle of unruly children. "Silence!" The military officer, thoroughly exasperated, struck out with the butt of his weapon. Moments later, the cacophony of cries subsided into soft sobs, and at last, quiet reigned. "Is there any solution?" The military officer began to discuss the next steps. Observing from a monitor that the invaders were dismantling the weapon stations on the second barricade, estimating that in a few minutes they would be completely cleared, and within 10 minutes they would reach this place. "I've already called my father," one military officer stated. "He instructed us to hold out for 20 minutes. A helicopter will arrive." He glanced at his watch. "About 15 minutes left. We won T last 10 minutes. 5 minutes is ample time for them to behead us. Then let us think of another plan." "What plan?" someone asked. "Do you seem to have an idea?" "Quite simple," the military officer replied coldly. "Release all the goblins." "Have you lost your mind?" Everyone screamed in unison, "If we are besieged by goblins, we are as good as dead." "Not necessarily," the officer retorted. "The attackers are not monsters, but a group of local natives. When they see the goblins, they will have to consider whether to deal with us first or the goblins. What if the goblins attack us first? You have witnessed it as well. Those individuals can leap as high as 8 meters directly. Our defense at the staircase does not truly confer a positional advantage, for they can ascend from behind us. Yet the goblins are constrained. They can only assault us from the staircase, and with our 5 firearms. Holding our ground is hardly a challenge. The goblins may attempt a few assaults at most before they divert their attention to the invaders, where women await. This is an easier target for the goblins. At that juncture, irrespective of who prevails, we shall endure until Father arrives. Once reinforcements arrive, safety will be assured for all in the cultivation of goblins. A profoundly critical safety protocol mandates that utmost efforts must be employed to prevent direct contact between personnel and goblins. Consequently, the automated production lines within the goblin farms are exceedingly advanced, allowing for a series of tasks, from birthing, feeding, and penning to slaughtering, to be executed entirely without human intervention. Only the final step, wherein the souls of the goblin carcasses are transformed into soul gems, necessitates the expertise of trained individuals versed in basic magic to personally undertake the task. Subsequently, the goblin remains are cast onto a conveyor belt for conversion into goblin feed. Thus, releasing the goblins becomes a rather effortless endeavor. One merely needs to unlock the shackles in the control room, deactivate the automated slaughtering machines, and open the doors of the enclosed cells. The goblins will instinctively emerge. Of course, after which the electric fence must be deactivated, the main doors opened, and the automated weapon stations must be controlled to refrain from firing upon the goblins. The only closure enforced by the Americans pertains to the office building's entrance, where they have constructed several obstacles and cover at the staircase corner, presumably in a state of confusion. However, unarmed goblins can hold their ground for half an hour without issue. Meanwhile, the invaders will inevitably clash with the goblins first. During this interval, reinforcements must surely arrive at this moment, as the attackers breached the second isolation wall and dismantled the weapon station, firing inward. The priests of the sanctuary coerced the captives into using their keys, identification tags, to unlock the gate of the enclosing wall. A battalion exceeding 200 surged forth, instantly spotting the office building standing tall between the second and third isolation walls. Its prominence unmistakably signaled its significance. The remaining Americans must undoubtedly be within. An excited bishop of the sanctuary proclaimed, "For the divine attack!" All knights and priests affiliated with the sanctuary erupted in a fervent roar. Their troops, undeterred by fatigue, sustained their relentless engagement, propelled not only by their unwavering loyalty to the deity, but also by the divine seeds generously bestowed upon them. Though scarce, these seeds significantly enhanced their prowess and granted them the right to enter the divine realm post-mortem. Now was the time to conclude this battle and return to the sanctuary to convey the good news to the deity while anticipating further divine rewards. "Wait," Gosha bellowed. "Be cautious. Goblins are approaching." The adventurers from the southern continent, devoid of divine support, heeded Gosha's warning. They were far more fatigued than the zealous devotees of the sanctuary, thus delaying their advance. Moreover, the elite adventurers participating in this skirmish possessed profound trust in Gosha, for they had all been involved in the battle to save the dairy made at the farm. They were well aware of Gosha's acute sensitivity towards goblins. If he claimed goblins were present, it was unequivocal that they were indeed there. With so many heavily armed personnel on standby, the goblin numbers must be staggering. Consequently, the attackers evidently divided into 2 factions, approximately 200 knights of the sanctuary, comprising ordinary soldiers, a handful of paladins, priests, and vigorous rangers, surged to the forefront. Meanwhile, several seasoned adventurers from the southern continent hesitated at the rear, reluctant to advance. The appearance of the goblins was slightly delayed from what the Americans had anticipated. Though not particularly intelligent, the goblins were not devoid of wit. The sudden unlocking of shackles and cell doors momentarily bewildered these small green-skinned creatures. Only after several large goblins took the lead. Cautiously navigating past the innermost isolation barriers, did more goblins gradually emerge. Then they detected the scent of humans, many of whom were women, and indescribable fury and savage desire instantaneously filled the goblins' unwrinkled brains. Even if these small green beings had never ventured beyond the confines of the farm since birth, and had not undergone any traditional goblin education in cruelty, the instincts etched in their genes compelled them to howl wildly and charge toward the attackers, who were merely a wall away. The final door swung open, and the attackers, just about to reach the office building's entrance, suddenly beheld a multitude of small, green figures emerging less than 10 meters away. The numbers grew ever larger. All recognized what they were, and thus had no alternative but to confront the more dangerous and savage goblins first. "Block that door," Gosha shouted from the rear. The line of knights, roaring, surged forth, their heavy armor and long shields rendering them as unstoppable as tanks against goblins with the physical prowess of mere children. The goblins shrieked in terror as they were knocked aside, some crashing against the isolation wall behind them, their brains splattered, while the majority were trampled beneath the knights' feet, the sickening sounds of snapping bones resounding that a well-crafted knight's sword could effortlessly sweep through, sending forth a flurry of green limbs and dark, viscous blood. The attackers' line resembled an immense net, ensnaring the majority of goblins that had scurried through the small door, subsequently grinding them into a fine pulp like a meat grinder. The rangers deftly targeted the goblins pouring in behind, using hunting knives or short swords to sever the throats of those that managed to slip past. Some mages launched ranged attacks at the small door. Due to the confined space, and with goblins desperately trying to rush out to seize a human, the area became so congested that each strike could claim the lives of several or even dozens of goblins. The attackers advanced swiftly, and within a mere 5 minutes, they reached the small door leading to the production area of the farm behind the third isolation wall that a few paladins blocked the small entrance, wielding their great swords to cleave apart every goblin daring to show its head. The moment the door was opened, it was promptly sealed once more. It must be said, in the absence of divine interference. Goblins truly deserve their reputation as the weakest magical creatures, as they stood no chance against adept wielders of cold steel that, of course, the deities had no sway here. Their ability to meddle did not preclude others from doing so. Rat-a-tat-tat, a barrage of malevolent bullets rained down for the top of the office building, and the 3 paladins guarding the door collapsed in unison. The once impenetrable entrance swung open again. This time, the goblins altered their tactics, deploying more formidable creatures that a group of larger goblins used their struggling, shrieking kin as shields and surged forth with a roar on the rooftop. The Americans continued to fire, each shot striking the attackers in the back, forcing the warriors to retreat step by step. 2 fireballs whistled through the air, striking the building, momentarily halting the gunfire. However, the building's defenses proved remarkably reliable. Half a minute later, more figures emerged, unleashing a volley downward. "There's no time left," Gosha murmured. The larger goblins pushed the attackers away from the entrance, allowing more bewildered ordinary goblins and a few larger goblins to pass unimpeded through the small door and join the fray. At present, the attackers could still maintain some semblance of order, with the heavily armored knights forming the front line, their great swords swinging in a dense formation, while rangers and mages continuously filled in gaps, occasionally launching counterattacks to push the goblins back a distance. However, as the goblin numbers swelled and the Americans atop the office building continued to emerge sporadically to disrupt, it remained uncertain how long this defense could hold. 2 critical factors determined the battle's trajectory. First, the adventurers on the periphery reported that an iron steed was swiftly approaching. Before the words had left their lips, the attackers could already hear the ominous thrum of helicopter rotors overhead. Though it was but a single aircraft, it sufficed to indicate that time was running short for the attackers. They needed to retreat before the American ground forces arrived, or they would all meet their end here. Second, beyond the densely packed goblins, the silhouette of a goblin hero began to emerge. The frenzied giant hurled everything within reach, rocks, corpses, and living goblins, toward the warriors. That a retreat was imperative. Gosha, assessing the situation, made the decision to conclude the conflict. "In such circumstances, how does one withdraw?" the long-speared soldier retorted. "We are ensnared. Use that," Gosha replied resolutely. "Huh. Are we really going to use it?" We haven't even practiced properly. It's fine as long as we know how to use it. We'll go together. The Black Hawk helicopter roared past the ranch, the pilot tilting the aircraft slightly to the right, allowing the gunner at the door to better assess the battlefield on the rooftop of the office building. The remaining Americans excitedly waved their shirts at the helicopter, believing they had finally been rescued. "Old man, the rats are right here," the gunner reported to the old man, after receiving the report of the ranch being attacked. The old man was preparing to board the helicopter to rush over, but was halted by a phone call from McDonald. The old man knew full well what McDonald represented, even if he had 100 lives. He would not dare to act defiantly towards Mr. McDonald. However, matters at the ranch could not be delayed, so the old man could only send the helicopter ahead with a few reinforcements, while he followed with the convoy. The old man's cold voice crackled through the radio. "Hold on to them. I will be there shortly." Unbeknownst to him, thousands of kilometers away, Mr. McDonald was directing another group of individuals engaged in a different task. Yet somehow he had learned about the battle here. Perhaps someone had quietly informed him? This possibility could not be ruled out. After all, Mr. McDonald was the behind-the-scenes big boss of Dane Corporation, and behind Mr. McDonald stood a line of true masters controlling America, at least a part of it. The old man was merely a frontline commander, regarded as a mere pawn in the eyes of the big bosses. No, he might not even qualify as a pawn. Mr. McDonald could be considered a pawn in their eyes, while the old man was merely a weapon in the hands of this pawn, nothing more. Thus, it was not unimaginable that someone would report to Mr. McDonald about the old man's disgrace. Fortunately, that person had not yet managed to report the ranch's attack. In the previous phone call, McDonald had scolded the old man vehemently and subtly threatened him. If he could not rectify the situation, the old man would no longer be suitable to continue working for Dane Corporation. This chilling statement sent even the old man, who was known for his ruthlessness, into a shiver. The implication of being unsuitable to continue working for Dane Corporation, for someone who clandestinely served the big bosses in this new colony, was far from a mere loss of employment. Therefore, salvaging the situation had become a matter of utmost importance for the old man. No longer merely a question of saving face. The helicopter circled around the ranch, and the occupants quickly grasped the current situation. Somehow, the invaders had breached the ranch's interior. The outermost isolation wall and the main security forces had already been eliminated, leaving the remaining personnel to huddle defensively in the control room. By time, they released goblins, attempting a diversion. At least they were fortunate that the remaining defenders faced an opponent 1,000 times easier to handle than the likes of Chamberlain and Dallady. As soon as the attackers and the goblins met, a fierce battle erupted. Their unsophisticated strategy had succeeded. "Shall we rescue them first?" The pilot asked Athena, who was commanding from the aircraft. "No, they can hold on for quite a while. We will first engage the enemy and ensure the rats don't slip away again. That wise. They will blame us. That is the old man's order." Athena, embodying the archetype of a valiant beauty, replied coldly, "The old man is anxious that do you think he would dismiss us before being dismissed himself?" Upon hearing this ominous remark, the pilot dared not utter another word on the ground. The sanctified warriors, compelled by the divine command, began to cover each other as they gradually retreated. Due to the lack of space, the numerically superior goblins could not encircle them, and since the green-skinned creatures were poorly armed, they were utterly incapable of stopping them. The helicopter circled back over the battlefield between the second and third isolation walls, hovering directly behind the attackers. "Come save us." The helicopter flew low, nearly level with the 5-story office building. The remaining defenders on the rooftop could even see the pilot's face. Yet Athena ignored their cries for help. She intended to strike at the rats below fiercely first, allowing the goblins to better ensnare them. Moreover, if the old man arrived and these rats had not yet escaped, they could objectively hinder the goblins from fleeing the ranch. Not merely because the goblins could cause havoc, but more importantly, these goblins were the property of the big bosses. Not even Athena, nor the old man, dared to allow the bosses to incur significant losses. Steadily positioned at the helicopter's door, Athena set up her sniper rifle, aiming at a valiant paladin on the front lines, brandishing his longsword. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, Athena suddenly sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. 3 dazzling orbs of light abruptly appeared around the Black Hawk. Even in broad daylight, These glowing spheres were overwhelmingly blinding, though her knowledge of magic was limited and she could not discern the nature of these light orbs. Athena, as a seasoned soldier, instinctively felt the impending danger. "Watch out! Magic!" she warned loudly. The two engines, each with 1560 horsepower, emitted a fearsome roar, propelling the massive craft into stunning maneuvers akin to a soaring swallow. The helicopter, previously trapped between the three light spheres, swiftly escaped the encirclement. The M60 machine gun positioned at the opposite door from Athena unleashed a volley at one of the light orbs during the maneuver. A long spear leapt from the orb, letting out a muffled thud as blood splattered from its chest. No. On the ground, the sorceress screamed in disbelief, watching helplessly as the one she secretly admired fell lifelessly from above. The great swordsman and Gusha emerged from the other two light orbs, unarmed with their usual weapons, instead clutching arms seized from the patrols of cockroaches. The physically superior great swordsman wielded an M2 machine gun, while Gusha carried an AR-15. This was Gusha's plan to deal with the Iron Pegasus, utilizing the only three teleportation scrolls to send them directly into the air, raining down captured American weaponry upon a helicopter. Naturally, magic was employed to catch them upon their descent. Die. The great swordsman and his M2 machine gun roared simultaneously, while beside him, Gusha silently fired at the helicopter with the AR-15. Tracer rounds swarmed towards the enemy craft like a plague of locusts. However, shooting from midair proved highly challenging, and the recoil of the weapon sent the great swordsman tumbling like a kite severed from its string. He disregarded the bullets he had fired, utterly off target. In contrast, Gusha, clad in 2 layers of armor and wielding an automatic rifle, managed to shoot with greater stability. Regrettably, the 5.56mm rounds posed no lethal threat to the nearly 5-ton Black Hawk helicopter. Both had only one opportunity to fire, and if one were to meticulously tally their results, Gusha had hit 17 times, while the great swordsman managed only a single shot. One of the engines emitted a wisp of black smoke, its output rapidly declining. Yet the helicopter remained aloft on the ground. The enraged sorceress lost all rationality, unleashing aggressive magical attacks upon the helicopter as if she were a lioness. This silver-tier mage expended all her remaining magical energy in one breath, sending forth a barrage of force arrows and electric arrows that relentlessly pursued the aircraft. The Black Hawk endured 2 direct hits from the spells. The rear rotor was blasted away by the magic, and the massive helicopter could no longer sustain itself, trailing thick smoke as it spiraled madly down into the goblin horde. As the helicopter plummeted, the main rotor continued to spin, resembling a giant wielding a massive cleaver, mercilessly striking the ground. Any creature caught within the rotor's radius, whether small goblins or the knights valiantly fighting on the front lines, was shattered into countless fragments. Even Gusha witnessed half of a large goblin's head, bearing an expression of indescribable terror, soar over the 8-meter-high isolation wall and beyond. The tiny battlefield was engulfed in chaos, debris from the concrete blocks flying about like bullets, sweeping away all unprotected life forms. Humans and goblins under the scythe of death experienced a brief and genuine equality. "Retreat!" A commanding voice bellowed. "Kill them!" The warriors, relying on their last vestiges of breath and a modicum of divine energy, could no longer endure the onslaught and began to retreat towards the sole small door on the second isolation wall. Not far from them, through the smoke and debris kicked up by the helicopter's crash, a multitude of goblins surged forth from beyond the third isolation wall. Good heavens, how many goblins are there? The flat-faced elf maiden loosed an arrow, severing the throats of 2 goblins and striking the forehead of a third. "Surely, all the goblins of the western continent cannot be gathered here. Take her with you." "Hurry," commanded the leader, gesturing toward the sorceress who lay exhausted, her magical energy depleted, weeping silently beside the polearm wielder. The elf maiden and the priestess hastened to her side, lifting her one on each side, while the leader hoisted the now cooling corpse of the long gun wielder and swiftly darted through the small door. The lizard-man monk left a dragon-toothed soldier behind to momentarily fend off the goblin pursuit. The dwarf was the last to depart. He discarded a brick, chanting an incantation that caused it to rapidly grow into a thick wall, effectively sealing the small door once more. The battle had reached its conclusion. No, not yet. Not for the moment. The remaining Americans in the office building stared, wide-eyed, at the retreating enemy and the increasingly frenzied goblins trapped in place. The crazed green-skinned creatures focused their wild gazes on the rooftop, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. Were doomed. 4 days later, Scott McDonald, clad in a crisp suit and newly polished shoes, walked through the desolate ranch, his expression one of grim silence. Nearly half an hour after the local assailants had retreated, his father's convoy finally arrived at the battlefield. They ascended the second isolation wall, gazing helplessly at the throngs of goblins within that moment. The green-skinned creatures were frantically tearing apart the corpses of their own comrades, human bodies, and various unidentifiable remnants a mere 50 meters away. In the office building, the remnants of the troops still resisted. However, at that time, the father dared not open the door to rescue them. He possessed no helicopter and could only provide fire support as best as he could. This was, of course, futile, when the sounds of despairing cries came through his headset. Revealing the soldiers being dragged away by goblins, he switched off the communicator, watching helplessly as the last man leaped from the 5-story building. His heart plummeted alongside that unfortunate soul, descending straight into the abyss. It wasn't until the day before yesterday, when Mr. McDonald dispatched helicopters for reinforcements, that the father finally began to reclaim the ranch. Due to the goblins' destruction of the control room, he was unable to restore the machine guns and automatic gates, ultimately resorting to ordering the helicopters to obliterate everything within the confines of the second isolation wall with bombs and rockets, lest any goblins remain and inflict further losses upon him. Alas, in truth, no matter how great the losses to come, they bore little relevance to the father, as he felt as though his life had reached its terminus, like a mere shell of a man. He trailed behind Scott McDonald, his head lowered and silent, as if the entire world had transformed into a desolate shade of black. Li Ming Feng, known as Boss Lee, also arrived, walking alongside Scott, and spoke in a mocking tone. "Looks like you messed up, huh? I warned you long ago not to exploit the goblins for your sordid deeds, that if you truly wished to, you could have simply raided openly, and we wouldn't be in this predicament." "I will learn from this lesson," Scott McDonald replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "I find that hard to believe." Bosley shook his head. "Do you think those behind you granted you such immense power? They seek profit. As long as the profits flow in, my authority is no less than yours. Where's your profit?" Bosley scoffed. "Clearly, you're at a loss right now, aren't you? There's no such thing as a risk-free investment, especially since I previously provided substantial benefits." Scott shook his head. "One ranch has been destroyed. Next time, we shall learn from our mistakes and simply rebuild another. Are you still not planning to share your door with your government?" Bosley inquired, perplexed. "Do you think you can keep a secret? The financial moguls and tycoons of emerging industries will not allow you to operate unchecked. We have a mutually beneficial exchange." Scott replied, "Of course, they won't shield us forever. Our door will soon be revealed. The American consortiums, coveting the new land, are primarily focused on traditional production enterprises such as energy, agriculture, and steel. They harbor considerable disputes with the new financial and internet-centric consortiums regarding the utilization of the new land. But such conflicts can be reconciled through mutual interests. We just cannot expect their assistance to be everlasting. This door is no longer a hidden treasure of ours, once the American government intervenes. My previous actions will necessitate a thorough reckoning. Therefore, my old friend, before that occurs, I need to rebuild this ranch. Can you assist me?" Scott found himself straddling the line between being a mere agent of the conglomerate and ascending to the ranks of true corporate elite. He was eager to demonstrate his capabilities, making him increasingly intolerant of failure. However, as a seasoned capitalist, he understood that a single investment gone awry was not an insurmountable dilemma. Moreover, the ranch had previously yielded him significant profits. This venture could hardly be classified as a loss. As long as the ranch was rebuilt, everything could be adequately explained to the local magnates. As for the nearly 100 military contractors who perished, was that truly a concern? "I will provide you with all the goblin seedlings I possess." Bosley readily acquiesced to Scott's request. "From now on, there will be no goblins within my domain, regardless of who raises them. Are you so eager to cleanse your name?" Scott remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It is I who am desperate to cleanse my name. Bosley feigned ignorance to the implications of Scott's words. Huh. As a fellow black glove, why are you so cautious in my presence? Incorrect. I am no one's black glove. Everything I do is of my own volition. I have no one behind me. Bosley emphasized earnestly. If you wish to survive, you had best remember that. Although the Flower Nation's left-turning signals appear to bear no difference from those of America, such perceptions were merely superficial. Millennia of cultural influence had created a fundamental distinction between the Flower Nation and the relatively young United States. Specifically, the greatest difference in the positions held by Lee and MacDonald lay in the contrasting power dynamics between the true rulers of their respective nations. In America, the bureaucratic class essentially functioned as the stewards of the capitalist class. In contrast, in the Flower Nation, the great capitalists were, at best, mere managers of the bureaucratic class's revenue. This fundamental difference yielded the result that as long as MacDonald remained confident in his ability to continue generating profits for the capitalists, he need not fear any moral quandaries. Capitalists cared only for profits, permitting them to engage in the most shameless actions. Yet the bureaucratic class still had to consider their public image. Thus, should Lee be killed, he would never admit to managing someone else's illicit assets. In the future, if the revelation of Lee's Goblin Ranch in the new land resurfaced, he would rather shoulder the entire blame and disgrace, even to the point of taking his own life, than betray those behind him. Bosley had many sons, and he had to consider their futures. I find it difficult to comprehend your methods in the Flower Nation. How should I express it? Using your own idiom, covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Scott MacDonald remarked, but that is of no concern. I do not care whether you have anyone backing you. Nor do I wish to know them. I only wish to ascertain whether you truly intend to deliver all the goblins to me. Will you not retain any for yourself? Henceforth, will all your sources of soul gems be placed in my hands? I must divest myself of them. Bosley seemed to evade the question. If the events that transpired here had occurred in my domain, I would be finished. Bosley had viewed the battle footage and immediately recognized many renowned indigenous adventurers from the southern continent among the attackers. He was perplexed as to how they had discovered the Goblin Ranch, but he feared that they might trace the routes back to his own ranch. Even if his defensive forces could withstand them, it would not suffice. Once exposed, it would leave an indelible stain that if a black glove became too tainted, it could only be replaced, discarded, leading to an unfortunate fate. And thus, this matter passed into the annals of the past. After Lee Laubon's departure, Scott MacDonald admitted to Old Dad, I must confess, I share some blame in this matter. Old Dad abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with MacDonald. This boss was not known for his benevolence. After all, where in this world can one find a kind-hearted capitalist? Yet for Old Dad, who believed he had already teetered on the brink of damnation, such words were akin to a deluge of nourishing rain. We have underestimated the locals. The planters have ventured here under the auspices of the government, wielding far greater power than we do. Initially, they too faced numerous fatalities and setbacks. Scott paid no heed to Old Dad's astonished expression and continued. We only see their current omnipotence, while the locals appear powerless to resist, forgetting that the planters command millions of square kilometers in territory and a population of 200 million in the new lands. They possess satellites, cruise missiles, even aircraft carriers and bombers. We lack these yet, like the planters, we exhibit hubris, treating all natives as if they were Incas, deluding ourselves into thinking we are Pizarro that we are not Pizarro. Nor is our enemy the Incan Empire. Scott MacDonald fixed his gaze intently on Old Dad's eyes. The locals have deities, though I believe they are merely beings of considerable power. Yet they can orchestrate coordinated attacks among disparate tribes. They also possess those damned angels and infuriating magic that in this incident, I too am at fault. Hence my presence to explain to the bosses. I do not intend to punish you. However, as the frontline commander, you must learn from this experience. Opportunities are precious. You will not have another chance. Remember that. True strength lies not in fearing failure, but in the inability to learn from IT, and no matter how much America declines. It remains a world-class power in the blue planet. IT cannot afford to falter in this regard. The methods may differ from those of the planters, however. Yes, boss, Old Dad, who fancied himself having narrowly escaped death, quickly stood at attention. "Gather some of your old Marine Corps comrades to assist," MacDonald continued to command. "Our lessons learned do not mean we can simply let this slide. They may choose when to instigate war. But how it concludes is up to us." A Gulfstream G650 private jet was en route from the western continent to the southern continent of Shabak. This was the private aircraft of Li Mingfeng, who sat by the window, gazing out with an almost rapturous expression, as though he beheld some breathtaking scenery outside. Were he in the homeland, acquiring such an extravagant private jet would inevitably invite unwarranted controversy. The public and the media would instinctively suspect that the funds for the aircraft were illicit. The three prominent figures behind him would also deem such ostentation excessively brazen. Moreover, the source of his wealth was indeed dubious. However, in the new lands, no one cared how Li Laoban chose to indulge himself in the eyes of those magnates coming to the new lands, whether to revel in poetry and wine alongside esteemed scholars from the eastern lands, or to engage in arcane pursuits with eccentric individuals from the east, was the true luxury, the genuine enjoyment of life. Private jets and luxury sports cars, those modern playthings, represented extravagance rather than opulence and were deemed unworthy of flaunting one's status. Thus, the likes of Li Laoban, who needed to flit about, could adorn himself with items that these magnates dismissed without incurring any sense of transgression. "My dear, you seem troubled," remarked Li Laoban's favored concubine, Lamia, as she gracefully approached him. The smooth serpent scales of her lower body evoked a chilling yet alluring desire, while her curvaceous upper half easily ensnared the beholder in the depths of her mesmerizing form. Consequently, Lamia was the most cherished concubine of Li Laoban, the only one daring enough to interrupt his contemplations. "I indeed have concerns," Li Mingfeng sighed, gently encircling the beguiling waist of his beloved. "I am compelled to abandon several lucrative ventures. The soul gem business?" "Why ever so?" the enchanting serpent inquired. "We could easily share profits with the Americans. Furthermore, the ranch in the desert should be quite secure. There's no need to entrust everything to them. It is not a matter of safety." Li Mingfeng replied, exasperated. "Our largest client has found a more suitable source of raw materials. From a merchant's perspective, what is the most disheartening scenario? Clearly, it is laboring tirelessly, incurring costs, bearing risks, only to discover that one's biggest customer has secured a better supplier, rendering all efforts and investments futile. Li Laoban now found himself in such a predicament. Utilizing goblins to produce soul gems was his brainchild after uncovering the truth about the gems, an entirely novel industry. Thus, over the past 6 months, he had amassed an unbelievable fortune from this venture. Frankly speaking, had Li Laoban's wealth been disclosed, it might well rival that of the world's richest individuals, particularly in terms of liquid assets. Alas, this industry, which had flourished for merely 6 glorious months, was now reaching its terminus. Just before Li Laoban's face-to-face meeting with Scott MacDonald on the western continent, he had received news of a more stable and ethically unblemished source for soul gems. As a result, the somewhat shadowy goblin breeding grounds had transformed into a ticking time bomb, increasingly bereft of profit. Naturally, anyone would wish to divest themselves of such an asset. If Li Laoban failed to divest from the farm, the magnates behind him would certainly do so. Nonetheless, Li Laoban felt a sense of regret, reminiscing about the golden days when the goblin farm yielded riches daily. "The instructors are not coming," Zhang Cheng shouted into the microphone. "Are you coming or not? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Communicating from the depths of the dark region with the surface was indeed a perplexing issue, especially after reaching the first level. All wireless communication methods were thwarted by the hundreds of kilometers of Earth above, rendering even the faintest signal elusive. Thus, after establishing a foothold in the first level of the dark region, Zhang Cheng had no choice but to introduce underground communication technology, constructing communication nodes in 5 spacious, water-rich caverns beneath Xiaoming town. After nearly 3 months of toil, they finally achieved seamless communication between the dark region and the surface, only to receive the disheartening news that the instructors he had once worked closely with had been reassigned from the new lands to new posts. The bearer of this news was none other than his former captain, Major Wu Rendi, who had since been promoted to colonel, an elevation of rank. This was undoubtedly serious and positive news, suggesting that the instructors had likely ascended as well. Yet for Zhang Cheng, it felt akin to waiting endlessly for someone who would not arrive. His individual strength was far too limited. Facing the vastness of the dark region, he constantly felt an unsettling insecurity. Moreover, Zhang Cheng's subordinates were merely local native adventurers, insufficiently skilled to fulfill the promises he had made to his beloved and teammates about establishing a unique dark region in the style of the Planters. Slaying a demon lord's army would not alleviate this concern. Thus, during this period, Zhang Cheng preferred to remain holed up near this small entrance in the dark region, continuously fortifying defenses while awaiting reinforcements. "You need not worry. I will still come," Colonel Wu's voice, distorted by the thousands of miles of transmission, crackled through the line. "However, you'll need to wait a little longer. I'm currently helping my team adapt to new equipment." "Boss, we initially agreed on 3 months. 3 months have turned into another 3 months, and now it's 9 months. Zhang Cheng protested. "It was your mission to come to the dark region. I've already done quite well by financing your advance. Do you expect me to sustain myself underground for a year?" "Colonel Wu, lend your brothers a hand." All right. Haven Tea earned quite a bit. It's not a loss, so stop complaining. How much do you think I've earned? Do you know how much I've spent? Engaging in a confrontation with angels, I have invested several million. And in pursuit of instant communication, I have poured in yet another several million. Alas, I find myself returning to poverty. My leader, enough of this lamentation. Your achievements are duly noted here, and you shall not suffer losses. Colonel Wu earnestly advised Zhang Cheng. One thing, however, is imperative. The territory you currently occupy must not be relinquished. These areas are of utmost significance. Upon the mention of merits and benefits, Zhang Cheng finally ceased his incessant complaints. Such is the nature of this world. When one refrains from contention, others may perceive it as selfless contribution. Might you divulge a hint of what I stand to gain? Zhang Cheng cautiously probed. Certainly, I do not seek anything extravagant. It's just that, one ought to provide a glimmer of hope for diligent employees like myself. Right? Very well. Cease the pretense. I can disclose a morsel of information. I can hear the satisfaction in the colonel's voice. First and foremost, I shall provide you with a remarkable weapon. A weapon. Indeed, it is both futuristic and, magical. On the blue planet. It holds little utility, but in the new land, it shall serve as a vital asset for our future endeavors. This weapon has just commenced mass production, and I have exerted considerable effort to secure one for you. An adventurous civilian. Is there more? Zhang Cheng inquired, unabashedly pushing for more. Certainly, we aim to construct a railway directly traversing the dark region, commencing from that small town you seized, extending all the way to the territory you currently govern. All land will be subject to expropriation. What? Zhang Cheng clutched the phone, incredulous. He had heard clearly, yet could hardly believe his ears. The areas you have conquered will undergo land acquisition, demolition, and the majority of the compensation will belong to you personally. Colonel Wu reiterated with a smile. You are soon to become the largest beneficiary of demolition in the world. Really? Zhang Cheng exclaimed, his voice rising in astonishment, startling even himself. Land acquisition, demolition, to pave the way. From the small town onward, a pathway spanning hundreds of miles, connecting 6 expansive caverns, as well as the entrance to the dark region, all firmly under Zhang Cheng's control. Good heavens, in Zhang Cheng's eyes. The perpetually gloomy, sunless dark region began to shimmer with golden light. What is a small goal in comparison? Even 10 small goals would be inconsequential. Of course, he must also allocate a portion to those compatriots who assisted in training the local soldiers in the small town, as well as share with the locals who accompanied him on the expedition. Yet compared to the astronomical compensation offered by the state, even receiving just a fraction would be enough to drive one to madness. Moreover, Zhang Cheng possesses both the right and sufficient justification to claim the largest share. In contrast, all investments and expenses incurred during the expedition now seem trivial, akin to pocket money for a child. Are you satisfied? Colonel Wu's tone was laced with amusement. You have performed admirably, yet I believe you can achieve even more. Zhang Cheng, not foolish, comprehended the underlying message in the colonel's words. In recent months, his actions have been notably conservative, evidently shaken by the personal cost of several million from the previous battle. Now, Colonel Wu clearly informed Zhang Cheng that every inch of land he occupies in the dark region will ultimately translate into considerable wealth. Thus, continuing to invest in pursuit of greater returns has become the most astute choice. 3 months. Is it? Zhang Cheng licked his lips, as if before a sumptuous feast awaiting his enjoyment. Colonel, by the time you arrive, I may very well become the most powerful entity in the dark region. At that point, the state must not be stingy with the demolition funds. Look at your confidence. That sum is but a mere drop in the bucket for the nation. Therefore, strive diligently, Mr. Largest Beneficiary of Demolition. I am, in fact, the original beneficiary of demolition. Long after Colonel Wu hung up, Zhang Cheng remained gripping the phone, unable to release it. Happiness arrived so abruptly, he had originally saved enough for a lifetime of luxurious living. Yet the costs incurred from the last battle had largely depleted his reserves, yielding scant returns. To honor his commitments to the sisters Tydinia and Clea, Zhang Cheng was compelled to expend his savings, investing in the developmental endeavors within the dark region. The meager wealth earned from this expedition quickly dissipated like water, flowing away so much so that he was reluctant to initiate a new expedition, exploring the first layer of the dark region, and he had grown weary of engaging with the formidable indigenous forces already present. Now, however, with Colonel Wu's prior hints, the financial dilemma has been entirely resolved. Or rather, for Zhang Cheng at this juncture, costs are no longer a pressing concern. The state has pledged to alleviate all his expenses through land acquisition compensation. Thereafter, even if he were to receive an additional 100 for each acre, it would be sufficient for him to return to his homeland with his beloved, leading a life of unrestrained luxury. Money can move mountains, Zhang Cheng murmured softly to himself, extracting a piece of red paper from his wallet, adorned with 9 characters of varying sizes and the visage of a benevolent elder. Everything stemmed from this. For it, Zhang Cheng abandoned the prospect of a life in his homeland immediately upon graduation, taking a modest loan from the bank under the guise of entrepreneurship, arriving in the new land. For it, Zhang Cheng joined the Sun Chariot team, led by Chun Changdong as a novice, participating in perilous hunting endeavors. It was also for it that he even formed a small team to delve into the dark region. Now, it is no longer a problem. The loan has long been repaid. And once the path to the dark region begins its land acquisition, his future life will no longer be plagued by financial woes. Problems that can be resolved with money shall no longer trouble me. I have long wished to proclaim this. Zhang Cheng returned the red paper to his wallet. Naturally, more money is always better. With such a fortuitous opportunity, why not earn a little more? I require manpower. Zhang Cheng meticulously strategized. Relying solely on locals is too perilous. Since funds are not an issue, let us recruit from Shabak. I need an army centered around the flower planters, with locals as the backbone. The more, the better, for the greater the number, the larger the territory I can occupy. At worst, I shall share a portion of the stakes with the flower planter compatriots participating in the battle. Each parcel of land seized will yield a windfall in mere months. Zhang Cheng inhaled deeply, retrieving his phone, and began posting on the Shabak Adventurer Forum. A grand enterprise. I am seeking to recruit personnel. The more, the merrier. All are welcome. Pray tell, the flower planters have provided you with all the goblin seedlings? An aged voice inquired, laden with profound skepticism. Indeed, I have dispatched individuals to transport those seedlings, Scott MacDonald replied in a low tone, his gaze fixed on the blood-red wine in his hand. The individuals he conversed with today were the current heads of those prominent families that truly control America, at least in part. He had previously lacked the standing to converse with them in such a manner. However, now Scott had secured substantial benefits for them, sufficient to reinvigorate these venerable figures who had gradually been overshadowed by the internet and finance moguls. Thus, MacDonald now possessed the right to lounge comfortably on the sofa, savoring top-tier wine while addressing the inquiries of the magnates. Such treatment was tantamount to that of the President of the United States, serving as proof of Scott MacDonald's elevated status. Could there be a conspiracy lurking within? Another rasping voice inquired. Without conspiracy, there would be no flower planters, Scott replied. I simply do not yet know what compels them to willingly place the source of soul energy in our hands. This action parallels relinquishing all oil-producing territories to us prior to the doors opening, granting us control over energy pricing. Of course, on the blue planet, the largest source of energy remains controllable nuclear fusion devices, which possess the true stature once held by oils for soul gems. They might equate to the previous coal. Yet this still represents an enormous wealth that is immensely coveted. Individuals as avaricious as Li Mingfeng would be willing to relinquish it, undoubtedly for other reasons. Uncover that reason. The aged voice resonated once more. We cannot allow the flower planters to take the lead any longer. Controlled nuclear fusion, this perilous technology, once applied practically in flower cultivation, has dealt a heavy blow to the titans of traditional industries. The trillion-dollar fortunes tied to oil have, almost overnight, been rendered worthless, while the once unparalleled moguls of the creative sector have swiftly been left far behind by the magnates of finance and the internet. Where I once regarded your endeavors as mere play, you now see mine as trifling. This sentiment is indeed rather disheartening. Fortunately, the United States has also achieved breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion, granting them access to a stable portal that promises an influx of vast wealth from oil, coal, ores, gold, silver, and, more importantly, soul gems into the pockets of the assembled magnates. The titans of the resource industry are poised to reclaim their positions held for the past 2 centuries. The only prerequisite for this is that the flower cultivators must refrain from any further mischief. Presently, the soul gem industry, of particular significance to these magnates, raises the question of why the flower cultivators are willing to entrust it to them. I shall uncover the reason. McDonald nodded in agreement, stating, I am equally concerned about this matter. However, at this moment, I require reinforcements, robust reinforcements, as it has become evident that relying solely on Dane Corporation, we are unable to even manage the new territories we have acquired. No problem. We intend to partially open the portal, allowing citizens of senator rank to share in some benefits. Then a hoarse voice coldly commanded, let the regular troops advance. The former Special Operations Team leader has now ascended to the role of political commissar, clad in a flying snow mech, traversing the desolate terrain. The name Flying Snow V is a fusion of nomenclature from the 2nd Artillery and the Air Force. Flying Snow is derived from the poetry of the Founding Father, while the number 5 signifies the inception of all aircraft in the new flower cultivation initiative. This represents the world's first truly practical mass-produced individual mech, equipped, invested in, and utilized across all military branches, alleviating the need for competition over meager project funding. Thus, this initial practical test of the new equipment involves the joint participation of all military branches. The political commissar, as a member of the Army squad, now observes his comrades spaced every 100 meters. The Army squad consists of 20 members at the forefront, with naval personnel stationed 200 meters behind them, followed by the Air Force, and then soldiers from the Strategic Rocket Force and members of the Armed Police, collectively forming a 100-strong unit that stretches a 1,000-meter wide and 2,000-meter long security line, combing through this unfamiliar wasteland like a rake. This is not Blue Star, nor is it New Earth. At night, when one gazes upward through the mech's built-in high-resolution telescope, one can behold a large and small moon almost dominating the entire sky. This is certainly not a moon, nor even a satellite of this planet. In fact, it is the opposite. Scientists have hypothesized, based on existing data, that the new planet where the political commissar and his team find themselves is actually a satellite of that big moon, while the small moon is the twin planet beneath their feet. Such a planetary system inevitably evokes memories of the 2 satellites orbiting New Earth. Indeed, that big moon is none other than New Earth itself. From the political commissar's current vantage point, he can even directly observe the enchanting azure sea of New Earth, with the continent now facing him being none other than the southern continent of Azeroth. Suddenly, a faint sound catches the commissar's attention. It is the sound of something treading upon the desiccated skeletons of local fauna. Human ears may struggle to discern such subtle sounds, but machines do not face this limitation. The mech's azure bulletproof visor reflects a cluster of green lights, accompanied by a series of beeping alarms. Prepare for battle. The political commissar refocused his thoughts and calmly commanded, the goblins are coming. No sooner had the words left his lips than a throng of small green-skinned creatures erupted from a nearby hillock approximately 2,000 meters away. Indeed, these were the very goblins the Commissar had slain numerous times in Azeroth. Standing about 1.2 meters tall, with grotesque visages, sinister laughter, and numbers so vast that even radar could not discern their specifics, they surged forth like a green fungal blanket, instantly filling his line of sight. This was not the first time the Commissar and his comrades had been ambushed. As in previous encounters, he activated the mech, raising his 30mm machine gun to fire upon the advancing tide of goblins. This served as a signal, and all 20 mechs in the army squad opened fire simultaneously, unleashing rounds that could be classified as cannonballs, piercing through the air towards the distant enemy, causing explosions among the goblin horde and enveloping the area in clouds of blood. The mech's helmet display clearly illustrated the 30mm rounds tracing an insurmountable line of death at 800 meters, where countless severed limbs of goblins flew in all directions, behind the Commissar's mech. A massive ammunition box contained a staggering 100,000 rounds of the new 30mm caseless ammunition. The machine gun he wielded actually functioned as an electromagnetic cannon, utilizing the mech's own nuclear power source to fire, thereby endowing the new weapon with dazzling power and rate of fire, while significantly reducing logistical burdens, as the mech itself lacked a fuel tank and the ammunition weighed roughly half as much. Countless rounds were discharged like a deluge, felling swathes of enemies. Yet, these creatures, not particularly resolute in New Earth, continued to pour forth, seemingly driven by an instinct to seek their demise. It felt as though something was compelling them to approach recklessly. This was undoubtedly significant, providing insight into why this new moon was a realm inhabited by goblins that T-0935. The political commissar called for fire support. He had no desire to prolong this encounter with the small green creatures. Directly contacting the temporary base in the rear, where artillery and rocket systems awaited. Mechs were considered unsuitable for warfare among the great powers of Blue Star. Yet here, they proved unexpectedly effective, especially given that these 3-meter-tall machines could integrate extensive reconnaissance and communication systems without burdening the soldiers. Each mech soldier effectively became a combination of a communication hub and radar, serving as sensory extensions for the heavy artillery in the rear. 20 seconds after the political commissar requested artillery support. The first salvo of 155mm shells screamed through the sky, crashing into the goblin horde. The immense explosions and flying shrapnel immediately engulfed the enemy, with more shells following in rapid succession, plowing through the ground inch by inch until no living goblins remained in sight. This battle lasted 40 minutes, resulting in 0 casualties on their side, while the goblins suffered an estimated loss of 20,000 to 30,000. Collect souls, manufacture soul gems, commanded the political commissar. This marked the 11th large-scale goblin assault since their arrival on this planet, with the previous 10 encounters yielding a total of 280,000 soul gems, equivalent to 2 years' worth of production from Boss Lee's goblin breeding facility. Remarkably, they had only been here for a little over 10 days. This suggests that they were facing attacks involving thousands of goblins almost daily. This is utterly bizarre. The political commissar pondered it on such a desolate planet. How can there be so many goblins? What do they feed on to survive? This is indeed a mystery, one that necessitates exploration as they seek answers in this land. However, one comforting fact remains. These goblins possess souls, which can also be harvested for soul gems. Given the current state of this desolate land, teeming with goblins, it appears that Boss Lee's breeding facility no longer holds any necessity. This place is the largest wild goblin habitat. To acquire soul gems, one need only come here to slay goblins. Base 2 has been completed, and today's patrol mission has concluded, the voice of the construction department crackling through the communicator. Soul gem collection is complete, totaling 29. 110. This is the report of the comrades on their achievements. Retreat to base. The political commissar commanded. The Zhuanghua people have established a rocket launch facility on the newly acquired planet, but has only recently become operational, and for the time being, it cannot be relied upon to support the still nascent space exploration program in this area. In the previous years, the satellites sent into orbit by the Zhuanghua were launched using missiles and rudimentary launch sites, resulting in a considerable number of small satellites reaching space. However, due to their short operational time and inadequate performance, a cohesive network system could not be formed in the future. As time progresses and the launch site operates normally, conditions will gradually improve. The nation has already devised a plan to establish a complete satellite network covering the entire new planet within 5 years. Of course, this is all a matter for the future and bears little relevance to our current narrative, nor can we expect this launch site to support their military operations on Goblin Planet. Therefore, they set off in the homeland to directly reach this newly established satellite through the portal. This portal was the peculiar mirror that Major Wu and Zhang Cheng seized in the underground city of Water City a year prior. At the battle scene, it was clear to everyone that this mirror served as a portal connecting to a lair teeming with goblins. After securing the mirror, they encased it within a sturdy steel box. And it was not long before sounds resembling the dull thuds of some blunt object striking the walls of the box could be heard from within. It was evident that the goblins on the other side were testing the box's sturdiness with stone axes and similar implements. Naturally, made in China can be trusted. The steel box remained as steadfast as a mountain. The mirror was transported directly to a secret military base in the northwestern desert of the homeland, equipped with defenses capable of withstanding a direct nuclear strike, making it the optimal location to investigate the nature of this portal. Upon opening the steel box, numerous goblins surged forth. After swiftly eliminating them, they unleashed a barrage of firepower towards the portal, driving the goblins far away from its vicinity, then deployed several drones for preliminary reconnaissance on the other side. The Zhuanghua concluded their first finding. The opposite side was starkly desolate, with land that was repulsively pale, akin to a lifeless skeleton. Surrounding the portal were countless goblins, with rough estimates indicating no fewer than 30,000. Additionally, there were numerous soul gems present. This constituted the primary content of the first report submitted by scientists regarding Goblin Planet. At that time, the Zhuanghua were still unaware that they were not merely at some location on the new planet, but rather on an entirely different celestial body. Next came the study of the mirror itself. The Zhuanghua's understanding of magic was still insufficient to comprehend the operational principles of this portal. However, ignorance did not preclude them from utilizing it. Scientists discovered a sophisticated magic circle on the back of the mirror. This magic circle was concealed beneath a layer of mercury coating, rendering it invisible to the naked eye, yet discernible under machinery. Experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences endeavored to replicate this magic circle, subsequently inputting a substantial amount of magical energy sourced from the soul gems. To their astonishment, they produced another portal. Furthermore, without the constraints of the mirror's dimensions, by infusing it with a significant amount of energy. This new portal could expand, even to the extent of accommodating heavy equipment. The distinctions between magical portals and technological portals remained a subject of ongoing research when the expeditionary forces had already embarked towards the other side. They also brought along a plethora of heavy equipment and the first batch of mass-produced mechas, treating it as both combat and training, testing the tactical application of new equipment in a magical environment. On the very night of their arrival, the Zhuanghua comprehended their location. A mere glance at the prominently visible Great Moon and the continental plates above sufficed. In the ensuing days, shortly after the establishment of the first local base, they began comprehensive reconnaissance of this satellite using a dozen large drones. Their findings yielded an unusual conclusion. This planet was exceedingly barren, virtually devoid of any vegetation. Moreover, after eliminating the initial 30,000 goblins, the drones found no further traces of their kind. The aircraft, however, did observe some wide, deep holes, though their destinations remained a mystery. The following day, to be precise, 30 hours after the Zhuanghua arrived on this diminutive satellite, the second wave of goblins materialized. From the holes closely monitored by the drones, an uncountable number of small green-skinned creatures surged forth, rushing towards the base under construction. Immediately, they unleashed a full barrage. The mecha forces under the Commissar's command executed a flanking maneuver, severing the goblins' escape route. However, the goblins appeared resolute in their intent, charging headlong into the terrifying firestorm. Following the battle, the spoils were tallied, revealing over 28,000 000 soul gems, with only about 1,000 goblins managing to flee in the final moments. Instead of pursuing them, they promptly accelerated construction efforts. Yet, no goblin presence could be found on the surface. They were hiding underground. Exiting through those large holes, a simple and evident conclusion emerged. However, there remained certain speculations to be validated. As the first base gradually took shape, the third wave of goblins arrived. This time, the Zhuanghua meticulously timed their calculations. The interval between this wave and the previous goblin assault was 1,819 minutes, excluding the time required for the goblins to emerge from the holes. It coincidentally matched 30 hours. The Zhuanghua took 2 hours to eradicate this group of goblins, subsequently obtaining over 29,000 soul gems. This time, they were even better prepared, and fewer goblins managed to escape. Each wave occurred at 30-hour intervals, deploying 30,000 goblins. The base's commander, staff, commissar, and scholars convened to discuss. It felt peculiar, as though a machine was operating underground, producing goblins at a rate of 10,000 every 10 hours. And once reaching 30,000, they would launch an attack against them. Indeed, it seemed rather methodical, devoid of any flexibility. "Have you noticed?" queried the commissar, the only one present with prior military experience in Azeroth who had fought against goblins. "All of them are ordinary goblins. There are no big goblins or goblin shamans. Based on my experience in the new land, even a cluster of dozens of goblins typically includes at least one big goblin or shaman leader. If there are thousands of ordinary goblins, there should certainly be a goblin king or goblin hero. Yet here, in a wave of 30,000 goblins, there isn't a single higher-ranking being." The officers and scholars exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound bewilderment in the other's eyes. "Are there any other points of suspicion?" "Yes," the commissar, well-versed in goblin matters, replied. "Without a commander, they shouldn't exhibit such reckless behavior. 30,000 ordinary goblins charging headlong into a firestorm. Even when their retreat is cut off, they still do not turn back. Yet in the end, they did flee. Yes, they did flee, as if suddenly grasping something, transforming from fearlessly charging to timid as mice in an instant. This stark contrast, doesn't it seem rather odd? This planet was steeped in an eerie atmosphere, as every 30 hours, a wave of 30,000 goblins would exuberantly emerge seeking death. The scholars aptly dubbed it Goblin Planet, abbreviated as Goblin Star. Why does everything feel so peculiar? Never mind. Everything on Goblin Star is indeed strange, so a trivial matter like naming is inconsequential. Shortly after the commissar voiced his doubts, everyone began to seek answers to these questions. Question 1. Why did the goblins exhibit such frenzied behavior in the early stages, only to suddenly collapse later? In pursuit of this answer, when the next wave of goblins emerged, they did not hastily crush their opponents, but rather conservatively kept the goblins at bay beyond a safety line, patiently awaiting the enemy's collapse. This time, after approximately 3.5 hours, as most goblins were eliminated, those that had previously surged forward with unbridled zeal suddenly appeared to comprehend something, abruptly halting their advance, turning on their heels, and vanishing without a trace. The harvest was tallied, yielding precisely 25,851 soul gems. Considering the varying ceasefire durations along the front line, it could be roughly inferred that after over 25,000 goblins had perished, the remaining goblins would collapse, and prior to that, they would not even consider a temporary retreat. IT resembled a computer game, as if someone were operating them from behind, that a certain possibility has been proposed. Every 30 hours, deploying 30,000 troops, as this is the pace of production for military strength, while the operators control them to launch a desperate assault. Once losses exceed 25,000, the Goblin's controller will lose confidence in this wave of attacks and abandon the operation. Then, the Goblins will regain their senses and instinctively flee. Indeed, that is the sentiment. Shall we conduct a few more experiments? I concurred. So do I. Agreed. The representatives of the D members expressed their unanimous approval, thus postponing the plan to explore the several caves for the time being. The Goblin Exploration Division decided to wait for a few more waves of enemy assaults to resolve their current uncertainties before proceeding with the next course of action. Deities, one of the 7 matriarchs of the Dark Elves, should be nearby. Tydania whispered an introduction to the document. Welcome, esteemed matriarch. The document smiled and extended his right hand. I am Zhang Cheng, the self-proclaimed commander of the Flower Planting Special Forces Vanguard. Pleased to make your acquaintance that IT is uncertain whether the local powers of the Underdark have sensed anything amiss. Over 3 months have elapsed since Zhang Cheng defeated Rosemary's demonic army. During his defensive posture, no one thought to pay a visit to their new neighbor, as if such a formidable force simply did not exist. Yet, as he prepared to embark on a new journey, the leaders of the nearby dark elven city-states suddenly came to call. What a youthful fellow! Diderus hesitated briefly, but ultimately grasped Zhang Cheng's hand and gave it a gentle shake. However, it seems rather impolite that you did not pay me a visit. The charming matriarch of the Dark Elves chuckled. It seems unchivalrous to expect a lady to visit you first. In fact, I was just intending to visit your esteemed residence, Zhang Cheng replied, maintaining his composure. However, we just arrived in this bountiful land and found ourselves embroiled in a perplexing skirmish, which has left me somewhat skeptical about the hospitality extended by the Underdark. Furthermore, while we emerged victorious, our troops require some time to recuperate in order to prepare for any potential future adversaries. His words carried a sharp edge, causing Diderus to narrow her eyes slightly, while her attendants, sensing their matriarch's displeasure, instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, the voluptuous dark elven beauty ultimately sidestepped this barb with grace. Rosemary does not represent the attitude of the Underdark. My administration has always been characterized by openness and camaraderie. In stark contrast to that surface-dwelling individual, Diderus remarked with a smile that I believe that once you set foot in my city-state, you will quickly come to appreciate this. Certainly, Rosemary is, after all, a bona fide demon lord, commanding a host of various demonic entities, and is a formidable presence in the Underdark, particularly in the first layer of the Underdark, where Rosemary's stronghold lies. The local dark elven city-states dare not provoke that tempestuous madwoman lightly. To attempt to survive in such a wretched place, embroiled in chaos, only to gain nothing, would be utterly unwise. However, with Zhang Cheng's arrival, Rosemary's influence has dissipated. For all indigenous factions in the area, this signifies but one thing. A being stronger than a demon lord has emerged, necessitating caution in their dealings. The dark elven city-states are not bastions of friendship. In fact, they are rife with intrigue and treachery. Assassinations, uprisings, and military suppression among city-states, ruling classes, and the ruled are commonplace. Outsiders who meddle in the affairs of the city-states often meet fatal ends or are sold into slavery. However, this applies solely to those whom the dark elves can manage. When faced with powerful newcomers like Zhang Cheng, they are not averse to adopting a humble demeanor and engaging in diplomatic niceties. After all, those who can thrive on the surface are generally disinclined to settle in the dark, sunless depths of the Underdark. Such individuals come merely to indulge in the myriad charms of dark elven women, seeking enjoyment and perhaps hunting the unique monstrosities of the Underdark for some additional profit, all while minimally impacting the local indigenous rule. Perhaps they can even be leveraged to accomplish tasks that the dark elven city-states cannot or dare not undertake. As for their desires for companionship, what of it? The city-states are never short of beautiful women. Indulging in unique pleasures poses no issue, and even the matriarch would not hesitate to take part herself. Unlike the intelligent beings of the surface, dark elves perceive such matters as mutual enjoyment, deeming it unnecessary to be coy. At most, it is merely a question of who holds the dominant position or serves whom. Rosemary does not represent your stance. A forced smile adorned Zhang Cheng's face. We have no relations with her. In fact, we have clashed several times, Diderus replied with a wry smile. I must admit, dealing with a powerful demon lord is indeed a challenge for us. We have not emerged victorious. Fortunately, that woman has not gained any advantage either. Since then, we have been unable to restrain her actions. So, by vanquishing Rosemary's forces, should I expect your gratitude? Indeed, I should thank you. And I shall, Diderus acknowledged, her large, expressive eyes glancing at Tydania, who stood beside Zhang Cheng. The dark elven form of gratitude is something you should have experienced. It must be quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? Tydania, for once, flushed with embarrassment. Though she had strayed from the Underdark, the traditions of the dark elves still influenced her. For instance, when they initially sought a dragon-slaying hero, She and all the members of the community first thought to have the young. Beautiful girls of their community repay the favor with their bodies. They did not perceive anything amiss with this arrangement, and the girls slated for such purposes did not feel as though they were losing anything. In fact, many were secretly delighted at the prospect of possibly possessing the bloodline of a dragon slayer. Because of such beliefs, Tydania never harbored thoughts of monopolizing Zhangcheng. Powerful warriors ought to have multiple partners. Female warriors share this sentiment and bear many strong offspring in this regard. Female warriors are at a disadvantage. Tydania was fully aware of Sifla's covert attempts to share in the spoils, as well as Zhangcheng's friendships with Kelia and Octavia. Yet she remained indifferent. The paladins, demon lords, and dark elves. Her man possessing so many remarkable women only serves to validate his strength and the correctness of her choice, does it not? Of course, aside from Tydania and her sisters. Zhangcheng had not engaged in any special relationships with others, which left the dark elves quite perplexed. To them, it seemed Zhangcheng could easily conquer those women. What reason could he have not to pursue them? It was clear that he enjoyed such pursuits. In truth, Tydania had only recently come to realize that such views are utterly intolerable to surface races that, in their eyes, dark elves, especially the women, hold beliefs that are simply outrageous. How to articulate this? When men engage in such behavior, it is merely a sign of playfulness. But when an entire race of women subscribes to such beliefs, it is deemed promiscuous. One could surmise that a significant portion of the dark elves' negative reputation stems from this. Rivaled only by their bloody competitive tactics and their residence in the Underdark, as well as their rejection of the orthodox deities, that I do not care for such gratitude, Zhangcheng said, casting a furtive glance at Tydania. Somewhat sheepish. What I mean is, since you find individuals like Rosemary to be quite bothersome, why not collaborate to confront such unwelcome presences together? Collaboration. The matriarch's voice suddenly rose an octave. Are you suggesting a long-term partnership? To her, this was indeed a peculiar proposition, that a surface dweller proposing cooperation with the powers of the Underdark. It was not that this had never occurred before, but it was always in the form of individual adventurers or small groups temporarily allying with dark elves to deal with a few troublesome entities. A long-lasting covenant has yet to exist in the Underdark. First and foremost, the issue of faith would pose an obstacle, wouldn't it? Right, the flower planters are also outsiders, lacking belief in so-called righteous deities. Yet the dark elves possess their own beliefs. The matriarch of the Sedevisis city-state, Didyrus Sedevisis, inquired with a hint of anticipation, uncertainty, and unease in her tone. You know, would you be willing to worship our deities? Our moon goddess? Of course not. Zhangcheng unequivocally rejected the notion. We are atheists, and I take personal pride in that. Dietrich scoffed. Then we have no foundation for collaboration. No, we do. Zhangcheng grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine, large teeth, and said with a smile, believe me, we possess a profound basis for partnership. In the southern continent, known as Azeroth, near the City of Water, stood a tavern belonging to the Adventurers Guild. Cheers! They toasted to victory. The adventurers rejoiced, savoring an array of exquisite dishes brought by the flower cultivators, along with beer and spirits. In times past, such indulgences were regarded as luxuries, with ordinary adventurers reluctant to part with their coin for such pleasures. However, today was different. Seasoned adventurers returning from their missions in the western continent brought with them not only a bounty of spoils, but also substantial rewards from their employers. Moreover, upon their return, the sanctuary had generously bestowed upon them a significant sum, explicitly acknowledging that their valiant struggles had garnered the recognition of light and justice. From this moment forth, each of them could directly approach the nearest sanctuary for assistance without spending a single copper coin. For adventurers, two things are paramount. First, wealth. They embark on perilous quests primarily for monetary gain. This time, the combination of mission rewards and the sanctuary's bounty was sufficient to satisfy even the most fastidious and avaricious of adventurers. Second, life. Injuries are commonplace in the adventuring profession, and it is essential to have at least one priest within the party to provide aid when necessary. However, priests who venture into the field often lack high levels of experience. They can attend to minor wounds that in cases of severe injury. Novice priests must prioritize their own survival before seeking a solution at the nearest sanctuary. Regrettably, the fees charged by the sanctuary are exorbitant, akin to nobles extracting the last coin from serfs, capable of draining a silver-tier adventurer's earnings for the past 2 to 3 years in a single visit. Yet now, things had changed. The sanctuary's promise effectively provided these adventurers with a substantial insurance policy against unforeseen calamities, allowing them to seek aid without incurring any expenses. Such astonishingly generous rewards naturally warranted a grand celebration among the adventurers, as for their comrades who had perished in the line of duty. Misfortune befalls some, does it not? This understanding is ingrained among adventurers. Thus, their revelry grew even more boisterous, serving as a tribute to the fallen. Of course, the closest companions of the deceased might find such a manner of commemoration difficult to accept. The sorceress sat alone at a corner table, her wide-brimmed hat obscuring her alluring visage and concealing her trembling shoulders as she wept. A myriad of empty bottles lay haphazardly strewn about the table, alongside the enchanted spear that belonged to the fallen marksman, and beside it rested the sorceress's favored smoking pipe. That roguish scoundrel, who constantly disregarded her affections in pursuit of barmaids, would never return. Soon, apart from herself, no one would remember him, not even the barmaid whom he adored, but who did not return his feelings. What did it matter that he was once the most formidable adventurer among the common folk? In death, all was rendered meaningless. For the guild, it was merely a matter of drawing a red line through his name on a roster, hardly worthy of second thought. But for those who loved him, everything had ended, leaving behind nothing. That sorceress, a voice filled with the essence of happiness, echoed in her ears, prompting her to lift her gaze with blurred vision. It was the now-married cowgirl, looking at her with a searching expression, accompanied by the contented Lu Wei. "Yes, it's you," the sorceress managed a sorrowful smile. "Sit, drink. It's on me, in her pitiable state, who could muster the courage to accept her invitation." Lu Wei sighed and retrieved a pack of soft flour from his pocket, offering her a roll. "Drowning sorrows in liquor only deepens despair. Try this instead. I remember you enjoyed smoking that. Despair deepening. Truth." The sorceress accepted the cigarette, flicking her finger gently, causing sparks to ignite at her fingertip. Alcohol, despair, smoking, won't it? In truth, they were but temporary escapes from reality. However, compared to drunkenness, smoking imposed a lesser burden on the body. Observing her current state, the cowgirl, filled with concern, asked, "What do you plan to do from now on?" "I am an adventurer," the sorceress replied with a bitter smile, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Of course, I shall continue to adventure." Yet he would no longer be by her side. The sight of the beautiful woman on the verge of tears starkly contrasted with the jubilant laughter surrounding her. "I think you should consider retirement," Lu Wei advised. "I've heard about your recent mission. Honestly, I'm quite surprised you managed to return alive, considering only a few perished. You likely won't have such luck next time." "But I must seek revenge." The sorceress resolutely shook her head. "I cannot allow him to go alone." "You cannot win," Lu Wei countered. "That's America. You are not us. You don't even have an AK." "You absolutely cannot win. Point 20, the sorceress replied. "What? 20 Americans," she coldly explained. 10 for him, 10 for me. Blood for blood. That's sorceress. I believe you shouldn't let hatred blind your judgment." The cowgirl attempted to reason, but Lu Wei discerned the determination in the sorceress's icy gaze. "Then prepare yourself," Lu Wei said. "You won't be able to take down a single one like this. You have a plan? Go find Zhang Cheng." Lu Wei sighed deeply. "He is currently recruiting. Learn from him about what true warfare entails. Accumulate knowledge and strength. Then seek your vengeance." "Why send her to find Mr. Zhang?" the cowgirl queried in confusion during the return journey. "Hasn't Mr. Zhang gone to the Underdark?" "Well, let her cool off in the Underdark," Lu Wei replied. "But aren't we trying to encourage her to regain her spirits?" "Isn't the Underdark even more perilous?" The cowgirl, having always maintained a good rapport with the marksman, wished to console the sorceress upon seeing her despondence after the marksman's departure. If she could steer her away from danger and towards a peaceful life, that would be even better. "Sigh, I don't know what lurks in the Underdark, but it is certainly safer than battling Americans," Lu Wei lamented. "Let her see for herself how we fight against the locals. Once she comprehends the vast disparity in strength, She may awaken from her delusions that in other words, if the sorceress still yearned for revenge after witnessing this disparity, then no counsel would be of any use. I suddenly realize how wise your decision to distance yourself from the adventuring life is. The cowgirl tenderly embraced Lu Wei's arm. Thank you. I can hardly bear to imagine the days without you. Dear, please don't hug me while I'm driving. It's quite dangerous. I intend to convene a conference of all influential factions on the first level of the Underdark, Zhang Cheng announced to his companions. Representatives from all factions, including dark elves and subterranean dwarves, must attend to discuss a pact. What about matters of faith? Tydinia inquired. The dark elves worship the moon goddess, although she has not responded to them for centuries. They remain devout. My dear. Have you forgotten something? Zhang Cheng affectionately pinched his lover's cheek. You're also a dark elf. If you can manage, so can it. At worst, they can set aside their disputes and prioritize mutual interests. Mutual interests? Dini Shah lazily leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. What common interest do you share? Shall you all procreate together? Tisk. As a paladin, how can you be so base? Zhang Cheng pointed toward the distant, shadowy expanse of the Underdark, proclaiming loudly. Ever since they were defeated and driven out by surface elves, the Dark Elves have regarded this place as their homeland, diligently cultivating it for nearly 5 centuries. Yet look at them. What have they accomplished in 500 years? As of now, from the 1st to the 3rd level, the Dark Elves possess a mere 7 city-states, with a total population of 30,000, encompassing men, women, and children, of which 20,000 are slaves and smugglers. This information comes from Tidnia and Sherflu, and while the figures may not be particularly precise, they're not far from the truth. 5 centuries. In such extreme circumstances, with 10 years of nurturing followed by 10 years of lessons, that amounts to 25 generations. Even if we were to slightly relax the standards, there should at least be 20 generations, shouldn't there? What have the Dark Elves accomplished? Over the span of 20 generations, they have merely doubled their total population. That seems rather unjust, Sherflu protested. The Underdark cannot sustain such a large population, and with so many magical creatures. Daily life is already exceedingly arduous. Moreover, we do not relish living in such a place. Many Dark Elves, yearning for the light, have departed from the city-states and the Underdark to seek existence on the surface. The surface authorities are not particularly friendly towards Dark Elves, Octavia added. Every year, slave-hunting parties come here to capture Dark Elves, alongside the wars between Dark Elf city-states. Clack. The charter interrupted the former Demon King's explanation. Internal conflict among the Dark Elf city-states. Do you not see that this is the crux of the issue? 500 years ago, when the Dark Elves were driven underground, they numbered only 5. 000, and then they splintered. They fractured into dozens of city-states, each governing itself while waging war against one another. You should be grateful that there are still 7 city-states remaining. In fact, the majority of Dark Elf slaves held by surface dwellers were captured by their own kind after the civil wars and sold to slavers. Otherwise, how could a handful of slave-hunting squads contend with the local Dark Elves? Unity brings mutual benefit. Division leads to total loss. Why is this issue so insurmountable? The charter opened his arms in a gesture of embrace, wearing a countenance of profound compassion. I have already set an example for them. Originally, adventurer squads with a high mortality rate, after being consolidated into an adventurer legion, have gained the capacity to combat the Demon King's army. If all the Dark Elf city-states were to join us, we could not only gain full control over the upper levels of the Underdark, but perhaps even venture deeper to discover what lies below. The Charter is a quintessential idealist, harboring an innate yearning for unification and genuinely believing that greater numbers equate to greater strength, and is among the best methods to resolve issues. Perhaps we can omit the among part. Therefore, during this waiting period before the strike, the Charter continues to recruit local adventurers from the Underdark to bolster its forces. Thus far, the local combatants in the adventurer army have surpassed 3,000, and the Charter has taken this opportunity to reform the Legion, with the main contingent consisting of 1,000 warriors of emerald rank or higher, supplemented by mages, priests, archers, and other auxiliary units. The lower-ranked warriors have been incorporated into the reserve forces, each led by a silver-ranked warrior for every 100 individuals, responsible for their training during peacetime and participating in battles under the leadership of higher-ranked individuals during wartime, or filling in for the main forces as circumstances dictate. Additionally, the Charter command a unit of over 200 volunteer soldiers, and given the complex terrain of this region, heavy weaponry is impractical. However, 56 spear wielders and 40 firecasters are more than sufficient, coupled with high-tier combatants like Dini Shah and Octavia. It is fair to assert that the Charter can now traverse the highest levels of the Underdark with ease. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. If he could unify the Dark Elf city-states and the indigenous clans of subterranean dwarves, he is confident he could exert comprehensive control over the upper 3 levels, rather than the current situation where everyone can only govern an area no more than 5 miles around their respective city-states. In other words, do you truly wish to bring all the powers of the Underdark under your dominion? Dini Shah remarked with a sly smile. It seems my task is nearing completion. How could that be? I am establishing a coalition, not a nation. The Charter hastily denied it, for with her strength akin to kicking a wild dog, he lacked confidence in surviving her grasp. Take a step back. Even if I were to establish a nation, it would undoubtedly not be a dark, sinister realm. How can you guarantee that your nation will not be dark or malevolent? Dini Shah inquired. It appears that the citizens you have envisioned are either dark elves, subterranean dwarves, or rogue adventurers, all of whom are the product of villainy. Why do you seem so convinced that I am destined to reign supreme here? Let me assure you, even if I were to control the entirety of the Underdark, I would immediately relinquish the nation upon arrival. Really? Of course, you not feel is a pity. You could be a king, or even an emperor here. What significance does that hold? It is far more comfortable to be a wealthy man in our homeland. This is the truth, and Dini Shah can see it clearly, that is your homeland truly that wonderful? She asked. You have made me want to see it. Go ahead. Once I complete matters here, I'll have the funds, and I will invite you all to join me. Let me tell you, aside from possibly lacking in beautiful women, in all other aspects, especially in terms of food, drink, and entertainment, we are at least 800 streets ahead of you. The Charter glanced at the throng of lovely ladies before adding, You do not require beautiful women, do you? Teacher Zhang, I trust you. Kelia hesitantly asked, But how can you ensure that the Dark Elves and subterranean dwarf share your sentiments? The relationships among Dark Elves themselves are quite tense, rife with political intrigue, assassination, coups, and civil wars are commonplace. Naturally, they are not particularly amiable towards outsiders, and it is not entirely without reason that they are perceived as a type of magical creature by surface races. The subterranean dwarves find themselves in a similar predicament. They are a race that was split from the surface dwarves 300 years ago and driven underground, possessing slightly stronger personalities than dark elves. At least within the same clan, they maintain some semblance of unity. However, to outsiders, subterranean dwarves and dark elves are essentially indistinguishable. The only difference lies in the former's volatile nature and overt disdain for surface races, while the latter is insidious, presenting a facade of amiability while harboring ulterior motives. Adding to this is the traditional animosity between elves and dwarves, and the notion of unifying these factions seems rather fanciful to the locals. First and foremost, one must identify common interests. The Charter began to promote his policy. I have come to understand that for both dark elves and subterranean dwarves, the Underdark is not a secure haven. Even within the city-states, peculiar magical creatures frequently emerge, and outside the protective defenses of the city-states, survival is indeed perilous. Thus, I propose to invite the dark elves and subterranean dwarves to join forces and conduct a thorough cleansing of the entirety of the first level, eradicating as many visible magical creatures as possible. The Charter unfurled a map. This map was gifted to me by Dietli Satavisis. While the markings are not particularly clear and lack contour lines, it does indicate the locations and control ranges of several prospective allied forces. The Charter marked the regions under adventurer control in blue, the 4 dark elf city-states, and 7 subterranean dwarf clans in yellow. The areas explored by dark elves and subterranean dwarves in orange, and the remaining regions in red. This color coding serves as a weather warning for the safety levels of the Underdark, rendering it readily apparent. My objective is to expand the blue zones tenfold within 2 months, transforming all orange zones into blue or yellow, and all red zones into orange. To achieve this, I require the mobilization of at least 5,000 elite warriors from the Dark Elves and Subterranean Dwarves. The charter placed his hands on the map, smiling as he declared, "We shall visit them one by one, and I am confident that in the face of such significant safety interests, they will comprehend and cooperate with my plans." Once the red zones are eliminated, at least within this first level, the activity range of the Dark Elves and Subterranean Dwarves can be vastly expanded, and their inexplicable losses in the future will swiftly diminish. Not to mention that a larger operational range will yield more sources of food and minerals for them. This represents an enormous opportunity. As for the charter, with every square of blue zone expanded, he would receive a portion of relocation funds. He even fantasized that if the state could not immediately provide such funds, he could invest in land, acquiring a stake in the railway from the surface to the Underdark. And even if he had to share a portion with other adventurers, it would still amount to a veritable fortune. At that point, not only would he secure his own economic freedom, but the prosperity of the Zhang family for the next 3 generations would also be assured. Thus, let no one dare to obstruct the plans of the charter, be it Dark Elves or Subterranean Dwarves. Having unleashed such immense goodwill, they are compelled to respond with due positivity. The charter proclaimed resolutely, with a carrot, one must also wield a mighty stick. Inform them that those unwilling to cooperate in the construction of a new, flower-themed dark region are nothing but villains and monsters, destined for eradication. The world is ablaze. The Apache helicopter, with its colossal rotors whirling, hovered ominously in the sky, its angular body resembling a fearsome crocodile, periodically unleashing sea serpent rockets or hellfire missiles upon any suspicious target below. For those on the receiving end, these weapons were as terrifying as their name suggested. Each launch engulfed vast areas in flames, or sent seemingly sturdy structures soaring into the heavens. No soul could survive such onslaughts. Even if one did, a subsequent barrage of 30mm shells would swiftly rectify that oversight. Thick smoke and raging flames ascended into the sky, the heat waves even lifting the armed helicopters hired on the ground. The massive silhouettes of Abrams and Bradley tanks occasionally emerged, these titanic steel beasts wreaking havoc, pushing aside, colliding with, and crushing everything in their path. No matter if it be houses, dying warhorses, or human bodies, none were spared. The elite soldiers, equipped with ultra-long pike guns capable of halting high-ranking monsters, appeared laughably insignificant against the several 100mm of composite armor. Once renowned knights, whose very names inspired dread in monsters and admiration in princesses, were effortlessly torn to shreds by 25mm autocannons. Great sorcerers, regardless of the defensive spells they cast, crumbled like eggshells before the might of 120mm depleted uranium rounds. Castles, swords, magic. Nothing could hinder the advance of the American forces. All courage, tactics, knowledge, and skill became utterly negligible in the face of modern killing machines. Everything, indeed, merely served to embellish the Americans' victory with tales to regale over tea. Nothing more. This marks the 29th day since the United States commenced its full-scale invasion of the Western continent. An unstoppable army surged forth like a colossal wave, sweeping across every horizon, including territories originally designated for the Gallic Rooster and John Bull. The only conceivable exception being the Arctic Bear's self-allocated land. The Arctic Bear intended to acquire a portal from the flower cultivators, and the Americans harbored fears that upon discovering their own territory ravaged by the Americans, these madmen would retaliate with extreme measures. Though the likelihood was low, as long as it existed, the Americans were unwilling to bear that cost, as for the shame of the Gallic Rooster and John Bull. Their options were now severely limited. Before they could devise a means to reach the new land, the Americans planned to thoroughly drain their territory. The justification was not hard to find in truth. The rationale for sweeping across the Western continent aligned perfectly with the reasons for war: democracy, seed oil, and the opponent's support of such ideologies. One could conjure an abundance of justifications. Even the possession of weapons of mass destruction could be framed as the Americans apprehending several necromancers and their undead monstrosities. Having tangible evidence of true zombies as biological weapons was far more persuasive than mere laundry detergent, was it not? As for why the nations of the new land on the western continent did not utilize these weapons of mass destruction against the United States, the answer was simpler still. Firstly, the effectiveness of the United States' preemptive strikes rendered the insurgents incapable of deploying biological weapons against the invincible American military. Secondly, the local populace, enamored with seed oil and democracy, spontaneously aided the American forces in combating their foes, thus allowing the Americans to preemptively uncover the enemy's nefarious schemes, a testament to the superiority of the democratic system. Lastly, while the enemy indeed employed biological weapons, they were unable to utilize them against the Americans. Consequently, the deranged enemy unleashed these weapons upon their own populace, transforming countless locals into mindless zombies, which served as irrefutable evidence. Everything unfolded perfectly. A flawless enemy provided the Americans with ample justification for war. The long-standing policy of keeping the populace uninformed ensured that 99% of citizens would not contemplate the true nature of zombies, nor speculate why the capitalist-controlled media incessantly criticized the biological weapons of the new land's inhabitants while failing to mention the necromancers. The war itself progressed so seamlessly. The enemy's resistance was woefully feeble. The entire conflict lasted a mere 19 days, during which the Americans secured territories equivalent to 1.5 Europe's, suffering casualties that paled in comparison to those incurred from friendly fire by incompetent individuals. The fewer the fallen, the lesser the compensations required. Even more fortuitously, the Republican president who instigated this war, along with his supportive senators, successfully garnered immense backing from the military and a plethora of votes from the rednecks. The president himself profited handsomely during the war. That as for the arms dealers eagerly awaiting a share of the multitude of new contracts, they would undoubtedly offer irresistible campaign contributions. Without a doubt, the Republican Party would triumph in the next presidential election. All supporters of the Republican Party, as well as influential figures backing any candidate, would reap unimaginable rewards from this war. Beyond mere financial gain, there were pleasures to be had, and, more enticingly, magical benefits to anticipate. In truth, the upper echelons of the Democratic Party could also attain these advantages. It was merely that their voters remained oblivious and unable to derive any benefits from them. Some individuals protested our actions in Washington, boss. The secretary presented several photographs to Scrooge McDonald in the images. An indignant crowd brandished various placards, protesting the U.S. military's operations in the new land. Scrooge scrutinized them, finding nothing of novelty. Only terms such as butcher, executioner, and other similar epithets. One photograph even featured Scrooge with a digitally added small mustache reminiscent of that Austrian-born unemployed painter. They were quite accurate in their portrayal. The mustache was merely a symbol of the three capitalist interests, and I, too, held a similar position. Scrooge casually tossed the photograph aside, chuckling. If they were to give me a bushy mustache, I would have to protest against their slander, though I suspected their actions stemmed from ignorance rather than genuine understanding. Let them be. Let them play their games. It not a concern, boss. Not at all. All the bigwigs will benefit from the war, and they won't be able to do much, Scrooge replied disdainfully. Their previous protests were merely puppeteered by someone behind the scenes, motivated by business rather than ideology. Now, lacking sufficient economic backing, how long can they hold up their placards? Life in America hasn't quite reached that level of leisure. That said, some precautions must still be taken. Inform the leaders of Greenpeace and human rights organizations to keep an eye on their unruly members. I cannot have any disruptions here, or else the big bosses will personally come for them. The puppet masters of those organizations are the same ilk as Scrooge's employer. Their higher-ups understand the critical nature of Scrooge's work. However, those foolish individuals who act as their guns must be monitored, lest their passions overtake them. Scrooge understood that within those organizations, genuine idealists fervently believed in their righteous cause. He had no desire to criticize their naivety, nor would he mock or curse them. In fact, Scrooge's own foundation had previously provided funding to these organizations, enabling them to more effectively raise various noble slogans to inconvenience Scrooge's competitors, from safeguarding dogs and aiding refugees to obstructing nuclear power plant construction. Whether their actions were genuinely justifiable was of no concern to Scrooge. He only cared about who their targets were. Scrooge McDonald was a capitalist. If these people sought trouble, he would not hesitate to show them the iron fist of capitalism. Of course, during such times, it was preferable to minimize their disruptions and keep them at a distance. If all else failed, he would directly contact the bosses and inform them that he required time to complete his tasks, and that he absolutely could not be disturbed. He would urge the bosses to exert pressure on their leaders. "Understood, boss," the secretary replied earnestly. "Now, let us see what Dane and his associates have to offer. I hope they bring me some good news. Has Old Mike already occupied the entire western continent? In truth, it encompasses only the western continent west of the Blancton territory, while the eastern lands belong to the Russians, who have not interfered. However, they have consumed the territories allocated to the bull and the rooster. Indeed, that is the case. Ha! What is that popular saying among the youth these days? Plastic flower friendship? Or perhaps biodegradable? Ha! The current generation truly possesses a unique sense of humor. Ha! In fact, this expression gained traction online a few years ago when the doors had yet to open, and it has long since fallen out of fashion. However, when the elder brings it up for amusement, it is only fitting to respond with a chuckle or two. No one would be so idle as to point out the outdated nature of the jest. Now that we've had our laughter, it is time to attend to serious matters. The rotund figure with a tilted head remarked, in a tone laden with significance. Americans have gone too far. Should we trouble them? No, of course not. We have numerous tasks at hand that in the past we wished not to be hindered by them. And now, more than ever, we have our new goblin planet, along with the deep, shadowy regions yet to be explored. Even in the territories we have already secured, extensive infrastructure development remains to be done. Then we, the ones who should trouble the Americans, should be the local populace oppressed by them. Heaven helps those who help themselves. They should grasp this concept. Yes, I understand. Moreover, we should not take it upon ourselves. Such matters always adhere to the principle that the righteous receive ample assistance, while the unjust receive scant support. Indeed. Speaking of which, how are things progressing on the Goblin Planet? It remains much the same as before. Various experiments by the Academy are still underway, and the General Staff hopes to seize this opportunity to test more new weapons. Thus, it has become a proving ground for firepower, and the teams have yet to enter those caverns. They should hasten inside once they have had their fun. We must swiftly ascertain what lies within. Understood. Has the expedition to the shadowy regions set forth? They are in the final stages of preparation to we have our private organization Vanguard there? Yes, indeed, a group of young individuals who call themselves adventurers. Leading thousands of locals, reportedly have already carved out a territory for themselves. Tell them not to repeat the Americans' mistakes. We are not inferior to those newcomers, yet neither are we superior. They must not become ensnared in the quagmire of people's war. Understood. If they perform well and can open up the situation sooner, we can grant them additional benefits. We mustn't be stingy in this regard, but they must certainly keep pace with of course. The responder smiled and said, "Rest assured, based on past experiences, the young leader among them is quite astute. That is reassuring. I hope our youth shall excel." Zhang Cheng is unaware that the nation's leaders are discussing him. He also does not know whether his actions align with the country's overarching strategy. He is merely proceeding according to his own devised plan. The primary objective is to unite the local powers of the first layer of the shadowy regions. The head of the Daedalus family, upon Zhang Cheng's arrival at the city's gates, signed a cooperation agreement, dispatching 1,500 elite warriors and mages from the city-state of Sedavis to participate in Zhang Cheng's forthcoming endeavors. The number of allied troops far exceeds Zhang Cheng's minimum expectations, which comes as a pleasant surprise, seemingly indicating that this operation will proceed smoothly. Naturally, Zhang Cheng hopes that the actions of the Daedalus Patriarch will set an example for other factions, thus deserving commendation. The Patriarch truly understands the greater good. Zhang Cheng gazed with satisfaction upon the neatly arranged ranks of dark elf priests, warriors, and slave fighters, each appearing robust and surprisingly well equipped. Even the slave fighters possess at least a piece of leather armor, along with the appropriate weapons of swords and spears. It is evident that Sedavis has truly committed its best resources. In contrast, Zhang Cheng's forces, filled with novice adventurers, appear somewhat under-equipped. According to our agreement, Once the war concludes, the territory of the Sedeva city-state can expand to twice its original size. Furthermore, we will procure no less than 1 million gold coins worth of goods from the Patriarch annually and sell an equivalent amount of products. Zhang Cheng emphasized to Daedalus that, since the other party has demonstrated sincerity, he too shall adhere to his commitments. These are minor issues, Commander. The Patriarch smiled and inquired. I am curious, what is your first target of attack? I intend to visit each Dark Elf city-state and underground dwarf clan to ensure their inclusion in our alliance. All of them? With all due respect, I believe that several city-states and clans are quite stubborn and will not heed our command. This is merely collaboration. We act together for a common goal. I do not seek to compel their obedience. Zhang Cheng seemed oblivious to the implications of Daedalus's words, loudly proclaiming a philosophy that did not align with the Patriarch's hopes. We are equals. And I am willing to establish a robust alliance based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Ha! Is that so? Then, I wish you success. Daedalus responded with an awkward laugh, feeling somewhat helpless. Mother, this surface dweller is untrustworthy. You should not entrust the army to his command. Immediately after the army's departure, the Patriarch's eldest daughter raised a motion of distrust against Zhang Cheng. You must first learn to assess the situation. My child, Daedalus said with resignation. Whether he is trustworthy or not is of little consequence. What matters is that if we do not obey him, we shall face destruction. Are we powerless to oppose his forces? The Dark Elf princess queried, perplexed. His numbers are few and not particularly strong. The Sedeva city-state boasts a golden tier leader, over 50 silver tier, and even more bronze and gem tier warriors, comprising a third of the troops being dispatched. With such a force relying on the protection of the city walls, does your highness truly believe we have any reason to fear this ragtag group from the surface? You still do not comprehend. Aranai. Daedalus gazed into the distance, issuing a resigned command. I had intended for you to remain here, but under the current circumstances, that cannot be. You must pursue them immediately. Mother, you shall participate in this operation. Go at once. The city's defenses I am here. The Patriarch cast her a glance. Hurry and depart. Do you wish to chase them in the dark? Aranai shivered. She was a silver-tier warrior, which is not insignificant. Yet, to venture alone beyond the city's protection and traverse the shadowy regions. There is still time. The main force has not gone far. Remember, you are but a warrior. Do not interfere with another's command. The Patriarch advised her from behind. Use your own eyes to observe well. The shadowy regions are no longer as they once were. Watching the hurried figure of her eldest daughter depart, Daedalus suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The unified adventurers' army murmured the Patriarch. How long can the independence of the shadowy regions be sustained? They are demolishing the temple. The righteous cried out in indignation. Our followers are dying in droves. In the past 3 months, our sole revenue has exceeded the total amassed in the previous 3 years. Although the harvest has been significant, this is not a favorable development. In the past, the deities' income primarily stemmed from the natural deaths of their devotees, followed by those slain by their followers in battles against enemies or monsters. Among these, the former provided the greatest yield, akin to deities cultivating a realm known as religion, where the souls of their followers represented the fruits of their labor. As long as the devotees endured, the deities would enjoy an everlasting stream of income that, in contrast, the latter source of income was considerably less, often sporadic, merely serving as supplementary support. The recent surge in such income can only indicate one thing. Those devotees who ought not to have perished at this moment are rapidly diminishing. Of course, the invaders from the Blue Star are launching a massive assault, having nearly swept across the entire Western continent, resulting in the deaths of numerous devotees during this period. However, the souls of these devotees have not returned to the deities. The sudden influx of souls now in the deities' possession is, in essence, a grim aftermath of war. Homes destroyed, fields and granaries set ablaze, and the majority of the peasantry, already struggling to survive, plunged into a life of destitution, leading to a steep rise in mortality rates. This situation, reflected in the fields, signifies a rapid wilting of crops, forcing farmers to harvest prematurely what remains of their mature yields that, in simple terms, a prosperous year this year means starvation the next. As for the temple, It is merely a matter of fade, not involving any substantial benefit. The devotees may perceive its significance, but even if the temple were to be destroyed, the deities would incur no real loss. What do you intend to do? Inquired the god of light, seated in a prominent position. The current situation is abundantly clear. Mortals are utterly incapable of resisting the invasion of the blue star. Unable even to delay their advance, if mortals cannot, then it must fall to the extraordinary. We have nurtured so many angels. Their essence is not merely for our amusement. The god of justice fixed his gaze upon the god of light and asserted, "Deploy the angelic legions to confront the blue star's forces that send angels down requires a substantial amount of energy." The god of light replied quietly, "Sending one or two is manageable, but dispatching an entire legion demands that we expend a significant portion of our own energy. Are you willing to bear that burden in light of the dwindling income? If we are not willing, we shall soon find ourselves with nothing," Justice retorted. "The blue star invaders are demolishing our temples. Henceforth, even if the remaining devotees survive, they will no longer trust us. Regardless of whom they turn to, as long as they do not believe in us, the deities present shall reap no rewards." "Very well, I concur." The god of light averted his gaze from Justice's piercing stare and finally agreed, "I consent to the dispatch of the angelic legion, though I believe it prudent for us to ally with the deities of darkness and act in unison. We are the ones who have suffered. They will only revel in our plight." Justice smirked. "Do you truly believe they will expend significant power to assist us against the blue star?" "They will, and I shall speak with them. Or not forget, we are fundamentally the same, differing merely in our philosophies. Moreover, I do not believe the blue star will spare the realms of darkness and truth." "What leads you to be so certain that the god of darkness will aid us?" "Surely, there must be ulterior motives," Justice implied. "That if you refer to that abominable deity, I acknowledge that he is progeny of both myself and the darkness. Yet my efforts alone did not ensure his survival. Do you truly expect me to trust you? You must trust me, for only through our collective endeavor can we achieve victory in this war." The god of light stated calmly, "Have you forgotten? It was precisely our unity, far superior to that of the old gods, that allowed us to seize control of the earth, driving the old gods into the realms of shadow. Today's conflict remains a divine battle. Since you have resolved to deploy the angelic legion, we have no path before us but to triumph. Initially, we were 6, yet now only 5 remain, as evil has been collectively obliterated by our hands." Justice proclaimed, "Thus, this is not the time. We cannot return. You must demonstrate sincerity to prove that you still stand with us, such as proportionally dispatch forces, no reservations." Justice replied, "You and the god of darkness must each send forth 80% of your attendant angels and demonic generals." "Agreed. The god of light and the god of darkness are the most powerful entities among the righteous deities, and thus their attendants are naturally more numerous than those of other gods. If deploying forces based on absolute numbers, the warriors remaining by their side would be disproportionately greater than those accompanying other deities that he has consented. They all must engage in battle, for they remain oblivious to the distinctions between Americans and the flower planters. The souls of Americans can be plundered. Although it may pose some challenges compared to the locals, it is indeed achievable. They are unaware of this, hence they can only opt for direct confrontation. What am I to do? Should I truly join them? But what of my plan? If I refrain from joining, will I not be forced to turn against them? I am merely a lesser deity. Provoking a conflict with them is far too perilous. No, wait, they intend to commit a substantial portion of their strength to combat the Americans. They should have little time to concern themselves with me. As long as my plan proceeds smoothly, I need not fear them at all. Are you all going as well?" The witch inquired, astonished, for there are no goblins left. The goblin slayer nodded, responding earnestly, as he always does. "There are in the western continent," the witch said with a bitter smile, "and many at that. I cannot contend with them." The goblin slayer remained as serious as ever, while his companion, the priestess, lowered her head in a moment of shame. "The goblin slayer also faces goblins, but they are far too numerous, thousands upon thousands." The goblin slayer replied, "Furthermore, they are raised by the Americans. To eradicate those goblins, I must first learn how to combat the Americans. Thus, I shall venture into the dark realms, where goblins also dwell, to eliminate those goblins while simultaneously learning from the flower planters how to defeat the goblins of the Western continent. Do you believe we can succeed? We must succeed, the Goblin Slayer affirmed steadfastly. And so it was decided. The witch, the Goblin Slayer, and the priestess would form a new team to journey into the Dark Realms, hoping to acquire new knowledge of warfare to confront the terrifying Americans and their cultivated goblins. They remained unaware of the true purpose of those goblins, relying solely on their past experiences to conclude that the Americans raised goblins as enforcers. Hence, the Goblin Slayer mistakenly believed that only by eliminating, or at the very least repelling, the Americans could they hope to defeat those goblins. What are the other team members? The witch inquired curiously. Where have they gone? The elf lady and the dwarf gentleman have returned to their homeland to join the fight. The priestess answered in place of the Goblin Slayer. The homeland of the elves and dwarves lies within the Western continent. The witch nodded in understanding. The lizard man has accompanied them, the priestess said with a hint of sadness. He stated that he could not watch his companions fall into peril and evade battle. Are you all right with that? Only by discovering the correct methods can we triumph over formidable foes. The Goblin Slayer shook his head. I do not agree with challenging insurmountable enemies for the sake of honor. You remain steadfast in your beliefs, that a deep voice interjected, drawing the attention of the new Goblin Slayer team. The speaker was the great swordsman, accompanied by the beautiful paladin who had always been by his side, no longer a mere reserve. I am uncertain whether your choices are wise. Thus, I too must fight according to my convictions. The great swordsman declared, I shall venture to the Western continent to engage in battle. It is perilous. The Goblin Slayer assessed. The odds of victory are slim. Yet someone must make the attempt, the great swordsman replied. We all must swiftly decide whether to return to the Western continent to fight for justice or remain in the Southern continent, sheltered beneath the wings of the flower planters, living a life of quiet survival. By the way, your choice could also be a path that I have heard that many flower planters are secretly aiding us, providing us with means to combat the Americans. After the outbreak of the Western Continent War, the government of Zhonghua explicitly declared its detachment from the conflict, issuing an edict that forbade all citizens from participating in the war, whether to support the locals or the Americans. Naturally, this restriction applied solely to Zhonghua citizens, extending only to new inhabitants from the eastern lands who had yet to acquire Zhonghua nationality. The indigenous people of Azeroth, should they wish to engage in battle, were met with Zhonghua's steadfast principle of non-interference in internal affairs, allowing them to act according to their own volition. Consequently, many Zhonghua individuals, harboring a fervent desire to trouble the Americans, discovered a means to train those locals preparing to fight in the Western continent, offering them advice and selling them weapons, such as the Type 56 assault rifle, the M40 howitzer, the Type 107 rocket launcher, and even instructing them in the manufacture of IEDs with self-shredding shrapnel to counter Abrams tanks or Bradleys. Some audacious individuals, unperturbed by the chaos, subtly introduced the concept of suicide bombers to particularly zealous anti-American warriors. The tactics imparted to the locals naturally focused on asymmetric warfare, as many Zhonghua people yearned for the American forces, perhaps along with the impending arrival of British and French troops, to become mired in a protracted conflict that, of course, this behavior was tacitly condoned by the government, despite concerns that the tactics taught to the locals might eventually be turned against the Zhonghua people themselves. However, the prevailing mindset among most was to first suppress the most immediate competitors, deferring future considerations. Those methods, however, proved ineffective. Isha remarked. They cannot assist us in overcoming the goblins and the Americans. Isha's inclination remained to prioritize goblins over Americans. I concurred with this assessment. The female paladin, her arms still in a splint, vociferously declared, the strategies of Zhonghua people are contrary to chivalry. It was perplexing that as a wild paladin who had not been raised in the sanctum, she seemed to care more about the ethereal ideals of chivalry than those paladins who had been nurtured in the sacred light from birth. Alas, we were not discussing this. The great swordsman, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. We are merely contemplating tactical issues. These tactics may enable us to confront the Americans, but they do not guarantee our victory. It seems Zhonghua merely seeks to create some trouble for the Americans. Join me in the Shadowlands. Gusha invited the great swordsman, to seek out genuine methods to eliminate both goblins and Americans. No, I've already stated my intention to join the battle on the Western continent. The great swordsman replied cheerfully, I cannot be certain that venturing into the Shadowlands will yield the answers. Moreover, he glanced back at the female paladin, whose face flushed. She is a true paladin and must obey the orders of the sanctum. I cannot abandon her. What on earth? As if I need your assistance, she retorted. Let us pretend that I am in dire need of your help, she added, causing her cheeks to redden further. You two have a rather close relationship. The sorceress remarked enviously. You should clarify things sooner. Otherwise, you may come to regret it. She was reminded of the spearman, and tears began to roll down her cheeks uncontrollably. In truth, there were not many willing to return to the Western continent to fight. Most were warriors confident in their own abilities and overflowing with a sense of honor, unwilling to evade confrontation with formidable foes. But a greater number chose to remain in Azeroth, seeking refuge from the seemingly unstoppable American forces. They were not without justification. The king of the human nations in the southern continent had formally declared a cessation of faith in the light deities, publicly severing ties with the nations of the Western continent. As citizens of a human kingdom, adhering to the king's decree and refusing to venture to the Western continent was at least a plausible rationale. According to the Dark Elves, the split between the underground dwarves and the surface dwarves occurred much later than the division among the elves, resulting in a character that was more akin to their surface relatives. Unlike the surface elves and dark elves, whose prolonged separation made even superficial peace difficult to maintain, the dwarves retained a sense of camaraderie. Zhang Cheng had once been curious about how the dwarves' boisterous nature, which still exhibited a degree of kinship, had led to such a schism. Moreover, they had even engaged in a civil war. The answer he ultimately received made Paladin Denisa and former Paladin Kreia blush. It was a matter of faith. Once, the dwarves predominantly worshipped the gods of flame and forging from the ancient pantheon. After the rise of a new pantheon, the current righteous gods, the old gods fell, and surface dwellers converted their faith. Only the dark elves now sequestered in the Shadowlands, and the underground dwarves clung to their ancient beliefs. At that time, the dwarves had not yet split. They were united, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the righteous gods' followers, steadfastly defending every forged temple. That war was far more brutal than the conflict between the righteous gods of light and darkness. The dwarves had to fend off assaults from humans, elves, halflings, and other races, while also devising ways to combat various monstrous beings. The forging god was the last of the old gods to fall, unlike the old gods who sought to drag their followers down with them in death. Before his demise, the god of flame and forging delivered a final decree, urging the dwarves to surrender to the new pantheon for the sake of their future. I am not your god. I am one of you. While I still live, I am willing to fight to the end for the dwarven race. But when I am gone, I believe you should endure humiliation for the sake of your people. This declarative decree profoundly influenced the entire dwarven community. Many clans, moved by their deity, vowed never to reconcile with the righteous pantheon, resisting to the bitter end. Meanwhile, clans desiring a peaceful existence hoped to honor their deity's last wishes by ending this feudal struggle. The righteous pantheon, of course, would not permit the races that had previously resisted to simply lay down their arms. Their demand of the clans that surrendered was clear. They must turn their spears against those who refused to yield and serve as vanguards of the coalition. Thus, civil war erupted. The defeated retreated to the Shadowlands, forming the underground dwarves, while the surrenderers, of whom there were no victors among the dwarves, remained on the surface. The distinctions between surface dwarves and underground dwarves were minimal. Aranisa, a member of the Sadwiz family, explained to Zhang Cheng, the underground dwarves can easily blend in with the surface dwarves. As long as they do not flaunt their beliefs, no one will truly interrogate them. Surface dwarves also traversed freely within the territories of underground dwarves. In recent decades, there had been a phenomenon of remerging, such that some dwarves could oscillate between being underground and surface dwarves multiple times within a year. This suggests that, in fact, before our arrival, the so-called deities had already begun to lose their grip on this world. Zhang Cheng nodded. What could be the reason? I do not know. It is also possible that the underground dwarves plan to follow in their relatives' footsteps and surrender to the righteous gods, replied the princess of the Sadwiz family. Perhaps once we defeat the coalition against the underground dwarves, we will uncover the answer. You seem quite eager for us to engage in battle with the dwarves. Zhang Cheng remarked with a faint smile, observing the dark elf princess who was keen to find herself some employment. If you wish to establish your own kingdom, you must eliminate the dwarves' interference. Eranisa replied. They are too stubborn. Unless their pride, which they have clung to for centuries, is thoroughly crushed, they will not submit. Firstly, my objective is not to establish my own kingdom. Secondly, I do not require their submission. Zhang Cheng shook his head, emphasizing earnestly, just as I have not demanded your submission. Eranisa scoffed, wearing an expression of disbelief. This surface dweller, leading thousands of troops and visiting the indigenous powers of the Shadowlands with an air of arrogance, now claimed that establishing his own kingdom was not his aim. How amusing. What was he here for? To spread warmth. The situation's development aligned with Eranisa's expectations as the coalition of humans and dark elves approached the first territory of the underground dwarves. Scouts reported that the latter had already prepared for battle. The dwarves proudly raised banners emblazoned with their clan names, which they had cherished for centuries, forming 9 large formations and advancing steadily. From the banners, it was evident that not only the 7 clans of the first layer of the Shadowlands, but even 4 clans from the second layer had dispatched troops for aid. Their total strength ranged between 5,000 and 6,000 individuals that a horticulturist piloted a drone over the ranks of the dwarven army, allowing the encircled coalition commanders to admire the impressive military might of the dwarves on their screens. Just look at them. The contrast is striking. Zhang Cheng, with a frivolous tone, remarked to Arenya. Although I do not intend to engage them in battle, they are acutely aware of the impending danger, and all clans have united in response. We have only just arrived, yet they have mobilized forces from 11 clans. Even the second-tier clans are sending troops. Can you achieve the same? Arenya chose to ignore him. In truth, Zhang Cheng's question was rhetorical. The Dark Elves were indeed incapable of such a feat, not to mention the 3 Dark Elven city-states on the second tier. Even those on the first tier would not come to the aid of her clan. They would be grateful if the Moon Goddess shielded them from further harm. Thus, allow me to speculate. In the shadowy realms, you Dark Elves cannot compete with the subterranean dwarves. Zhang Cheng chuckled. So you are constantly trying to incite a war between me and the dwarves. Am I not correct? Princess, please note that your mother has included you in the army, but has not bestowed upon you command. Clearly, her intention is not to have you meddle and undermine my directives and judgments. Zhang Cheng's smile was amiable, yet Arenya could not shake the chilling sensation that accompanied it, that I can assure you. Should I engage in battle with the dwarves today and obliterate their main force, I will not allow you Dark Elves to meddle in the interests of the subterranean dwarves, but we have mobilized so many soldiers to assist you. You are merely deploying troops to further your own interests. Zhang Cheng interjected bluntly, his tone turning grave. That I permit you to expand your territory, but must be in undeveloped areas of the shadowy realm. And you are not to encroach upon anyone else's domain. Not an inch. Cooperation. Cooperation is the key to mutual benefit. Remember this, princess. Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Cheng turned with 2 other jovial horticulturists, along with Kelia and Octavia, departing the main formation to approach the advancing dwarven army. Hey, surface-dwelling little twig, do not advance any further. Otherwise, I shall chop you and those little ladies beside you into bits and make a salad. A dwarf with a magnificent bushy red beard, clad in finely crafted armor and mounted on a gigantic wild boar, swaggered at the forefront of the dwarven host. Beside him, 8 similarly attired dwarves bore mocking expressions, forming a small wedge formation as they approached the human and dark elf coalition. Zhang Cheng found their mounts quite amusing. It was rather surprising that these banished beings from the underground still retained cavalry. Although the notion of pig riders sounded somewhat ludicrous, practicality was paramount. The thick-skinned, tusked wild boar was indeed one of nature's beasts, and paired with a well-equipped, trained dwarf rider, they could pose a formidable challenge in an era of cold weapons. Moreover, in comparison to the tall warhorses, the dwarf's short but strong legs seemed more suited to the boar's height. "Are you Mr. Redbeard Moradin?" Zhang Cheng called out loudly. "Indeed, Redbeard is I. Little twig, what brings you here?" The leading dwarf raised his chin proudly, showcasing his thick red beard that could cover his entire breastplate. All dwarves were fond of sporting large beards, believed to symbolize bravery and experience. Yet to Zhang Cheng, the notion of the subterranean dwarves, who worshipped the gods of flame and forging and frequently dealt with furnaces, sporting large beards seemed a violation of safety regulations that Mr. Redbeard, I have come in hopes of uniting with you to eradicate the monsters in the shadowy realm, transforming it into, we shall not ally with Twig. The voice was loud and resonant. With tens of thousands of soldiers combined, a substantial portion heard the declaration. Twig, do not presume, I am unaware of your intentions, to render the shadowy realm safer for a more comfortable existence. Am I correct? It proved that those who appeared boisterous were often quite shrewd, far from the careless demeanor they projected. If we desire a more comfortable life, we shall pursue it ourselves. We do not require assistance from your cunning surface-dwelling twigs. Redbeard raised his battle axe, its blade radiating potent magical energy. Then, with a gentle swing, a flame lashed out like a whip, striking the ground 10 meters before Zhang Cheng, marking a long boundary on the cold, damp earth of the shadowy realm. Twig, the land beyond this line belongs to the great god of forging Moradin. If any of you feeble, chicken-wing-worshipping wretches dare cross this line, I shall twist off your little heads to adorn my chamber. Indeed, quite obstinate, was he not? Boss, shall we continue to persuade him? A horticulturist whispered, chuckling. I would like to. After all, I just conveyed to the Dark Elves that I do not wish to engage in war with the dwarves. Zhang Cheng replied with a resigned smile. However, given the current situation, we cannot simply retreat, can we? Not a step back. They have made their distrust clear. Perhaps we should offer them some incentives? If they are obstinate, offering them incentives will set a precedent for others. Zhang Cheng's gentle smile gradually faded, replaced by a cruel smirk as he remarked, a concession leads to further concessions. One day, this place will become a land where the crying child gets the milk. A scenario we have witnessed before. Are we truly to engage in battle? I actually hold a favorable view of the dwarves. I in their eyes. You are merely a twig. Zhang Cheng continued. Defeating them will change that. Through struggle comes unity, and unity persists. We shall first vanquish them, then forgive them. This is the finest way to demonstrate our goodwill. With that, Zhang Cheng picked up a horn and shouted at the dwarf riding the boar, who was strutting around with an air of arrogance. Chief, the fact that you have summoned so many reinforcements clearly indicates that your confidence is not as robust as you portray. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Hear me clearly. I demand your compliance with my command to partake in the monumental task of constructing a new shadowy realm imbued with horticultural characteristics. Zhang Cheng spread his arms, inviting the other to observe his palms. In my left hand lies the sincerity of cooperation, while my right wields a weapon. Which side will you choose? Zhang Cheng's direct rebuttal left the previously belligerent dwarf hesitating. Just as Zhang Cheng had surmised, Redbeard's confidence was not as solid as he projected. Otherwise, he would not have sought reinforcements from the second tier of the shadowy realm. The leaders of the 9 dwarven clans gathered in hushed discussion. Zhang Cheng stood patiently, awaiting their decision. Teacher Zhang, do you truly intend to go to war with them? Kelio whispered. The choice resides with them. Zhang Cheng replied evasively that we do not trust you. Surface dwellers. After a moment, Redbeard once again stepped forward on behalf of the 9 dwarven clans to express their stance. This time, his attitude had softened slightly. He refrained from the previous name-calling, opting for a term with a less biting sarcasm. However, Zhang Cheng had resolved not to continue inching his way toward winning the dwarves' trust. Redbeard, along with those clan leaders beside you whose names I do not yet know, do you comprehend the choice you have made today? Zhang Cheng declared with disappointment. You first provoked a colossal entity you do not understand for the sake of a paltry semblance of pride, then discarded the last opportunity we extended to you. Opportunities are exceedingly precious. One has already been too many. If you survive today, you shall regret this decision for the rest of your lives. Even in death, you will weep in your graves. You insolent brat. Redbeard glared at Zhang Cheng in fury. Yet the horticulturist disregarded him. Zhang Cheng turned toward his own troops, commanding, prepare for battle. Are we truly to engage? Is it really necessary? A horticulturist expressed admiration for the dwarf's straightforward nature, stating, Logically speaking, from their perspective, if someone were to demand cooperation in such a forceful manner, I too would find it hard to trust them. Beyond possessing military strength, we must also convey that we are unrelenting in its application. Zhang Chang sighed, displaying a hint of resignation. On Blue Star, have we not encountered similar situations countless times? Merely possessing military might has led others to mistakenly believe that we shy away from conflict, allowing even the most trivial and foolish of nations to provoke us. Fortunately, after this confrontation, it is unlikely that anyone will misjudge our resolve again. This battle is one neither side truly desires, yet feels compelled to engage. In truth, if the governing body were composed of the flower cultivators, this conflict might have been averted altogether. However, he and his companions are mere adventurers, lacking the magnanimity of a government. Under these circumstances, a conflict is unavoidable. The deep-seated suspicions between humans and dwarves cannot be dispelled without confrontation, and regrettably, the dwarves are equally unwilling to yield first. Henry Kissinger once posited that the outbreak of the First World War on Blue Star was significantly influenced by the total mobilization system and the lack of rapid communication mechanisms among the great powers. Once total mobilization begins, it cannot be halted, and the resulting pace of commanders' reactions far surpasses that of politicians' negotiations. Thus, before the belligerents could negotiate a mutually acceptable outcome, war ensued. This current battle bears a similar resemblance. Previously, there had been no communication between the Adventurers' Legion and the dwarves. Their mutual understanding was derived solely from hearsay. The flower cultivators' knowledge of the subterranean dwarves stemmed from the accounts of dark elves and adventurers who had previously ventured into the Underdark. Similarly, the dwarves perceived the Adventurers' Legion as a fusion of past surface adventurers and dark elves. Before a communication channel could be established to dispel such misunderstandings, the coalition led by Zhang Cheng had already encountered the dwarven clan army head-on. Much like total mobilization, at this juncture, neither side can afford to retreat casually. Ceasing mobilization midway is even more perilous than not mobilizing at all. Hence, the battle, independent of the will of either party, becomes an inevitability. Let us engage. From the ranks of the dwarven army emerged dozens of towering figures, each over 5 meters tall. According to the Dark Elves, these are the war machines known as clay golems. Crafted by the subterranean dwarves, these towering clay constructs are impervious to standard weapons such as swords, spears, and bows, and exhibit a degree of immunity to many lesser magical attacks, although costly and slow. Their shortcomings are overshadowed by their utility. For the dwarves, who lack long-range capabilities, they serve a crucial role akin to a shield cart, providing cover for the dwarven army's advance, thus forming an essential component of their military might. Dwarven competitors believe that, in isolation, these golems equate to a silver-tier warrior. However, when paired with seasoned dwarven fighters, they can be regarded as silver-tier elite warriors. This coalition of dwarven clans has brought forth 60 golems, marking the largest deployment of such constructs in the past century. 60 clay golems. Aaron is eager for the battle, yet upon witnessing the dwarves assume a combative posture, the Dark Elf Princess, lacking extensive experience in large-scale warfare, her prior encounters were limited to smaller skirmishes, nervously remarks, "We should employ magic. Ice magic could hinder their movements, and we need to prepare armored warriors. Has your mother granted you command?" Zhang Cheng inquires. Erin finds herself at a loss for words. The authority bestowed upon her by Diet Lys is minimal, allowing her only to command her small retinue, while Zhang Cheng has routinely brought her along. After all, she is the princess of a city-state and cannot be treated merely as an ordinary soldier. He has assigned her a role as an advisor. In reality, this princess commands merely 10 subordinates. Leave the golems to us. The Adventurers' Legion will focus on breaching the dwarven front while your forces envelop their flanks. This is a clash of brute force, offering little opportunity for commanders to exercise tactical finesse. The most they can do is swiftly maneuver to encircle the enemy's flanks. In such a scenario, the first to successfully encircle or breach the enemy line will claim victory. The task appears straightforward, yet simplicity often belies complexity. The true commander of the Dark Elf Legion comprehends this reality. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's instructions, this silver-tier warrior merely nods in agreement. stating, "I will assault the dwarves' left flank. Can your left hold?" The dwarves are not foolish. If the coalition intends to envelop, they will surely anticipate this. The Dark Elves, attacking the dwarven left flank, necessitate that the adventurers withstand the dwarven onslaught on both the front and their own left flank until the encirclement is complete. No problem. But I will give you only 1 hour. You must secure the flanks. Mobile phones and watches are the new tools Zhang Cheng has equipped the Allied commanders with. Though they are inexpensive relics, anyone with a modicum of command experience can recognize the invaluable utility these artifacts provide to the military. The male Dark Elf in charge of the city-state's forces learned to utilize them in just 3 days. 40 minutes will suffice, the commander asserts. But you must ensure the safety of our princess. Zhang Cheng casts a sidelong glance. Half smiling, "I will convey your concern to her." The commander, without further comment, nods and hastens back to his troops, exclaiming, "Prepare for battle." The battlefield for this confrontation is a rare dark region of small plains, where the dwarves have chosen to intercept the adventurers and dark elves, clearly confident in their striking power. This confidence is not unfounded. On the front line, 60 impervious clay golems shield heavily armored dwarven infantry as they advance slowly yet resolutely. To Zhang Cheng's left, a contingent of boar riders begins to peel off from the dwarven right flank, preparing to attack the adventurer's side. The dwarven clay golems possess a core crafted from magical crystal. Only by destroying this core or dismantling their entire clay bodies can they be vanquished. Otherwise, they will not cease their advance. The core is likely located in the torso or head. We should aim for those areas. Titania whispers to Zhang Cheng that he nods in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he observes the approaching enemy through his binoculars. Moments later, he exclaims in admiration. For medieval production standards, their equipment is exceptionally fine. Indeed, through the lenses, Zhang Cheng discerns that every dwarf is clad in gleaming full-plate armor and cylindrical helmets, with chainmail visible at the joints. That if his assumptions hold true, these dwarven heavy infantry are equipped as dual-armored soldiers, donned in 2 layers of iron. Truly, as followers of the god of forging, such equipment would have been possessed only by the peak Mongol heavy cavalry during their zenith in ancient Blue Star. Moreover, in terms of equipment ratio, the Mongols may even fall slightly short. I now believe that for the Dark Elf city-state to coexist with such a force, they must possess remarkable capabilities. Lowering the binoculars, Zhang Cheng gingerly treads upon the soft earth of the dark region, whispering, "However, their armor is rather cumbersome. Do not underestimate their strength. While they may be short, they are immensely powerful." Siflu expresses her concerns. Dwarven heavy infantry can sprint in dual-layered iron armor. The speed at which they can achieve this is difficult to fathom given their short legs. Adventurers will find it challenging to withstand the dwarven assault. We lack artillery and must rely on heavy machine guns to sweep the clay golems. No, we shall resolve this with magic. What? Titania patiently explains that fire and lightning magic are ineffective against clay golems. They do not respond to mental magic, and earth magic is inferior to that of the dwarves. Then we shall employ water magic. Zhang Cheng kneels to scoop up a handful of soil. The soil here is exceedingly loose. Order all mages to employ the most basic water magic within 100 meters of the enemy's front. We seek not lethality, but maximum water volume to create a quagmire. Unlike the desolate desert, the underground water systems in the dark region are highly developed, resulting in a perpetually damp and chilly environment. Zhang Cheng reflects that anyone living here long-term must be cautious of arthritis issues. The advantage, however, is that against an enemy renowned for their heavy armor, employing mud to slow their advance is a viable strategy. The Dark Elves, including the Titania sisters and Aaron, gaze at Zhang Cheng with wide, beautiful eyes. "What is it? Why do you look at me like that? Can magic be utilized in such a manner?" Aaron muses, "Is it truly possible to halt the advance of the dwarven heavy infantry so simply?" Upon reflection, this indeed appears to be a feasible approach. The clay golems, however, are not deterred by marshes. In fact, they relish combat in such environments. The humidity ensures the stickiness of the soil that composes their bodies, allowing them to replenish any lost portions in the swamp at any time. However, the short-statured soldiers face a different plight. Not only does their heavy equipment easily mire them in the mud, but their lamentable height confines them to the treacherous depths of the dark elves' long legs, where the muck can reach their waists, should the mire reach the waist of a dark elf. The underground dwarves would find themselves nearly submerged. Without the support of stout infantry, the sluggish earthen puppets would merely become moving targets. Why had this not occurred to her before? Erin lamented, gently tapping her forehead. Zhang Cheng exchanged glances with several other flower folk. Have you only ever relied on magic to bombard your foes? Someone asked incredulously. Isn't magic meant for striking at enemies? Erin paused, contemplating, and added, or perhaps for defending against their assaults? Are there no other applications? Zhang Cheng pressed. It was hard to fathom that these civilizations, older than the flower folk and engaged in warfare daily, would be so woefully behind in military science, while one could excuse a lack of weaponry as a misallocation of technological resources. It was indefensible that they neglected knowledge of military geography. In reality, they indeed did not prioritize such matters. It can be used to dispel toxins, purify water sources, resist enchantments, she answered candidly, showing no embarrassment for her ignorance. The flower folk collectively donned expressions of amusement labeled comical. Dispelling toxins, purifying water, Zhang Cheng suddenly had an inkling of something else. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Once the battle concludes, please teach me that toxin-dispelling magic. I shall offer your city-state even greater rewards. Zhang Cheng smiled, but for now, let us focus our energies on winning this battle. Before the dwarf army, the moisture began to coalesce, forming a vast but low-hanging cumulonimbus cloud, occasionally illuminated by crackling lightning. Lightning magic? Redbeard muttered in confusion. Do the dark-skinned ones not know we possess means to counter lightning magic? They certainly did, having fought for centuries. How could the heavily armored dwarves be entirely defenseless against the greatest threats posed by electrical magic? Moreover, dwarves excel in earth and fire magic, particularly the underground dwarves, a fact well known. Among the earth magic, there exist clever defensive measures against lightning. Forget them. We must charge forward and end this battle quickly. We cannot afford to delay, urged another clan leader. Reinforcements must return to the second layer promptly. Redbeard nodded. Indeed, the underground dwarves in the second layer faced a certain peril, but it was manageable for the time being. Thus, the decision was made to concentrate their forces to first confront the surface dwellers before jointly aiding the second layer. Prepare the lightning counter-formation, Redbeard commanded, swinging his battle axe. Some lightly armored dwarf spearmen swiftly exited the formation, hurling dozens of long spears crafted from pure metal toward the cumulonimbus cloud not far away. Subsequently, the dwarven magicians enacted earth magic, causing the ground where the spears struck to rise, moving with the spears to create a forest of steel that connected to the allied forces' formation. Wow! A lightning rod! Exclaimed one flower folk. These dwarves seem far superior to the elves. This was the so-called lightning counterformation, tested in real combat. It was uncertain who among the dwarves was the Franklin of their realm. Utilizing the principle of lightning rods enhanced by magic to absorb and redirect the electrical magic unleashed by the enemy, ensuring their side remained safe from shocks while on the offensive. However, if the Alliance truly intended to strike the dwarves with lightning, they might encounter issues. Fortunately, their purpose for generating the cumulonimbus cloud differed from what the dwarves anticipated. The expected thunderstorm never arrived. Instead, the dwarves were greeted by a torrential downpour. Cold raindrops pelted against the dwarves' helmets, shattering like shards of jade, and Redbeard felt his heart chill with the rain. This is bad. Accelerate. We must break free from this rain cloud. The dwarf clan leader bellowed. Order the cavalry to immediately attack the enemy's flank. The damp ground of the shadowy realm, perpetually soaked and exceedingly soft, quickly turned to muck after a brief downpour. The legs of the dwarf warriors, clad in heavy double-layered iron armor, weighing dozens of pounds, sank rapidly into this infuriating quagmire. The entire army's pace plummeted. The earthen puppets at the forefront, however, remained largely unaffected. But their pace was already slow, and if they continued to wait for the puppets to emerge from the rain cloud area, the heavy infantry would surely drown in the vile swamp. Consequently, some dwarf warriors maneuvered around the slowly advancing puppets, straining to move their short legs in an effort to escape the deluge's influence. Fire! Drive them back! Zhang shouted to his compatriots. Let them suffer the rain a while longer. The two armies were now within 500 meters of each other. Yet it was exceedingly difficult for the dwarf soldiers to advance further. Some quick-thinking individuals, realizing the ground had turned to muck, leaped over the puppets, attempting to launch a charge to cover their comrades behind. They were met with a crossfire from 20 light machine guns, and the dwarves' heavy double-layered iron armor and iron-bound square shields could not withstand the barrage of 7.62 millimeters intermediate ammunition. Every dwarf who exited the puppet's protective range was left bloodied and trembling, collapsing to the ground. The downpour persisted, and the increasingly muddy ground soon swallowed the heavy corpses. The shadowy realm had never known rain. After all, there was a cover above, but today's artificial downpour proved particularly effective, leaving the strong dwarf front line in utter distress due to this seemingly harmless magic. Only the puppets remained unaffected. Nonetheless, no one expected the sluggish earthen puppets to breach the enemy's defenses. Thus, the dwarves' hopes quickly dwindled to the wild boar cavalry position to strike the left flank of the alliance. Concentrated on the right flank of the dwarf legion, the wild boar riders, upon seeing Redbeard's flag waving and the dire situation of the central line, immediately accelerated. Flag signals. They seem more advanced than the elves. Zhang managed to quit before the enemy charged into view. Some magicians attempted to replicate their previous tactic, using the mire to obstruct the advance of the dwarf cavalry. However, the wild boars appeared quite pleased to frolic in the mud, snorting as they charged even faster. Brace, Zhang commanded loudly. The adventurers, armed with long spears, instinctively knelt in formation, their spears pointing outward in unison. With a swift motion, a wall of glistening blades sprouted before the noses of the dwarves' snorting mounts. After months of continuous joint training in real combat, the adventurers had finally become somewhat competent. The riders, caught off guard, could not rein in their mounts in time. The wild boars, unlike horses, were not accustomed to evading sharp objects, and thus charged headlong into the adventurer spear formation, carrying their riders with them. In an instant, the sounds of piercing flesh, breaking spears against heavy armor, the dull thud of riders tumbling from their mounts, and the screams of adventurers flung aside by the wild boars echoed across the battlefield. Nearly all the first row of dwarf riders were impaled by the spear wall. Even those who narrowly avoided death due to misaligned spear points were sent tumbling off their mounts by the immense impact. However, their relentless charge posed a significant threat to the humans. Lightly armored spearmen who were struck by wild boars faced the same grim fate as those hit by war horses, especially since the boars bore long tusks. A simple flick could result in a grievous injury. Close combat was profoundly bloody. As the melee commenced, dwarves and adventurers rapidly exchanged lives at an almost 1-to-1 ratio. The furious dwarves surged forward in waves, and many riders leapt from their mounts at the moment the wild boars charged towards the enemy's spears, swinging their double-headed axes directly at the humans' midsections. The ground was soon carpeted with the bisected bodies of adventurers, their innards spilling forth in a gruesome display, while the dwarf warriors shouted, trampling over the still struggling, unfortunate souls, advancing swiftly onward. Slay these little shorties. In the midst of the adventurers, a voice erupted with fervor, rallying the heavy warriors wielding greatswords, battle axes, or war hammers to launch a counterattack. As the spear wielders thwarted the enemy's initial charge and slowed the dwarven cavalry's advance, the conflict transitioned into the chaotic melee phase where the adventurers excelled. The once suppressed, tyrannical instincts of these former villains, buried deep within and constrained by the stringent military discipline, now surged forth anew. Countless humans roared as they collided with the dwarves, brandishing heavy melee weapons in a brutal clash. The close-quarter combat efficiently claimed lives on both sides, and in a brief moment of stalemate, a makeshift barricade of human, dwarven, and wild boar corpses began to rise along the front line. The Redbeard concentrated all 500 wild boar cavalry here, serving as a decisive maneuver to draw the human force's attention. However, with the front line easily obstructed by magic, the flower-planting adventurers leisurely dispatched the earthen puppets, allowing the organization to confidently concentrate its main forces on the flanks to counter the wild boar cavalry's charge. In this scenario, the cavalry, entrusted with high expectations by the Redbeard, found themselves significantly outnumbered by the humans, resulting in a grim exchange of blood and lives. Even when accounting for the wild boar mounts as warriors, the dwarves remained unable to advance an inch. The anxious Redbeard glanced around on the opposite side of the front. The dark elves launched a fierce assault on the dwarven left flank, with archers and mages unleashing a torrent of arrows and spells upon the dwarven formation, which had formed a shield wall. Soldiers fell, shrieking in agony as they were struck by the dark elves' cunning archery or lethal magic. After several rounds of ranged bombardment, the dark elves surged forward, primarily composed of their male kin, alongside a multitude of human and Orcish slave warriors, crashing upon the dwarven formation like a relentless tide. Here, the dwarves, at a severe disadvantage in numbers, had no choice but to desperately defend a single rout, with their commander gritting his teeth and rallying them into a tight formation of heavily armored warriors, struggling to hold their ground. Meanwhile, on the central front, the torrential rain had abated, yet the dwarven heavy infantry remained mired in the quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. The once promising earthen puppets were inexplicably dismantled by the magic wielded by the humans. In truth, without the cover of infantry, any seasoned warrior could easily circumvent the puppets and methodically shatter the sluggish constructs with patience and strength, much akin to tilling soil. Follow me. The Redbeard recognized that the moment of utmost significance had arrived. Regardless of any hidden cards, they must be revealed without delay. Otherwise, if the flanks were breached by the dark-skinned foes, all would be lost. This was a matter of life and death for 9, if not more, clans. The other 8 clan leaders, silently urging their wild boar steeds, closely trailed the anxious Redbeard as they galloped towards the beleaguered left flank. Among them were the last reserves of the dwarven army, comprised of clan leaders along with their sons and brothers, forming the most elite unit. This troop was akin to the personal guard of each clan leader, totaling no more than 100 cavalry. Yet, even the weakest among them had already attained the rank of Ruby 5, with many also serving as fire or earth mages. Hope still lingered on the side where the two forces were to stand off. The Redbeard aspired for this unit to breach the human line before the Dark Elves could penetrate their own, subsequently leading the remaining forces to swiftly maneuver around the Dark Elves' rear and flank the dark-skinned women. Amidst the fierce battle between humans and dwarves, more human adventurers roared their way into the fray. The organization committed over 1,000 frontline troops to this engagement, granting the humans nearly a 2-to-1 advantage in numbers. After the last few earthen puppets fell to the flames, he even had the capacity to redeploy the Sapphire, Emerald, and Iron Tier adventurers from the Central Army to reinforce the beleaguered flanks. The pile of corpses along the front line continued to rise. But for the relatively tall humans, this posed little issue. However, for the shorter dwarves, the previously level ground soon transformed into a high ground battle, necessitating that the rear dwarves, clad in heavy armor, struggle up the corpse mounds to engage the enemy. As the human reinforcements arrived, seizing the high ground ridge and gradually pushing the dwarves down the slope, the situation shifted to one where the dwarves were forced to attack upward while the humans descended from above. Various minor changes on the battlefield, all favorable to the humans, ultimately overwhelmed the dwarves. Despite their resolute spirits, the outcome was not swayed by will alone. Dwarven casualties began to outnumber those of the humans, and the wild boars, sensing defeat, began to scatter, abandoning their masters. The already outnumbered dwarves were driven back step by step, their retreat accelerating rapidly. I could see that moment. The Redbeard led the final reserves to the battlefield, with mages atop the backs of the boars hurling a barrage of pebbles using leather slings. These stones, emanating a faint magical glow, struck the human ranks, exploding with a thunderous roar. Someone cried out, "Stone explosion technique, a dwarven specialty." Back in the Water City, the organization had witnessed a dwarven mage from the kill squad employ this magic. After the war, tests revealed that this magic's power was roughly equivalent to the homemade black powder grenades crafted by the 8 during the Resistance, which the Americans had once dubbed shock grenades, believing that such devices, capable of producing only 2 fragments, were more intimidating than lethal. Of course, this was a perspective held by those with formidable firepower. Even if these grenades could only generate 2 fragments, Their impact vastly exceeded that of a mere pebble, easily toppling one or two individuals when cast into a crowd. The seasoned dwarven elite launched forth a volley of 50 to 60 grenades. With the ear-splitting explosions, the human adventurers, who had been steadily pushing the dwarves back, were sent sprawling. Most did not perish immediately. However, on the chaotic battlefield, the chances of survival for the fallen amidst the stampede of thousands of feet were exceedingly slim. The human offensive, once surging forward, faltered momentarily, and as a second wave of pebbles flew, hundreds of adventurers were struck down in a short span, causing some to hesitate, while the soldiers behind them sought to reinforce their ranks, only to become ensnared in a crush at the point designated by the Redbeard for the main assault. The third wave of pebbles followed closely, specifically targeting the crowd, now huddled together due to the crush, with each explosion felling 3 or 4 individuals, causing the remainder to scatter in panic. Charge! The Redbeard bellowed, leading 100 wild boar cavalry and the remaining dwarves still holding their ground into the fray. Directly breaching the human line, the human ranks fell into disarray as the Redbeard and other clan leaders, mounted on their boars, swung their massive battle axes, cleaving and smashing in every direction, overwhelming the humans who stood no chance. The dwarves, invigorated, rallied behind their clan leaders, unleashing a ferocious assault on every human in sight. Their confidence surged. Despite numerous setbacks, victory was within reach, as long as they could breach the human line. They would sweep through the enemy's central forces and threaten the Dark Elves from behind. Should the Dark Elves fail to redirect their support, the enemy's collapse would become inevitable. These stout warriors, barely standing at 1.4 meters tall, trampled over the corpses and the wounded, charging forward until the line was finally breached. The adventurers teetered on the brink of collapse, and dwarf victory appeared imminent. Then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, dense as a torrential downpour. 12.7 and 7.6 2mm bullets soared like locusts, and the wild boar cavalry, including all the clan leaders, were swiftly reduced by half, leaving the ranks of riders thin and scattered. As the line threatened to crumble, the organization deployed its reserve force of 100 flower-planting individuals, armed with light and heavy machine guns and 56-type rifles, to unleash a fierce barrage upon the dwarves who had just breached the adventurer line from a mere 50 meters away. The dwarves' last hope was swiftly extinguished, and several flower-planting warriors even launched grenade rounds at the advancing dwarves. The lethality of these modern weapons far surpassed that of the stone explosion technique. Within moments, a dozen 35mm grenades rained down, toppling nearly 100 dwarven infantry. "Push them back," the organization commanded, lowering his weapon and gesturing forward. Kelia, Octavia, and Titania, leading the lower-tier adventurers, surged forth against the dwarves. These lower-tier adventurers, lacking in combat prowess, would undoubtedly be swept away by the dwarves if placed on the front line, unable to even slightly impede their opponents. However, in the current scenario, the dwarves were indeed collapsing. Under the leadership of 4 golden-tier warriors, with Dania refusing to participate, the lower-tier adventurers effortlessly swept across the entire dwarven right flank. Leveraging their overwhelming numerical advantage, the situation became clear. The dwarven left flank persisted in its struggle. However, it has become utterly meaningless, as the right flank has already been breached. While the central front continues to struggle in the quagmire, after the last earthen puppet was taken down by an RPG, the remaining dwarves became easy targets. Indeed, humanity merely needs to continue raining down upon their heads to drown these pitiful warriors in the artificial swamp. Cease the offensive on the central front and the left flank. Zhang Chang commanded loudly. Kreia, Octavia, encircle the enemy's left flank. The rest of you, secure the battlefield. No mistreatment of prisoners if the enemy does not resist. They shall not be killed. Logistics team, enter the battlefield to assist the wounded. We must find a way to rescue the injured on both sides. After issuing a flurry of commands, Zhang Cheng turned to Denisha, who was leisurely watching the battle, and said, "I can understand your reluctance to fight this battle, as it essentially revolves around the debate of who is the true leader, us or the dwarves. It is not a matter of justice or evil, but now that the battle is over, you should lend a hand. What do you want me to do? You possess healing magic, do you not?" Go to the front lines and see if those dwarf leaders are still alive, if they still draw breath. Bring them back. My people will assist you. You wish to save them? Denisha asked with a bemused smile. Of course, in comparison to the Dark Elves, we hold a greater appreciation for these dwarves, Zhang Cheng replied. Shaking his head in resignation, we have indeed won, but there remains much work ahead that requires the cooperation of these dwarves. 20 minutes after the collapse of the dwarven right flank, the human army encircled the dwarven left flank, yet these warriors remained obstinately unwilling to surrender. It was only when Zhang Cheng personally intervened, promising the dwarven commander in front of him that he would not harm the captives, that they began to lay down their arms. Persuade them to disarm. Zhang Cheng even offered to refrain from attacking the Redbeard city-state. The dwarves were not foolish. They understood that after such a significant defeat, not only the nearby Redbeard city-state, but also several other dwarven city-states on the first level would be incapable of resisting any large-scale assaults. Thus, they had to trust Zhang Cheng, if only for the sake of the elderly, women, and children in their city-state. Consequently, this exceptional commander, who had successfully completed the task of halting the Dark Elf army, not only laid down his own arms, but also persuaded his comrades mired in the quagmire of the Central Front to surrender together. Afterwards, Zhang Cheng spent the better part of the day extricating these unfortunate souls, who were nearly buried in the earth. At last, the battle came to an end. In the aftermath, it was recorded that the dwarves had dispatched over 5,600 soldiers, with more than 700 killed and over 800 injured. All remaining dwarves, including the wounded, had been captured. In total, the dwarven army suffered more than a quarter of its forces in casualties before collapsing. If only the right flank were considered, the casualty rate would be even more astounding. For a feudal army in an age of cold weapons, this was undoubtedly a point of pride. In contrast, Zhang Cheng's forces lagged somewhat behind. He counted the charge of no more than 600 dwarven boar cavalry. Excluding the flower people, Zhang Cheng had initially deployed nearly 2,000 men on his left flank. Just the first two waves of soldiers exceeded 200, yet they were still pierced through by the dwarves. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the flower adventurers at the last moment, a reversal of fortunes might have been entirely possible. During the battle, the Allied forces suffered 290 fatalities and over 500 injuries, the majority of whom were human adventurers. This was undoubtedly the largest single loss since the establishment of the Adventurer Army, far surpassing the previous confrontation with the Demon Army. Fortunately, most of the injured on both sides were salvageable. Denisha and Kreia were both skilled in healing magic, and there were numerous magical arrays for healing on Zhang Cheng's dragon scale armor. In addition to these spells, the flower people also possessed a substantial supply of penicillin and other medicines. For the flower people, who had developed a resistance, these commonplace medicines were of little consequence. However, for the locals, they were miraculous lifesavers. Naturally, the flower adventurers were not professional doctors and could not perform skin tests. Thus, some injured individuals inevitably succumbed to allergic reactions. Nonetheless, such a mortality rate could be considered negligible in a war involving tens of thousands. Moreover, with the assistance of healing magic, the flower people's equitable treatment of the injured on both sides garnered them the gratitude of all. As for the dwarves, it goes without saying that, as the vanquished, the victors treating them humanely without resorting to enslavement was already a commendable act. Furthermore, the use of precious healing medicines for their wounded was a display of kindness that exceeded everyone's expectations. Many dwarves began to feel that they should have surrendered to the flower people sooner, or perhaps never should have fought at all, simply placing their trust in the flower people. Even the victorious Allied soldiers were profoundly impressed by the actions of the flower people. The human adventurers were somewhat less affected, as Zhang Cheng had never casually abandoned anyone. The Dark Elves, however, were not much less astonished than the dwarves that, in previous battles, the defeated enemy had been of no concern. Even among their own wounded, there was often a distinction made between those worthy of rescue and those deemed unworthy. To become one of the fortunate few, one needed to be only lightly injured and not require excessive medical resources, in addition to considering the wounded status within the city-state. If their status were too low, even a minor injury might compel them to fend for themselves. This was the unfortunate choice that a race struggling to survive in the dark regions had to make. while only the flower people, with their vastly abundant resources, could afford to waste precious medical supplies on everyone indiscriminately. Though a dose of penicillin was worthless to the flower people, the locals were entirely unaware of this. In the eyes of the present locals, the flower people possessed an irresistible might, yet were willing to extend equal treatment to all. This feeling was akin to a deity descending to consult with them on the construction of a beautiful homeland. Though they did not understand why, for the weak, this was undoubtedly a great blessing point, one might say. Is it not fitting to commend the robust dwarven clan leader, after being struck by 12 7mm heavy machine gun round and two 7.62mm intermediate power rounds, Redbeard Moradin, having only received a single minor recovery spell and a dose of penicillin, finally regained consciousness after a full 5 days of unconsciousness. At this juncture, Zhang Cheng was still occupied with post-battle matters alongside his compatriots. As a somewhat inexperienced commander, he now felt that the work following victory far exceeded that before the battle. He needed to assess the condition of the wounded, arrange for the soldiers' rotations, accommodations, and training during the interlude, send messages to the allied Dark Elf city-states, explaining the course of the war and requesting their continued cooperation. Check on the captives, calm their anxious minds, and find them tasks to prevent discontent among his own soldiers, summarize the battle situation, improve tactics, consider the next course of action, report to the ground, and so forth. Were it not for the comfort provided by the Titania's sisters, the assistance of his flower compatriots, along with Octavia, Denisha, and Kreia supporting him in handling affairs, and the willingness of allies and captives to cooperate, Zhang Cheng might have long since thrown in the towel. The awakening of Redbeard finally afforded Zhang Cheng an excuse to take a breather. He cast aside all official duties to others and made his way to the field hospital's special ward, which was essentially just a tent. Eager to engage in a meaningful conversation with this obstinate dwarven clan leader, of course, Zhang Cheng, bearing the surname Zhang rather than Lei, was not one to perform good deeds without seeking recognition. Prior to personally meeting with Redbeard, he had already permitted the dwarven captives, who remained conscious, to visit the clan leader. Undoubtedly, these dwarves, filled with gratitude towards the flower people, would relay their observation from the past few days to Redbeard, subtly instilling in him the impression that the flower people were immensely powerful yet benevolent. Thus, the second meeting between the two would naturally not mirror the tension of their first encounter. Clan leader, how are you finding your stay with us? Are you comfortable? Zhang Cheng inquired, seated opposite the recovering, still weak dwarven chief, who leaned against his sickbed. Next to him were two other beds, occupied by the only other surviving clan leaders from the 9 who had participated in the battle. Additionally, beside Zhang Cheng, sat a curious Denisha, eager to hear his exchange with the dwarves, Kreia, who wished to learn the way of justice from him, and Irene, who was now profoundly fearful of everything related to the flower people. These were the participants in the second informal meeting between the flower people and the subterranean dwarves. The descendants of Moradin do not lie. I must admit, you indeed have a very comfortable environment here. Redbeard remains quite feeble, yet he is no longer in peril of losing his life. His long beard, cascading down to his waist, sufficiently conceals his pallid complexion, at least in appearance. It gives the impression that the dwarven clan leader is in relatively good spirits. Of course, do not expect him to be as he was before his injury. He is now incapable of riding atop a wild boar and bellowing mahjong with fervor as he once did. A cause for celebration, indeed. When I learned that you had refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack our city-state, I felt a sense of comfort in your presence. Another dwarven clan leader continued, regardless of prior circumstances. We owe you our gratitude for this. Gratitude is unnecessary. I never harbored intentions of conquering you. Zhang Cheng shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with profound regret. Had you trusted us from the outset, this battle need not have occurred. It is not too late to trust you now, Redbeard replied, but what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Before the onset of war, no one would trust a stranger without cause, even if you did arrive with friendship in your heart. When you have bested them and demonstrated your capability to annihilate them at will, while showing no reluctance to do so, discussing friendship becomes a necessity they cannot ignore. Victory in war is the finest negotiator, bar none. My objective is to eradicate all monsters in the Underdark that pose a threat to humanity. Elves and dwarves, or to confine them within a zoo for public amusement. Zhang Cheng stood up, slightly raised his chin, and waved his hand emphatically, much like a television salesman, boldly proclaiming, "My goal is to eliminate all misunderstandings and conflicts among intelligent races both within and beyond the Underdark, so that we may join hands in a concerted effort to construct a prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, law-abiding, diligent, honest, and friendly new Underdark that embodies the essence of our flower nation." Love for the nation is conspicuously absent, for they are not citizens of the flower nation. Zhang Cheng deemed it unnecessary to emphasize others' nationalism. Perhaps we shall discuss patriotism when they express a desire to willingly affiliate with China. Everyone raised their heads, looking up at Zhang Cheng. In that moment, it seemed as though a beam of light illuminated this avaricious flower nation individual, as if a saint had descended to unveil a magnificent panorama to the mundane world. Proclaiming to the ignorant masses, "Abandon all disputes, strive onward. There is no need to fantasize about a heavenly kingdom after death. I shall lead you to create an Eden on earth." Are you serious? Dinesha could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Such words, in the homeland of the flower nation, would likely only be uttered by bureaucrats or those aspiring to become bureaucrats. Yet in this new land, particularly within the Underdark, the people seem to behold the radiance of divinity. No, both Dinesha and Octavia understood what a deity truly was. Thus, if Zhang Cheng spoke the truth, then his morality would far surpass that of any god. "Of course, I am serious." Zhang Cheng returned to his seat, speaking with calmness and sincerity. "What else could I possibly do? Conquer the Underdark, establish your empire, and compel all races to bow before you." Aaron interjected. "That is precisely the sort of endeavor one such as yourself ought to pursue. Do you not desire the power to look down upon all? I am merely an ordinary individual among one. For billion, to look down upon all? Would my party mother not teach me the ways of humanity? Establish an empire, one that could be extinguished by a mere pair of police officers from the local precinct. Spare me the jest that I recall that you embarked on this expedition for monetary gain." Octavia foolishly divulged Zhang Cheng's underlying motives. "Your nation has made substantial promises of profit, hence you are here as a vanguard. Is it not entirely reasonable to seek to construct a harmonious Underdark for the sake of profit?" Zhang Cheng cast a disdainful glance at the former demon king, retorting, "Narrow-minded, the first word I uttered was indeed prosperous. For when you prosper, I shall undoubtedly reap greater rewards. How can such a straightforward principle escape your understanding? For instance, if I rally thousands of adventurers, sweeping through and annihilating tens of thousands of low-level monsters, the crystal shards and valuable remnants they possess would yield me millions in currency, while the participating adventurers would receive ample compensation to sustain their families. Have you forgotten the fellow who proposed his girlfriend before our very eyes? He participated in my contingent and earned a sum he could never have dreamt of before, affording him a chance at a peaceful and fulfilling life. Would you not agree? My aim is to expand this model to encompass the entire Underdark's dwarves, dark elves, and all adventurers, so that we may collectively vanquish the monsters, subsequently unlocking the other resources of the Underdark, allowing you to joyously enter a state of prosperity while I achieve the affluent life I desire. Perfect. Everyone felt a wave of emotion, yet they found themselves a loss for words. These unsophisticated natives were left astounded by the grandiloquence of Ouyang. After a prolonged silence, Dinesha finally murmured, "The future you envision is so splendid that it seems almost unreal." The three dwarven clan leaders hastily nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Whether or not such aspirations can be realized without compromise is inconsequential. The crux lies in your own commitment to strive in that direction. The process itself is a significant advancement, is it not? Zhang Cheng shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Certainly, given the prior performance of the Dark Elves and Underground Dwarves, relying solely on their efforts would be insufficient. We, the Flower Nation, along with other new surface races, must partake in this grand endeavor, just as I am currently doing. That I do not oppose your actions within the Underdark. After all, it is vast, and we possess only a small fraction of it. Redbeard believed he had found a flaw in Zhang Cheng's argument and promptly declared, "But how shall we communicate with the surface dwellers? We shall never abandon our faith in Moradin. He is not only our god, but also our ancestor and hero, guiding the dwarven race forward." Clap, clap. Zhang Cheng applauded. "I just noticed that when you mention Moradin, you refer to him as he rather than it. You believe that the god of flame and forging is your ancestor and hero. How splendid. Just so, we Flower Nation individuals share a similar view of our historical deities. Now I understand why some of our compatriots harbor a particular fondness for you dwarves. Perhaps our national characters are indeed quite alike." This marked the first occasion Zhang Cheng mentioned the deities of the Flower Nation in front of the new denizens. Consequently, everyone, Dinesha Kreia, Octavia, Erin, and the three dwarven clan leaders, pricked up their ears, attentively listening to Zhang Cheng's forthcoming words, fearful of missing a single syllable. That we, the Flower Nation, are an atheistic state, with the majority of our populace being atheists. Nonetheless, we do indeed have deities. What are deities? They are our forebears, our heroes, our banners. They preserve our culture, impart manners, and lead us through perilous times to triumph over adversity. They forge the very soul of our Flower Nation, instilling in us the essence of what it means to be a Flower Nation individual. We revere them and occasionally perform rites in their honor, taking it upon ourselves to fulfill their aspirations. However, we do not regard them as infallible and unquestionable beings. Ultimately, we venerate their spirit. They are human, not divine. Or put another way, our deities are akin to the elders in our families. Zhang Cheng fervently expounded upon these personal beliefs regarding faith and divinity, leaving his audience in a state of astonishment. You just mentioned that you would never forsake your faith in Moradin. That is commendable. Belief is entirely a matter of personal choice. Freedom of faith is a principle our nation has always upheld. As long as Moradin does not interfere with our lives, even if we do not believe in your deities, we shall not intrude upon your faith. Had you articulated this sooner, perhaps this battle could have been avoided, and we would not have lost so many lives." Redbeard lamented. "Such fine young men. You incessantly called for Mahjong back then. I spoke the truth, and you ought to believe it." Zhang Cheng scoffed. "People simply cannot learn from bloodless lessons." "Hey!" Redbeard straightened his back, seemingly eager to retort. Yet he could find no words to voice his thoughts, and after a moment, the dwarven clan leader seemed to shrink back in defeat. "You are correct. Zhang Cheng is truly remarkable." Clea, who had been quietly listening from the side, was filled with wonder, her eyes sparkling like stars. She now appeared to be a devoted admirer of Zhang Cheng. "You are quite young, yet your words carry significant wisdom." She remarked that, all flower cultivators possess such remarkable abilities. Dinesha also expressed her admiration. Zhang Cheng replied, "I consider myself of average capability. There are many who surpass me, just as there are those who are considerably less capable." He continued, "The crux of the matter lies in one's willingness to learn. You see, the individual most revered throughout our nation's history was, in fact, a teacher, regardless of whether one loves or despises him. The thoughts of the flower cultivators bear his imprint to some extent." Turning to the red-bearded man, he added, "I greatly admire your attitude towards the divine, and I hope you will maintain it. However, I wish to reach a consensus." "What consensus?" the red-bearded man inquired. "If the divine are akin to the elders of a family, then their existence, their thoughts, actions, and ideals should ultimately be for our benefit." "Indeed," the red-bearded man questioned, "is there anything wrong with that?" He continued, "Conversely, if the gods hinder our development, bring us troubles, and assert that we are inherently sinful, it would only lead to a deteriorating existence. Thus, they cannot be true gods, but rather malevolent entities that ought to be utterly vanquished. Even the dwarves, who harbored resentment towards the true gods, would not dare utter such words. Are you implying that any god who does not grant us benefits is not a true god? This suggests that this individual here places mortals above deities. Are you specifically referring to my god?" Dinesha asked, her expression conflicted. "Certainly not. Do not misunderstand." Zhang Cheng clarified that I am not solely referring to your god, but also to certain entities on Blue Star that proclaim themselves as the one true deity. all monotheistic religions are cults. He steadfastly believed that you intend to wage war against the pantheon of true gods. A clan leader asked, astonished. Huh, in reality, we have already begun, Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly, revealing a piece of unsettling news to the others. Of course, I have heard that some fools have caused a commotion, diverting our hatred elsewhere. So now, it is the Americans from Blue Star who are engaging in conflict with the so-called pantheon of true gods that a collective sigh of relief resonated among the crowd, as long as they did not directly confront the deities. It was acceptable, and no matter how grandiose their previous claims, the mortals of New Land had always, deep down, been too afraid to face the gods, hesitant to speak of their faults, even when in opposition. However, regardless of the outcome, be it victory or defeat, they would inevitably have to confront the divine. After all, their moral compass was far too divergent from that of the gods. Without vanquishing them, their goals would remain unattainable. Zhang Cheng's words sent a shiver down the spines of the New Land inhabitants. So, we will indeed have to resist the gods? One of them pondered, beginning to grasp the situation. The red-bearded man steadied himself, asking as slowly as possible, "You truly will not specifically target our beliefs, but given the current predicament, how do you intend to manage this? After all, we are the defeated. Naturally, I have lost quite a few people on my side. It would not be fair for you to suffer no repercussions." Zhang Cheng mused that my suggestion is that the compensation for the deceased and injured should be borne by you. That is acceptable. The red-bearded man quickly acquiesced. Additionally, your future expansions will be subject to certain limitations. Initially, I had hoped to grant you equal territorial division with the Dark Elves, but now I can only reduce your share. Expansion? The red-bearded man seemed less concerned about that. Our territory, he hesitated, appearing nothing like a dwarf renowned for his boldness. Your territory will remain untouched by us, but I wish for the wise beings on the surface to be able to traverse the shadowy regions safely. I also hope that the Dark Elves and the subterranean dwarves can live openly in the surface cities, fostering communication. Rest assured, we do not intend to infringe upon your sovereignty. What does that mean? The red-bearded man asked, astonished by the numerous surprises of the day. What do you mean? We can also live openly in surface cities. We, by which I mean the subterranean dwarves, can return to our sunlit homeland. Why not? As long as you do not interfere with others and adhere to local laws. Though I believe some of the laws of surface dwellers ought to be revised and actively engage in the development of the surface. You certainly have the right to reside there. Otherwise, how can we embody freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, integrity, and kindness? Zhang Cheng stated with an air of self-evidence, as if these decisions were axiomatic truths that required no discussion. However, for the subterranean dwarves, who had not seen sunlight for over 300 years, and the Dark Elves, who had shrunk into the shadows for 500 years, this utterly open attitude that shattered barriers was truly astonishing. The prospect of returning to the sunlit homeland was unfathomable to those who had never experienced the oppressive darkness. Zhang Cheng may not fully comprehend this sentiment, but it did not prevent him from facilitating it. If the red-bearded man suddenly leapt from his sickbed, the bandages binding him instantly soaked with fresh blood, likely as his wounds were reopened. Yet this sturdy clan leader entirely disregarded his pain as he trembled towards Zhang Cheng. Locking eyes with the flower cultivator still seated, the red-bearded man reiterated, "If you can truly allow my clan to return to the sunlit homeland, I, red-bearded Moradin, swear by the hammer and anvil of Moradin. Our clan shall surely obey your will and will never defy your commands." "Huh? I too," boomed another. "I, Rockhall Moradin, swear by the hammer and anvil of Moradin, our clan shall surely obey your will and will never defy your commands." "And I," bellowed Blood Axe Moradin. Wait. Zhang Cheng interjected, raising his hand in refusal, interrupting the solemn oaths of the clan leaders. "What do you mean by obeying my will? Do not get it twisted. You should be upholding the interests of your own people. As I mentioned earlier, anyone who does not advance the well-being of their nation and descendants does not deserve to be called a god. If this is the attitude towards the divine, then naturally, I, 100% mortal, am no exception that I will assist you in developing your production, and you may regard us as friends if you insist on swearing never to go against me. Then what happens when we no longer cooperate? Wouldn't that oath soon become a jest? What I seek, along with my homeland, is not your allegiance but your sincerest friendship. Is it not better for us to join hands and develop together? The red-bearded man fell silent once more. After a moment, he chuckled heartily and extended a hand towards Zhang Cheng, asking, "Do you have any wine? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Cheng was now perplexed. Meeting a friend and not drinking wine. What kind of dwarf are you? Don't jest. In your current unfortunate state, drinking is pointless. It would only aggravate your wounds. Zhang Cheng resolutely declined. Wait until you have recovered. Zhang Cheng's conversation with the dwarves not only moved them, but also left the paladin Dini Shah in a state of bewilderment. From the perspective of a paladin aligned with the true gods, subterranean dwarves were undoubtedly enemies, often referred to as monsters. Yet, in Dinish's understanding, the animosity of the light deities towards the subterranean dwarves stemmed entirely from a conflict of faith. Moradin, based on his actions, was merely a traditional deity of the old pantheon, hardly qualifying as an evil god. In contrast, while the subterranean dwarves were indeed wary of the surface-dwelling intelligent beings, their character bore no resemblance to that of monsters. In fact, Dini Shah believed the character of the dwarves was far superior to that of many sordid and filthy human nobles. You see, once the words were laid bare, the flower cultivator had indeed garnered the approval of the subterranean dwarves. Moreover, even the followers of the true gods had to concede one point. The promises of dwarves were exceedingly trustworthy. If they chose to befriend someone, they would do so wholeheartedly, and even if they later turned against that person, they would make their intentions clear well in advance. Such straightforwardness was enviable. Even Dini Shah yearned for such friends. Yet to regard the subterranean dwarves as allies necessitated a complete disregard for the differences in faith, magnifying the shared interests of both parties. How could a paladin reconcile this? Such actions would almost be deemed rebellious. That is not right. Dini Asha was suddenly awakened. The issue did not lie with the dwarves. The crux of the matter was the attitude of the flower cultivators towards the deities. Here she was, aiding the flower cultivators in achieving their goals step by step, rather than simply drawing her sword to slay every flower cultivator she encountered. In the eyes of the deities, she might already be considered a traitor. A choice lay before her. In solitude, Dini Asha sat in her tent, conversing with herself. Should she continue to fight for her faith? Or should she choose the path of true justice? While the regulations were busy recruiting defectors in the dark regions, the political commissars were still engaged in purging goblins on the second satellite of the new Earth. At this moment, the flower cultivators had essentially seized most of the land on this small satellite, which was merely 1/36 the size of the new Earth planet. This assertion arose from the fact that they had only occupied the surface. While suspicions lingered that this tiny celestial body harbored a vast internal space, no, it was not mere suspicion. It had been practically confirmed that beneath Goblin Star lay at least one substantial space. The only question was, how extensive was this space? Did it resemble the large caverns of the dark regions? Was there a second layer, a third layer, or even more? For now, these questions remained unanswered, though many speculations had emerged. For instance, scholars had surmised that the 30,000 ordinary goblins that appeared every 30 hours indicated that the subterranean ecosystem was not the complete system that people initially envisioned. One capable of allowing goblins to reproduce in such vast numbers that IT felt more as though there were one or several machines continuously producing goblins. These goblins seemed intent on driving them away. Yet, their production capacity had reached its limit, with the maximum output being 1,000 goblins per hour. A scientist from the Chinese Academy of Sciences spoke eloquently. I suspect that these machines lack operators. Otherwise, with such immense losses and no tangible results, they should have altered their strategy, rather than straightforwardly accumulating 30,000 to launch waves, only to repeat the process. Automated goblin production machines? Someone inquired. Indeed, that is the impression I have. It suggests a very high degree of automation, albeit somewhat rigid. During this time, the flower cultivators had eradicated millions of goblins, and the ammunition expended, in terms of quantity alone, was sufficient for a large-scale campaign. Of course, aside from the mechas, which could be considered new weaponry, the rest comprised outdated weapons that had long been surpassed on Blue Star. upon realizing that the air on Goblin Star was also conducive to human respiration. They dispatched a large batch of 5 pairs of load-bearing wheels and traction-type explosive from their homeland, targeting several passages where goblins emerged. They meticulously arranged firepower layers and coordinates, waiting for the goblins to appear before unleashing a torrent of fire to easily drown the goblin horde in flames. The expenditure of these stockpiled munitions hardly constituted a cost. In fact, it could be said that firing them off would even save on maintenance and disposal expenses. Furthermore, with the addition of goblin soul gems. Despite the apparent high consumption during this battle, when calculated, it could be seen as a lucrative venture. While profits were indeed to be made, matters could not continue to drag on. The mecha troops prepared for battle. They were about to venture underground. The commander issued commands to the mecha operators through their personal terminals. Gather here now. The plan was straightforward. After eliminating the next wave of goblins, they would seize the opportunity, regardless of what lay below or whether there were any goblin production machines operating, to accumulate goblins, supported by a multitude of drones and unmanned combat vehicles. A special squad composed of 30 mechas would directly descend into the depths. The objective was to control at least one goblin manufacturing machine, if such an entity existed, and to bring it to the surface for research, should it be feasible. If that proved impossible, they would at least investigate the goblin production site to ascertain the situation. Approximately 5 minutes later, the underground assault team had assembled. Remember your objectives. Try not to engage in unnecessary actions. The commander, who maintained an overview of the situation on the surface, advised. Your mission this time is to uncover the truth behind the multitude of goblins. Should any unexpected occurrences unrelated to the mission arise, report them promptly. Ensure the completion of your task. The warrior's spirited responses echoed through the communicator. Also, strictly monitor your time. You are permitted to advance for only 900 minutes. Thereafter, regardless of your findings, you must return to the surface immediately. The commander continued. Remember, opportunities abound. We do not expect to achieve results on our first descent underground. Moreover, no matter what happens, do not abandon your comrades. The team awaited quietly near the targeted cave entrance. After a considerable time, the goblins appeared punctually, a dark mass of green-skinned creatures shrieking as they poured from the cave like a green blanket, madly rushing towards the fortified position constructed of reinforced concrete. Opened fire, a multitude of weapons, including 5 pairs of load-bearing wheels, 152 mm and 122 mm artillery, 107 mm and 122 mm rocket launchers, as well as a handful of newly brought-in weaponry for firepower testing, such as the frenzied 76 mm rotary cannon and various powered laser cannons, unleashed a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Like rain, fireballs rained down upon the goblin horde, as if cutting through tattered fabric. After the fireballs passed, shockwaves crushed the air, and the thunderous cacophony pulverized everything within the vicinity of the explosion. The pale ground, initially blanketed in green by the goblin tide, was instantly transformed into a terrifying display of charred black and flowing crimson. Faced with an opponent that never altered its tactics, even the seasoned soldiers learned something on the battlefield over time. Moreover, they were now adept at harvesting the souls of goblins that resembled a thunderous combine harvester reaping wheat, capable of clearing vast fields in mere moments. Just 19 minutes later, silence returned as over 29,000 goblins were annihilated, the remainder scattering in disarray. Drones that had been waiting in the air immediately swooped in. Their task was to eliminate any goblins that had evaded capture, allowing the recently subdued warlords a moment of respite. Now is the time. Follow me. The political commissar took the lead, operating the mecha as he leaped towards the selected target cave, followed closely by 29 comrades. How many earth golems can you produce? The commander inquired, plucking a blade of grass from the calf of a golem and examining it closely, curiosity piqued. Why do you ask this? The golem operator replied. Golems are quite ineffective. Their speed is too slow and could easily hinder the entire unit's movement. If it weren't for the need to shield against the arrows of the dark-skinned women and your alchemical weapons, I should have deployed them on the left flank for defense in our last battle. Were you aware that we possess firearms? Of course, we maintain some level of communication with our brethren on the surface. It seems there are indeed some barriers to your communication. Otherwise, You would know we have the means to obliterate golems in a single strike and do not favor conquest. I've acknowledged my mistake. Could we refrain from discussing this matter further? The golem operator replied awkwardly, no problem. Let us return to our previous discussion. The commander offered the blade of grass to the golem operator. Though you never maintain your golems? The grass has grown so tall on them. Golems possess some self-maintenance capabilities. The operator casually discarded the grass. As for this grass, it is beneficial to the earth golems, as the roots of the plants can stabilize the soil on the surface of the golems, reducing soil erosion. Eureka! That's it, the commander exclaimed, laughing heartily. If that's the case, why not simply plant vegetables on them? Isn't it akin to abandoning prime farmland? The dwarf was left speechless. Plant vegetables on magical golems? The golem operator suddenly envisioned a scene. Two armies facing off, dwarf heavy infantry defending against the enemy's assault behind the cover of earth golems, as the enemy drew near for close combat. They would be met with a shocking sight. Vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and lettuce, their verdant leaves waving in the wind atop the earth golems, showcasing the promise of a bountiful harvest. The image was undoubtedly moving. Perhaps the enemy would be so amused that they would collapse in laughter, allowing us to easily stride forward and claim victory. Very well, if weeds can flourish with proper cultivation, vegetables should certainly thrive as well. Zhang Cheng, unaware of what the red-bearded man was contemplating, continued to speak at length. The crux lies in the production of the puppets themselves. If you indeed possess the technology to directly manufacture earthen puppets, then each additional puppet we create is akin to acquiring 2 points of arable land. He smiled at the red-bearded man and added, what is even more remarkable is that the puppets will tend to the vegetables growing upon them. How incredibly efficient that would be in terms of labor. Hence, if your number of puppets exceeds 10,000, I believe you could entirely rely on the export of fresh vegetables to achieve prosperity. There is a saying, those who see idle fields and do not consider planting something are not worthy gardeners. In this regard, Zhang Cheng epitomized the quintessential rabbit folk. The puppets are, in essence, magical constructs. Under Zhang Cheng's expectant gaze, the red-bearded man reluctantly explained, their core is a magical crystal, which serves as the power source. The framework is constructed from wood, occasionally iron, though that is prohibitively expensive. It is inscribed with our unique dwarven earth magic circle, then coated with soil and water to bind it all together. That is all there is to it. Is it truly that simple? It could be mass-produced, Zhang Cheng exclaimed. Not so easily, the red-bearded man countered. You should be aware of the exorbitant price of magical crystals, not to mention the cost associated with crafting the framework and inscribing the magic circles. Rest assured, perhaps for you this is indeed costly. But for us gardeners, it is a trifling matter, Zhang Cheng retorted. The nature of magical crystals is akin to that of soul stones. Essentially, they are crystallized forms of soul energy. The only distinction lies in the fact that magical crystals are extracted from magical creatures or beasts, whereas soul stones are derived from sentient beings for reasons unknown. Goblins, despite being magical creatures, are exceptions, possessing soul stones but lacking magical crystals. Thus, for gardeners who possess a substantial number of goblin soul stones, exchanging a soul stone for a piece of land is hardly a losing proposition. In fact, it could be remarkably profitable. After all, aside from the core, which is somewhat expensive, the other costs that vex the dwarf are negligible. For instance, the cost of inscribing magic circles. Dwarves must manually engrave them onto wooden or iron frameworks, and a slight miscalculation renders all prior efforts futile. However, gardeners can utilize CNC machines, whose precision far surpasses that of dwarven craftsmanship, thus mitigating a significant portion of defective product cost for the price of the framework. Well, for the rabbit folk, who produce 1,200 million tons of steel annually, including 600 million tons from both the local Blue Star and the Eastern Land, with a significant transfer of outdated capacity to the Eastern Land, a few dimes per kilogram of iron is hardly a cost to fret over. It's likely that the cost of vegetable seeds surpasses that of the puppet's frameworks. My suggestion is this. Once our official representatives arrive in the dark region, we should jointly apply for a loan from the Agricultural Bank to establish a joint vegetable company, initially producing 10,000. No, 100,000 earthen puppets. Zhang Cheng's eyes sparkled with golden symbols. As long as we yield a bountiful harvest in the first year, proving our method to be effective, we will have struck it rich. At that point, we could purchase CNC machines, hire workers and engineers, and establish an earthen puppet company to mass produce and sell earthen puppets, that we could even develop an ecological agricultural tourism project, inviting wealthy city dwellers to come here. Plant vegetables on the puppets, stand on their shoulders to gaze into the distance, and then relish in their own harvest. Perfect. If the number of puppets increases, maintaining the government's red line of 1.8 billion acres of arable land will pose no issue whatsoever. We could simply produce 12 billion earthen puppets as replacements. Even if that seems exaggerated, utilizing earthen puppets would save a tremendous amount of farmland. Wouldn't it? One puppet per household would resolve the vegetable basket initiative. Trust me, this holds immense potential for wealth. Very well, I believe you, the red-bearded man replied, feeling that he had been left speechless far too many times today. The mindset of the gardeners certainly left one somewhat bewildered. Let it be known that this idea originated with me. I do not deny that others could arrive at the same notion. However, I was the first, thus I should hold a share of the profits, at the very least, 10%. I can give you half without issue, the red-bearded man responded wearily. I am not that greedy. This industry, taking off, signifies rivers of gold and silver income, and can also spur the development of the entire dark region, that if I were to take half, let us propose this. I personally will take 10%. The other gardeners present here will take 10%, and you will receive 50%, with the remaining shares allocated to future investors. Sounds good to me, the red-bearded man agreed. You are a friend. And I trust you. You shan't regret this. Zhang Cheng beamed that in the dark region, there is no distinction between day and night. Thus, Zhang Cheng directly adopted the time on his watch as a standard, designating 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. as daytime, with the remaining hours deemed nighttime. The sole purpose of this arrangement was to remind himself to maintain a regular schedule unless particularly important matters arose. Currently, this period was devoid of significant concerns. The battle had concluded, and the dwarves were now allies rather than foes, especially with the presence of the Adventurers' Legion and the dark elves of the city-state of Satavisis. Before their arrival, Zhang Cheng had been the undisputed sovereign of the known world within the dark region. Any faction with even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from provoking him, unless they were courting their own demise. Therefore, Zhang Cheng meticulously timed his day, ensuring he would be snuggled warmly under the covers with the Titania sisters well before 10 p.m. His lovers would also conclude their training of the new recruits in time to find him. However, today seemed somewhat unusual, as the visitor was not the Titania sisters, but rather Princess Erani of the city-state of Satavisis. What brings you here? Zhang Cheng inquired, somewhat surprised. Where have Titania and Sifla gone? I asked them to take the day off, A day off? This was even more perplexing. Why wouldn't they come here to rest? Zhang Cheng, despite his resourcefulness, was not so audacious as to make such an extreme request. Moreover, why was it Erani who had asked them to take a break? This is a transaction, Erani stated, shedding her outer garment and showcasing her alluring figure before Zhang Cheng, reminiscent of a contented fox. I have promised to assist them in searching for their families, who were scattered due to their defeat, most likely sold into slavery. However, as long as they are indeed still within the dark region, I, as the firstborn of the city-state, possess the qualifications and channels to secure their release. In terms of ransom, I have the funds, and I believe they should communicate with me about this. It is not a matter of money. Erani shook her head. It concerns the channels that city-states purchasing female dark elven slaves are also wary of the possibility of them regaining their powers and seeking revenge. Hence a guarantor is essential. I can fulfill that role. You cannot. What did you exchange from them for this? Zhang Cheng's expression darkened. A flicker of concern crossed his mind about whether Titania might have made excessive concessions. Hence her reluctance to confide in him. This lover of his, with skin as dark as night, yet a heart as tender as pink, was truly too soft. In reality, if necessary, Zhang Cheng would not hesitate to play the villain and simply seize the individuals. He had already garnered the support of most local forces in the dark region. He did not need to concern himself over a few foolish dark elven city-states who were oblivious to the situation. In fact, Zhang Cheng believed that even if he did act in such a manner, he would not tarnish his image of righteousness in the eyes of Dinesha and the others. They would likely assist him in justifying his actions. Perhaps by arguing that these dark elves were excessively malevolent, thus justifying his assault against them. After all, up until now, Zhang Cheng's actions could genuinely be deemed just. This is the advantage of having a virtuous image. A good person may occasionally commit wrongful acts and still be forgiven, while a villain might perform good deeds and be met with suspicion of ulterior motives. Furthermore, attacking the dark elven city-state to liberate slaves hardly constitutes an immoral act, despite a hint of the notion that human rights supersede sovereignty. Do not misunderstand. It is not they who wish to exchange something with me, but rather I who desire to negotiate with them. Ernie purred, I wish to help them secure their loved ones in exchange for a night alone with you. What sort of nonsense is this? Zhang Cheng erupted in indignation. Put it bluntly, if someone were to approach you with an offer, I will pay you to let your girlfriend spend a night alone with me. How would you feel? You would certainly want to pummel that imbecile into a state of helplessness, right? However, what if a woman were to make a similar request to your girlfriend? I will pay you to allow your boyfriend to spend a night alone with me. This situation raises questions about the understanding of women's psychology, as it is difficult to fathom what Tydnia and Siflu were truly thinking when they consented. Could it be that they harbored intentions of their own? Certainly, for a man, such an alluring beauty as Ernie, proposing such a request could be quite enticing. Nevertheless, this is utterly unacceptable, Ernie exclaimed, pulling Zhang Cheng from his fanciful reverie. I wish to discuss matters of collaboration with you. Collaboration? Indeed, Ernie replied, her dissatisfaction apparent. Look at your foolish demeanor, reminiscent of a dwarf's wild boar. Were your thoughts wandering? Well, I was not lost in thought. Zhang Cheng finally regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. Truly. I was just... spare me your explanations. Explanations are merely veils, and veils conceal the truth. Who taught you that? Zhang Cheng's forehead was lined with exasperation. Siflu, she learned it from your so-called magical device called television, and then related to me. Ernie smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Cheng. When I arrived, she suggested I test you with this approach. As expected, men are all the same. You must be mistaken. Zhang Cheng hastily attempted to redirect the conversation. Let's speak plainly. What collaboration are you proposing? We are already in partnership, are we not? How dare you say that? Just moments ago, Ernie deliberately created an ambiguous atmosphere. But upon hearing Zhang Cheng address serious matters, the princess of the dark elf city-state nearly leapt up in anger. I am well aware of your intentions to collaborate with the red-bearded ones. Ernie shouted furiously. You plan to work with them to produce and sell clay puppets, do you not? You mean the idea of profiting from clay puppets? Zhang Cheng suddenly realized. Indeed, it is a promising industry, guaranteed to yield substantial profits. And what about us? Ernie inquired. Those dwarves were our enemies just days ago. We have always been your allies, yet the enemies reap such great benefits while we gain nothing. Is this not a blatant injustice? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem unfair. The dwarves happen to have this unique project, and I merely saw an opportunity to develop it. It was not my intention to favor them. Zhang Cheng explained. Besides, I have penalized them for their hostilities by restricting their expansion. Have I not? That does not concern me. Ernie began to sulk. This is simply unfair. You must devise a similar lucrative idea for us. Upon uttering this, the dark elf beauty shot Zhang Cheng a flirtatious glance. If you can accomplish that, then perhaps what you were contemplating earlier could also be arranged. How about it for the remainder of tonight? I am all yours. What a classic case of striking a blow and then offering a sweet reward. I never imagined a dark elf would employ such tactics. Unfortunately, Zhang Cheng was not swayed by her charms. What do you take me for? A fortune teller. Do you believe I possess the ability to turn stone to gold? Zhang Cheng scoffed, spreading his hands in exasperation. My ability to provide guidance to the dwarves stems from their defeat. They must now rely on you S.D. or not misunderstand. The us refers to my homeland, the flower cultivators, not you, the open-minded. Thus, I am aware of what the dwarves possess and how their resources can be integrated with our productivity and market to form a profitable industry. What do I know about you dark elves? All I comprehend is that you are formidable in battle, yet utterly disunited. And what then? What specialties do you have? I am entirely in the dark. So how can you expect me to offer you any guidance? Ah, yes, you have handsome men and beautiful women, but what of it? There are many races in the new land that boast attractive men and women. Your dark elves are hardly unique in that regard. Moreover, do you expect me to introduce you to the meat market? You. Erani's delicate features hardened, her temper flaring. However, Zhang Cheng did not afford her the opportunity to express her anger. Continuing his monologue. You think these words are excessive? Wake up! The world is cruel. No, it is 100-fold more brutal. Moreover, you dwell in the shadowy realms. Ponder this when you have come to a clear understanding. Submit a formal report to me. Now, kindly exit my tent. I require rest. I shall remember you always, scoundrel. The princess of the Sidwiza city-state turned on her heel and fled from Zhang Cheng's tent, her cries echoing as she ran. He estimated that half the camp must have heard her, crying, "Indeed, how can someone so fragile claim to be a dark elf?" Zhang Cheng fumed, muttering, without comparing to the drow. One would expect even a modicum of intelligence from those living in the shadowy regions. How naive can one be? If all dark elves possessed your princess-like demeanor, they would have perished long ago. What a cold day. Today is truly unfortunate. Zhang Cheng burrowed into his bedding, suddenly feeling a pang of desolation. The shadowy regions, lacking sunlight, are perpetually damp and cold, and lying alone in his tent, the scene seemed fitting for a rendition of Little Cabbage. All right, that madwoman ran out crying just now. Will there be misunderstandings? It is nearly certain, is it not? A man and a woman alone together for an extended period, and then the woman runs out crying, her attire disheveled, having not donned her outer garment. Is fate envious of my recent good fortune? When a sycophant is left with nothing, it is indeed a harsh truth. Yet, it has been proven that refusing to be a sycophant does not guarantee a favorable outcome. Zhang Cheng, did you perhaps infringe upon Miss Erani? During breakfast, Kelia hesitantly, yet rather directly, posed the question. Cough, cough, cough. The sudden verbal assault left Zhang Cheng aghast, causing him to spray the mushroom soup in his mouth across the table. Seated across from him, Dinesha adeptly dodged the splattering attack. Filthy man. The female paladin muttered under her breath, though it was unclear what she referred to. Zhang Cheng quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe the table. He was aware that yesterday's events would likely lead to misunderstandings, yet he did not anticipate that rumors would escalate to such proportions in such a short time. Who is spreading these tales? Zhang Cheng bellowed in frustration. Everyone says so, Kelia murmured, shrinking her head. Everyone saw Miss Erani crying as she fled your tent yesterday, and some even heard her say you were too much. Furthermore, she has locked herself in her tent and refuses to come out, nor will she eat breakfast. Octavia added, her expression one of delight at the chaos, truly deserving of her title as the Demon Lord. The attitudes of these rascals were becoming quite apparent, prompting Zhang Cheng to turn and gauge the expressions of his two lovers. Tidnia buried her face in her bowl, too fearful to look at Zhang Cheng or speak. Clearly aware of her misstep, Siflu, however, boldly met Zhang Cheng's gaze, seemingly curious about what transpired yesterday. Though you not feel even a twinge of guilt, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of anger at her nonchalant demeanor. Not a bit. If you doubt it, feel for yourself. Siflu straightened her posture, projecting an aura of indifference, as if daring him to act. Thus, Zhang Cheng refrained. As there were too many witnesses, it would not do to perform a dragon claw technique in public. I shall tidy you up later, Zhang Cheng declared with a sense of indignation. Yet his words bore no true menace, akin to a rabbit's idle threats. Who fears him? Bring it on. With a playful flick of her fingers, Dinessa lightly tapped the table. Very well. Since you are all so curious, I shall elucidate. Zhang Cheng sighed in resignation. I must preface this by stating that my explanation is solely due to my trust in you as teammates. Whether you choose to believe my words or not, I shall speak plainly once more. You may explain first, and then we shall decide whether to believe you. Octavia teased. Not use camaraderie as a shield. Being teammates does not guarantee that you won't be swayed by temptation. You really think so little of my judgment in choosing friends. Do you believe I would commit such an error? Zhang Cheng retorted. I am a demon lord. I do not perceive this as a mistake, that my curiosity is merely piqued, that Octavia's nonchalant demeanor rendered Zhang Cheng momentarily speechless. Fine, fine. The matter is quite simple. Aaron was somewhat envious of the dwarf's clay puppet business and insisted I devise a profitable idea for her city-state yesterday. Zhang Cheng shrugged helplessly. I, however, do not subscribe to her line of thinking. That I told her that she must first find a way for her city-state to embrace us flower cultivators with a more open attitude before we could seek investment opportunities. When my words struck a nerve, she fled in tears, leaving me with a stinging slap, as if she were the victim. What a fool! Octavia muttered under her breath, disappointed at the lack of juicy gossip. How could you speak to a girl like that? If you had softened your tone, you would have surely succeeded. I am not as rogue as you. I truly apologize, Zhang Cheng scoffed. Now that I have finished speaking, do you believe me? While Clea furrowed her brow, deliberating the veracity of Zhang Cheng's reasoning, Dinessa interjected with unwavering certainty. I believe you that, truly, a paragon of virtue. Though I do not particularly fancy you all, I must commend your discernment. You are mistaken. I merely happened to overhear your conversation, she clarified. You were eavesdropping? The image of a paladin gossiping in the dark of night outside a tent seemed almost absurd. In response to such inquiry, Dinessa pointed to her ears. My hearing is quite exceptional. Who would believe that? Zhang Cheng scoffed. I do have a question. Dinessa shifted the topic. If they truly become more open, do you genuinely have a means to make them prosperous? Tydania abruptly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Zhang Cheng. Despite their fractured relationship, it was evident that the cultural distinctions among the Dark Elf city-states were minimal, nearly negligible. If Zhang Cheng could enable one Dark Elf city-state to thrive, the others would undoubtedly follow suit. Having resided in Shabak for quite some time, Tydania had developed a strong understanding of the principle that prosperity breeds etiquette, and abundance fosters honor and disgrace. She now believed that if all Dark Elf city-states could amass wealth, there would be no need for them to engage in activities deemed excessively nefarious by outsiders, such as slavery, robbery, or betraying their kin for scarce resources. Unless I encounter another distinctive venture like the dwarves' clay puppets, I do not intend to invest further. My current business is already sufficient for my sustenance. Greed can lead to trouble. In truth, Zhang Cheng could not monopolize the clay puppet business for long. He needed to swiftly sell the land in the Underdark. Wealth can be a double-edged sword, he mused. Holding on to such vast riches may invite trouble from powerful figures. I remain unaware that a hefty individual has already labeled my actions. As long as I do not overstep, I should have no issues. Thus, Zhang Cheng planned to only allocate a small fraction of those ventures. Even so, that small fraction represented a fortune unimaginable to the average person. However, my refusal to invest does not imply that my compatriots will abstain from investing. Zhang Cheng's words rekindled Tydania's spirits, which had dimmed. In truth, we flower cultivators possess a remarkable talent for generating wealth, provided they remain open. Even if the remainder is entrusted to us, it would suffice for all dark elves to prosper. As long as the environment is friendly and stable, we flower cultivators can recoup our investments even in the most barren of lands, Zhang Cheng asserted. I truly do not believe that this untapped wilderness of the Underdark lacks sufficient resources. The distinction lies merely in speed. Such boastfulness, Dinessa scoffed. I do not boast. Zhang Cheng retorted immediately. In fact, I currently possess a new project. This venture can be undertaken with anyone, not necessarily requiring dark elves as partners. What new project? Do share. Perhaps I could be of assistance, Dinessa inquired. I have heard that you possess a spell known as Purify Water, Zhang Cheng began. Indeed, it is a rather simple spell, primarily used to cleanse contaminated water for drinking. Tydania answered first, followed by Octavia, who ranked second in magical prowess among those present. However, Octavia appeared to lack familiarity with such rudimentary magic that, in truth, this spell was so elementary that even a white porcelain-level mage could cast it a dozen times in a single day. Tydania continued, however, it is of little utility. It lacks any offensive capability that, in practical terms, it is unnecessary in water-abundant areas, and in water-scarce regions, such as the desolate desert, it serves no purpose either. You all are rather misguided. Zhang Cheng squinted. wagging his index finger before his teammates in a mischievous manner, evoking the ire of the high-ranking warriors present. The primary utility of this spell lies not in providing clean drinking water to individual adventurers, but rather in addressing water pollution. Following the implementation of fusion reactors, China's environmental pollution will gradually improve. However, this will require considerable time and investment to yield results. Recently, just before the onset of war, Zhang Cheng had made a startling discovery regarding the unique advantages of magical studies in this area. Though he did not fully comprehend the principles, if a basic purify water spell could cleanse 100 liters of water, it could undoubtedly purify that much. Moreover, it could even render heavily polluted water palatable and slightly sweet. Isn't that rather unreasonable? He mused. Yet, magic can achieve it. Therefore, if a sufficient number of mages are equipped, merely employing the purify water spell daily at a severely polluted factory can meet, if not exceed, the highest standards set by environmental agencies. If each enterprise establishes a large magical array, continuously channeling the purify water spell through goblin soul stones, then even if factories discharge waste recklessly, the quality of natural water will remain largely unaffected. Of course, at this stage, Zhangqing only knew of the purify water spell. Other environmental spells, such as air purification, had yet to be developed. Nonetheless, he believed that the principles were largely similar. If water could be purified through magic, a slight modification could likely yield an air purification spell as well. Our nation's leader once stated, "A mountain of gold and silver is not worth as much as green waters and lush mountains." I do not wish to comment on the validity of this statement. But since our leader has proclaimed it, our nation has indeed invested significantly in environmental protection over the years. Thus, environmental conservation has become a vast market. Zhang Cheng continued, "The nation possesses the market, and we have a plan. Therefore, establishing an environmental company to cultivate flowers and combat pollution will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, while this market is considerable, I personally do not wish to delve into it." Zhang Cheng feigned nonchalance. Shaking his head, "I have already determined that I can earn a great deal. The lands of the Underdark and the clay puppet business in collaboration with the dwarves are sufficient for me. My intention is to submit this plan and allow the flower cultivators' government to collaborate directly with the local populace. I shall refrain from profiting from the endeavor." "You truly do not plan to profit from this?" Dinessa inquired, astonished. "This is not in line with your character." "How so?" Zhang Cheng retorted, exasperated. "You still do not believe me. Why greed stems from my lack of wealth. I desire money to live a stable life with those I cherish. Once I have ample funds, money becomes merely a string of numbers. To that point, I would not hesitate to relinquish a portion of my wealth to fulfill my own values. Indeed, the provisions are somewhat misleading. Unlike the clay puppets, whose crafting techniques are exclusively held by the dwarves, the purification of water is a magic that any sorcerer in the new Western lands can perform, and it can be cast numerous times in a single day, making it arguably one of the simplest forms of magic. In fact, many inhabitants of the new lands might regard water purification not as genuine magic, but rather as a mere trick. Thus, while this environmentally friendly enterprise may appear substantial, it cannot be monopolized. Once the veil is lifted, anyone who arrives in the new Western lands can recruit a few sorcerers and commence operations. Perhaps even obtaining a business license from the Commerce Department would prove more challenging than the technical aspects. Furthermore, the magic of the new lands is not beyond the grasp of the flower cultivators. The provisions themselves have already mastered several basic offensive spells, and should they choose to learn water purification, they could likely do so within a matter of days, as it is quite simple. This implies that once the flower cultivators expand their magical education, water purification will become a commonplace skill, making it perhaps more difficult to locate clean water than to find contaminated sources. The initial phase of this initiative requires an extreme emphasis on environmental protection, necessitating comprehensive collaboration between the flower cultivators and all local sorcerers, with later stages demanding full civic participation, akin to casually discarding trash into roadside bins. Yet the idea that the provisions could monopolize this venture is merely a fanciful notion, even if they were to achieve their goal. The entirety of the supply chain would no longer require their involvement. That IT would be far more prudent to report the situation openly, thereby garnering favor from the government, or using it as leverage in negotiations to secure a higher compensation when the government appropriates their land into shadowy regions. Let us not dwell on my affairs, the provisions declared, waving dismissively like a leader. In due time, you will see whether I can profit from this endeavor. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Denise, you mentioned you could assist? In truth, all of you can contribute. This venture necessitates a multitude of participants. While we are still unfamiliar with the magic of water purification, it is imperative that you strive to capture a sufficient share of the market. This should not be limited to surface-dwelling humans, elves, dwarves, halflings, and lizardfolk sorcerers. I believe that the dark elves and subterranean dwarves from the shadowy regions could also join as long as they possess this magic. They could treat it as a form of labor export, provided they renounce their allegiance to the deities of the righteous pantheon, which stand in opposition to the flower cultivators and respect the public order upheld by them. According to Octavia, the souls of the flower cultivators are not subject to divine plunder, and collaborating with them poses challenges, as it necessitates the abandonment of faith, while the soul may remain intact. The righteous deities would have to dispatch devout followers to slay the individual and seize their soul, rather than simply reaping it upon natural death. The cost of such a harvest would be considerable. The provisions are keen to observe how the locals choose between the greater and righteous deities. Should even half of the sorcerers opt for a better life through labor, the local deities of dubious merit would be significantly weakened. This remains one of the provision's objectives, as they have not forgotten to create trouble for the local deities. The mere thought of displeasing those worthless deities brings satisfaction to the provisions. This is a battlefield, or rather, a battlefield that has only recently seen conflict. Not long ago, a patrol of American soldiers was unexpectedly ambushed by local resistance forces. The locals detonated 2 powerful IDs, obliterating 2 patrol vehicles and obstructing the entire convoy's route. Before launching an assault on the trapped Americans, every soldier in the convoy fought valiantly, the roar of M2 machine guns ringing out incessantly, transforming the convoy into a quivering porcupine bristling with flames. Fiercely preventing the formidable assailants from engaging in close combat. 7 minutes later, helicopters arrived, repelling the attack. 15 minutes thereafter, Scott arrived at the scene with a reinforcement convoy. Prior to his departure, he had received reports of the battle's outcome. 7 American soldiers were dead. 1 was missing, and 3 were injured. The attackers suffered at least 50 fatalities, with injuries too numerous to count. This was not the first ambush since the U.S. occupation, nor was it the largest in scale, nor even the deadliest for American forces. Yet, Scott felt compelled to personally visit the site. This ambush bore 2 notable distinctions from previous ones. First, a regular army soldier had gone missing. Worse still, it was a female soldier. If he was not mistaken, this foolish girl had likely been captured by the locals. While American soldiers have been captured before, especially during the Goblin Farm incident, this case involved a regular military personnel, not a military contractor of little concern. Scott needed to devise a solution to this predicament. Second, the attackers had utilized modern weaponry. For instance, the assault rifle recently handed to him was of North Korean manufacture. Additionally, the IED expert reported that based on the shrapnel found at the scene, these roadside bombs were fashioned from 3 152mm artillery shells, capable of destroying an Abrams tank, an extravagant choice for targeting a Humvee. Moreover, the locals lacked the capacity to produce such ammunition, making it exceedingly difficult to procure 3 shells for a single attack. This suggests that the locals had received substantial support from certain factions on Blue Star, enabling them to execute such a resource-intensive assault. Bosley had previously assured Scott that as long as the Americans did not extend their reach into the territories they had delineated, the flower cultivators would not oppose them. Scott outwardly expressed gratitude, but internally he was far from convinced. The flower cultivators were not America. The promises of American capitalists were more reliable than those of the American government. Yet the commitments of flower capitalists were utterly worthless. Furthermore, Bosley was a shadowy figure with little influence over the actions of the flower cultivator government. At this moment, Scott MacDonald stood beside a charred crater, his expression dark enough to squeeze water from Boss. The military contractor nicknamed Old Man approached him from behind, whispering, "Have you discovered anything?" Without uttering a word, Old Man presented a twisted assault rifle barrel. MacDonald raised an eyebrow and scoffed. An AK-47. It's a Type 58 from North Korea, Old Man replied. North Korea? Scott MacDonald chuckled coldly. Don't tell me those bastards have portals too. This must have been sold to the resistance by the flower cultivators. It should not be the flower cultivators, boss, Old Man replied, lowering his gaze respectfully. This cold-hearted mercenary dared not contradict Scott MacDonald, but felt compelled to report all the circumstances faithfully. Fortunately, MacDonald was not the type of villain from the movies who disregarded the opinions of his subordinates. Not the flower cultivators? Explained WHY.Is there anyone else here, aside from us and the flower cultivators, who could supply them with such weapons? We captured a few prisoners, but they are not leaders and are unaware of the truth. However, some did report seeing those providing them with weapons and tactical support. Mice. Scott gestured for Old Man to continue. They were white individuals, Old Man said. They are not the flower cultivators. White individuals? This revelation was indeed surprising. Are they polar bears? Uncertain, Old Man replied, only aware that the attackers had received support from white individuals from Blue Star. Moreover, the modern weaponry acquired by the attackers had a complex origin, including authentic RPG-7s from the Russians, North Korean assault rifles and light machine guns, and even American-made 106mm recoilless rifles, along with weaponry produced by the flower cultivators. Regardless of the source, the commonality among them was their lack of advanced technology. However, all were common commodities on the international arms black market of Blue Star, easily obtainable with sufficient funds. Not be misled. The flower cultivators are undoubtedly the puppet masters behind the scenes, Scott MacDonald asserted emphatically. However, it appears they are not the only ones seeking to cause us trouble. So far, the publicly available information indicates that only the flower cultivators and the Americans possess stable, continuous portals, unless the flower cultivators have sold controllable nuclear fusion technology to others. They must have an unbreakable connection with the resistance organizations of the Western continent. That it is likely that the bears have indeed boarded the rabbits' pirate ship. There is no doubt that they and the rabbits share a common interest in hindering us.